In a previous life she had hymen meticulous lie ascending toth pinnacle of power, ultimately claiming the esteemed throne. Yet he, remembering no nof their past affection, extinguished her entire lineage, driven be the fear fair from a lice overwhelming influence. In this life, she's determined to claim Tathiosher, taken jit back with her own hands. Chapter 1 The Unloading Goth Donkey. In the vibrant month of March as the grass flourished in the Araya Lesvalu, a splendid lavender carriage came to a graceful halt before the imperial palace. Immediately, a throng of maid-sand matrons surged forward, escorting a woman. This woman, with her elegant light arched brows and captivating eyes, wash further accentuated by her light tatir, quick highlighted hernaba and ethereal demeanor. She was noniather than the steamed daughter of the current prime minister. Theory mes of therium, Fengqing Huang. At this moment she was gently supported by her maidservant Tasua Ket slowly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a tender touch, Shekara set her abdomen, no for months along and felt the stirring soft he little Leonu within, calling to her as mother. As a continue etterstraw a commotion arose ahead, voices raised inchos. Fengqing Huang halted, her brow furrowing in concern. A watchful matron quickly stepped forward, chastising what is this ruckus? Then press a present doy not noto make. Tufin the royal carriagisto invit direct consequences. Up in hearing this, onofta distressed individuals broke free from Thikerdan fell to her knees before Shangwampinga, repeatedly bowing her head at most compassionate temperis ipsichia, save me mother. Fengzan to Sakusadov treason and has been execute long with his family, yet mamother was anything. I implore you, save her. Fengqing Huang's countenance turned pale, and she nearly faltered. A perceptive matron swiftly interjected, ceaseth ismadness. Fengzian just well. How dare you disturb thempress? Seize a heritance. As the imperial guards took the maid away, her desperate decrees echoed, Empress, the prime minister's family has been executed, please save. Fengqing Huang fell to Sergio Fangaran despair, her Gerponurus arm trembling violently as Hestemird. Didio Harwitch's head? Didio Harwitch claimed? With that, Shepa voted, leading a contingent of attendants with urgency, to Schwanqing Hall. Defamation? Thema 9 The golden robe stood with the chance clasped behind his back, his gaze dark and foreboding. This loyal minister has served your majesty faithful a secret letter is nothing slander. Pure slander. Thepalasadors were a firm lie shut, and within an elderly Manknolt, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud, the atmosphere oppressive. They golden robe beadman wore a cruel smile, what if I wear to sight? Does Fengziang still wish to defend himself? Fielder Lemonsias fled with despair, and Asif awakening to a harsh really, helled bit bitterly, how as to tea was. Your majesty is indeed a person of grand ambitions. How fitting a cunning grabbit leads to the cooking go fit sound excellent, excellent. A flicker of revulsion crossed the golden robe beadman's face yet leave it dismissively. Take him away in decuteam. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. The old man was dragged away laughing uncontrollably, and suddenly taken jadvantagio for moment of an attention, from Thegwards halunged toward Theman. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens soft guards emerged from shadows, drawing their bows with precision. A commanding voice in Jinjout, protect the emperor, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew striking Fieldman, painting the ground in crimson. His lifeless hands fell to the ground at the feet of Teeman. Father! Thegrand Hall's doors burst open, revealing a woman in resplendent tatter with a crown. Her physician, shock it shed across her features, her voice fragmented. The old man shed lifted slightly, gazing at the woman, tears is streaming down his weather cheeks. Hathan slowly lowered ished, murmuring almost inaudibly, Huanger run, run. Trembling, the woman approached, pointing at Thegwards in a frenzy. Arioblind, Thizist Prime Minister, how dare you to shoot him? How dare ye? It will have on Tarklin executed. Fengziang conspired against the late emperor, framing me brother I, recognizing a status civitor of twa dynasties, showed mercy however, he has conspired with Nanuito harm. Merely executing him is already a gesture of leniency. What do you mean? Fengqing Huang seized in disbelief. How called her father, Thean Wohod placed Ding Jin upon the throne, comet sukan act? She spot the secret letter on the ground and, without a scant thought, snatched it up, desperate T-town cover the truth behind her father's strategy and. As he opened Thelater, she read aloud, Fengziang plots against the former emperor, poisoning Wang Guangping, colluding with Nanyue intending trouble. Absurd. Before she cold finish, the letter was rolled to thiefy toff to golden robe beadman. What was these? A baseless accusation. How cold Dingjine execute her father based in such flimsy evidence? Absurd? Yet I declareth this letter to bear feudable evidence is indeed conclusive. But these ways a blatant inversion of truth. Shua. Thay golden robe beadman approach at her, placing gifting girder lips, signaling her to Bessalent. Her lips were devoid of color. He brushed aside her disheveled hair, his expression deceptive gentle, yet the sighs were ever frigid. The Feng clan will be exterminated. In exchange for preserving your honor as empress. The how was sosh with blood. And the golden robe beadman turned, smiling, isn't it quite a fair? Was the zir intental along. Fengqing Huang, ho hadans harbored a flicker of affection for the man, now found in Lidis belief in her eyes. Why? My father helped you. Yo wish to say he had mind stabilizing core the helped me secure the nation ha helped me zenta the throne. The man, no gazing down new ponth world, had chosen to eliminate Tethavari Hantheth that lifted him to power. But the has stained me hands with Thebladov kin the throne, exalted Thuffet Mabe, is built upon the corpses of my own flesh and blood. I donnot wish to see the Prime Minister remind me of these matters the very time you meet. As long as she leaves midnight swilberistless. No it is resolved Huanger Alice settled. I shall sleep soundly each night. Thay golden robe beadman embraced Fengqing Huang, whisperings with reassurances, even smiling. He has lost Thismond. He has geneuterly mad. Fengqing Huang forcefully pushed them away. Her voice sequestioned. Did my father force you into the path of usurpation? Your theon consumed be ambition how do you place them on him? In the dungeons I ordered the poison to bead minister to Wang Guangping within the forbidden city. I orchestrated the cope that led to Thephermer emperor's demise. Wickoved his actions was noti our own coys? Could a man so devoid of affection never have truly loved her? Themon's expression faltered a hint of hesitation flickering before right vanished into indifference. Satisfied, he declared, but now the entire world believes it was Feng Zhangguo acted with his death, Elevet and Celius buried with him. You are delusional. I will no tell you to haveo your weight. Fengqing Wang turned, seizing the man's throat, Hiriase blaze with Hutridus right out at the guards. Listen. Heist Theo Nuho kill let the former emperor and Wangguangping, usurping the throne. Heist the mist despicably of mini must kill him. Yetl vegward sake today if they had not feared. Themon's authoritative agaze sweeping govern them, prompting them to avert Thyrias instinctively. Nun will believe ye aveu. Themon stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority and pride. Suddenly smiling at Fengqing Huang. Act now, shame plored Thegwards desperately, yet no tassing yon deretimov, lacking the courage to meet this gaze. Theman smiled in Semor and in Thatment Fengqing Huang understood. In this world, victory belongs to the Ankororth of Anquishetter with thieves. For a ruler, no matter how clear lay out accusations, none will heed them. Why spare me when you have exterminated me entire clan? Fengqing Huang gasped softly, her gaze amistiashi lukid ta Themonses. Even at this juncture, Sheckling to a glimmer of hopetheth would say it was Zudoflove for her they could not bring himself to kill her. Yet Themon's next word shuttered her last vestige of hope Hesperius thought the people may know the emperor is a benevolent ruler. Feng Xiong haskamitet such treasonusik shizdethizafit and gent et I custo keepia, preserving yo roner as empress, suth that the entire macing me prizes. His glass I sheldenis I depth, yet her main fikej upon hers, as if he suff topenetrat her ver soul. No ton litoisha preserve his own reputation, betil so fins delight in torturing her daily. Ingen trul sought a vilish figure sen, from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha, benevolence. Ingjin do I not fear divine retribution? Do I not fear the fires of hell? At that moment, Fengqing Huang laughed, no longer struggling, Harry's devoid of spirit, standing Therinades. Theman smirked, leaning closeto or rearus of sharing Themos intimato whispers, compared to power and status, what do a shell matter? With the swiftgish Sharif the imperial robe, he declared, to kill him presto place off eternal joy, and executil her maidservants without exception. Up and uttering these words I enjoined approached her, ready to escort her to thought to small place. The place of eternal joy, Ercidin said designated for discarded consorts drew out hedges. Ariwin Tenton humiliating. She cried, her cheeks stained with tears. Fengqing Huang gazed at Theman Hun shared a vow of eternal companionship with her. Now a scold-hearted day savanoma serpent. It felt as the Fadagger was being plunged into her heart, inflicting wounds that made her tremble with agony. He annihilate her entire kin, yet allowed her to survive in this world Dallin ha preserved her status as empress, yet condemned her to reside in the desolate palace. Ingjin Shukashed, captivating, smiling a ring upon his lips, Mempress, you are me a netra love, how cold yever berto humiliatia? You spinai the truth althosi sherish ultimate limit, here de me siti our hands. Chapter 2. A deathly curse. Fengqing Huang nodded, feigning compliance as she followed the approaching figure. However, Mere steps away from their original position, she suddenly charged violently towards the central crimson pillar of the grand hall. Ingjin, I lack the power to avenge my father by killing you. Yet, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. I intend to make the world aware that you, Ingjin, have driven your own empress to her demise within the Xianqian Hall. Even seated atop the highest throne, you shall not evade the clutches of vengeful spirits. Year after year, day after day. All present halted, their hearts constricting in sudden dread. The empress, she had cast such a venomous curse upon the emperor. Surely, her family had been annihilated, a testament to her boundless hatred. As Feng Qinghuang was on the verge of colliding with the pillar, Ingjin let out a derisive laugh. Foolishness, even my own uncle has met his end at my hands. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by such ludicrous claims? If the empress wishes to die, then let her. I shall simply construct another Xianqian hall to revel in this opulence and select another empress, perhaps your closest friend. Su Wan'er, the details of this process can await until I descend to converse with you after 100 years. His disdainful words momentarily slowed Feng Qinghuang's advance towards the pillar. Ingjin was still alive. The nemesis responsible for her father's death had not yet perished. Why should she be the first to die? No, she refused. She would live to witness Ingjin's comeuppance, to observe his eventual betrayal and demise. He laughed and she laughed in return. Then she slowly approached him. Ingjin, you have slaughtered your kin, yet you are keenly aware that your most fervent dreams are to possess your own family. His breath caught, his laughter stifled. Yet the woman you wed hails from a family of considerable influence. You dare not share your blood with them. Well now, my Feng family has been eradicated, and the child within me is the only one you may cherish without reservation. She grasped his hand and gently placed it upon her abdomen, where a faint heartbeat seemed to ignite warmth in his palm. Tell me, does he resemble me more, or you? Her words stirred something within him, and a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Yet, she merely smiled coldly as she flung his hand away, her voice sharp. Alas, should he resemble you, you shall never witness it. A chill emanated from her voice. Before my arrival, Su Wan'er sought me out with miscarriage medicine, which I have consumed. I have heard that you promised her the position of empress. Is that correct? Does the emperor believe that a woman aspiring to be empress would desire another son as heir, rather than her own to inhabit the eastern palace? As her words lingered, warmth began to trickle down her legs, and the sensations in her abdomen spiraled into violent turmoil, her face paling as cold sweat dripped down. Yet, she bit her lip, suppressing any sound. The little one within her could now play with her through her skin. Yet, she was sending him away from this world. This pain she believed she should endure 1,000 times over. Feng Qinghuang. Ingjin was enraged, his grip on her hand tightening to the point where it felt as though he might crush it entirely. His other hand rose, poised to strike her face, lingering for a moment before crashing down. Wretched woman. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. I have never encountered such a malevolent creature. It turned out that as she left, Su Wan'er had deceived her into consuming not just the miscarriage medicine, but also poison, intending to harm not only her child but also her. The potion was designed for a double demise. Ingjin, witnessing her state, panicked and shouted outside. Summon the imperial physician. Feng Qinghuang smirked, a desolate smile gracing her lips, despair evident in her gaze. Ingjin, do you wish to eliminate me along with yourself? I drank the poison willingly. With such a method, no one can speak ill of you. Soon a throng surged into the room, and upon seeing her, the physician broke into a sweat. The man in the dragon robe waved his hand dramatically. The empress is in peril. My own head is at stake. The midwife examined her skirts and suddenly paled, collapsing to the ground with a piercing scream. Your Majesty, the empress is bleeding profusely. Bleeding profusely. Feng Qinghuang, drenched in cold sweat, screamed as she sat up. Had her cousin endured another nightmare? A maid rushed over in haste. A girl in a lotus-colored dress approached, gently patting Feng Qinghuang's back, her expression fraught with concern. This Feng Qinghuang gazed in astonishment, the jade curtains draping softly, the bedding crafted from precious snow gauze. How could the cold palace where she resided possess such exquisite items? Cousin, are you all right? What do you see? The girl inquired once more, her worry intensifying. Miss? She referred to herself as Miss? Feng Qinghuang disregarded these thoughts, hastily pulling aside the curtains in desperate pursuit of answers. In the room, a pair of jade rui lay beside the bed, white jade cups neatly arranged on the table, the delicate little green cicada standing gracefully within. Smoke wafted from the incense burner. After consuming that bowl of poison, she thought herself surely doomed, yet she had unexpectedly survived. She parted her lips, ready to smile. Yet her eyes shimmered with tears. Feng Qinghuang looked at the girl who was speaking. her mind vaguely grasping that this person was called He Yu, and that her current body was named Xiao Qianga. An orphan residing in the Omping Wangfu. The former Omping Wang seemed to be her uncle, however. That aunt favored her own granddaughter, who was also called cousin Lu Yuanyan, much more. She had not perished, instead she had lived. Although this body was no longer hers, what did it matter? From this moment forth, Feng Qinghuang would cease to exist, and only Xiao Qianga would remain henceforth. Her name would be Xiao Qianga. The girl beside her was somewhat alarmed by her tearful laughter. Believing she had lost her senses and hurriedly shouted outside. Quick, fetch the doctor. Just say that cousin has awakened in no time. An elderly man with hair as white as snow was led into the room by the maid. Due to the distinction between genders, the maid lowered the curtains for Feng Qinghuang, revealing only one jade hand. The heir has also arrived? Greetings to the heir. The girl who had been beside Xiao Qianga was now outside, assisting the doctor in taking her pulse when she suddenly exclaimed upon hearing that voice. Xiao Qianga, who had been half closed in slumber, gradually opened her eyes, tilting her head to peek through the curtain's gap. She caught sight of a young man in a splendid blue robe, his hair meticulously styled, smiling at the girl, who blushed at his gaze. I just finished my official duties, cousin. How is your health? Murong Jinyan spoke gently, his refined and exquisite features radiating an air of nobility, coupled with a hint of grace. Since she was rescued from the water, cousin has remained unconscious and has been speaking deliriously. The doctor mentioned that once she awakens, she shall be fine. The girl replied, indeed. The young man nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor warm yet marked by a subtle detachment. Just as the doctor completed taking her pulse and prepared to leave, Murong Jinyan stepped aside, approaching the physician. Old Mr. Xia, may I inquire if my cousin is in any serious danger? Though the old man was poorly dressed, he possessed an extraordinary presence and showed no signs of servility before the heir. He appeared anything but ordinary. Is that so? The old man stroked his beard, casting a glance at Murong Jinyan, then let out a soft grunt. The young lady's health is delicate, in such cold weather. You all allowed her to be submerged in icy water. Having said that, he handed the medicine to the girl and walked towards Xiao Qianga's bed. Approaching her, he suddenly paused, intending to gently inquire. Lifting his hand to draw back the curtains, but ultimately said nothing, simply lowering his hand. Exiting the room, he instructed the maids. Take good care of your mistress. At that moment, the girl, holding the medicine bottle, approached the bed, pouring a bowl of water for Xiao Qianga. This is the medicine given by Dr. Xia. You should take it, Mississippi. Xiao Qianga nodded, preparing to rise and accept the bowl, but as she moved, a sharp pain coursed through her body, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. The agony surpassed that of her menstrual pains. The girl quickly stopped her, simultaneously bringing the bowl to Xiao Qianga's lips, angrily saying, It's all that wretched Luan's doing. She pushed you into the water when you weren't paying attention, and then she turned around to accuse you of falling in yourself. The crown princess is so biased, she doesn't care at all. Thankfully, the heir invited Dr. Xia here. Words can be perilous. Xiao Qianga cautioned her to be mindful of her speech, for there might be ears lurking behind the walls. She then glanced at a maid trimming flower branches nearby, who had been lingering by her side, seeming less like a worker and more like a monitor. Xiao Qianga smirked, realizing that there were still many matters to attend to within this household. However, it was fortunate that she was increasingly distanced from the palace, from that dark and terrifying place, from that individual. This conversation aside, as Feng Qinghuang, no Xiao Qianga, rested in bed after her fall into the water. The Omping Wangfu had not been idle. Once more, the time had come for the emperor to select consorts. The Omping prince had few heirs, with only Murong Jinyan as a male descendant, and no daughters. Thus, one might expect a lack of urgency. However, the crown princess was keen on preparing for her granddaughter. When Xiao Qianga felt somewhat better and emerged from her room, she witnessed an influx of jewelry, hairpins and fine silks being delivered to the Wangfu, as if preparing a wedding dowry for some esteemed daughter. Miss, look at them. Relying on the affection of the grand princess, she truly considers herself a daughter of the royal household. Hai expressed her indignation. Chapter 3. The dispute in the royal household. Xiao Qianga observed the numerous boxes being sent to the royal residence and reminisced about the time when her father was still alive, orchestrating her dowry with great fanfare. Her father had declared that when a daughter of the Feng family was wed, even if it entailed spending half their fortune, it must be done with grandeur. Seeing Xiao Qianga lost in thought as she watched the delivery, Hai assumed she was envious and said, Miss, do not be disheartened. Liu Yin is merely a distant cousin of the grand princess. You are the daughter of the prince's own aunt, holding a far superior status. There is no need to compare yourself with her. It would only diminish your worth. Xiao Qianga was taken aback by this. Perplexed by Hai's intense animosity towards the distant cousin, which struck her as amusing, she thought to herself, I am not competing with her at all in her day, when the legitimate daughter of the Feng family married. The entire city was adorned with blooming peonies, and a joyous carpet was laid from the forbidden city all the way to the entrance of the Feng family. On that carpet, only her footsteps had graced it, accompanied by hundreds of carts filled with dowry. Why should she envy this? Xiao Qianga smiled faintly, just as a maidservant from Lu Yuan's side circled around and approached her, respectfully saying, Cousin, the Grand Princess requests your presence. Me? Xiao Qianga raised an eyebrow. The Grand Princess? Indeed. The maidservant bowed slightly in a gesture of invitation. It is a request from the Grand Princess. Is it the Grand Princess who invites me, or your young lady? Hai interjected, displeased that if it were truly the Grand Princess who summoned Xiao Qianga, why would she send a maidservant to convey the message? Clearly, Lu Yan was up to mischief. Never mind, Xiao Qianga interrupted Hai. Her lips curving slightly, since I am being invited, I shall go to Lu Yuyan. It was just as well. She had nothing better to do and was curious to meet this cousin to see what kind of person she was. Before entering, Xiao Qianga was met with a burst of laughter from within, causing her to pause. Haha! You mischievous little monkey, always pestering me, trying to make me laugh. The voice sounded like that of the Grand Princess. Following that, a sweet voice chimed in, Long live the Grand Princess. Yinyan brings a smile to you. May I share in your blessings? How dare you call me Grand Princess? That title is for outsiders. Given our relationship, you should address me as Aunt. The playful reprimand echoed. Xiao Qianga became increasingly suspicious that Lu Yuyan had indeed summoned her, perhaps to flaunt how favored she was by the Grand Princess. The two inside were enjoying a familial bond, and her sudden intrusion would seem rather awkward. Miss, I shall take my leave. The maidservant of Lu Yuyan glanced at Xiao Qianga with a sly smile. Ready to depart. Stop. Xiao Qianga called out to her. Did you not say the Grand Princess wished to see me? Now that I have arrived, you must inform her. The maidservant's face displayed a look of embarrassment. In truth, the Grand Princess had never intended to summon Xiao Qianga. It was merely Lu Yuyan's scheme to draw her in, intending to showcase her own favor with the Grand Princess while subtly warning Xiao Qianga not to speak of the incident where Lu Yuyan had pushed her into the water. It would be futile to spread such tales, for the Grand Princess would undoubtedly protect Lu Yuyan. The maidservant wore a rather unflattering expression. Cousin, it would be wise to speak cautiously. The Grand Princess cannot abide any unfounded slander against our young lady. Humph! Hai shot back, what is your haste? My cousin is merely speculating. Do you not know what kind of person your young lady is? Pushing someone into the river in midwinter, are you not afraid of divine retribution? What is all this noise outside? Such ruckus! A displeased voice called from within. Humph! Hai glared at her, so quick to accuse the innocent, are we? Since cousin has arrived, why not invite her in? What is she doing lingering outside? Lacking proper decorum? The Grand Princess's tone had shifted entirely, her earlier warmth towards Lu Yuyan replaced with irritation. This remark ostensibly criticized the maidservants for their lack of propriety, yet covertly targeted Xiao Qianga. Xiao Qianga, hearing this, allowed a cold smile to play on her lips. It seemed the Grand Princess truly harbored a dislike for her. Thus, she entered the inner chamber with Hai, saying, Grand Princess, I was unwell the other day, and I am grateful for the royal household's attentive care that I have come today to express my thanks. As she spoke, they reached the Grand Princess's couch, where she appropriately half-crouched in a formal greeting. The Grand Princess appeared pleased, her expression softening as she nodded in response. Knowing etiquette and expressing gratitude is commendable. Lu Yuyan lounged on the Grand Princess's lap, exuding a sense of intimacy, and upon seeing Xiao Qianga enter, she made no effort to rise, clearly relying on the Grand Princess's favoritism. She smiled and said, Sister Xiao, your health has always been delicate. Thanks to Aunt's benevolence, the royal chefs have prepared medicinal meals daily. Now that the weather is still unpredictable, you must take extra care of yourself. This statement caused the Grand Princess to frown. As the former consort of the late Omping King, she had never been particularly close to Xiao Qianga's mother. However, after the death of Xiao Qianga's parents, she had remained in the royal household as a distant cousin. Initially, she had merely intended to prepare a dowry for Xiao Qianga's future marriage. Now, with Xiao Qianga being so frail, the expenses for her medicinal treatments over the years had accumulated to a significant sum. Thus, her demeanor remained stern as she replied, Your uncle, the prince, brought you here out of familial affection, yet the affairs of the household are numerous, and your aunt cannot attend to you at all times. Once she finished speaking, her displeasure was evident, and recalling that her grandson Jin Yan had gone to great lengths to summon a renowned physician for her, She felt even more agitated. She added sharply, "You are no longer a child. If you cannot withstand the cold, take better care of yourself and spare others the worry." "Quite right, Grand Princess," Xiao Chang'e replied slowly, retrieving a vibrant emerald ring from her sleeve, holding it up to catch the sunlight. The ring glimmered with a rich green hue, appearing as though it might drip with moisture. "What do you have in your hand?" The Grand Princess's breath caught as she beheld the ring. Though she was older, her discerning eye remained keen, and upon seeing the lustrous green, she recognized it as a premium jadeite, a rarity. Noticing the Grand Princess's reaction, Xiao Chang'e realized she had piqued her interest and thus offered the ring, smiling. "I am but a simpleton and cannot discern the value of such a treasure, Grand Princess. With your vast experience, perhaps you could appraise it for me." "How splendid!" The Grand Princess eagerly summoned a nearby attendant to fetch the ring for closer inspection. Water jadeite is a prized gem, often beyond valuation. She had only seen it once on the ears of palace ladies during a banquet, and its beauty had captivated her. She had always remembered it longingly, never expecting this impoverished girl to possess such a gem. Nodding, she remarked, "This is indeed a water jadeite ring, a fine treasure." Xiao Chang'e, fully aware of its value, feigned surprise. "Is it truly the king of jade? So hard to come by?" "I merely stumbled upon it among the belongings I brought from the Xiao family." Though she spoke lightly, the Grand Princess showed no intention of returning the ring, continuing to examine it with unabashed delight. Xiao Chang'e seized the moment, saying, "I am but a simple soul, unworthy of such a treasure. Grand Princess, your fortune is profound. You recognized this ring at a glance. Why not keep it on my behalf?" "Oh ho ho!" The Grand Princess covered her mouth with her hand, beaming with delight. "This Xiao girl understands me well. She knows of my kindness." With that, she swiftly tucked the ring into her sleeve, fearful that Xiao Chang'e might change her mind. Seeing the Grand Princess so quickly turn her favor towards Xiao Chang'e, Lu Yuyan felt a surge of displeasure. After all, the Grand Princess was her own aunt. How could she favor another? Yet she had to maintain a facade of goodwill, lest she appear petty. Thus she forced a smile, saying, "Aunt has gained a treasure. Yin is truly delighted for you. Your fortune is as great as the heavens." "Humph!" Xiao Chang'e observed with a cold smile. "Poor girl. Have you not yet realized that the Grand Princess values wealth over kinship?" She then brushed her hair, feigning regret. "Alas, the jade ring I possess was originally part of a pair. Had it not been for that day when Miss Lu pushed me into the water, I would have had both to wear, which would have been quite lovely." Upon hearing this, both Lu Yuyan and the Grand Princess turned pale. Lu Yuyan had not anticipated that Xiao Chang'e would so boldly expose her actions. Under normal circumstances, the Grand Princess would have dismissed it, but today indeed, the Grand Princess cast an annoyed glance at Lu Yuyan. Shifting her position, Lu Yuyan had no choice but to awkwardly remove her head from the Grand Princess's lap and stand up. Feeling embarrassed at this moment, Xiao Chang'e seemed to recall something, hastily saying, "Grand Princess, please do not misunderstand. Miss Lu surely did not intend to push me. If she had known I possessed such a treasure, she would never have dared to do so." Chapter 4. Catering to preferences, the Grand Princess's gaze towards Lu Yuyan grew ever more discontented. This girl consumed her resources yet seemed to desire to hoard the good fortune for herself? Truly, she had raised a white-eyed wolf by her side. "Humph!" The Grand Princess let out a snort through her nostrils. "What?" The attendants surrounding her were utterly taken aback. In the midst of winter, were they to venture into the river to retrieve something? It was so cold that one would prefer to stay indoors. Clutching a warming peyote to ask them to dive into the frigid water for such a small jade ring was nothing short of absurd. Yet, they all understood the Grand Princess's nature. She had a penchant for coveting anything of value for herself. They exchanged glances, each remaining silent. Had it not been for the exquisite pair of jade earrings dangling from another lady's ears, she might have yanked them off and claimed them for herself. Their discontent towards Lu Yuyan only deepened. Why was she pushing them into such a predicament? To have them clean up the mess from her own actions was quite unreasonable. Xiao Chang'e found the situation amusing. She had merely mentioned the other half of the jade ring in passing, yet the Grand Princess insisted on sending someone into the water to retrieve it. Clearly, she had no intention of causing anyone harm. "Grand Princess, do not lament. The treasures left by the Xiao family are still with me. That ring is not going to sprout legs and run away. Let us wait a while and have Miss Lu take a few people to fish it out." As she spoke, she did not forget to drag Lu Yuyan into the water. Lu Yuyan protested. "Why should I go?" The Grand Princess clearly instructed the servants to do so. Xiao Chang'e, taken aback, replied, "But Miss Lu, were you not standing right beside me when I fell in? You must have seen where my belongings dropped. After I fell, I lost consciousness and cannot recall the specifics. Isn't it easier for you to retrieve it rather than trying to explain to the servants?" Lu Yuyan wanted to argue, How could I have seen anything fall from you? She felt slighted, being asked to simply check where it fell rather than dive in herself. Yet she was still reluctant. Xiao Qiang hurriedly added, if you manage to find it, I would be delighted to present the other half of the jade ring to the Grand Princess. I am certain that with your cleverness, Miss Lu, you will succeed. And I shall congratulate the Grand Princess on acquiring a treasured pair. This implied that if Lu Yuyan could not find it, it would suggest she did not wish to part with the treasure for the Grand Princess. This made the Grand Princess beam with delight, her smile broadening. This Xiao girl certainly knows how to be considerate. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan felt a wave of discontent wash over her, not one to back down easily. She countered, Sister Xiao, please do not speak so definitively. I did not see anything fall from you that day. Just then, a servant's voice interrupted from outside. Your Highness, the young master has arrived, cutting off Lu Yuyan's words. Xiao Qiang pretended not to hear and turned respectfully to stand. Murong Jinyan entered wearing simple attire, accompanied by a woman who bore a striking resemblance to him, with delicate features and an indifferent demeanor. Despite being middle-aged, her face showed no signs of aging. Xiao Qiang glanced at the Grand Princess and then at Murong Jinyan, instantly understanding why he was so handsome. It was clearly inherited, except for the Grand Princess. Everyone in the room knelt respectfully, greeting, we pay our respects to the Grand Princess and the young master. The woman known as the Grand Princess remained calm, casting a fleeting glance over the group before slowly approaching her. Saying daughter-in-law pays her respects to Mother Dame. The Grand Princess appeared somewhat distant, merely acknowledging her with a curt sound. Everyone, rise. Murong Jinyan wore a warm smile as he entered, bowing to the Grand Princess, stating grandson wishes to pay his respects to grandmother. Yes, Murong Jinyan replied softly, moving gracefully to the Grand Princess's side. Xiao Qiang recalled the elderly gentleman who had treated her illness. The esteemed young master paying homage to such an old man as a mentor would surely irk the Grand Princess. A woman so steeped in materialism, indeed, a flicker of disdain crossed her face, yet she maintained a benevolent tone. It is good for a young man to venture out and gain experience. However, Jinyan, I must impart a word of caution. Our royal household is not like that of ordinary families. Many seek to cultivate relationships with us. You must learn to discern the unscrupulous. This statement seemed somewhat biased, yet Murong Jinyan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Grandson will heed grandmother's teachings. The Grand Princess nodded. Pleased that her grandson was so compliant, she turned to grasp Lu Yuyan's hand, her face beaming. Come here, Lu girl. Lu Yuyan approached Murong Jinyan. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she smiled shyly. I request the young master to deliver a letter home for me. I wonder if my father has any messages for me to relay. The crowd exchanged curious glances, sensing an unusual dynamic between the two. Was there a deeper connection? Xiao Qiang found it amusing. It seemed Lu Yuyan was inquiring what her father thought of her letter, or perhaps what he thought of Murong Jinyan. How peculiar, for it appeared that no one had actually sent the letter. Just then, Yu interjected discontentedly. Oh, Miss Lu, please walk slowly. Your cousin's feet are delicate and cannot withstand much pressure. Xiao Qiang raised an eyebrow, silently giving Yu a thumbs up, nearly breaking into a smile but managing to restrain herself. She scrutinized Lu Yuyan, who, likely due to a mix of anger and embarrassment, had a flushed face and a displeased expression. Overall, she was still quite attractive, though a bit more voluptuous than average. Has your health improved since your fall into the water? Xiao Qiang chuckled, only to be surprised when Murong Jinyan addressed her. Even the Grand Princess, who had been indifferent to the assembly, cast her gaze upon Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang lowered her head and smiled. Thank you for your concern, young master. After taking the medicine from divine Dr. Xia, I have fully recovered. Murong Jinyan regarded her, a gentle smile gracing his refined features. Why be so formal? Just call me cousin. Cousin? The Grand Princess snorted lightly, casting a sweeping glance around. Xiao Qiang replied earnestly. Young master jested. We must not disregard the importance of hierarchy. Murong Jinyan smiled silently at Xiao Qiang, then turned away, no longer looking her way. Xiao Qiang glanced at him, noting the faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips, inwardly marveling at his striking good looks. At that moment, the Grand Princess turned her attention to Xiao Qiang, her eyes revealing something beyond mere indifference, softly inquiring, Are you the daughter of the third miss? The Grand Princess appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. I was a close friend of your mother during her lifetime. Should you find anything lacking in the residence, do not hesitate to inform me. Xiao Qiang looked up at the Grand Princess, sensing a cold detachment in her gaze that suggested their relationship was more complex than mere friendship. Nevertheless, she bent slightly and replied, Yes, I thank the Grand Princess. Humph. The Grand Princess's expression hardened. What? Am I not allowed to prepare a few sets of clothing and jewelry for my younger relatives? Her tone was less than cordial. This daughter-in-law had always been someone she did not acknowledge, but her son had insisted on bringing her in with great fanfare. As a mother-in-law, she felt a deep-seated resentment. Yet her son had indulged her to an extreme, making it almost unheard of for a grand household to have only one wife. This woman had been in the family for many years, neglecting all household affairs, relying on the prince's favor. 5 years ago, she had moved directly into the purity temple. Mother-in-law, you speak too harshly, the grand princess replied coolly, clearly dismissing her. All younger generations are treated equally. You have only prepared for Miss Lu and forgotten about Miss Xiao. The distinction between Miss Lu and Miss Xiao was painfully clear. This daughter-in-law fears that outsiders may claim you show favoritism towards your cousin, tarnishing the reputation of the royal household. Reputation? The Omping princess had resided in the purity temple for 5 years. When had she cared for the reputation of the royal house? Yet, her words left no room for rebuttal. For who could dare oppose the matriarch? The grand princess frowned, her demeanor dimming. After all, she had just received a jade ring from Miss Xiao. She awkwardly stated, "It is not that I have only prepared for Miss Lu." She glanced at Xiao Chang'e, signaling her not to take offense. "I also plan to prepare something for Miss Xiao, but the shopkeepers below are overwhelmed, so I intended to assist Miss Lu first before attending to Miss Xiao." The grand princess shot a glance at Xiao Chang'e and added, "It will be the same item." "The same item?" The grand princess chuckled lightly, then ordered Fian, "Go tell the shopkeepers to double the order for what is being prepared for the cousin." "What?" Everyone present was taken aback, while Lu Yiyan looked at Xiao Chang'e with jealousy in her eyes. Murong Jinyan appeared puzzled, and even Xiao Chang'e herself was astonished. What was the meaning of this? The grand princess spoke leisurely. "In addition to what we have here, have the shopkeepers make an additional set of clothing and jewelry for the cousin, and take her along to choose." Fian acknowledged. "Yes." The grand princess slammed her hand down heavily on the soft couch, displeased. "Just now, you said we must not allow outsiders to say I show favoritism towards the Omping royal house. Yet here, Miss Lu and Miss Xiao are being treated so unequally. What is the meaning of this?" With this declaration, Lu Yuyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, looking utterly pitiful. The princess maintained her usual air of indifference, her brows slightly furrowed, speaking with a hint of disdain. "Naturally, I wish to choose the finest garments for my cousin at the Omping Wangfu, especially since Qiangu is soon to enter the palace for selection. As for Miss Lu, procuring clothing and accessories is primarily the responsibility of the Lu family. However, given that she currently resides in our estate, it is only fitting that my mother consents to provide her with funds for her attire. As a daughter-in-law, I cannot voice any objections. The Wangfu is vast and prosperous, and it would be inappropriate for my mother to draw from her personal savings for this purpose. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to assist Miss Lu with her garments." "Equality?" The princess raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Yatu is a cousin of our Wangfu, while Miss Lu's mother, how does this equate?" Upon uttering these words, the gathered crowd was left astounded, having long heard of the princess's domineering demeanor within the Wangfu, showing little regard for anyone. Yet, none anticipated that she would so brazenly dismiss others. Miss Lu Yuyan was present, and her remark struck not only her but also indirectly insulted the esteemed Wang Fei. Xiao Qiangu discreetly wiped her brow, pondering whether the princess was not courting enmity for herself. It was blatant that she was belittling Lu Yuyan's status, implying that the Wangfu provided for her needs solely out of familial ties. Whereas for Lu Yuyan it was merely a matter of whim. Thus, while she felt wronged, she could only swallow her grievances. Furthermore, Lu Yuyan's connection was also derived from the Wang Fei's influence. This statement, ostensibly in support of herself, posed the risk of offending many as she still resided within the Omping Wangfu. Was the princess truly aiding her by making her favoritism so apparent? Only He Yu found satisfaction in the princess's words. Relishing the sight of Lu Yuyan's pale expression, although Xiao Qiangu harbored doubts about the princess's intentions, she acknowledged the assistance received and replied coolly, "Those who demean others will ultimately bring disgrace upon themselves, and consequently, others will regard them in the same light." As for Lu Yuyan, she need not be given further thought. "It is not worth my ire." He Yu, taken aback, mused on how the young lady had taken on such an ethereal disposition. Then with a sly smile, Xiao Qiangu continued, "Of course, should she remain unrepentant, we might occasionally need to impart a lesson." He Yu rolled her eyes, incredulous at the newfound benevolence of her mistress, who seemed so easily to let those who antagonized her off the hook. At that moment, they spotted Murong Jinyan approaching, clad in plain garments, his shoulders draped with a warm silver fox fur. His gentle gaze rested upon Xiao Qiangu, his lips curling into a warm smile. Upon seeing him, Xiao Qiangu quickly concealed her mischievous grin, bending into a respectful bow. "Greetings, young master. Didn't we just agree to be informal?" "Just call me cousin," Murong Jinyan replied with a smirk, clearly recalling the playful expression that had danced across her face moments prior, reminiscent of a little red-tailed fox. Xiao Qiangu, unsure of Murong Jinyan's stance, continued with pleasantries. "As I mentioned earlier, we must not disrupt the hierarchy of age and status." Lowering her head, she suddenly heard a light chuckle from him, followed by his elegantly defined, jade-like hand gently pinching her cheek. "Neither too hard nor too soft disruption of hierarchy. Then perhaps I should inform grandmother that I ought to give you a good scolding for your earlier remarks about teaching someone a lesson?" Murong Jinyan teased, radiating a jovial spirit. Xiao Qiangu concluded that since the young master could jest with her, he likely would not report her transgressions. Thus, she freed herself from his grasp and covered her face, saying, "You are a young master now. Surely you must not act so childishly as to pinch your cousin's cheek." Murong Jinyan, having just reached his youth, found her words amusing, replying, "I was already a young master at a month old, and I recall playing with you as a child. Why cannot I pinch you now?" "It is because I worry that others might see you and laugh at you," Xiao Qiangu retorted. "You care about how others perceive me?" Murong Jinyan inquired, locking his gaze onto her, a playful smile gracing his lips. Xiao Qiangu shot a questioning look at Hiyu, only to find her standing at a distance. Deliberately avoiding her gaze, deep in thought, Murong Jinyan observed her, a flicker of confusion crossing his typically cheerful eyes as he regarded Xiao Qiangu with a detached interest. Just then, a matron from the princess's side arrived to alleviate the awkwardness. Bowing slightly, the matron respectfully announced, "The princess has instructed that the invitations for the court's talented ladies, along with materials from the Chong Tai Rong family, be delivered to Kongyi Courtyard. We kindly ask the young lady to proceed for review." "So soon?" Xiao Qiangu mused internally, realizing that Kongyi Courtyard was her own residence, while Lu Yuyan was situated next to the Wang Fei's quarters in Chongshi Courtyard. "Indeed," Murong Jinyan nodded. Offering no further words, "You must take care not to catch a chill. Look at how lightly you are dressed," he added with concern. Having not anticipated snow that morning, she wore only a thin garment. Initially finding it bearable, however, at his warning, she felt a sudden chill. Shivering involuntarily since he was her cousin, she felt comfortable enough to draw the fox fur closer around herself, grinning as she exhaled a misty breath into the winter air. "Cousin, I truly believe you are different from others, ditto?" Murong Jinyan raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to elaborate. "You remind me of my mother," Xiao Qiangu said with a silly laugh. "Hey, you." Murong Jinyan's expression shifted dramatically, pretending to reach for her cheek again, only for her to evade him with a playful giggle. "One must be broad-minded, just as the young master should be. Do not take offense with that," she laughed and danced away, leaving footprints in the snow. Upon entering Kongyi Courtyard, Xiao Qiangu was taken aback by the numerous stacked boxes. As she surveyed the scene while seeking a place to step, she inwardly sighed, contemplating that the princess might be planning to select her as a candidate for the imperial consort. Even preparing a dowry, Hiyu managed to maintain her composure, while those inexperienced maids were utterly astonished, unable to tear their eyes away from the mountain of boxes. "Oh dear Miss Cousin, how long we have awaited your arrival. The princess instructed us to hurry with the preparations." A well-groomed middle-aged woman, her hair styled in a conical bun, warmly grasped Xiao Qianji's hand, speaking in an affectionate tone, likely the proprietor of Chong Tai Rong. "The princess has declared that we have no daughters in the Wangfu. So we shall prepare your bridal trousseau according to the standards for the Wangfu's daughters. Please, feel free to choose from these, and those over there." Chapter 6. A decision to enter the palace. Chong Tai Rong's representative gestured towards the silks and satins held by the attendants in the courtyard. Just as Xiao Qiangu settled into a seat, more young ladies rushed in from either side of the door, each carrying a stack of the latest fashionable materials. Xiao Qiangu perused the offerings, selecting a few elegant and refined pieces, alongside some flamboyant and alluring garments, while the remainder would be prepared as gifts for Lu Yuyan. Regardless of the Chong Tai Rong representative's enthusiastic pitches, she remained reserved, merely requesting that they be shown to the princess for her approval, adding that the princess could select any additional pieces she wished. After all, this was merely a selection process for the palace, not a bridal dowry, and there was no need for excessive extravagance. Furthermore, as a cousin, she needed to be mindful of propriety. The princess's favor had already allowed her a few more choices, but to presume upon that favor would be ill-advised. After all, she still resided under another's roof, and such behavior would reflect poorly on her character. Seeing her reluctance, the Chong Tai Rong representative had no choice but to plead for a few additional accessories. They also included some economical fabrics, intended for He-yu and her companions, leaving them overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly falling to their knees in thanks. Xiao Qiangu waved her hand, disinterested in the clothing. Yet intrigued by the invitations for the talented ladies from the palace, which she examined closely. There were two categories of ladies entering the palace, those of exceptional beauty and noble lineage destined for the role of consort, and those who had received invitations but lacked the looks or background to be favored by the emperor. Relegated to serving as palace maids, however, palace maids were permitted to participate in examinations each year. With successful candidates awarded titles as female officials, this prospect stirred her thoughts that as a young woman, despite residing in the Wangfu, she possessed little of her own and was merely a cousin within the household, destined to become a political pawn in marriage. Moreover, with her father's vengeance yet to be fulfilled and her second chance at life, how could she remain complacent while those who had wronged her thrived? Over the past few days she had contemplated her situation carefully. She wished to enter the palace, not as a consort but to become a female official. The question remained, how could she evading Jin's scrutiny and manage to be among the palace maids? She found herself vexed, for all talented ladies must first be vetted by the emperor in the grand hall to determine which would receive invitations, while the rest would be eligible to select palace maids. She approached the mirror, examining her reflection. Though she could not compare to her former life's unparalleled beauty, she still had a certain charm. What if she were chosen as a consort? The thought of Jin marrying a bevy of plump women made her chuckle. In that case, who would dominate the bedchamber, the fierce consort or the emperor? However, observing Lu Yuyan's apparent disinterest in becoming a consort, she noted instead the girl's fascination with Murong Jinyan. From the moment Murong Jinyan made his appearance, her eyes seemed almost to wish to remain permanently affixed upon him. She even went so far as to deliberately summon Murong Jinyan to the Lu family. Quite amusing indeed. Xiao Qiangu propped her chin upon her hand, resting it against the dressing table, contemplating that perhaps the grand princess was still oblivious to the fact that her granddaughter had taken a liking to her own grandson. This thought caused Xiao Qiangu to inadvertently lean against the dressing table and drift into slumber. Time passed swiftly, and before she knew it, the hour of the tiger had arrived. The winter nights fell early, and the maidservants had already entered to light the candles in the room. He turned to leave but was halted by Xiao Qiangu's voice. Wait a moment. What else does the young lady require? He turned back, puzzled. Xiao Qiangu stepped closer. I ask you, if the grand princess holds me in such disdain, why does it seem that the heir is so fond of me? He chuckled, saying, the princess does regard you, my lady. Within the palace, the princess's word is paramount. What does it matter if the grand princess does not favor us? She is not the mistress here. At merely 13 years of age, Xiao Qiangu would soon come of age. Yet, the sight of He-yu adorned with hairpins indicated that she had already reached that milestone. He-yu was taken aback by the sudden chill in Xiao Qiangu's demeanor. The young lady, having been raised in the care of others, naturally possessed a cold temperament, yet today there was an air of frosty severity that rendered one almost fearful. Stealing a glance at Xiao Qiangu, He-yu noticed her expression remained unchanged, prompting her to continue. I later heard the heir mention that you are the sister he cherishes in this life. He shall always treat you well. Though there had been instances of cousins developing affections for one another, Xiao Qiangu still found herself unaccustomed to such notions. However, as she inhabited the body of the original owner, she feared that further explanations would only complicate matters. Leaving her somewhat flushed with embarrassment, observing Xiao Qiangu's change in complexion, He-yu hurriedly added, I did not intend to eavesdrop, please forgive me. Coughing lightly, Xiao Qiangu cleared her throat. Is there anyone else aware of this matter? No, there is no one, He-yu quickly assured. I have never spoken of it to anyone. The moment those words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she not just compelled Xiao Qiangu to take action against her? If only she were to be reassigned, no one would ever know that. A nervous glance was cast toward Xiao Qiangu. Xiao Qiangu nodded. Very well. Do not speak of today's events to anyone. Go fetch our evening meal. Huh? He-yu looked at her in surprise, taken aback that the young lady had not reprimanded her. A sense of unease crept in, fearing that Xiao Qiangu might secretly harbor intentions against her. Thus she remained kneeling and did not rise. Is there something else? Xiao Qiangu arched an eyebrow. He-yu, still kneeling, replied, I truly did not mean to eavesdrop. I merely spoke too freely. I beg you not to sell me off. In affluent households, when a servant errs, it is the master who holds the contract and sells the offender. Yet, for those who have made mistakes, unless under special circumstances, most other households would not employ them. Hence those dismissed typically find themselves either sold to brothels or forced into arduous labor. This was the root of He-yu's fear. Why? He-yu momentarily failed to grasp the implications. It seemed that the original owner rarely employed such a tone with others. Leaving He Yu stunned and nodding earnestly. Finally, Xiao Chang'e clapped her hands. Enough, go fetch my meal now, unless you intend for me to get it myself. Only then did He Yu hastily exit the Kongyi courtyard. Outside, the snow fell in thick layers, promising to deepen. Xiao Chang'e gazed at her somewhat rough hands and then swept her gaze across the shabby room, pondering silently. In the dead of winter, being cast aside as if one were flung into a river would surely evoke no inquiry. Life under the care of others must indeed be arduous. This morning, she had found the jade bracelet intended for the Grand Princess among the original owner's personal belongings, suggesting that it had held great significance to her in life. The thought brought a smile. When one is struggling to survive, how could they care for such trivial possessions? Humph! The maidservant by Lu Yuyan's side, the one who had deceived Xiao Chang'e into visiting the Grand Princess's quarters that morning, rolled her eyes at He Yu, exclaiming, "What kind of maid are you? You act as if you have not seen the young lady at all." Utterly lacking in decorum, Lu Yuyan was equally displeased, shooting a sharp glance, though she maintained the demeanor of a refined young lady. Our esteemed mistress is the direct cousin of the royal family. What do we count as? Just a mere young lady with no connections, and even the servants disregard you. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Zhao Mama, who had accompanied them, a trusted elder in the Grand Princess's service, quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. "Oh dear cousin, what are you saying? The Grand Princess has always regarded you as her own granddaughter. Do not utter such words again." Chapter 7. An eye for an eye. As Lu Yuyan dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, she performed a respectful gesture toward Zhao Mama. "What is the meaning of this, dear cousin? You must not do this. It would be too much for me." Lu Yuyan ceased her weeping and nodded. "The elder must take care. Please do hurry along." Once Zhao Mama had departed, the maid who had spoken earlier stepped forward and asked, "Miss, shall we let this matter go?" After placing the items on the table, she turned to leave for the dining area when suddenly, Xiao Chang'e slammed her chopsticks down and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" The demeanor expected of a noble young lady had long since been discarded. He Yu, utterly bewildered by the sudden commotion, turned to see several red and black cockroaches crawling out of Xiao Chang'e's bowl, with a few deceased ones lying within. Furious, Xiao Chang'e's face flushed a deep red. How could there be vermin in the food? How absurd! I was just about to eat, and to uncover such a revolting sight is infuriating. He Yu too felt anger rise. When I retrieved it from the princess, it was perfectly fine. This must have been tampered with along the way. Xiao Chang'e nodded, fully aware that the Grand Princess would never stoop to such tactics against her and the entirety of the Omping Wangfu. The only one cunning enough to orchestrate this was none other than Lu Yuyan. With a steely gaze, Xiao Chang'e declared, "The only person I brought from the Xiao family is you. The rest were gifts from the household, and the contracts do not lie with me. The servants in Kongyi courtyard serve under me. They know precisely who they are dealing with. So I suggest you reflect carefully on who has handled this food box." As she spoke, He Yu felt a surge of indignation, rolling up her sleeves to confront the two troublesome maidservants. Those two little wretches, always plotting against the young lady, filled with malice. Chonglan. Chongzhu? Xiao Chang'e pondered a moment, then inquired which courtyard did they originally serve. At this question He Yu recalled, gritting her teeth. They were formerly among the four maidservants, Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu, serving in Changxi courtyard. They were sent here after committing a mistake. Xiao Chang'e smirked coldly. It seems Lu Yuyan fears my eyesight may not be keen, hence she has gone to such lengths to season my food, lest I fail to notice and partake. He Yu was incensed. That shameless young lady, repeatedly bullying us, truly believes we are afraid of her. Just wait until I deal with them. Xiao Chang'e readily detected the implication in He Yu's words. Go fetch those two maidservants and bring back a couple of dead mice from the kitchen. Fixing her gaze on the bowl of food before her, Xiao Chang'e's expression darkened. Leave it here. I shall still eat it later. Eat? Who will be eating it? He Yu was momentarily dazed but soon grasped the intent, hurrying outside. How dare they bully her? Not long after, He Yu returned, leading Chonglan and Chongzhu, along with a handful of other servants who stood by the door, blocking entry, and assuming a posture reminiscent of her father interrogating prisoners. The atmosphere was charged, and Xiao Chang'e maintained an air of calm authority, her hand rhythmically tapping on the table. After a while, as she watched the cold sweat trickle down the two maidservants' brows, she finally spoke unhurriedly. I hear you are quite pleased with the rewards bestowed by this young lady. Is that so? Yes, yes indeed. The two exchanged glances, hastily responding after all this commotion. I have yet to eat a single bite. Have you both dined? Upon the mention of food, they grew tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Each adopting a facade of silence, He Yu stepped forward, delivering two sharp slaps to the pair. The young lady is addressing you. Why remain mute? The two maidservants jolted at the sound, meeting Xiao Chang'a's piercing gaze. Their bodies quaking with trepidation. "You, present the food before them," Xiao Chang'a commanded coldly. Upon hearing her order, Yu placed the dishes in front of Changlan and Changzhu, the two kneeling maidservants. Upon seeing the dishes still teeming with cockroaches, turned pale, instinctively retreating. As Yu set down the chopsticks, they hesitated, unwilling to touch the repulsive meal. Observing their reluctance, Yu's expression soured further. "The meal bestowed by the young lady is being ignored. Do you find it lacking in quality or what? There are cockroaches in here. How can one possibly eat?" "Changlan, you must be bolder," voicing your discontent without realizing that your actions have already been exposed. With a sense of unjustified bravado, her words, however, grew increasingly hollow under Xiao Chang'a's icy gaze, until she ultimately fell silent. "Cousin, I have brought you the mouse servants you requested." A young servant entered the room, his voice preceding his presence. Upon stepping inside, he quickly sensed the tense atmosphere and internally lamented that he had come at an inopportune moment. If he were to become the scapegoat, it would be a grave injustice. Thus he hesitated at the doorway, unable to advance or retreat. Xiao Chang'a's eyes fell upon the young servant, who held a mahogany tray covered with cloth, concealing the mice within. "You, place all the mice you have caught into that bowl," Xiao Chang'a instructed, gesturing towards the young man and then at the dishes laid before the two kneeling figures. The servant, quick-witted, realized he had not drawn their ire and felt a weight lift from his heart. He approached the two, lifted the cloth, and taking the tails of several mice, placed them individually into the bowl. "Since you disdain the meals I have provided, I have arranged for a more suitable feast for you. Are you satisfied now?" Xiao Chang'a's eyes grew sharp, causing the surrounding servants and maids to bow their heads low. The atmosphere turned chillingly tense. At that moment, she was utterly terrified, forgetting Xiao Chang'a's presence entirely. Already paralyzed by the fear of mice, the sight of the dead creatures left her in a state of utter panic. Changlan, though frightened, exhibited a steadiness that Changzhu lacked, yet her pale countenance betrayed her inner trepidation. Changzhu attempted to flee but was seized by Yu, who flung her to the ground. Xiao Chang'a remained unfazed by the scene. Most people feared mice, but having faced death, she regarded such creatures as nothing more than a mild nuisance. "Cousin, I have committed no wrong yet am treated thus. Should this reach the ears of the Grand Princess, I wonder how she would perceive you." Clearly, Changlan had regained her composure, being inherently more astute than Changzhu. She quickly devised a strategy. Her words were laden with veiled threats, which Yu sensed immediately. Without hesitation, she approached and slapped her, exclaiming, "Who gave you the audacity to threaten our cousin? What I spoke was not a threat, but mere truth. As long as our cousin does not wish to cultivate a negative impression in the Grand Princess's eyes, she shall be unharmed today." This thought further calmed her heart. Chapter 8. The instigation fails yet. Unbeknownst to her, this matter had already struck a nerve with Xiao Chang'a. Even if she invoked the Grand Princess, it would be of no use. "You are clever, using the Grand Princess as leverage against me. But your cunning has been misplaced, since you refused to eat." Xiao Chang'a scanned the room. Noting how the gathered servants and maids were cowed by her tone, she realized her objective had been achieved. But she would not let Changzhu and Changlan escape unscathed. Those who betrayed their master were her greatest disdain. Rising from her seat, Xiao Chang'a slowly approached the two kneeling figures. Amused by their expressive faces, "Spare your lives? Humph, I have no intention of taking your lives. Consume these and you may leave. I doubt there is room for traitors like you in my Kongyi courtyard." "Cousin," Changlan attempted to plead her case, but Xiao Chang'a was no longer willing to listen. "Since you refuse to eat on your own, I shall have someone force it down your throats." At this, Changlan's head snapped up in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. This cousin, who typically adhered to the rules of the residence, had never been overly punitive towards errant servants. She had only sought to curry favor with Lu Yuyan in hopes of gaining a foothold. "You force this food into their mouths, then expel them from here," Xiao Chang'a casually commanded. All the servants present were intimidated by Xiao Chang'a's demeanor. None dared to defy her orders, quickly moving to comply. "I want to eat. Get away. Get away." Fear finally gripped Changlan as she retreated from the bowl of mice and cockroaches held by the young servants. "Please spare me, cousin. I was coerced." Changzhu, panicking, looked to the approaching servant and then to Xiao Chang'a, pleading for mercy. She had indeed been coerced. Her naturally timid disposition had led her to follow Changlan after inadvertently witnessing her with Lu Yuyan. Those creatures would not be fatal, merely repulsive, likely causing a few days of discomfort. Xiao Chang'a wished to say no more, watching as the two were forced to consume the dead cockroaches mixed with their food. Gasping and coughing violently, she finally spoke, "Enough, drag them out." Once the young servants withdrew, Chong Zhu and Chong Lan began to retch, their surroundings a chaotic mess that as they were dragged away, Chong Lan's eyes bore into Xiao Qianga, as if trying to etch a hole into her very being. Coincidentally, Xiao Qianga's gaze inadvertently met Chong Lan's, filled with hatred, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Has she taken a grudge against me? Understandable, given such treatment. As the two were cast out of Kongyi courtyard, Xiao Qianga followed, leaving only a few maids behind to clean up. Having witnessed this display, I hope you shall not disappoint me in the future. Otherwise, now standing on the elevated platform, she exuded the authority of her former life as an empress, her words hanging ominously, instilling trepidation in all present. Should any further betrayals arise, they shall be promptly delivered to the Grand Princess. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not relax. Rather, they grew more tense. To be sent to the Grand Princess, coupled with the label of betrayal from their cousin, was a fate they dared not contemplate. After all, the Grand Princess was hardly a benevolent figure. One could hardly question why the prince had yet to take a concubine. You need not be afraid. Simply perform your duties without yielding to others' commands. And I shall not trouble you. You go prepare the meals. I shall dine in the side chamber. Just as Xiao Qianga began her meal, news of the events in Kongyi courtyard reached the Grand Princess. Albeit with the details of the incident carefully obscured by those with ulterior motives, the young lady had forced Chong Lan and Chong Zhu to consume the food, expelling them from Kongyi courtyard. Serving as a cautionary tale for the other servants, the tale of her expelling them soon reached the Grand Princess's ears, who reproached her for lacking grace. Lu Yuyan, ever the instigator, added fuel to the fire. The young lady defended her actions, asserting that the two did not understand their place as servants, rendering them speechless. Dear aunt, perhaps Xiao's sister acted impulsively, imposing undue severity upon these servants, Lu Yuyan said affectionately. Leaning closer to the Grand Princess, softly speaking words that seemed to absolve Xiao Qianga as this severity. It is clearly a desire to take their lives. Perhaps Xiao's sister forgot that punishment for servants must first be reported to the head matron. Lu Yuyan continued her charade, feigning concern for Xiao Qianga while subtly inciting the Grand Princess's dissatisfaction towards her. Hearing Lu Yuyan's words, the Grand Princess grew increasingly convinced that Xiao Qianga disdained her authority. In truth, it was a matter of no consequence if one dealt with their own servants. Reporting to the head matron was merely a formality. Yet, Lu Yuyan's remark stoked the Grand Princess's grievances against Xiao Qianga. Xiao Mama, summon Xiao Qianga for me. I wish to see just how arrogant she can be. Xiao Qianga had barely begun her meal when she was summoned by Xiao Mama, finding no peace in the evening. Following Xiao Mama, her expression remained stern. Upon entering, she caught sight of Lu Yuyan's triumphant smile directed at her. Xiao Qianga could not be bothered to engage. She had no desire to vie for favor with the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess, observing Xiao Qianga's sullen demeanor, perceived it as disrespect. Recalling Lu Yuyan's words, she became dissatisfied, slamming her hand onto the table and rising. Xiao girl, your lack of decorum is becoming increasingly evident. Look at how you have reduced these people. The Grand Princess directed her displeasure at her, beckoning towards the side screen, from which Chong Lan and Chong Zhu emerged, now clad in clean garments. Their pallor and swollen lips particularly pronounced, especially Chong Zhu, who bore a bandage on her forehead, prompting speculation about the injustice they had endured. It was precisely because of these injuries that the Grand Princess's dissatisfaction intensified. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qianga raised an eyebrow. Chong Zhu and Chong Lan, upon noticing her gaze, instinctively recoiled, which only fueled the Grand Princess's ire. While I am here, let it be known that no one shall bully you. The Grand Princess typically would not concern herself with such trivial matters, nor would she feel compassion for these maidservants. However, she perceived this incident as Xiao Qianga's lack of respect, as a personal affront, prompting her to impulsively defend the two maidservants, lowering her own dignity. Perhaps you might explain why you subjected these two maidservants to such treatment, forcing them to eat cockroaches and mice. Is this truly fit for human consumption? Observing Xiao Qianga's indignant demeanor, the Grand Princess quickly sensed something amiss. Her tone softening slightly, the two individuals replaced the meal bestowed by the princess with the cockroaches I had intended for them. Should the Grand Princess choose to punish Qiangu for this, she would have no objections. However, the sight of the plate filled with cockroaches is undeniably repulsive. Moreover, I cannot associate with those who betray their masters. If the Grand Princess feels pity for them, she may keep them. As for the reason behind this, it is indeed my fault for not inquiring thoroughly. The Grand Princess, speaking with a stiff demeanor, exhibited not a trace of remorse for having wronged anyone, yet, her pent-up anger had to find a target, landing squarely on Chong Lan and Chong Zhu, her gaze as fierce as if she wished to devour them whole. Such traitors are not welcome in my presence. Zhao Mama, have these two sold off. The elder Mama under the Grand Princess's command acted decisively. Before the two could plead for mercy, their mouths were silenced. And they were dragged away with the matter resolved. Qiangu chose not to disturb the Grand Princess's rest. After a slight bow, Xiao Qiangu withdrew. Subsequently, the Grand Princess's demeanor towards Lu Yuyan soured. As the embarrassment was palpable, the Grand Princess's attitude further fueled Lu Yuyan's resentment towards Xiao Qiangu. Upon reaching Kongyi courtyard, she lost her appetite for the meal and, after washing up, fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, a maidservant from the princess sought out Xiao Qiangu to bring her to the princess's quarters. Filled with curiosity, Xiao Qiangu accompanied He Yu. Qiangu, the slots for the upcoming selection of young ladies have been finalized, and you are among them. Please choose a few mamas to assist you, as it will facilitate your duties within the palace. The princess had helped her yesterday, and upon reflection it seemed the princess was genuinely concerned for her. Thank you, Your Highness. There is no need for such formalities between us. When did we become so distant? With your parents gone, our only kin now lies within the royal residence. These matters are to be arranged, that I shall refrain from further comments. The princess's kindness will be etched in my heart. The palace is not like the royal residence. Trivial squabbles occur frequently here. You must exercise caution in your words and actions. The inner palace is complex, and human nature is unpredictable. Avoid placing your trust in others too readily. Do you understand? The princess guided Xiao Qiangu to sit beside her and imparted the wisdom of surviving in the inner palace. Xiao Qiangu listened attentively, having experienced the intricacies of the inner palace in her past life. Xiao Qiangu was well aware of the treacherous paths that lay ahead, rivaling the tumult of court politics. Chapter 9. Teaching etiquette. Xiao Qiangu absorbed the princess's teachings, which, although familiar to her, she regarded with patience. The princess was quite pleased with her demeanor. Lu Yuyan also rose early, first paying respects to the Grand Princess. However, the Grand Princess was not her usual amiable self. Her gaze bore a hint of reproach. After retiring the previous night, the Grand Princess had pondered the events and realized that had it not been for Lu Yuyan's whispered words, she would never have defended those two maidservants, especially those who betrayed their masters. If word got out, her reputation would be severely tarnished. Having lost face before the Grand Princess, Lu Yuyan did not join her for breakfast as she usually would. Back in her chamber, she partook of her morning meal, yet the Grand Princess's earlier demeanor lingered in her mind, causing her to absent-mindedly poke at her food. Finally, she slammed her chopsticks down on the table, losing all desire to continue eating, prompting the servants to clear the dishes away. Her trusted maid Qing Huan approached to console her. Miss, are you feeling unwell due to the Grand Princess's attitude this morning? Yet, Qing Huan was the maid carefully selected by her mother, and her strategy was almost instinctual. Rumor had it that Xiao Qiangu had grown close to the young master. Hearing this, Lu Yuyan shot a glance at Qing Huan, muttering, you know well the nature of my relationship with Xiao Qiangu. Oh dear miss, such relations can be mended. Besides, she will soon enter the palace. Do not fear she will steal the young master from you. Furthermore, by fostering a closer relationship with Xiao Qiangu, you might alter the Grand Princess's perception of you. What is there to lose? Upon reflection, Lu Yuyan recognized the merit in this twofold strategy. Although Xiao Qiangu was somewhat detestable, the thought of the young master made such concerns trivial. Very well, I shall invite her for an outing today. Arriving outside Xiao Qianji's courtyard, she discovered her absence. After inquiring with the maidservants, she learned that Xiao Qiangu had been summoned to the princess's quarters early that morning. Thus, she turned and headed toward the princess's chambers, coincidentally encountering Xiao Qiangu as she exited with the chosen mamas. Noticing Xiao Qianji's deliberate avoidance of her, Lu Yuyan felt a surge of indignation but suppressed it for the sake of the young master. Xiao Mei, wait. Xiao Qiangu halted, turning with a sardonic smile. Lu Yuyan, what mischief are you up to now? There are no others present. There is no need for pretense. Having endured once, Lu Yuyan stepped forward, grasping Xiao Qianji's hand. Xiao Mei, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I am here to apologize, hoping we can bury the hatchet. As Lu Yuyan clung to her in a feigned display of contrition, Xiao Qiangu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Just yesterday, Lu Yuyan was eager to witness her embarrassment, yet today she sought reconciliation. Who would believe such a transformation? What, is Xiao Mei unwilling? Of course not. I am more than willing to bury the hatchet, she replied, though inwardly she fortified her defenses against Lu Yuyan. She sought neither reconciliation nor sisterly affection. She merely desired to coexist peacefully. Wonderful. Indeed, Xiao Qianji's demeanor was markedly less enthusiastic than Lu Yuyan's. Her displeasure nearly spilling over. It was evident that someone had advised Lu Yuyan poorly. Her inability to mask her emotions while attempting to deceive was laughable. After responding, Xiao Qiangu observed Lu Yuyan's hand inching towards hers. And she instinctively recoiled, yet, feigning ignorance of Lu Yuyan's theatrics, she acquiesced, curious as to the motive behind this sudden goodwill. As they strolled through the streets, Lu Yuyan casually remarked, "I hear you and the young master share a cordial relationship. What do you think of him?" Throughout their outing, Lu Yuyan's words made it evident that her intentions were tied to the young master. The young master is handsome and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Being a young master, he is indeed quite admirable. After partaking in lunch, Xiao Qiangu spread rice paper across the table, preparing to practice calligraphy. Since entering the palace as a consort, she had not touched a brush. Her days consumed by the burdens of palace life. Now, with time on her hands, she felt a sudden urge to practice. However, before she could begin, someone from the Grand Princess's quarters arrived. "Miss, the Grand Princess requests your presence." The messenger was Zhao Mama, a senior servant who, despite being in a subordinate position, commanded respect due to her standing with the Grand Princess. Xiao Qiangu set the brush aside and looked up at Zhao Mama, pondering what the Grand Princess might want with her this time. "You will know upon your arrival," Zhao Mama replied, revealing nothing further. Not wishing to press her, Xiao Qiangu rolled up the paper, took Hiyu and followed Zhao Mama to the Grand Princess's chambers. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The Grand Princess sat elevated, flanked by 4 imposing mamas. Notably, Lu Yuyan sat beside the Grand Princess, a rarity that piqued Xiao Qianji's curiosity regarding her summons. "I am uncertain as to why the Grand Princess has called me here. I have leveraged my connections and brought 4 mamas skilled in palace etiquette to instruct you. To prevent any embarrassment upon your entry into the palace." The Grand Princess expressed her satisfaction with these mamas, who were well versed in various ceremonial practices. Although she was not particularly close to Xiao Qiangu, she felt a sense of obligation to maintain the dignity of Omping Manor, especially since Xiao Qiangu was participating in the selection under its name. "Then I must extend my gratitude to the Grand Princess. Might Lu Jia also accompany me for these lessons?" She will not be joining you." The Grand Princess's response was tinged with hesitation. She did not wish for Lu Yuyan to endure the rigors of such instruction. Avoiding Xiao Qianji's gaze, the Grand Princess's demeanor hinted at her reluctance to subject Lu Yuyan to the mama's teachings. For Xiao Qiangu, the intricate rituals posed no challenge. After all, she had not only studied but also practiced them in her previous life. It was rumored that upon learning of this arrangement, the princess quickly dispatched someone to gather portraits of eligible young ladies from various esteemed families, intending to present them to Murong Jinyan for consideration. Lu Yuyan was favored by the Grand Princess, and Xiao Qiangu did not wish to challenge that. Although the Grand Princess doted on Lu Yuyan, any involvement with Murong Jinyan might complicate matters. After all, in the Grand Princess's eyes, Lu Yuyan was merely a source of amusement, while Murong Jinyan was her grandson. In such a comparison, the choice was clear. Any sensible person would opt for the latter. The princess understood this well, and she harbored no concerns regarding the Grand Princess's intentions. Her only worry was that Lu Yuyan, in frustration, might resort to desperate measures. Once the portraits were collected, the princess took them to Murong Jinyan's study. Upon entering, she laid the portraits before him while he was engrossed in military texts. Murong Jinyan regarded the array of portraits with intrigue, a vague notion stirring within him, yet he could not articulate it. "Mother, why have you brought these? You are no longer a child. You have reached the age for marriage. I have gathered portraits of young ladies from esteemed families for you to choose from. Select one to be your primary consort. We may discuss the matter of secondary consorts later." The princess gazed at her son with a warm and affectionate expression. Unbeknownst to her, her son had grown remarkably handsome and talented, standing out even in the royal city. Upon hearing the suggestion of marriage, Murong Jinyan suddenly realized what had just crossed his mind. He had distinctly witnessed such a scene among his friends. Instinctively, he rejected the idea, exclaiming, "Mother, how can you think of marrying me off at my age? I am still just a child." Before he could finish his protest, the princess interrupted him, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach. "Do not insist that you are still a child. The legitimate son of minister's son is of your age, and his son is already running around freely, yet you have not even taken a concubine." "Mother, Murong Jinyan attempted to articulate further, but the disappointment in the princess's gaze rendered him speechless. Observing her son relent, the princess smiled with satisfaction. "Choose from these portraits. Let me know which ones you find appealing, and I shall propose on your behalf. If none are to your liking, I will bring you another stack of portraits tomorrow." Her smile transformed her, instantly rejuvenating her by decades. Murong Jinyan chose to overlook her words. He was not yet ready for marriage, Yet he could not fathom why his mother had suddenly adopted such a firm stance. The princess recognized her son's reluctance to discuss marriage, perceiving it as an attempt to change the subject. However, she pretended not to notice, for he was her most cherished son. Had it not been for Lu Yuyan's presence, she would not have felt compelled to pressure him so. Do you truly believe that without my laughter, I would appear older? Murong Jinyan apologized, feigning contrition, though the smile on his face suggested a playful jest between mother and son. Examine these portraits closely, and inform me if any catch your eye. I shall leave you to your studies, the princess concluded, understanding her son wished to read and refraining from further interruption as she stood to depart. Chapter 10. The refusal of the heir. Once the princess had left, Murong Jinyan's playful demeanor dissipated, replaced by a somber expression. He could not comprehend why his mother was suddenly so insistent. Gazing at the portraits in his hands, he nearly ripped them apart out of frustration. Yet he restrained himself, reminded of his mother's affection. In the afternoon, several maids tidying the garden occasionally paused their work to gossip about recent happenings in the manor. One maid, after ensuring no one was nearby, moved closer to her companions and with a conspiratorial grin, shared the news she had recently gathered. Have you heard? The princess is seeking a bride for the heir. How do you know? Upon hearing such significant news, the maids abandoned their sweeping, leaning on their brooms to chat. I have a friend working in the heir's study. She overheard the princess discussing it with him, even bringing many portraits of beautiful maidens for him to choose from. The maid boasted about her extensive sources, reveling in the admiration reflected in her companion's eyes. However, her moment of pride was abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. What did you say? Repeat that. The maid's words had been overheard by Lu Yuyan, who could hardly believe what she had just heard. The other maids, startled by the sudden appearance of the young lady, quickly curtsied before pretending to busy themselves with their sweeping, although their eavesdropping ears betrayed their curiosity. At that moment, Lu Yuyan had little regard for whether the maids were mocking her. She was solely focused on confirming the truth of the maid's statement. The maid, too frightened to speak, was met with a sharp slap from Qinghuan, who stepped forward and demanded, What did you say? The maid, aggrieved, pouted and lowered her head, reluctantly repeating her earlier words. The princess is seeking a bride for the heir. She took many portraits of young ladies to the heir's study yesterday. But before she could finish, Lu Yuyan delivered another slap across her face. Who told you to speak so carelessly here? In truth, she had already begun to believe the news, yet she was unwilling to accept it. She loved the heir and longed to marry him, yet this was the predicament she found herself in. What I said is the truth. If you do not believe me, send someone to inquire in the study, and you will find out. The maid, having been struck twice, felt a surge of indignation and, recalling Lu Yuyan's awkward position, shouted back. She had not considered that despite Lu Yuyan's current status, she remained the young lady of the household, soon to participate in the palace selection. The other maids, hearing the outburst, instinctively distanced themselves, heads bowed. Lu Yuyan, taken aback by the outburst, would have typically reprimanded the maid in the past, but her heart was now consumed by thoughts of the heir, prompting her to seek information directly from the study. Following this commotion, it became evident to all that Lu Yuyan harbored deep feelings for the heir, though it appeared the princess did not favor her, turning the matter into a source of amusement among the maids. From that day forth, the news of the heir seeking a bride spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Murong Jinyan, having harbored feelings for another, could no longer contain himself after enduring several days of restraint and promptly made his way to Kongyi courtyard. Miss, the heir has come. When He Yu announced the arrival, Xiao Chang'e was busy painting in the courtyard. In her past life, she had been well versed in the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and even had some knowledge of tea ceremonies, as her mother hailed from a scholarly family and held her to higher standards than most noble ladies. However, after ascending to the position of empress, she had lost the leisure to indulge in such pursuits. Now, reborn in this life, everything felt like a dream. These past few days had been exceptionally tranquil. But with her impending selection for the palace, uncertainties loomed. Thoughts of the person within the palace ensnared her in a web of nightmares, leaving her in despair. Fortunately, He Yu's announcement of the heir's arrival jolted her back to reality. Gripping her brush tightly, she inwardly scolded herself. The impact that individual had on her was still profound. She was not as liberated as she had imagined. Upon entering the courtyard, Murong Jinyan looked up to find Xiao Chang'e just setting down her brush. Upon seeing the heir, she offered a faint smile, one that contained layers of meaning beyond Murong Jinyan's comprehension, yet he sensed an air of distance within it. Backlit, Xiao Chang'e appeared almost ethereal, as if she were drifting further away from him. The silence was broken by Xiao Chang'e's voice. What brings you here today, heir? After speaking, she casually seated herself upon a stone bench, directing her gaze toward Hiyu. Serve the tea. Hiyu promptly fetched the now lukewarm tea from the stone table and went to refill it in the side room. The heir's arrival warranted the best tea. Naturally it is it that I may only visit you when I have matters to discuss. Murong Jinyan settled onto the stone bench opposite Xiao Chang'e. Have you ever heard the saying? Xiao Chang'e intended to speak plainly, aiming to cut through the frivolities. What saying? Murong Jinyan observed Xiao Chang'e, noting her lack of the evasive demeanor she had previously displayed, and felt a flicker of joy. While Xiao Chang'e's family circumstances were not ideal, her late mother had been acquainted with his own mother, who held affection for Xiao Chang'e. If she harbored feelings for him, perhaps their union could come to fruition. Recently, it has been widely rumored that Lu Yuyan admires me, prompting my mother to seek a bride for me. What are your thoughts on this matter? It is indeed a good thing. You possess divine grace, are of noble character, and hold a prestigious status. It is only natural for others to be drawn to you, Xiao Chang'e replied slowly, her tone devoid of flattery, as if merely stating a commonplace observation. Lacking any emotional fluctuation, upon hearing Xiao Chang'e's assessment, Murong Jinyan's eyes momentarily brightened. As if she had struck a chord within him, he blurted out, "Does that include you?" Xiao Chang'e shook her head with a gentle smile. "I am not worthy of the heir. Your noble status is beyond my reach." Disagreeing with Xiao Chang'e's sentiment, Murong Jinyan rose, placing his palms on the stone table, leaning forward to gaze down at her. "If your thoughts stem from recent events, I cannot accept this reasoning." His tone was serious, yet to Xiao Chang'e, it bore a hint of condescension, reminiscent of an elder addressing a younger counterpart. Observing Murong Jinyan's earnest demeanor, Xiao Chang'e found him somewhat endearing, but only from the perspective of a senior evaluating a junior. Her expression remained placid, though a subtle smile graced her lips. This reaction left Murong Jinyan momentarily entranced. As if he were under a spell, "Qiangu, would you do me the honor of marrying me?" Xiao Chang'e shook her head and gestured for him to take a seat. Murong Jinyan comprehended her unspoken request and settled down. Yet he did not hear her affirm his proposal. Instead, he saw her shake her head, leading to a sense of frustration that he assumed she hesitated due to his mother's attitude toward Lu Yuyan. "Do not worry about my mother. I shall address these matters. Will you consent to marry me?" Had the original Xiao Chang'e been present, she would have likely responded with joy, yet even if she had, the disparities in their family backgrounds would inevitably become a barrier in their relationship. She was not the original Xiao Chang'e. She would not reach that point, nor would she consent for reasons unknown. As the thought of refusal first arose in her mind, a sharp pain stabbed at her heart. Perhaps it was the lingering consciousness of her former self. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended the true relationship between Xiao Chang'e and Murong Jinyan. "You are the heir, while I am merely an orphan with no parents, utterly unworthy of your status. Jinyan, I am grateful for your profound affection." Jinyan, after speaking, Xiao Chang'e rose and performed a proper bow to Murong Jinyan. Murong Jinyan lifted his gaze and scrutinized Xiao Chang'e's face closely, seemingly attempting to discern whether her words were forced or insincere. However, he was met with disappointment. Xiao Chang'e maintained a polite yet distant smile. So far removed from him. Ultimately, he succumbed to defeat, sweeping away his sleeves as he departed. Little did he realize that the woman he once loved had already been buried beneath the waves. Having just boiled water and brewed tea, Hiyu brought the tea in, only to witness the figure of the heir disappearing into the distance. Setting down the teapot, she poured a cup for her young mistress and inquired with curiosity, "Mistress, have you offended the heir?" "Why, it's nothing," she replied, lifting the cup of tea Hiyu had prepared, blowing gently on it before taking a sip and glancing at Hiyu. "How is the tea I brewed?" "I followed your advice and steeped it once before rebrewing it." Hiyu looked at Xiao Chang'e with anticipation, her eyes sparkling, eager for praise, yet in the next moment, she was met with disappointment as she saw her mistress shake her head. "It's still too strong. You probably only steeped it once. The most exquisite flavor comes from leaves that have been steeped twice." As she spoke of tea, Xiao Chang'e found herself increasingly animated. Hiyu murmured, "I senti it all the same taste regardless?" Xiao Chang'e chuckled at this, setting down her cup and standing, playfully flicking Hiyu's forehead. "You always spouting nonsense." Rubbing her forehead, Hiyu retorted, "That's the truth." Chapter 11. The heir's deep affection. Indeed, you are absolutely right. The jesting was brief, and Hiyu urged, "Please put these things away. Are you not going to paint any more, mistress?" Hiyu probed, having noticed that her mistress had been enthusiastic about painting that morning. Was it the heir who dampened her spirits? It must be said that Hiyu had inadvertently guessed correctly. "Yes, I have lost my mood with that." Xiao Chang'e turned to enter the room as she lifted her head. Sunlight pierced her eyes, causing her to squint, shielding her eyes with one hand. As if trying to see through the brilliance, her other hand gently pressed against her slightly aching chest, where her heart throbbed painfully. Within, she urged herself to accept the truth. Knowing she was unworthy, she ought not to harbor such thoughts. Your pain is my pain, for reasons unknown. Xiao Chang'e felt a sudden lightness wash over her. As if the pain from rejecting Mu Rongjinyan had vanished, as though she had never experienced it at all. Tomorrow marked the day she would enter the palace, yet Xiao Chang'e remained leisurely. Indulging in writing and painting, she was fully aware that the palace was a gilded cage, from which one could not easily extricate oneself, yet she had no choice but to go nonetheless. Xiao Chang'e did not wish to be selected. She aspired to be a lady-in-waiting, determined not to tread the same path as before. Once she resolved this, she decided against competing with others, opting instead to conceal her brilliance, and with clarity, she no longer felt conflicted. Unbeknownst to her, someone was mourning for her in a tavern by the street. Mu Rongjinyan's servant urged him to drink less, yet Mu Rongjinyan paid no heed, carelessly downing cup after cup of wine. Before long, he had emptied a jug, commanding, "Bring me 2 more jars. My lord, you mustn't drink anymore." The servant seized the cup from Mu Rongjinyan's hand. Mu Rongjinyan, indifferent to the protest, simply lifted the jug and poured it into his mouth. Whether it was due to heartbreak or Mu Rongjinyan's low tolerance, after 3 jugs of wine, he collapsed onto the table unconscious. The servant gazed helplessly at the figure sprawled across the table. Hearing him repeatedly murmur, "Chang'e, Chang'e," it dawned on him with alarm that the heir had sought solace in drink, as tomorrow was the day of the palace selection. It seemed he had fallen for that cousin of his. He had overheard Mu Rongjinyan's drunken confessions, realizing that the heir held affections for that cousin. What puzzled him was why the heir did not intervene to prevent her entry into the palace. It appeared that the cousin had been enamored with the palace's opulence, blinded to the heir's merits. With this thought, he found himself loathing Xiao Chang'e even more, feeling it was a disservice to Mu Rongjinyan. The servant assisted the heir out of the tavern when Mu Rongjinyan began to mutter once more, "Chang'e, my lord, do not dwell on that cousin any longer. You are exceptional. Surely you will find someone better." The servant's tone reflected his dissatisfaction with Xiao Chang'e. "My lady, the princess dowager has sent you a jade hairpin, instructing you to wear it to the selection." Qing Huan held out a box, revealing a jade hairpin of deep green hue. Though it was not as exquisite as the jade ring Xiao Chang'e had gifted the princess dowager, it was still of considerable quality. Lu Yuyan's anger flared as she beheld the hairpin, exclaiming, "A mere hairpin, and she expects me to obediently attend the selection?" Humph! With that, she seized the hairpin, ready to throw it to the ground, only to be stopped by Qing Huan. "My lady, you mustn't do that. If you break it, what will happen when it reaches the princess dowager?" Fearing Lu Yuyan would lose control, Qing Huan hastily took the hairpin and placed it back in the box. "The princess dowager does not truly care for me. Now that she knows I wish to marry the heir, she would be eager to cast me away." Lu Yuyan sank onto the edge of the bed, tears streaming down her face at the thought of entering the palace the next day. Hearing such sentiments from her lady, Qing Huan quickly placed the box on the dressing table and rushed to cover her mouth, saying, "My lady, speak softly. Do not let those with ill intentions overhear. I do not wish to enter the palace. The one I wish to marry is Mu Rongjinyan, the heir." Seeing her mistress in tears, Qing Huan felt a heaviness in her heart, moving closer to embrace Lu Yuyan. Gently patting her back, "My lady, do not be sad. Qing Huan, do you have a way to prevent me from entering the palace? I do not want to go. If I do, I will lose my chance forever." Lu Yuyan gazed up at Qing Huan with hopeful eyes, knowing that Qing Huan was clever and surely had a solution. However, Qing Huan hesitated, ultimately deciding against revealing any plans. "My lady, it is not that the heir lacks feelings for you. But considering the attitudes of the princess and the princess dowager, it is clear that your fates are not intertwined. You must abandon this notion." She did not wish to harm her mistress. With the princess dowager's disfavor, the heir kept his distance, and the royal family harbored disdain for Lu Yuyan. Even if a scheme were devised for the heir to marry her, it would not lead to happiness, but rather to scorn. The only viable path was to enter the palace, win the emperor's favor, and secure the best future to know. Lu Yuyan shook her head vigorously, adamant about marrying the heir, unwilling to enter the palace. "My lady, currently, only by being selected can you secure a favorable outcome. If you become a consort, it will bring your father closer to power, and who would dare disrespect you in the manner then?" Qing Huan slowly articulated her thoughts, persuading Lu Yuyan to willingly enter the palace. Her mistress possessed beauty, her father's position was modest, and their family background was unblemished. Barring any unforeseen events, she would likely be chosen. Upon hearing Qing Huan's reasoning, Lu Yuyan's gaze grew distant, contemplating her dilemma. What should I do? I truly like the air. I do not wish to enter the palace. My lady, Xiao Chang'e is also entering the selection. If you choose not to go, she will surely overshadow you given the current circumstances. If you do not enter, you cannot marry the heir. It is better to participate in the selection and strive for a bright future. Eventually, Qing Huan coaxed her mistress into slumber, feeling a sigh of relief when Lu Yuyan agreed to attend the selection obediently. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, when Mu Rongjinyan awakened. The sun was already high in the sky. He rubbed his forehead, the remnants of last night's drunkenness rendering him disoriented, groggy. He got out of bed and called for his servant. The servant cast a furtive glance at him. And Mu Rongjinyan noticed, demanding, "What are you staring at? Come help me dress." As the servant helped him into his robes, he recognized the signs of the previous night's debauchery, and Mu Rongjinyan seemed to have forgotten all about it, which was perhaps for the best. The servant carefully adorned Mu Rongjinyan with his crown, when suddenly, as if recalling something, he dashed out without a thought for the servant trailing behind, who chose not to follow. Knowing well where the heir was headed, Mu Rongjinyan raced to Kongyi courtyard, only to find it eerily vacant. He stared in disbelief at the empty courtyard, his head throbbing even more. And he nearly collapsed. After an indeterminate time, he felt a shadow fall over him. Looking up, he called out, "Mother?" The princess dowager lifted Mu Rongjinyan, gazing at him with affection. "Mother, what brings you here?" His voice was hoarse, and he appeared somewhat weakened. "Jinyan, do you have feelings for Xiao Chang'e?" The princess hesitated as she cast a glance at Mu Rongjinyan. She had only deduced this speculation after overhearing the servants mention that the heir had been squatting at the entrance of Kongyi courtyard for quite some time. Nevertheless, she hoped fervently that her assumptions were incorrect. However, upon witnessing her son's current demeanor, she realized that her fears might indeed hold some truth. "Mother, regardless of whether you favor this Xiao Chang'e or not, there's no room for consideration now. At dawn, she will enter the palace alongside Lu Yuyan. Even if she is not selected, I shall not permit you to be with her." The princess interrupted Mu Rongjinyan before he could articulate his thoughts, gently patting his shoulder. "There's no need for further discussion, mother, whether you wish for it or not." Upon hearing this, the princess feared he might be contemplating something reckless, perhaps vying with the emperor for a woman. And her anxiety heightened, that Xiao Chang'e is merely an orphan with no parents to speak of. She offers you no advantages for the future and is merely here to participate in the selection of maidens. Do not allow despair to cloud your judgment and jeopardize the royal household. The princess's voice sharpened suddenly, eliciting a series of cold laughs from Mu Rongjinyan. In the past, he would never have dared to voice such sentiments to his mother. "Mother, there is no need for further words. I desire to marry Chang'e, but alas, she does not hold me in regard." The princess, taken aback by her son's cold laughter, froze in place. "Xiao Chang'e does not regard her son? Is that truly the case?" Though slightly miffed, she felt a flicker of joy within. It was fortunate that Xiao Chang'e had rejected him, for her son's stubborn nature would undoubtedly lead him to pursue her relentlessly. Mu Rongjinyan remained standing, lost in contemplation. Early that morning, Xiao Chang'e had been ushered into the palace and settled in the maidens' quarters alongside several other candidates. She had no desire to be selected. Yet her striking beauty rendered her too conspicuous. Thus, before departing, she had taken the liberty of applying black dots to the sides of her nose, instantly diminishing her allure. Pleased with her handiwork, she tucked away the brush. Chapter 12. Entering the palace for selection. As she climbed into the carriage with Lu Yuyan, the latter cast her a curious glance, which Xiao Chang'e chose to ignore. The streets were thronged with common folk, all eager to witness the spectacle. Upon entering the palace, the maidens were divided into various groups, with two sharing a room. Due to Xiao Chang'e's self-deprecating appearance, she caught the eye of the matron in charge, who immediately recognized that she stood no chance of being selected as a consort. In the palace, those who were favored tended to be of exquisite beauty, like Lu Yuyan, who naturally received preferential treatment. Due to the sudden influx of two additional maidens, they were left with an extra room. Ultimately, the remaining pairing was Xiao Chang'e and a girl whose father worked in a barren region, average in looks. She appeared quite ordinary amidst the throng of stunning maidens. Consequently, her treatment was poor, and she and Xiao Chang'e found themselves residing in the servants' quarters. The room was cramped. Aside from the bed, there was only a square wooden table. Starkly simplistic, the maiden showed no signs of complaint, nor did Xiao Chang'e voice any dissent, and thus they made do with their new accommodations. The discrimination in the palace was palpable, with countless instances of cruelty on display. The lower-ranking servants, witnessing the matron's treatment of the two, naturally took their cues from her. This disparity was especially evident in their meals, while the other maidens enjoyed a mix of 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable ones. Xiao Chang's lunch consisted solely of a vegetarian fare. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, she wiped her mouth with a cloth and remarked, "At least it's tolerable." The other maiden regarded her with disbelief, exclaiming, "You actually spoke? I thought you were mute, Xiao Chang'a." Shortly thereafter, a servant came to collect the dishes, her demeanor haughty and insufferably proud. The maiden, unable to tolerate such arrogance, muttered, "What a mere servant! What right does she have to act so superior?" To her surprise, the servant, with keen hearing, caught the remark and felt a wave of anger wash over her. However, upon recalling the fates of the two maidens before her, she felt little reason to be incensed. "With looks like yours, how dare you even think of entering the selection? Just know that if you fail, you'll be a servant for over a decade to be by the time you're 30 and past your prime. You'll leave the palace with no suitor in sight." The maiden, incensed yet unable to voice her frustrations, recalled her father's warning before she left home about not easily offending others. Meanwhile, the servant, sensing her power over the two, dismissed them with disdain and strutted away. "What a piece of work! Is she not just a servant?" The maiden spat once the servant had departed. Xiao Chang'a grasped her trembling hand, calming her. "Such people are not worthy of our ire. Those who look down upon others based on appearance will eventually meet their match." The maiden spoke vehemently, though her anger had simmered down somewhat. Hearing her words, Xiao Chang'a could only chuckle and shake her head. These individuals were cunning, belittling others not merely for their looks, but likely due to prior knowledge of their backgrounds, with her parents deceased and her standing within the royal household tenuous at best. She was acutely aware of her vulnerability. The other maiden's father, too, was merely a lowly county magistrate, both devoid of influence. The tumult of her past life had rendered her indifferent to such matters. As the number of maidens was excessive, their personal servants were only sent to the palace the following day. Upon seeing the meager accommodations of her mistress, Hiyu's eyes brimmed with tears. When had her lady ever endured such hardships? After the passing of her parents, she had been welcomed into the Ping and Wangfu, where her every need had been met. Now that she had entered the palace, however, Hiyu, "Do not fret. It is my own choice not to be selected. Though this situation appears dire, it aligns with my wishes." Did the lady still harbor thoughts of the heir? Hiyu, upon realizing her slip, hastily covered her mouth with her hand and glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "I have no ties to the heir, nor do I have feelings for him. Let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future." Xiao Chang'a was not angered by Hiyu's words. She understood that the former Xiao Chang'a had shared a connection with the heir, hence Hiyu's misunderstanding. Now in the palace, Hiyu was the only person she could trust, and she bore no resentment towards her. The afternoon sun streamed through the gauzy window, illuminating a young girl at her writing desk, her skin glowing like jade, yet the black dots on her nose marred the beauty somewhat. Xiao Chang'a remained undistracted by the sunlight, her brow furrowed in concentration as she penned her thoughts, the room enveloped in a serene silence that begged not to be disturbed. The slightly damaged table seemed at odds with the tranquil atmosphere. The other maiden, lively and spirited, was presently absent from the room. The past few days had allowed the maidens to acclimate to their surroundings without any training. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the peaceful ambience. "Come in." Xiao Chang'a did not cease her writing, continuing to apply each stroke with care. Hiyu, who had been bubbling with excitement on their way, now approached the room with a heart full of news. However, upon entering and seeing Xiao Chang'a so engrossed in her writing, her previously restless spirit inexplicably calmed. "Why the silence? What are you staring at?" Xiao Chang'a, noticing the prolonged quiet, finally looked up to find Hiyu gazing at her in a daze. "Did you uncover something in the palace?" Xiao Chang'a did not place much weight on Hiyu's compliment. She simply smiled faintly. "Miss, the most favored person in the palace right now is Imperial Consort Su, the legitimate daughter of Chancellor Su Wanner." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang'a's hand paused momentarily, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. She was no stranger to Su Wanner. In her previous life, this woman had successfully deceived everyone with her seemingly fragile exterior while harboring malicious intentions. Ultimately, it was this woman who had caused her demise with a poisoned cup of wine. Noticing Xiao Chang'a's hesitation, Hiyu grew concerned. "Miss, what troubles you?" Xiao Chang'a steadied her hand, her expression softening before she replied. "It is nothing, please continue." Gripping her brush firmly, she completed the final stroke. Clearing her throat, Hiyu continued, "Although Su Guifei is favored, I believe the emperor's true affection lies with Empress Feng. He even constructed a palace in her honor, naming it Chaofeng Pavilion. How romantic of him. It is said that the Feng clan conspired against the emperor, but he discovered their plot beforehand. The Feng patriarch struggled in vain and was ultimately executed before the throne. The empress, pregnant, took her own life out of fear of reprisal. Yet the emperor, despite everything, built a palace to honor her memory, but the empress was truly cold-hearted. Xiao Qiang abruptly interrupted, her voice rising. She did not wish to hear more. To her astonishment, Jin had concealed the truth so skillfully. She had not anticipated that outsiders would perceive her father in such a light, as a conspirator, and the empress as a cowardly figure. A sardonic smile crept across her lips. How could Jin possibly love her? For greater power, he had annihilated the Feng clan, even poisoning the child she once carried. With this thought, Xiao Qiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Subconsciously, she pressed her hand against her flat abdomen, where a child had once resided, a child her father had caused to perish. To preserve his own honor and mask his wrongdoings, he had constructed Chaofeng Pavilion in her memory. She wondered if he ever passed by the pavilion, if he would recall her curse, if he would be haunted by vengeful spirits in the quiet of the night, suffering from insomnia. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qiang steadied herself. No more. Qiyu glanced at her mistress's somber expression, sensing something amiss. Miss, are you all right? With an air of concern, Qiyu gazed at Xiao Qianji's somewhat pale complexion. It's nothing. You may step outside for now. Yes, I shall remember that, the maid replied. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the atmosphere felt remarkably refreshing. The matron in charge gathered all the young ladies together. The young ladies, aware of the significance of the jade they received, made efforts to convey messages home, requesting gifts to curry favor with the matron, fearing she might bestow upon them a piece of inferior jade. However, Xiao Qiangu secretly hoped to receive a less desirable piece, for she had no desire to be selected at all. The young ladies stood there, their hearts filled with trepidation. Xiao Qiangu too felt a flutter of anxiety. Though hers was distinct from the others, while the other ladies worried about receiving poor quality jade, she feared being given a superior piece. One by one, the jade pieces were distributed, and soon it was Xiao Qianji's turn. Xiao Qiangu, the matron's voice called out, laced with an undertone of cunning. This is your jade. Do take care of it. Yes, Xiao Qiangu replied, holding a piece of slightly yellowed jade, not displaying a hint of dissatisfaction but rather feeling a quiet thrill. As the time for the jade inspection approached, Qiyu grew increasingly anxious. She noticed that Xiao Qianji's jade remained unchanged, showing no signs of improvement, which weighed heavily on her heart. Miss, has someone tampered with your jade? I have seen the other lady's jade become remarkably translucent. Why has yours not changed? Qiyu fretted, pacing restlessly in the courtyard. Perhaps it is fate. Perhaps I am simply not destined to enter the palace. Xiao Qiangu mused. Miss, why are you not worried at all? If you continue like this, I shall be vexed, Qiyu remarked, growing increasingly distressed by her mistress's nonchalant demeanor. You have overstepped, Xiao Qiangu admonished. Furrowing her brow at Qiyu's increasingly inappropriate tone, she disliked being overly controlled, and while she cherished her bond with Qiyu, if the distinction between mistress and servant was blurred, she would have to seek another maid. After all, though Qiyu was a choice, she was by no means the best. Her manner was careless and she lacked discretion regarding Qiyu's loyalty. Xiao Qiangu firmly believed in one principle. A person's fidelity is merely a matter of sufficient benefits to deter betrayal. She pondered whether to keep Qiyu in the palace. In such a cutthroat environment, if she did not change, retaining her would only bring harm. In reality, Xiao Qiangu was well aware that this piece of jade would not change hands. Regardless of who possessed it, it had indeed been tampered with. The minor alterations made by Lu Yuyan were not lost on her. She had experienced the jade in her previous life and understood it to be a piece of warm, translucent jade, certainly not the dull yellow object in her grasp. However, it could still be considered a type of jade, albeit of inferior quality. Ultimately, Xiao Qiangu barely passed the inspection, much to the matron's disdainful eye roll, who muttered under her breath, what luck indeed. That evening, while another young lady slept soundly, Xiao Qiangu tossed and turned throughout the night, staring at the beams of the ceiling, resulting in a rather disheveled state the following day. Ladies, it is time to rise. The instructress is waiting for you in the outer courtyard. Lin, the matron responsible for the young ladies' well-being, began to remind them. Half an hour later, the young ladies trickled into the outer courtyard. Upon stepping outside, they encountered Lu Yuyan approaching, dressed in a vibrant pink gown that accentuated her lively demeanor. Her large eyes sparkled with mischief, framed by a veil of allure, her lips slightly curved, revealing a hint of red. Xiao Qiangu could not help but admire Lu Yuyan's beauty, despite her annoyance with her. If she were a man, she too might have succumbed to her charms. Lu Yuyan glanced at Xiao Qiangu, disdain evident in her tone. Dear Sister Xiao, you appear as if you have been mistreated. What are those spots on your face? TSK, you seem utterly ruined. Xiao Qiangu frequently overheard Lu Yuyan's mockery with other young ladies and occasionally faced deliberate provocations, yet she paid little mind to such trivialities. They were but minor skirmishes unworthy of her ire. As all the young ladies gathered, Li Matron began to address them. "Now that all the ladies are present, we shall continue with yesterday's lessons," she said respectfully, outlining the actions they were to practice. Among the young ladies were many of high standing, and her tone bore an air of flattery, particularly towards the noblewomen and daughters of influential officials, while offering little respect to others, like Xiao Qiangu or the young lady sharing her residence, who received only dismissive glances since Li Matron hailed from the Empress's side. None of the young ladies dared to dissent but listened quietly to her instructions, aware that she was a seasoned servant of the palace. "When walking, one must maintain an upright posture and walk steadily," she added, as if recalling something important regarding attire. "Gold cannot be worn, as it is reserved for the emperor and empress. Even the empress dowager cannot don gold. I recall a concubine who wore gold last year and was executed on the spot." Having been raised with such teachings, the young ladies inherently understood the propriety of their clothing choices. Li Matron's admonitions were directed particularly at those who lacked maternal guidance, or perhaps were explicitly instructed by the empress dowager to address such matters. Otherwise, she would not have bothered to mention it. "Today you shall practice with teacups," she concluded, gesturing to a group of maids holding empty teacups. Soon, each young lady received a cup, and they began their practice. Li Matron discreetly observed the ladies. Forming a general impression of their abilities, Xiao Qiangu did not wish to attract Li Matron's attention, deliberately appearing less conspicuous. However, as she carelessly handled her teacup, it shattered, drawing scornful looks and laughter from her peers. Unfazed, she merely shrugged, yet little did she know that Li Matron, having spent years in the palace, possessed a keen eye for discernment and quickly perceived Xiao Qianji's lack of focus, having been in the palace for so many years. She surmised that Xiao Qiangu might be reluctant to be chosen, perhaps due to a romantic interest. However, Li Matron was only partially correct. Xiao Qiangu was intentionally disinterested, not out of love, but for her own reasons. "Ladies, please apply yourselves diligently to your studies. Etiquette is of paramount importance in the palace. A careless misstep could offend a noble, the consequences of which are beyond your capacity to bear. Thus, I hope you will concentrate on your training," Li Matron stated, casting a pointed glance at Xiao Qiangu. Upon meeting Li Matron's meaningful gaze, Xiao Qiangu felt a surge of helplessness. It was clear that Li Matron had seen through her intentions. Not wishing to be singled out any further, she resolved to engage more earnestly. "Xiao sister, did you not rest well yesterday? You appear quite unwell today," Lu Yuyan remarked, glancing at the other young ladies. Upon noticing Xiao Qianji's evident pallor, they regarded her with even greater disdain. Xiao Qiangu chose to ignore the mocking glances from a few stunning young ladies, who relied solely on their beauty to gain favor. Their superficiality hardly warranted her anger. "Tell you Yuyan, if you recall, when we were both under the tutelage of the palace matrons, you received numerous praises," Lu Yuyan continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Now you adopt such a demeanor. Could it be you wish to conceal your abilities? Or perhaps that you are simply incapable and feigning humility?" The other young ladies, upon hearing this, were stirred to express their discontent towards Xiao Qiangu. "What do you mean by that?" they chimed in, forming a cacophony of voices as they encircled her, causing her annoyance to mount. "Women by nature are often petty, fixating on even the smallest matters, especially when vying for the same prize." After lunch, the young ladies retreated to their chambers for a brief rest before resuming their etiquette training in the afternoon. Observing the others, Xiao Qiangu noticed many struggling with their movements, particularly Lu Yuyan, who seemed eager to curry favor with Li Matron. Did she truly wish to be selected? Was she forsaking her affections for the young lord? Contemplating this, Xiao Qiangu recognized that such ambitions could blind one to the allure of power and wealth within the palace. Yet, Lu Yuyan's earlier attempts to sow discord among the young ladies had ignited a desire within her to reciprocate, and she relished the thought of witnessing Lu Yuyan's reaction should she falter in her etiquette training this evening. That night, after dining, Xiao Qiangu strolled into the garden of the young ladies' quarters to practice the day's movements. Observing many young ladies faltering in their postures, she saw an opportunity to assist them. Realizing they would typically gather at this hour, helping them would not only be beneficial but would also serve to undermine Lu Yuyan's confidence, a prospect she found quite delightful. As a few young ladies noticed her practicing, they began to imitate her, each engaging in their own training. Satisfied with the sight of her peers following her lead, Xiao Qiangu smiled, pleased with her influence. One young lady, noting her precise movements and aware of Xiao Qianji's unremarkable appearance and humble background, saw no threat in her and approached, intending to forge an alliance. Xiao Chang'e also took notice of this. She was more than willing to teach them, as she had no desire to be selected herself. In fact, she hoped they would perform excellently, thus ensuring her own elimination. After all, no matter how much she concealed it, the ingrained customs of her past life lingered within her bones. I find your standards quite commendable. Would you be so kind as to instruct me in today's etiquette? Lin Zimu said sweetly. Adopting a charming demeanor, however, Xiao Chang'e understood that such individuals often harbored the most venomous hearts. Wasn't Su Wan'er once just like this? The other ladies in waiting, hearing Lin Zimu's words, began to emulate her, approaching Xiao Chang'e with hopes of learning from her. Naturally, Xiao Chang'e would not refuse. In fact, she welcomed the opportunity. She proceeded to guide each one meticulously, highlighting areas of importance. Previously, the palace matron had praised her, claiming she possessed a certain grace. Now, as she instructed these ladies, Xiao Chang'e knew she would fall behind, yet she had no intention of seeking Xiao Chang'e's favor. Chapter 14. Preliminary selection completed. Miss, shall we also partake in the training? Qing Huan urged from the side. She was aware that her young mistress was not well versed in the nuances of etiquette and decorum, and since Xiao Chang'e was eager to teach, it would not be unbecoming for her mistress to join in. What could she possibly say to dissuade her? I shall not go. Qing Huan, look at Xiao Chang'e's smug expression. It would be absurd for me to expose myself to ridicule by attending. Lu Yuyan sulked on a wooden bench, a tempest of frustration brewing within her, though she was uncertain of its source. Miss, do you not wish to be chosen? Go ahead. What you learn will be for your own benefit, Qing Huan reasoned, her analysis clear and logical. Ultimately, Lu Yuyan relented and decided to join Xiao Chang'e. Upon noticing Lu Yuyan's arrival, was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Lu Yuyan possessed a thicker skin than she had anticipated, and the allure of the emperor's harem was more potent than she had imagined. A few days later, the day of the preliminary selection arrived, overseen by Consort Rong, with the focus being on etiquette and appearance. The initial selection took place outside the courtyard, where a group of ladies-in-waiting gazed enviously at Consort Rong. Adorned with a golden hairpin, dreaming of ascending to such heights themselves, the preliminary selection, hosted by Consort Rong, comprised several challenges. The first was the white spirit step. A narrow strip was laid on the ground. Each lady had to step onto it, one by one. If anyone stepped off the strip, they would be eliminated. Those ladies who had received guidance from Xiao Chang'e walked steadily, and thus few were eliminated at this stage. The second challenge involved balancing vases atop their heads. The ladies removed their hairpieces and maneuvered with vases atop their heads, until the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Xiao Chang'e, however, had no intention of stepping out at this moment. The news of her guidance had already spread, and to feign ignorance would be disingenuous. Regardless, she was certain she would not pass the final beauty assessment. Yet, Xiao Chang'e failed to notice the approving gaze with which Consort Rong regarded her. In the consort's eyes, she appeared to be a kind-hearted and benevolent individual, and she had indeed heard of Xiao Chang'e's efforts to instruct the others. The morning's internal selection concluded, and all that remained was for Consort Rong to draft a list of those who would be eliminated the following morning. In truth, the process was riddled with flaws, for the final list was curated by Consort Rong herself. Thus, for some, the series of tests conducted that morning held little significance. What truly mattered was winning Consort Rong's favor to ensure their continued presence. After conducting her evaluations, Consort Rong departed without uttering a word. Some ladies of wealth or status planned to present gifts to the consort to avoid elimination. Once Consort Rong had left, the previously respectful demeanor of many ladies swiftly transformed into disdain. A significant portion of these ladies hailed from the imperial city and were well aware of Consort Rong's modest background. Being the daughter of a mere official, her standing could not compare to that of many present, leading to a palpable air of condescension. Nevertheless, the pivotal task of entering the palace relied on currying favor with Consort Rong, prompting several scheming ladies to plan visits to her quarters, ostensibly to pay their respects but in reality, to deliver gifts. Miss, I have heard that Consort Rong hails from a humble background. Since entering the palace, she must have encountered many fine things. However, the palace thrives on monetary gifts, and without family support, she is likely in dire need of funds. Why not send her a box of gold? Qing Huan suggested as they strolled through the garden after dinner, allowing Lu Yuyan to digest her meal. Send gold? Where would we procure such riches? Lu Yuyan retorted, absolutely not. Although Lu Yuyan had lived in the royal residence for years, her family was not affluent, and her own resources were limited. After painstakingly saving some silver, she was unwilling to part with it. Yet, others were presenting gifts. Would they not be eliminated if they refrained from doing so? Then we could offer the jade hairpin gifted by the Empress Dowager to Consort Rong. Qing Huan proposed that Lu Yuyan had no desire to present anything to Consort Rong. who, despite her humble beginnings, had risen to prominence through the emperor's favor. It would be disingenuous to feign admiration, and she had neither the inclination nor the means to flatter her. But Mississippi Ching Huan hesitated, intending to suggest that the hairpin was too trivial. Hoping to persuade her mistress to offer something more worthy, however, Lu Yuyan abruptly removed the hairpin from her head and handed it over. Just take this. Go quickly. Without waiting for Ching Huan to stabilize her grip, Lu Yuyan released the hairpin, which fell with a sharp crack onto the stone ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Upon witnessing this, Ching Huan immediately knelt, bowing her head in apology. Miss, I did not mean to. The mishap was not entirely Ching Huan's fault. Lu Yuyan had acted too hastily, failing to allow her attendant time to secure the delicate item. Yet, as the mistress, Lu Yuyan could not afford to admit fault. This was where Ching Huan's emotional intelligence shone. Her kneeling was a calculated move, as she knew Lu Yuyan would not punish her. Providing her mistress a way to save face, gently, Lu Yuyan helped Ching Huan to her feet, understanding that her attendant was merely trying to preserve her dignity. If it's broken, then so be it. But, miss, the hairpin is shattered. What shall we present to Consort Rong? Ching Huan lamented, her mind racing for solutions. With the hairpin ruined, she recognized the limitations of her mistress's finances, realizing they could hardly afford anything of value. We could offer gold, but you are unwilling. Broken or not, it signifies that fate does not wish for us to present gifts. Thus we shall refrain. After all, I have done nothing wrong today. There is no reason for me to be eliminated. Although Ching Huan was reluctant, she understood the complexities of social dynamics better than Lu Yuyan. Many matters were guided by her insights, yet her mistress had made her decision, and Ching Huan could not overstep her bounds. Though she felt a pang of dissatisfaction, there was little she could do. Unbeknownst to them, the very act of the hairpin breaking would ultimately work in their favor. At that moment, Consort Rong's quarters were abuzz with activity as gift-bearers came and went. Consort Rong remained composed and gentle, revealing neither particular fondness nor disdain for any of the gifts presented. All offerings were accepted, and the names of the givers were duly recorded. Some maids, anxious about the accuracy of the names written, glanced at the ledger repeatedly. Observing Consort Rong's demeanor, a few ladies felt aggrieved. Their own mistresses had brought forth their most prized possessions, yet here was Consort Rong, a mere daughter of a minister. Maintaining an air of superiority among the ladies, there was one who was the niece of the Empress Dowager. Her selection all but assured, she too refrained from presenting gifts to Consort Rong, fully confident in her path to becoming a consort. She had heard whispers of the hidden intricacies surrounding the consort's circle. Standing at the door, she observed the throng of maids delivering gifts, a cold smile gracing her lips. As anticipated, the following day, those who had presented gifts found themselves eliminated. Naturally, the dismissed ladies were indignant, clamoring for an explanation from Consort Rong. Suddenly, the garden of the ladies-in-waiting erupted in uproar. Though you are Consort Rong, you cannot simply disregard our integrity. The voice belonged to a lady of notable lineage and beauty. Unwilling to accept her fate. With a collective sense of injustice, others echoed her sentiments. Xiao Qianga, who had not been eliminated, stood to the side. Observing the unfolding spectacle with amusement, she had never heard Consort Rong state that gifts would guarantee passage. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyan, upon catching sight of the ledger in Consort Rong's hand, broke into a cold sweat. Had the hairpin not shattered, she too would have faced elimination. Ching Huan, standing beside her, silently exhaled in relief. Clutching Ching Huan's arm tightly, Lu Yuyan felt overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Ching Huan, well aware that her mistress was unaccustomed to such high-stakes environments, offered quiet reassurances. Miss, fear not. All is well. We have not presented gifts, so we have nothing to fear. Hearing Ching Huan's comforting words, Lu Yuyan realized that they had intended to present a gift but had ultimately refrained. With that realization, her apprehension dissipated, and she stood tall once more. In response to the commotion among the ladies, Consort Rong furrowed her brow, her tone losing its usual warmth. When have I ever acted in bad faith? Speak plainly. What have I promised you? The bold lady, prepared to reveal the matter of gifts, hesitated, recognizing that while it was common knowledge, openly discussing it would breach the laws against bribery. However, upon perceiving Consort Rong's disdainful gaze, her last shred of hesitation vanished. We presented gifts. Why then have we been eliminated? I never mentioned that gifts would ensure your passage. It is indeed quite amusing. Subsequently, the favored consort gestured to the eunuchs behind her, and several of them proceeded to bring in 2 large boxes that had been placed at the entrance of the Xian garden. This is what you have sent. Each of you may take your share and leave the palace. Turning to those who were carrying the boxes, she commanded, open the boxes. Upon hearing this, the eunuchs immediately unlocked and opened the 2 boxes. At this moment, The eliminated maidens were utterly bewildered. The items were returned to them, leaving them speechless, yet, to be expelled from the palace in such a manner left them feeling deeply aggrieved, pleading for the consort's mercy. The favored consort gazed upon the kneeling figures, filled with disappointment. How could I ever select those who dare to resort to bribery even before entering the palace? Such individuals are beneath my consideration. Upon hearing this, the maidens on their knees felt a flicker of hope and continued to implore. We beseech the favored consort for mercy. We shall never dare to offend again. Mercy? How could I possibly grant you mercy? Not only will I withhold my favor, but I shall also report this to the emperor, urging him to investigate what sort of household could raise such individuals willing to engage in bribery. Chapter 15. The poetry incident. Upon hearing that this matter would be reported to the emperor, and that it could implicate their families, no one dared to plead for clemency any longer. Matron, here is the list of those who have been eliminated. Please escort these two out. The favored consort addressed the matron, no longer paying heed to the maidens. Upon hearing her words, the matron, adhering to protocol, inquired if anyone wished to remain as palace maids. Those capable of presenting gifts to the favored consort typically hailed from well-to-do families, who among them would willingly accept the role of a servant. Yet there were indeed a few, though their intentions were not to serve but to pursue their own agendas. The favored consort chose not to intervene, as this was beyond her jurisdiction. The individual residing with Xiao Qiangu observed the entire scenario unfold alongside her. And only upon being assigned to the official maiden's quarters did she realize how close she had come to offering a gift. Though her father was merely a lowly county magistrate, her mother had bequeathed her a beautiful jade before passing away, which she had initially intended to present to the favored consort but ultimately could not part with, leaving her feeling quite apprehensive. The second round of selections commenced unbeknownst to the maidens. The revered consort's chief maid summoned all the maidens to the revered consort's chambers. Unlike the favored consort, the revered consort came from a more illustrious background. She was the daughter of General Zhenyuan, whose father was stationed at the northwestern borders, wielding considerable military might, earning the revered consort the emperor's indulgence. All the maidens arrived promptly at the revered consort's quarters, not daring to be negligent. Dear sisters, there is no need to be anxious that I have called you here after several days, as I have been too occupied to meet you since your arrival at the Xian garden. Today, I have made time to see you all. The revered consort's approachable demeanor and courteous manner prompted the maidens to respond in kind, acknowledging their own shortcomings in not having come to pay their respects sooner. Indeed, had we not been restricted from wandering freely within the Xian garden, we would have come to greet the revered consort much earlier. Having long heard of the revered consort's affability and beauty, they were now convinced of her reputation. Upon witnessing her in person, the maidens showered the revered consort with compliments. Yet having held the position of consort for an extended period, and with so many flattering her due to her father's military power, she had grown weary of such praise. However, as she sat quietly, her attention was drawn to Xiao Qiangu, who was notably observant of the revered consort. The revered consort had already heard of Xiao Qiangu, the only orphan among the maidens, whose parents had both passed away. Such individuals posed no threat within the palace. To live well in the harem, one not only needed the emperor's favor but also a significant family background. For instance, even if the emperor favored Suwan heir, the revered consort's life remained comfortable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Qiangu, she had caught the revered consort's eye. She harbored no fondness for the revered consort, who had previously sought to undermine her and usurp the position of empress. Yet, even in death, that position remained unattainable, which was indeed laughable. After conversing with the revered consort for an extended period, it soon became time for lunch. The matron beside the revered consort reminded her, "Your Highness, it is time for the midday meal. Shall we prepare the dishes?" Upon receiving the revered consort's affirmation, the matron descended to organize the meal, and the revered consort stood as the maidens promptly followed suit. One dish after another was served, with the revered consort seated at the head of the table, while low tables lined both sides. The revered consort remained attentive, her gaze fixed on the maidens' conduct. She had already stationed several matrons at various locations, who would note the names of those exhibiting poor manners and directly eliminate them. The delicacies presented were unique to the palace's chefs, leaving the maidens awestruck, with some exclaiming, "Is that snow ginseng?" The matron accompanying that individual shook her head in disappointment, marking a cross on her list. Soon after, several maidens were dismissed for displaying excessive astonishment, while some observant maidens noted the matron's actions and discreetly committed the incident to memory. In contrast to the startled exclamations of certain maidens, Xiao Qiangu remained notably composed. Having tasted many of these dishes during her previous years in the palace, she knew that some were merely visually appealing but lacked flavor compared to those outside the palace. During the course of the meal, many were quietly eliminated, oblivious to the fact. While they followed the revered consort, all smiles, the revered consort led the maidens to the imperial garden, where the winter in the royal city had brought little snow, and the cold plum blossoms were in full bloom, their fragrance mingling with the melting snow, creating a delightful aroma in this imperial garden. With the plum blossoms flourishing so beautifully, why not compose a poem inspired by this scene? With the revered consort's suggestion, those eager to curry favor quickly agreed. What a splendid idea! Gathered together, the maidens furrowed their brows in contemplation, entirely unaware of the revered consort's growing impatience. However, standing at the back, Xiao Qiangu noticed it, though she had anticipated the revered consort's request. Having grown up in a general's household, the revered consort had never cared for poetry in her youth and had only grown more indifferent as time passed. Thus harboring jealousy towards those skilled in poetry, this group of maidens striving to gain the revered consort's favor might find themselves in a precarious position. Indeed, as Xiao Qiangu observed, the maidens were already eager to showcase their talents. I shall go first. The sweet-tongued and competitive Lin Zimu was the first to speak. Clearing her throat, her eyes darting about, she opened her cherry-red lips, adorned with rouge. In the wintry days, the bitter winds stir as pure white snow descends from the trees. If one asks what is the purest sight, it must be the plum blossoms. Standing proudly upon finishing her verse, Lin Zimu could hardly conceal her triumphant expression, her gaze nearly soaring to the heavens. What a fine piece! Indeed, indeed. The couplets are balanced and the rhythm is clear. It is truly a splendid poem. Almost all the maidens praised Lin Zimu's poetry, save for Xiao Qiangu and Lu Yuyan. Xiao Qiangu was taken aback, realizing that the vain Lin Zimu possessed such talent, which was indeed rare. However, knowing the revered consort's background, she refrained from joining the others in flattery, not wishing to offend her given her own precarious situation. Surprisingly, Lu Yuyan also remained unusually quiet, not joining the chorus of praise for Lin Zimu, which took Xiao Qiangu by surprise. At that moment, she quietly observed Lu Yuyan, noting that her phoenix-like eyes were discreetly scanning the revered consort's reaction. How astute! Xiao Qiangu mused, recognizing that such perceptiveness was not common among young women. Yet, she was indifferent to the affairs of others. Every individual had their own fate and destiny, and her sole concern was to navigate her own circumstances. In the following moments, those who had praised Lin Zimu were all eager to showcase their talents. Scrambling to compose poems, however, none could surpass Lin Zimu's creation. The smugness on Lin Zimu's face only intensified. Just then, Lu Yuyan gently coughed into her handkerchief and spoke in a soft voice. All my sisters are truly talented. I alone am unworthy. Allow me to present my humble attempt, surpassing the purity of the lotus, comparable to the beauty of the azalea, more radiant than the peony, and surpassing the delicate peony in the icy realm. I stand alone observing the multitude. Only my plum blossoms stand proud. Oh, how exquisite! Upon her recitation, the room fell into an extraordinary silence, filled only with gasps of admiration. The expressions on the maidens' faces revealed envy and jealousy, some shaking their heads in acknowledgement of their inferiority. Yet, while they all appreciated Lu Yuyan's poetry, only Xiao Qiangu discerned the true meaning behind her words. She was likening herself to the plum blossom, insinuating that she alone was the cream of the crop among the maidens, unmatched and unassailable. Xiao Qiangu could not help but chuckle coldly within her heart. Recognizing the sheer arrogance of the situation, however, she maintained a faade of composure, subtly glancing at the de faade first. De Fay exhibited a flicker of surprise, followed by a noticeable darkening of her previously serene countenance. Yet, in the next moment, a smile illuminated her face as she nodded and declared, "Good." Lu Yuyan assumed that De Fay was genuinely praising her, her joy so overwhelming that her lips could barely contain a smile as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Xiao Qiangu had just commended Lu Yuyan for her perceptiveness, but it seemed her prowess was rather limited after all. Now it is time for Sister Xiao to take the stage. Let us all welcome her, Lu Yuyan announced, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, fully aware that she and the other talented maidens had exhausted nearly all relevant vocabulary and imagery related to plum blossoms. She anticipated that Xiao Qiangu would likely falter. Eagerly awaiting her downfall following Lu Yuyan's words, the other maidens turned their gazes towards Xiao Qiangu. Their expressions varied, some benevolent, others malicious, and some merely curious onlookers. Yet Xiao Qiangu's subsequent performance astounded everyone beyond measure. She recited a classic poem dedicated to the plum blossom. De Fay remained silent, merely closing her eyes to listen, then opened them again, nodding repeatedly in approval, while the others could not decipher De Fay's thoughts. Xiao Qiangu understood perfectly moments later, As all the maidens awaited the results with bated breath, Defay conferred quietly with her attendant before announcing the results. The attendant surveyed the assembly and stated with gravity, "The maidens who will proceed to the next round are Lu Yun and Xiao Chang'e." Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with triumph as she smiled smugly, and stark contrast, Xiao Chang'e remained remarkably composed. However, the names of Lin Zimu and several other maidens, who had also demonstrated commendable poetic skill, were conspicuously absent from the list, provoking their ire. "Wait, I have a question," Lin Zimu said, her eyes reddening. "Oh?" Both the attendant and Defay turned their attention towards her. "Defay, the poem I recited was unanimously praised by everyone, yet why did I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation, for I am not content with this outcome," Lin Zimu said, kneeling with her head held high. "Very well, since there are objections I shall ensure your satisfaction." Defay began, "Do you believe the emperor selects his consorts based solely on talent? You are mistaken. If the emperor sought intellectual women, why not hold public lectures for women and allow you to take examinations like men?" The maidens exchanged glances, then collectively turned to Defay. The dismissed Lin Zimu and her companions fell silent, their faces flushed, as they realized they had been overly eager to showcase their talents. Though Defay spoke thus, only Xiao Chang'e grasped her true intentions. Firstly, Defay harbored a disdain for those more talented than herself, thus ensuring that the only maiden who did not compose poetry, Xiao Chang'e, would undoubtedly be chosen. The others selected were those whose poetic contributions were rather mediocre. As for Lu Yun's inclusion, it was because her poem was indeed commendable, and despite Defay's jealousy, she dared not act too overtly, lest rumors spread that she had deliberately eliminated the skilled maidens, a responsibility she could not bear. Additionally, Lu Yun was adept at seizing opportunities. Her deliberate positioning as second to last was a strategic retreat that allowed her to shine. Conversely, Lin Zimu, who craved attention and possessed decent talent, was someone Defay would rather see removed without hesitation. The preliminary selection finally concluded, and Lin Zimu and her companions left in tears, only departing after being forcibly ushered away. In contrast, those who remained, including Lu Yun, wore expressions of exhilaration, eager to ascend to new heights. "Sister Lu, you truly are exceptional. We are all so envious of you, certain that the emperor will take notice of you. Do remember us, your sisters, when that time comes," one of the retained maidens, Jin Xiaomei, flattered. "Indeed, Sister Lu, your poem was simply exquisite. You possess both talent and wisdom. You are truly our idol. We are all in your shadow." Another maiden, and Suyi, eagerly chimed in. "Oh, you all are too kind. You are all wonderful as well," Lu Yun replied, her eyes alight with joy, her lips never ceasing to smile. It was evident that these maidens had already made Lu Yun the center of their attention, forming a small clique. Yet, one maiden named Xiao Liner stood apart, not joining the others. Instead, she remained solitary, her silence betraying a rebellious spirit and a dismissive attitude towards the others. At this moment, Xiao Chang'e recalled hearing during the preliminary selection that Xiao Liner was the daughter of a high-ranking official. Xiao Wenda, in the Hanlin Academy. It seemed her lineage and personal attributes contributed to her haughty demeanor. Xiao Chang'e, too, refrained from ingratiating herself with anyone. She quietly awaited the final selection to commence swiftly, hoping to exit successfully and fulfill her vendetta as a female official, her true mission in this rebirth. "All participating maidens, heed the command. All maidens must gather at the Chushou Palace for the final selection," the chief eunuch announced, striding away with an air of authority, leaving a few junior eunuchs to supervise the maidens' procession to the palace. The atmosphere was exceedingly solemn. Even the usually chatty maidens dared not utter a word. Forming a line as they proceeded to the Chushou Palace, their attendants prohibited from entering and left to await news outside. As Xiao Chang'e walked, she took deep breaths, not out of anxiety, but in anticipation of the commencement of the final selection. Today, as was her custom, she had applied black dots on either side of her nose, ensuring she would not be chosen by the emperor. The maidens arrived at the Chushou Palace, not daring to breathe or lift their heads. Awaiting the chief eunuch's command, all present bowed to the emperor and the Su Guifei, wishing him longevity, and the Su Guifei eternal life. The chief eunuch's directive, the maidens lowered their heads to perform the kneeling salute, collectively proclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Long live the Su Gu." "Rise," the emperor said from the central position of the grand hall, his voice calm. "Thank you, your majesty." The maidens responded in unison, cautiously standing, fearful of making any misstep that might bring humiliation. Their heads bowed throughout. Only Xiao Chang'e dared to lift her gaze upon entering the Chushou Palace, locking eyes with Jin for a fleeting moment. That single glance pierced her heart, not from lingering affection, but from profound hatred. She longed to rush forth and unleash her fury upon him, to suffocate him, to obliterate him by any means necessary. avenging her father, mother, and entire family for their past sufferings. Yet, she understood the necessity of restraint. The time was not yet ripe. She must not alert the enemy. Otherwise, not only would she fail to exact her vengeance, but her hard-won life in this rebirth would be jeopardized. Her fists had unconsciously clenched tightly, as she fought to suppress the tempest of emotions within her, striving for composure, for the greater good. All of you, lift your heads. Yuan cast a glance at the emperor before addressing the maidens below. Asserting her role as the imperial consort in this moment, the maidens cautiously raised their heads, every blink and movement executed with utmost care. Yuan turned to the emperor, attempting to discern his thoughts. In her estimation, none among the maidens stood out excessively in beauty. Only a few appeared somewhat appealing, yet the emperor seemed indifferent to them, particularly one in a striking red garment. Yuan perused the list. Singling out the crimson-clad maiden. Lu Yuan present, my lady, Lu Yuan replied, bowing her head. While Lu Yuan possessed decent talent, her overly extravagant makeup and vivid red attire rendered her somewhat ostentatious. Yuan was well aware that the emperor favored a more delicate aesthetic rather than such flamboyance, prompting her to devise a scheme to retain Lu Yuan, ensuring she posed little threat. Su Guifei turned to the emperor and whispered something. Today, I shall allow Su Guifei to take charge. Feel free to confer titles as you see fit. Jin announced. Thank you for your trust, your majesty, Su Guifei replied with a smile, then addressed the assembly. Lu Yuan, I bestow upon you the title of Guren. Thank you, your majesty, thank you. Su Yuan hurriedly knelt to express her gratitude. Next, Su Waner named a few more maidens with slightly better appearances, yet still not the emperor's preferred type, granting them the title of Chongzai, including Jean Meyer and Ensuyi. Which one is Xiao Liner? Su Waner inquired. Present, I greet the emperor and the Su Guifei. Xiao Liner quickly stepped forward. Bowing her head at a good, Su Waner acknowledged, nodding at Xiao Liner. Observing the emperor's lack of objection, she declared, Xiao Liner, you too shall be conferred as Chongzai. Xiao Liner promptly kowtowed in gratitude, then shot glances at the other maidens, as if to assert dominance. Based on her past experiences, Xiao Chang'a surmised that Su Waner had likely received a gift from Xiao Liner's father, prompting her preferential treatment. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the palace. The disgraced ladies-in-waiting reveled in their newfound freedom, each brimming with excitement, particularly Lu Yuan, who was the first to be named and the sole one elevated to the rank of noblewoman. Naturally, her joy was boundless. She believed that Su Waner held her in high regard, and thus fancied that she could rely on Su Waner for support within the palace, unable to suppress her smug expression. As Chapter 17, the newly bestowed noblewoman, approached its conclusion, Xiao Chang'a finally exhaled in relief, lifting her gaze after having bent her neck for too long. Just as she did so, however, her eyes inadvertently met those of Jin, who was looking their way. Xiao Chang'a's heart raced with alarm. She quickly lowered her head, but it was too late. Now everyone, Su Waner began, intending to announce the end of the final selection. Please withdraw. Unexpectedly, Jin's voice cut through, commanding, hold on. Su Waner turned to the emperor, her expression one of surprise. The ladies-in-waiting below paused, perplexed by the emperor's sudden intervention. The lady clad in lake green raised her head. Jin's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chang'a. Xiao Chang'a had chosen this inconspicuous lake green attire deliberately, wishing to blend in among the vibrant fabrics, yet it seemed she had still caught Jin's attention. Alas, it was her own fault for lifting her head. With a heavy heart, Xiao Chang'a gradually raised her gaze but dared not meet Jin's eyes directly, choosing instead to cast her eyes downward. When she finally looked up, Jin instructed her to do so, compelling her to meet his gaze. In that fleeting moment, a wave of long-buried hatred surged within her, as if the grievances of a century past had resurfaced as if they had occurred only yesterday. Phoenix. Jin uttered this single word before falling silent, yet his eyes betrayed his astonishment. Jin, did you not expect that Feng Qinghuang could be reincarnated? What you could not foresee is that you dwell in the light while I lurk in the shadows. Despite the tumult of emotions within her, Xiao Chang'a had learned from her previous life to exercise restraint, to be cunning, and to bide her time, avoiding hasty actions, suppressing the hatred in her eyes. She replaced it with a smile. Yet, Jin appeared momentarily entranced by her. Ahem, your majesty, Su Waner hastily turned to calling Jin in a hushed tone. Haha. Jin chuckled awkwardly, regaining his composure before addressing Xiao Chang'a. What is your name? I am Xiao Chang'a, your humble servant. Honored to meet your majesty and esteemed lady. Should I wish you both long lives. Following the customs, Xiao Chang'a performed a respectful bow, momentarily blinded by her own hatred. She had forgotten to maintain her composure, but now that she had regained her senses, she fervently prayed. Please do not choose me, please do not choose me. I have no desire to become a consort. I only wish to serve as a female official or maid, for that is my true aspiration, and only in such a capacity can I fulfill my purpose for entering the palace." However, it was too late. The emperor's resounding voice echoed through the hall. "Bestow upon Xiao Qianga the title of noblewoman." Su Wanner displayed a look of confusion, as she had not anticipated that the plain, even somewhat unattractive, Xiao Qianga could possess such fortune. However, since the emperor had spoken, she could only add her own congratulations. "Your Majesty is fortunate to have gained a beauty." Turning to Xiao Qianga, she urged, "Hurry, bow and express your gratitude." Though Xiao Qianga's heart harbored 100 objections, she could only acquiesce to express her gratitude for the emperor's graciousness. Liu Yan and the others were left bewildered, questioning what extraordinary talent Xiao Qianga possessed to have captivated the emperor's attention. As the final selection came to a definitive close, the month-long process of elimination concluded. The rejected ladies displayed varying degrees of discontent. Some mourned, while others wept inconsolably, even contemplating desperate measures. A few, willing to lower themselves to become maids, remained, while the rest collected their belongings and departed the palace with their servants. Xiao Qianga sighed as she observed the departing figures of those ladies. Lamenting the irony, those who had strived desperately to remain were cast aside, while she who wished to leave was instead elevated to the rank of noblewoman. This coveted position, which incited envy and resentment, was one she could not escape. "Xiao, my dear sister, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable skill. You intentionally made yourself appear unattractive yet still attained the title of noblewoman. Truly impressive. I shall have to learn from you." Liu Yan approached Xiao Qianga, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Haha, I cannot compare to your talents, Liu Yan. I have experienced your prowess during our time at the Omping Prince's residence. I only hope that in the palace, you will show some restraint and not constantly seek to undermine me. I would be most grateful," Xiao Qianga retorted, turning Liu Yan's own words against her. Liu Yan, stung by the insult, huffed disdainfully and strutted away. This humble servant pays her respects to noblewoman Liu. The newly appointed Jean Mayer and Ensui quickly approached Liu Yan, congratulating her with exaggerated deference as they escorted her toward Jingqing courtyard. Every noblewoman had her own independent palace, with Liu Yan assigned to Jingqing courtyard, while Xiao Qianga was placed in Jingfang courtyard. Jean Mayer and Ensui, among the regular attendants, were allocated accommodations in the Shuxiu Palace. The palace regulations dictated that each noblewoman be assigned a head eunuch, 4 junior eunuchs, a head matron, and 4 junior maids, totaling 10 servants to cater to her needs. This servant pays her respects to noblewoman Xiao. He promptly knelt and performed the customary greeting, while the head eunuch and matron quickly followed suit, bowing in unison. "Noblewoman Xiao, how can this be? You are the emperor's personally bestowed noblewoman, a status more exalted than even noblewoman Liu's. So how could we dare to be negligent? Noblewoman Xiao, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am entirely at your service, ready to brave fire and water for you." The head eunuch, Jiang Fukan, declared with a sycophantic grin. "Indeed, noblewoman Xiao holds a prestigious rank. We servants are but extensions of the emperor's kindness toward you. You may command us as you wish and do not hold back. As you are new to the palace, please do not hesitate to ask if there is anything you do not understand. I assure you I will serve you with utmost dedication." The head matron, Yun Shi, added, kneeling as well. Xiao Qianga was well accustomed to the duplicity of such flattery and felt no joy at their displays. Her expression remained indifferent as she replied, "I shall rely on you all in Jingfang courtyard. You may leave now. I am fatigued and wish to rest." Jiang Fukan and Yun Shi exchanged glances, initially intending to curry favor further with their new mistress, but ultimately retreated. In the afternoon, beneath the eaves of Jingfang courtyard, He found herself surrounded by a gaggle of maids and junior eunuchs. "Sister He, how many years have you served our noblewoman Xiao? Sister He, what does our mistress enjoy eating? What does she like to wear? Please share all her preferences with us. Sister He, our mistress must come from an illustrious lineage, right? Surely that is why the emperor treats her with such favor." He lounged in the center, basking in the admiration of the gathered attendants. "I have been with our noblewoman since childhood. She treats me exceedingly well, always remembering to include me in her good fortune. If you wish to win her favor, you must first gain mine." "I see, Sister He carries herself with such grace because you have served the noblewoman from a young age. No wonder." The maids and eunuchs eagerly offered to massage He's legs and shoulders, causing her to delight in their attention. Xiao Qianga, attempting to take an afternoon nap, was startled by the commotion outside. Upon listening closely, she recognized the insipid flattery of her attendants. "He, come in," she called sternly. "Oh, my mistress calls." "Coming right away." He sprang to her feet, hastening toward the main chamber, all the while casting knowing glances at the other attendants, who quickly busied themselves with tasks. Hugh, there are things I have long wished to discuss with you, Xiao Chang'e said as she propped herself up, her tone laced with disappointment and the Omping prince's residence. No matter what you said or did, I turned a blind eye as long as it was not too outrageous, but now things are different. The palace is not like anywhere else. A careless word or glance could cost us our heads. Miss, Yu pouted slightly. I do not intend to frighten you, but as the saying goes, being close to the emperor is akin to being close to a tiger. In the presence of the sovereign, we cannot afford to be careless for a moment. Just now, I overheard your conversation with the attendants outside, that I do not wish to hear it repeated, that I expect you to be mindful of your words and actions from now on. Otherwise, if something were to go awry, I fear I would not be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Yu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She hastily prostrated herself, exclaiming, Miss, this servant shall never dare to do so again. I vow to speak cautiously and act with prudence, strictly adhering to your commands henceforth. Chapter 18. Dealing with Xiaolin. Sighing, Xiao Chang'e looked at Yu with a sense of pity. That day, the Imperial Palace's General Affairs Office dispatched various head eunuchs to deliver charcoal to the different palaces, excluding a few favored consorts of the emperor. The new noblewomen and regular attendants were informed to send their own servants to collect the charcoal. However, only Jingfang Courtyard received the charcoal personally delivered by the head eunuch. Congratulations, Lady Xiao, the head eunuch exclaimed with great enthusiasm toward Xiao Chang'e. After placing the charcoal, he lingered, seemingly eager to engage in casual conversation with her. I have heard that Lady Xiao enjoys the emperor's favor immensely. What a tremendous blessing that is. May I inquire where your esteemed father, Lord Xiao, currently holds office? Since her elevation to Lady Xiao, Xiao Chang'e had grown weary of the sycophantic faces around her. With palpable disdain, she retorted, I beg your pardon, but not only does my father not hold a high position, he and my mother both passed away several years ago. Xiao Chang'e deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring that all the attendants within and outside the door, including those in Jingfang Courtyard, would hear her words, thereby sparing herself further obsequiousness. Ahem, that I shall take my leave, Lady Xiao. The head eunuch stammered, promptly exiting upon reaching the courtyard. He ordered his subordinates to remove the charcoal he had just delivered. A cold laugh escaped Xiao Chang'e's lips. From that moment on, the attitude of the palace attendants towards her underwent a complete transformation. A shift of 180 degrees. Yet, Xiao Chang'e remained indifferent. In fact, this was precisely the outcome she desired. Meanwhile, in Jingqing Palace, Lu Yuyan adorned herself flamboyantly each day, maintaining her usual haughty demeanor towards the attendants. Jean Mayer and Ensui, both regular attendants, visited Lu Yuyan daily to pay their respects, and the bond among the three seemed to grow ever more intimate. The proud Xiaolin, however, remained aloof, neither currying favor with Lu Yuyan nor with Xiao Chang'e. And she regarded the elder consorts, such as the emperor's favored consort, Su Guifei and Defei, with disdain. One day, for reasons unknown, Xiaolin and Ensui began to quarrel in the back garden. You have always been arrogant and overbearing, as if you hold everyone in contempt, Ensui remarked. And who could possibly catch my eye? Xiaolin shot back, her words striking like a thunderclap. Do not forget your own station. You are merely a regular attendant, on par with me, while the palace is rife with esteemed consorts. Than Ensui, possessing far more cunning than Xiaolin, spoke with a precision that left little room for criticism. What of the esteemed consorts? They are merely products of longevity in this palace, possessing no extraordinary talents. My father serves as a first-rank official in the Hanlin Academy, and with my own qualifications, I believe my future is boundless. As she spoke, Xiaolin absent-mindedly adjusted her exquisitely crafted hairstyle. At that moment, Xiao Chang'e happened to pass nearby and overheard their dispute. Although neither of them had any particular connection to her, Ensui was closely aligned with Lu Yuyan, who harbored animosity toward Xiao Chang'e, and Xiaolin was notoriously dismissive. Xiao Chang'e initially felt no inclination to intervene. Yet, she soon noticed several figures approaching, led by Defei, and it was evident that Ensui had also spotted them. While Xiaolin remained oblivious, facing away from the approaching group, seizing the opportunity, Ensui taunted, and what of Su Guifei and Defei? Do you not regard them either? Just as Xiao Chang'e was about to cough discreetly to alert Xiaolin, it was already too late, for Defei had positioned herself directly behind Xiaolin. Defei? I truly do not regard her, Xiaolin replied nonchalantly. As for Su Guifei, she is merely the emperor's favored consort at present. I must still afford her some respect. Impudent woman, from where do you hail, daring to act so brazenly within the palace? Defei bellowed. Ensui smirked slyly, quickly kneeling to pay her respects, while Xiao Chang'e too bowed in deference. Only Xiao Liner in her startled turn became paralyzed with fear. Xia, you have committed a grave offense. Drag her out and administer 100 strikes with the rod. Then take her to the Department of Punishments to serve as a slave for eternity. Defei pronounced sternly. Xiao Liner, having lost all composure, collapsed to the ground. Soon, the news of Defei's punishment of Xiao Liner spread throughout the palace. It was known that Su Wanner had accepted bribes from Xiao Wenda to ensure Xiao Liner's continued presence, making her an unwitting pawn in Su Wanner's schemes. Rumor had it that Xiao Wenda had repeatedly sought Su Guifei's intercession, but this time Xiao Liner had gone too far, and Su Wanner found it difficult to protect her. Moreover, with Defei's father holding considerable influence, Su Wanner could not afford to oppose Defei over a mere regular attendant, so she chose to remain aloof. The newly entered noblewomen, aside from Xiao Qianga, reveled in the misfortune while also feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearful that they might be next to face such a fate. Yet Xiao Qianga, accustomed to such occurrences, reflected on her previous life where similar events were commonplace. From the outside, the palace appeared resplendent and exalted, but those who dwelt within understood the pervasive dangers and traps. One could fall into a pit without ever knowing who had pushed them. Indeed, even a life of poverty and hardship outside, subsisting on meager rations, was preferable to the gilded cage of the palace. The tale of Xiao Liner was swiftly turned to a new page, and life in the palace resumed its usual rhythm. Jean Mayer and Ensui continued to cluster around Lu Yuyan, fawning and flattering, while Xiao Qianga remained steadfast in her independence, unaffected by others' opinions. One afternoon, as Xiao Qianga basked in the sunlight beneath the eaves of Jingfang courtyard, Yu sat beside her embroidering. Suddenly, a young eunuch arrived with news that the Prince of Omping had sent a delivery. Overjoyed, Xiao Qianga realized this was the first time since entering the palace that she had received a gift from home. Without parents, the Omping prince's residence felt like her only familial connection. Although her time there had not been particularly joyful, she now recognized it as a sanctuary compared to the palace. Tears welled in her eyes as she pondered this. After rewarding the young eunuch, Xiao Qianga opened the parcel, which contained items from the Omping princess, things she had cherished during her stay, evoking a flood of memories and further tears. Alongside these items was a letter penned by the princess herself, expressing that since Xiao Qianga's departure, Murong Jinyan had fallen ill, consumed by thoughts of her, neglecting his health and appetite. The princess wished for Xiao Qianga to write to him, encouraging him to release the past and embrace a new life. Xiao Qianga understood the princess's intentions. She had fervently advocated for Xiao Qianga's selection as a consort, recognizing her son's affections yet believing her lineage unsuitable. Thus, she sought to separate them, compelling her son to seek a more suitable match. Xiao Qianga scoffed. Human emotions could not be manipulated like mere objects. The more the Omping princess attempted to control her son's feelings, the more elusive they would become. In this life, Xiao Qianga's feelings for Murong Jinyan were rather tepid and devoid of deep-seated passion. With no love, there was no hatred. Consequently, she bore no resentment towards the princess's machinations to keep them apart, nor did she care in the slightest. Thus, she resolved to play the role of the benevolent one, offering some comfort to the well-meaning mother for her lovesick son. After dinner, Xiao Qianga instructed Yu to prepare paper and ink, intent on writing a heartfelt letter to Murong Jinyan, urging him to cease his affections for her. Yet, when she finally grasped the brush, poised to write, she found herself at a loss for words. Beneath the lamp's glow, the brush hovered above the paper, uncertain of what to inscribe. Since her rebirth, she had retained only fragments of her past life as Feng Qinghuang. Vivid memories of entanglements with Ying Jin lingering as if they had occurred just yesterday, still warm with fresh emotions. Conversely, she had completely forgotten the past of this incarnation, Xiao Chengyi, the tender age of 13. She had been pushed into a pond by the jealous Lu Yuyan, falling gravely ill, and upon awakening, all recollections of Xiao Qianga had vanished completely. Alas, in speaking thus, it seems that my soul, that of Feng Qinghuang, has borrowed the corporeal form of another, Xiao Qianga, and I am indeed utilizing her existence. In light of this, I, Feng Qinghuang, cannot help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 19. Writing at night. Given these circumstances, I ought to express my gratitude to Xiao Qianga, both out of sentiment and reason. How shall I convey my thanks? Let it begin now, by addressing every obligation left by Xiao Qianga in this world. For instance, this current emotional debt. This thought, Xiao Qianga lifted her gaze towards Yuhua, who was grinding materials nearby. Yuhua, what is my cousin Murong Jinyan's true sentiment towards me? Yuhua, as if recalling something, shyly replied, Miss, do you not already know how the young master feels about you? She then covered her mouth and chuckled. Indeed, Yuhua is only slightly older than Xiao Qianga, having just crossed the threshold of adolescence. A time when young girls are often naive and bashful about matters of affection. Ahem. Xiao Qianga cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, hoping to pave the way for further explanation. Alas. Yuhua, do you know? Ever since I fell into the water at the Omping Wangfu and fell ill, I have found myself unable to recall many past events, which is quite vexing. What? Miss, are you speaking the truth? Humph. It is all that Lu Yuyan's fault. I shall seek her out to settle the score. For your sake, I shall avenge you. Yuhua exclaimed, setting aside her inkstone, filled with righteous indignation, ready to confront Lu Yuyan at Jingqing courtyard. Wait. Xiao Qianga quickly called after her, thinking how impulsive this girl is. In her fervor, she dares to act without consideration, and with such a temperament, how will she survive in the palace? Alas! Yet, there is no time to ponder these matters. Currently, Xiao Qianga merely desires to understand the tangled history between herself and Murong Jinyan. Thus she implored Yuhua, let us postpone settling scores for now. Can you recount some past events to me? Specifically, how has my cousin treated me? Oh, miss, is that what you wish to know? That is quite simple. I shall recount it all to you with a smile. Yuhua resumed her task of grinding, sharing tales of the past with Xiao Qianga. For instance, when 6-year-old Xiao Qianga first entered the Wangfu, Murong Jinyan was merely 9 years old. Yet, who would have thought that the once domineering Murong Jinyan, who commanded respect within the Wangfu, would be exceedingly considerate toward Xiao Qianga, always the first to think of her when it came to delicacies or amusements. However, during that time Xiao Qianga, still mourning the loss of her parents, wore a cold demeanor towards everyone including Murong Jinyan. On one occasion, after Murong Jinyan had spent a small fortune to procure 2 spirited crickets to amuse Xiao Qianga, she carelessly released them into the fields. This act left Murong Jinyan sorrowful for several days, prompting him to unleash his frustration upon the household staff. Yet he continued to treat Xiao Qianga with unwavering kindness. Furthermore, when 10-year-old Xiao Qianga faced cruel taunts from a boy in the academy, who called her an orphaned wildling, Murong Jinyan did not hesitate to deliver a severe beating to the boy, whose father held a much higher office than that of the Omping prince. Such was Murong Jinyan's loyalty that he would rather face his father's wrath than allow his little cousin Xiao Qianga to suffer. Yet, despite his unwavering affection, Xiao Qianga remained distant, treating him with indifference. As Yuhua recounted these tales, tears nearly welled up in Xiao Qianga's eyes. She had not anticipated that her dashing cousin, Murong Jinyan, harbored such profound feelings of loyalty and affection, particularly towards her. Reflecting on how well he had treated her, she could not help but contrast it with her own cold and distant demeanor before entering the palace, treating him as one would a mere acquaintance. Alas, one could say she had wronged the essence of Xiao Qianga, unworthy of the affections of her suitor. At this realization, a flood of emotions surged within her. While I may lack in many skills, I excel in the art of evoking sentiment. Cousin Murong, the past is forever etched in my heart. Once the letter was penned, Xiao Qianga's eyes brimmed with tears, for she too was a sentimental soul. Yet, that was all in the past. From this moment forth, Feng Qinghuang, in the guise of Xiao Qianga, lived solely for the purpose of vengeance. Nothing else mattered. What of men, what of love, what of moonlit encounters? Let them all be damned. Carefully folding the letter, she placed it within a pouch, instructing Hiyu to procure 2 crickets to be placed in a cage from the market the following day, sending them along with the pouch to the Omping Wangfu. The crickets would symbolize the joyful times shared with her cousin, a testament to their past friendship. However, by confining them within the cage, it signified that such profound sentiments should be locked away in the heart, never to be revisited. Surely, the astute Murong Jinyan would comprehend its meaning upon seeing these tokens. With this matter finally settled, Xiao Qianga gazed out the window. The night was deepening and it was growing late, thus she prepared for rest. Naturally, upon receiving the letter, the Princess of Omping would first open it to peruse its contents. After reading, a smile graced her lips, for she realized that this clever girl, Xiao Qianga, had succinctly conveyed her current identity, her circumstances, and the dynamics of her relationship with Jinyan, ensuring her son would understand. Furthermore, upon observing the cage containing the crickets, she grasped its significance. As for Murong Jinyan, upon receiving these items, he indeed followed the princess's expectations, no longer entangled in unrequited affections. With his newfound clarity, he swiftly recovered from his illness. Much to the delight of the princess. Meanwhile, following the selection of new consorts, Ingjin continued to favor Consort Su, visiting the palaces of Consort Da and Consort Rong only occasionally, neglecting the newly chosen ladies entirely. This behavior delighted Su Wanner, who felt her allure was unmatched. However, such outcomes were not solely due to luck. She had played a significant role in orchestrating the selection. She had ensured that apart from the emperor's personally appointed Xiao Guren, the remaining choices were made by her own hand. She had meticulously eliminated those types whom the emperor might favor, leaving only those he would never desire. With such a strategy, it seemed that the imperial harem would no longer see the rise of favored women. Save for herself, the sole exception, as for Xiao Guren, with her unremarkable appearance and demeanor, she posed no threat, and thus her presence was inconsequential. Xu Wan'er envisioned a future of comfort in the harem and could not help but beam with satisfaction. Yet, unbeknownst to her, danger was quietly encroaching upon her seemingly secure domain. At that moment, a group of younger, more tender-skinned women gathered, plotting how to deal with and scheme against her. On this day, Lu Yuyan summoned Jean Meyer and Ensui to Jingqing Palace to discuss strategies for garnering favor. As they spoke, several young ladies entered the room, greeting Lu Guren and the two consorts. "Greetings to you, Lu Guren. Greetings to both esteemed consorts. Sisters, please take your seats," Lu Yuyan urged. As the meeting commenced, Jean Meyer spoke first. "Lu Guren, why have we not seen Xiao Guren? She ranks higher than us. Does she not feel anxious seeing the emperor ignore us? She has always been a lone wolf. Perhaps we should send someone to invite her. Though she may not align with us, we should not abandon her," Lu Yuyan replied lazily, lounging on a rosewood chair in the warm pavilion. "Lu Guren is truly magnanimous, not begrudging Xiao Guren," Jean Meyer flattered. "Your heart is indeed vast, Lu Guren," the others chimed in. Lu Yuyan cast a sidelong glance at Ensui. "I shall go invite Xiao Guren." Ensui volunteered eagerly, rising to head toward Jingfang courtyard. Lu Yuyan had clearly positioned herself as the leader of this small faction, her face unable to conceal her smugness. Meanwhile, He stood nearby, grinding as she recounted to Xiao Chang'e the events of the past 13 years. Xiao Chang'e was eager to absorb all information regarding the life of this body, lest she falter in the future and reveal her ignorance. "That Enchang is here," announced a young eunuch from outside. Chapter 20, Spreading Rumors. "What brings her here?" Xiao Chang'e wondered, perplexed, as Ensui, like Jean Meyer, was typically a lackey of Lu Yuan. "I come to pay my respects to Xiao Guren." Ensui entered. Polite and courteous, "At Enchang, please take a seat," Xiao Chang'e invited. He bring Ensui. To her credit, wasted no time. After taking a sip of tea, she divulged her purpose, only to meet with rejection. "I am afraid I have no interest in that matter." "Please proceed as you wish," Xiao Chang'e replied coldly, returning to her writing. "Xiao Guren, you." Ensui persisted, undeterred. "Hugh, do you think my writing has improved?" Xiao Chang'e, however, continued to converse with Yu, completely disregarding Ensui. Left with no choice, Ensui rose, flung her handkerchief, and stormed off in a huff. "Where is everyone?" Lu Yuyan inquired amidst the throng. "Did you not mention it, Lady Lu, that Xiao noblewoman is insufferably arrogant, utterly ignoring us?" Ensui retorted, pouting. Lu Yuyan gasped in surprise. "Oh dear, that Xiao noblewoman truly lacks discernment, not even granting face to Sister Lu." Jean Meyer interjected at the opportune moment. "Indeed. Who does she think she is to compare with our Lady Lu? Just look at how magnanimous Lady Lu is. She is truly capable of great deeds." Several young attendants quickly seized the moment to flatter Lu Yuyan. "Fear not, Lady Lu, how she treats us today is how we shall treat her tomorrow," Jean Meyer declared, leading the others in agreement. This way, she can scheme against Su Guifei while simultaneously suppressing Xiao Chang'e, truly killing two birds with one stone. "All right, let us continue," Lu Yuyan said, beckoning everyone to gather around her as she spoke in hushed tones. Yes, yes, the crowd nodded in approval. Lu Yuyan displayed her eloquence, skillfully persuading the group to comply with her every word. "Sister Lu speaks with such wisdom, we shall follow her lead," they chorused, exchanging knowing glances. Not long after, rumors began to circulate in the palace about Su Guifei's alleged seduction of the sovereign. Each tale was embellished with vivid detail, and those recounting them spoke with animated gestures, while listeners gasped in disbelief. Is it true about Su Guifei? Of course it is true. How could it be false? I never imagined Su Guifei could be such a person. She speaks softly, do not let anyone overhear. Within Ikuan Palace, the charcoal in the incense burner blazed warmly, reminiscent of spring, while a fresh batch of incense wafted through the air, lulling one into a tranquil stupor. Su Guifei, surrounded by several maidservants and eunuchs administering a massage, suddenly swept the cups and teacups from the table, sending them crashing to the floor, causing her attendants to kneel in fear. "How dare you? This is utterly outrageous. Who spread these rumors? All complete fabrications. What nonsense!" Su Wan'er fumed, her face pale with anger, nostrils flaring. "Calm your anger, Your Highness. Those are merely the idle musings of the palace servants. Do not let them trouble your noble self, lest you harm your health. The servants cannot bear the consequences." Her personal maid, Chun Tao, quickly intervened. "Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. I must uncover who is plotting against me, and once I find out, they shall pay dearly," Su Wanner declared, seizing a glazed vase from the table and smashing it to the ground. The vase shattered into countless pieces, and a maid, struck by a shard, cried out before being dragged away by several eunuchs. The unfortunate maid had drawn the ire of Su Wanner, who, seeking an outlet for her pent-up fury, signaled Chun Tao to execute her on the spot. Chun Tao, wary of the atmosphere, cautiously approached Su Wanner and whispered something, causing Su Wanner's brow to unfurl and a smile to emerge. The following day, Ikuan Palace hosted a grand flower banquet, inviting the concubines of the inner palace to admire the blossoms and partake in a floral feast. Almost every noble lady in the palace received an invitation, including the newly selected maidens from the recent talent showcase. Upon receiving her invitation, Xiao Chang'e quickly discerned the true nature of this so-called flower banquet. She had heard the recent gossip circulating throughout the palace regarding Su Wanner and recognized it as the design of Lu Yuyan and her clique. Why, one might wonder, would the typically haughty Su Wanner host a flower banquet in the depths of winter? It was clear she sought to curry favor with the various factions in the palace while feigning camaraderie, with the true intent of investigating the rumors surrounding her. What flower banquet? It was plainly a trap. Initially, Xiao Chang'e considered feigning illness to decline the invitation, but upon reflection, she realized that as a newcomer without allies or connections, such a move might offend Su Wanner, leading her to think poorly of Xiao Chang'e. Moreover, as the only noblewoman personally bestowed by the emperor during this selection, she was likely already under scrutiny by the seasoned concubines. Thus, Xiao Chang'e deemed it prudent to navigate the palace politics with caution, avoiding any actions that might provoke enmity or jeopardize her plans for revenge. After a brief grooming and applying a light, refreshing makeup, she donned an outfit that was neither too shabby nor overly ostentatious. Accompanied by He Yu, she made her way to Ikuan Palace for the feast. Upon arrival, Xiao Chang'e was truly taken aback by the abundance of fresh flowers adorning the palace. This was the epitome of a flower banquet. Countless varieties of blossoms bloomed vibrantly, from common peonies and peonies to rarer blooms whose names eluded her. The flowers were stunningly vivid, filling the air of Ikuan Palace with sweet fragrances. Xiao Chang'e pondered in confusion how so many flowers could flourish in such cold weather, but soon realized the palace had specialized greenhouses and caretakers dedicated to nurturing these plants, with Su Wanner in such a dominant position. It was clear she could have whatever she desired. One could only imagine that if she wished to pluck the moon from the sky, her whims would be granted as well. Suddenly, Xiao Chang'e recalled her past life as Feng Qinghuang, enjoying the exclusive favor of Ying Jin. Such favoritism meant that the emperor would dote upon her, granting her every wish. Yet, how long could such adoration last? The fate of Feng Qinghuang was a testament to this. When the emperor desired her demise, she had no choice but to comply. Such was the plight of a woman in the emperor's palace. How long could Su Wanner bask in her glory? She was merely one of many women whom Ying Jin toyed with at his whim. Alas, the women of the inner palace were truly pitiable. Fearing her thoughts might betray her, Xiao Chang'e quickly composed herself and took her seat. At that moment, the other concubines began to arrive, including the elder De Fei and Rong Fei, along with several others of various ranks, including Lu Yuyan, Jean Mayer and Sui, and several young attendants. They all took their places according to their ranks. With Su Wanner as the host and the highest-ranking woman in the palace, seated at the head of the table, I have invited everyone today to enjoy the flower banquet, to share in casual conversations and heartfelt words. We are all sisters here, so please feel free to relax and be at ease, Su Wanner said as her attendants began to serve the feast to everyone's delight. The flower banquet was not only a visual spectacle but a culinary one as well, with dishes prepared using fresh blossoms and other ingredients. The roasted lamb, for instance, was infused with rose petals and hawthorn berries. How exquisite! This dish is a feast for the senses. And look, peach blossoms in the chicken soup? It looks delectable. The concubines were awestruck, quickly revealing their eager appetites. Ladies, please do not hesitate. Indulge in the delicacies and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Let us not waste this splendid occasion, Su Wanner said with a charming smile. Her demeanor warm and inviting, she instructed her servants to pour wine for the guests and arranged for performances to enliven the banquet. Those unaware of the underlying motives might have thought Su Guifei had suddenly undergone a transformation. However, some still exchanged furtive glances, whispering about the recent rumors, casting timid looks at Su Guifei before hastily averting their gazes as if feigning ignorance. Su Wanner observed everything keenly, maintaining an appearance of camaraderie while biding her time. The moment for reckoning had not yet arrived. She intended to win over the guests before addressing the true matter at hand, a testament to her cunning. Xiao Chang'e, fully aware of the dynamics at play, could not suppress a cold smile. She saw through the charade and understood everything. However, having suffered greatly in her past life, She reminded herself to cultivate her composure, to see through without revealing her insights. And to keep her emotions in check, she must not allow any hint of vulnerability to surface, as Xiao Qiang discreetly observed. She noticed that while Lu Yuyan and her companions appeared outwardly composed and at ease, a closer inspection revealed a hint of unease in their expressions. After all, they were the architects of the very rumors that plagued Su Wan'er, and guilt had a way of betraying one's demeanor. Wait and see the drama unfold. It is truly a case of dog biting dog. Xiao Qiang let out another cold laugh. While Lu Yuyan is undoubtedly cunning, does she think Su Wan'er is an easy target? Let them contend with each other while I maintain my composure and secretly lay the groundwork for my revenge. I have no interest in their petty schemes. Indeed, halfway through the meal, Su Wan'er dismissed the performers with a cough and began to address the main topic. Ladies, she uttered, adopting an expression of profound sorrow, before producing a handkerchief from under her arm to dab at her tears. This unexpected display took the assembled concubines by surprise, their faces reflecting astonishment. Of course, those like Lu Yuyan were acutely aware of the nuances in Su Wan'er's demeanor. What troubles you, Lady Su? Share your grievances with us. Allow your sisters to console you, you mustn't suffer in silence. Lest it adversely affect your health, one eager concubine suggested. Indeed, Lady Su, speak your mind. Let us see if we can assist you. Another chimed in as Su Wan'er with another cough, began to speak in a mournful and melodious tone. Alas! I am at a loss as to who I may have offended recently. Whispers of malicious rumors have circulated within the palace, accusing me of the most despicable acts, and the slanderers have unjustly placed the blame upon me. This is nothing short of a wicked affront. As she spoke, she dabbed at her eyes, appearing utterly pitiable. That I have pondered this repeatedly and still cannot discern where I went wrong. Perhaps it is due to the emperor's recent favor towards me that bred such envy among others, compelling them to conspire against me. I truly did not realize that human hearts could be so treacherous. Oh dear, is that so? Lady Su, you have indeed suffered a grave injustice, the flattering concubine continued. The others began to murmur among themselves, some expressing sympathy for Su Wan'er, while others reveled in her misfortune, and yet others remained indifferent. However, having just indulged in Su Wan'er's floral banquet and enjoyed the splendid beauty she had orchestrated, they felt a tinge of guilt. Thus, those with clean consciences sided with Su Wan'er, voicing their indignation on her behalf. They are all talking nonsense. Lady Su, do not stoop to their level, someone remarked. Precisely, Lady Su. You are gracious and magnanimous, do not let idle gossip provoke your ire. It is simply not worth it. Another echoed. Those rumors are mere fabrications. How many of them hold any truth? Lady Su, simply disregard them. Even Rong Fei joined in. The typically aloof De Fei did not speak, yet her expression conveyed neutrality, showing no favoritism. However, Lu Yuyan and her ilk could not maintain their composure, their faces flushed with guilt. Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of Ensuyi and Jean Meyer. Although Lu Yuyan managed to disguise her discomfort better than the others, her eyes darted about, betraying her unease. Accompanied by frequent coughs. In contrast, Xiao Qiang remained utterly unperturbed, her expression calm as she inwardly scoffed. Behold, the real performance is only just beginning. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er was keenly observing the reactions of everyone present, mentally noting who was attempting to curry favor, who appeared composed and untroubled, and who was visibly anxious and struggling to conceal their apprehension. I shall not tolerate this slanderous incident. I will pursue this matter to the end and expose those who have maliciously defamed me. I want them to suffer dire consequences, Su Wan'er declared fiercely, continuing to scrutinize the reactions of the assembly. Suddenly, a young attendant accidentally knocked over a teacup, scalding tea splattering onto herself, the cup shattering into 8 pieces upon hitting the floor. Xiao Qiang recognized this young attendant as Li, who diligently followed Lu Yuyan and had been one of their group's lackeys. I beg your pardon, esteemed Lady Su. Please do not hold it against me, Li pleaded, disregarding her wet garments and burns as she hastily prostrated herself. Oh. What offense have you committed? Su Wan'er inquired, raising her teacup and using the lid to skim the floating tea leaves. Her gaze coldly fixed on the kneeling Li. I know nothing. I am wronged, Li stammered, clearly terrified, having forgotten that she had merely spilled a cup of tea and that there was no need to implicate herself further. Yet, when one is under extreme duress, their wits often flee, particularly for someone as timid as Li. What have you been wronged about? Are the rumors circulating in the palace not connected to you? Speak the truth, Su Wan'er scolded, placing her teacup down and pointing at Li with a fierce glare. It has nothing to do with me. It is all in her panic. Li glanced towards Lu Yuyan and Jean Meyer. But no one paid her any mind. Lu Yuyan quickly stood, as if she had discovered a traitor, pointing at Li and exclaiming, So it was you. You were the one who plotted against Lady Su. How could I have failed to see your true nature despite my kindness towards you? Jean Myron and Suyi, equally concerned for their own safety, joined Lu Yuyan in glaring at Li. Their eyes sending a silent warning for her to remain silent at Lu Yuyan's baseless accusations left Li utterly bewildered, and she dared not speak further, likely experiencing intimidation on such a grand scale for the first time. Her head lowered in fear, she trembled like a leaf. Before Su Waner could respond, Lu Yuyan shouted, "Someone! Take Li away and deal with her ruthlessly." As it appeared Lu Yuyan was about to succeed, a sharp voice rang out, "Wait!" Su Waner shot Lu Yuyan a reproachful look, clearly disapproving of her overreach, then commanded, "Take Li to the Ministry of Justice for rigorous interrogation. I must uncover the mastermind behind this. I shall not wrong an innocent nor let a guilty party escape." Lu Yuyan visibly quivered, as did Jean Myron and Suyi, who were equally distressed. Meanwhile, Li had already fainted from terror at Lu Yuyan, and her companions desperately wished for Li's swift execution, hoping she would be silenced forever. Yet, in this moment, they dared not utter another word and resigned themselves to fate. The other concubines were merely spectators, no one daring to speak further, throughout the entire affair. Xiao Chang'e maintained her calm demeanor, neither courting Su Waner's favor nor exhibiting the slightest anxiety, her composure earning Su Waner's repeated nods of acknowledgement. This clandestine banquet concluded with each of them harboring ulterior motives. However, Lu Yuyan and her associates were determined not to sit idly by and allow Li to reveal anything incriminating. They pooled their resources, offering jewelry and silver to the head eunuch of the Ministry of Justice, seeking to ensure Li was rendered mute or driven mad, preventing her from uttering a single word simultaneously. They sought ways to ingratiate themselves with Lady Su, hoping to alter her perception of them. Days passed, and news from the Ministry of Justice confirmed that Li had been utterly deranged since her arrival, babbling incoherently, resistant to any form of interrogation, alternating between fits of laughter and tears. Only then did Lu Yuyan and her companions breathe a sigh of relief, finally finding solace. Since Li had divulged nothing, Su Waner had also discovered nothing, although she continued to order ongoing investigations. She had relaxed her vigilance internally. For one, she felt a sense of pride in the recent attentiveness of Lu Yuyan and her group, which had dulled her wariness. Secondly, the gossip circulating about her was not entirely unfounded. She was well aware of her own actions and character. Nevertheless, with Li's confession at the floral banquet, there was a semblance of closure to the matter. It was merely unfortunate for Li, the hapless scapegoat. Yet, such a petty person, accustomed to preying on the weak and fearing the strong, had ultimately met a fitting fate. In Jingfang courtyard, Xiao Chang'e reclined on the bed in the warm pavilion, engaged in embroidery. While He Yu attended to her. My lady, I have heard that Li met a dreadful end, her tongue cut out before her death, He Yu exclaimed, her face a mask of horror. Xiao Chang'e merely chuckled coldly and shook her head. Remaining silent. It is said that she endured all manner of torture in the Ministry of Justice, ultimately granted a length of white silk to hang herself. How terrifying! He Yu continued, her voice trembling as she gasped. My lady, do you truly believe Li was the mastermind behind those rumors? Noticing Xiao Chang'e's silence, He Yu pressed on. Xiao Chang'e let out another cold laugh, followed by a sigh. Does it truly matter whether she was or was not? How many matters in this palace ever reveal their true nature? How many individuals possess truly untainted backgrounds? The realm is rife with unsolved mysteries, and it seems that the esteemed consort Su does not truly seek the identity of the mastermind behind them. Rather, she merely wishes to leverage this situation to display her authority and dominance to the masses. Your words are profoundly intricate, my lord. I find myself at a loss, remarked He Yu, noticing Xiao Chang'e preparing to snip the thread. Hastily, she handed her the scissors, adding, Xiao Chang'e shook her head at He Yu, replying coolly, there are many things you do not comprehend. Take your time to learn. The palace is not akin to the outside world. The subtle power struggles within the Wang Onping residence pale in comparison to the tempestuous storms of this court. They are but a drizzle compared to a torrential downpour, mere insects compared to fierce tigers. Oh he, my lord, as long as you are here, I fear nothing. You are so astute that regardless of the challenges, you shall surely turn misfortune into fortune. He Yu exclaimed, sticking out her tongue sighing. Xiao Chang'e could only smile with resignation. She knew her maid was straightforward to a fault, devoid of any guile. She wondered if He Yu could survive alongside her in this intricate palace. Let it be. Some matters can be pursued with effort, while others cannot be forced. Yet, as long as I am here, I shall do my utmost to ensure her safety. Subsequently, Su Waner's position in the harem became even more formidable, with no one daring to utter a word against her. She strode with an air of arrogance, her laughter increasingly brazen. Lu Yuyan, having grasped Su Wanner's power, no longer dared to act impulsively, and her small faction, including Jean Mayer and Ensui, ceased their endeavors. In the harem, Su Wanner remained the sole favored one. That evening, Ingjin once again spent the night in Ikuan Palace. The following morning, after Ingjin departed for court, Chun Tao diligently attended to Su Wanner's grooming. "Your Highness, there is something I am uncertain whether I should speak of," Chun Tao observed cautiously. Having just been favored by the emperor, Su Wanner was in high spirits and languidly replied, "Speak freely." There is no need for formality. Only then did Chun Tao slowly voice her concerns. "Your Highness, I believe the recent rumors are not as simple as they appeared. It seems many within the palace harbor jealousy towards you. Therefore might I suggest you grant them an opportunity to approach the emperor. This could quell their jealousy, showcase your magnanimity, and potentially win their loyalty." Bold. Su Wanner immediately yanked the exquisite golden hairpin Chun Tao had just placed in her hair and threw it to the ground. Startled, Chun Tao quickly knelt, pleading, "Your Highness, I beg for your forgiveness. It was a foolish remark. I overstepped my bounds. Please, I implore you to pardon me." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Wanner's demeanor shifted. "Very well. Get up, your words seem to possess a modicum of merit. Let me ponder them. Your Highness is wise." Chun Tao quickly retrieved the fallen hairpin and reinserted it into Su Wanner's hair. Though Su Wanner was haughty, she was not foolish. She understood that her favored status in the harem would incite jealousy, and she had no desire to become a target. Thus, she conceded, "Fine, I shall heed your advice. Your Highness truly possesses a broad mind. You are destined for greatness." Chun Tao seized the opportunity to flatter. "Haha. Whether I am destined for greatness, I do not anticipate. However, in this harem, I doubt anyone can rival my favor. Those individuals are either of mediocre beauty or not to the emperor's liking. So I might as well afford them a chance to taste a modicum of sweetness, for in the end, they will all be my defeated opponents." "Your Highness is exceptionally astute," Chun Tao praised. A proud smile graced Su Wanner's lips. In Jingfang Garden, Xiao Chang'e took out her brush and ink to practice her calligraphy. First, she approached it with a youthful mindset, yet as she wrote, she was reminded of Feng Qinghuan. For in every stroke of the brush, there lay the shadow of Feng Qinghuan, whose calligraphy had once been the model and pride of the entire harem. Her talents extended far beyond calligraphy. She excelled in poetry, needlework, tea brewing, and culinary arts. Moreover, her demeanor was kind, her heart pure, her generosity boundless. She embodied an extraordinary blend of talent and virtue, grace and poise, tranquility and humility. Yet, such an outstanding woman, possessing myriad virtues, had once garnered immense affection, only to meet a tragically grim fate. Each time Xiao Chang'e thought of Feng Qinghuan, tears welled in her eyes. Alas, Feng Qinghuan was too innocent and good-hearted, too uncontentious, allowing nefarious individuals to seize the opportunity and ultimately leading to the annihilation of her entire clan by Ingjin. The past had elapsed, yet how could the past truly be forgotten? This life was destined to avenge the grievances of the previous one, to repay the debts of the former life, to exact revenge on Ingjin, to settle the scores for her father and her entire family. Tears fell onto the Xian paper, instantly blurring the freshly written characters. "My lord, Aunt Chun Tao from Ikuan Palace requests an audience," Hiyu announced as she entered. "Convey her in," Xiao Chang'e replied, though internally she felt hesitant. She had never sought to curry favor with Su Wanner, nor did they share any connection. What could have prompted her maid to come to her palace today? At that moment, Chun Tao entered the room. "I greet the esteemed Xiao Gurin. May you be blessed. Consort Su specifically invites you to Ikuan Palace for lunch to share familial pleasantries." Chun Tao, confident in her closeness to Su Wanner, never referred to herself as a maid in the presence of other mistresses. "Very well, I acknowledge this. Thank you, Aunt Chun Tao." Xiao Chang'e gestured to Hiyu, who promptly handed Chun Tao a purse filled with silver. To which Chun Tao responded with a bow and exited with a smile. "My lord, I wonder what business Consort Su has in summoning you." After Chun Tao left, Hiyu inquired curiously. Xiao Chang'e shook her head. Recalling the saying, "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason," her unprecedented visit must signify something, and certainly not a trivial matter. "I shall merely handle it with caution." After lunch, Xiao Chang'e made slight adjustments to her appearance and, accompanied by Hiyu, proceeded to Ikuan Palace. Upon entering, she noticed Lu Yuan already seated in the secondary seat of the warm pavilion, carefully flattering Su Wanner with a smile. "I pay my respects to Consort Su. May you be blessed." Following protocol, Xiao Chang'e bowed. "Rise, take a seat," Su Wanner languidly commanded from her position at the head of the table. After exchanging pleasantries and greeting Lu Yuan, Xiao Chang'e took her place beside her in the secondary seat. Su Wanner dismissed the attendants, leaving only the three of them in the room. It was evident that Su Wanner had intentionally invited the two newly conferred noblewomen while excluding those who frequently attended. Leaving Xiao Chang'e to observe the unfolding events. Lu sister, Xiao sister, since your entrance into the palace, I have yet to spend time with you alone. At the last banquet, I could not be overly familiar due to the crowd. Thus, I have specially invited you both today, firstly to nurture our sisterly bond, and secondly Su Wanner's eyes twinkled with mischief. I have delightful news to share. Your Highness, please feel free to share. I am willing to alleviate your burdens. Both Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan replied simultaneously. Su Wanner cleared her throat, stating, as you both are aware, I have long enjoyed the Emperor's favor in this harem, which inevitably invites envy from those with ulterior motives. How disheartening it is. As she spoke, she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, feigning great sorrow. Lu Yuyan promptly reassured her, Your Highness need not worry. We all recognize your kindness. Those petty individuals will surely receive their just deserts. The mention of that petty individual referred to Li Daing, causing Xiao Chang'e's heart to leap as she pondered whether Li Daing, who had long since departed from this world, would learn of Lu Yuan's treachery and vilification of her even after her demise. Continuing, Su Wanner elaborated, after much contemplation, I have resolved to counsel the Emperor to treat all sisters equitably and wish to recommend a few newcomers. Surely, this will silence those with nefarious intentions. As she spoke, her gaze subtly shifted towards Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Does your Highness mean? She glanced between Xiao Chang'e and herself. Noting that aside from Su Wanner, they were the only two present. Su Wanner chuckled lightly before continuing. Chapter 23. The Emperor's Favor Towards Lu Yuyan. This harem is not lacking in women. Yet to become the Emperor's favored one is no simple task. That, as the saying goes, serving the Emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. To serve him well requires a deep understanding of his preferences, lifestyle, dietary habits, and daily routines. The knowledge involved is vast. Indeed, Su Nyang. Surely, no one in this harem understands the Emperor better than you. I beseech you to impart your wisdom, Lu Yuyan declared, bowing deeply to Su Wanner. Her demeanor exuding utmost humility. Xiao Chang'e initially harbored no desire to curry favor with or flatter Su Wanner, yet the blatant behavior exhibited by Lu Yuyan compelled her to reconsider if her attitude diverged too greatly from that of Lu Yuyan. It could lead to perceptions of disrespect and potential isolation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chang'e respectfully offered a bow to Su Wanner, stating, as a humble servant, I have only recently entered the palace and have been rather naive and ignorant. I beseech your Highness not to disdain my ignorance and to offer your guidance. Su Wanner smiled coyly, her words laden with implication. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Sisters, please rise. In truth, disregarding the established court ladies, this new selection of talents numbered in the dozens. The very reason I have summoned only the two of you from this multitude is due to my regard for you. As for the others, even if they presented gold or silver, I would not deign to glance their weight. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true heroes. One must possess a certain discernment in life. Would you not agree? As she spoke, Su Wanner cast glances at Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan, with the subtext laid bare. Any failure to grasp its meaning would reflect a profound ignorance. Both Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan, being astute individuals, quickly comprehended Su Wanner's insinuations. The question now lay in whether they would acquiesce to her unspoken desires. Xiao Chang'e was resolute in her refusal, holding her ground with disdain, while Lu Yuyan had already entertained the notion repeatedly in her mind. Ever since entering the palace, she had yearned for such an opportunity. Recent rumors had left her apprehensive that Su Wanner might direct her ire toward her. But fortunately, the matter had subsided, and Su Wanner had ceased her inquiries, allowing Lu Yuyan to narrowly escape calamity. Now that an opportunity to ingratiate herself with Su Wanner had presented itself, she could hardly resist. I understand, and I shall remain steadfastly loyal to the noble consort Su, always following her lead, Lu Yuyan declared, bowing deeply with utmost respect. In contrast, Xiao Chang'e merely offered a bow to Su Wanner, humbly stating, I shall defer to the decisions of the noble consort Su. Though her words suggested compliance, her thoughts were altogether different, yet, her demeanor remained placid, lacking the excitement or joy one might expect. Instead tinged with a hint of melancholy. Xiao sister, I find you increasingly inscrutable from the moment of selection. You feigned simplicity and unattractiveness, and now you maintain this air of indifference. Su Guofei's words were unmistakably clear. Yet you appear less than enthusiastic. Do you not desire the Emperor's favor? Lu Yuyan could not resist the urge to taunt. Desire and capability are two different matters. In this world, one cannot simply attain what one wishes for. Each individual has their own fortune. I believe in the principle of going with the flow, Xiao Chang'e replied coolly. A Xiao sister, Do not tell me you have secretly taken refuge in the Buddhist faith. Speaking in such an enigmatic manner, Lu Yuyan retorted, feigning disinterest at this juncture. The two had reached the intersection separating Jingfang Garden from Jingqing Garden. Xiaoqianga chuckled softly, Lady Lu, please feel free with that. She turned and made her way toward Jingfang Garden. Humph! What is there to be proud of? What merit do you possess? Lu Yuyan muttered indignantly as she observed Xiaoqianga's retreating figure. She had even begun to gather the gold and silver jewelry intended for Su Guifei. In contrast, Xiaoqianga maintained an air of indifference, appearing untouched by fortune or sorrow, embodying the spirit of remaining unperturbed by external circumstances. Just do your part and refrain from overstepping, Xiaoqianga advised. Her expression remaining impassive, reluctantly, Lu Yuyan ceased her actions, confusion etched across her face. Meanwhile, in Jingqing Garden, a different scene unfolded. Lu Yuyan rummaged through every valuable item she had brought from the Onping Wangfu. Including various jewels and gold and silver trinkets, she bundled them together, creating a hefty parcel too cumbersome for her maid to carry, thus enlisting the assistance of a eunuch from Jingqing Garden. To avoid drawing attention during daylight, she planned to secretly deliver the items to Ikuan Palace for Su Waner under the cover of night. People are naturally drawn to those who exhibit understanding, who listen and submit, and who appreciate flattery, be it sweet words or lavish gifts. Lu Yuyan was adept at this, diligently adhering to Su Waner's instructions and eagerly presenting her offerings, showering her with compliments, all of which endeared her to Su Waner. Consequently, it was not long before the news spread through the palace that the emperor had graced Jingqing Garden with his presence. On that morning, the various consorts dutifully visited Ikuan Palace to pay their respects to Su Waner. Since the passing of Empress Feng Qinghuang, the younger ladies of the court had shifted their customary greetings from the late empress to the highest-ranking Su Waner. There Lu Yuyan, with her rosy cheeks and bashful smile, occupied a lower seat, while the other consorts congratulated her. Congratulations, Lady Lu. Such joyous news. Indeed, Lady Lu is truly fortunate, being the first among this batch of beauties to receive the emperor's favor. Gold Mare and Ensui, who had always centered their attentions on Lu Yuyan, exchanged compliments with glee. Lu Yuyan, brimming with joy and pride, replied with a coy smile, thank you, sisters. You will all have your day soon enough. De Fei and Rong Fei, accustomed to witnessing such scenes of excitement among the palace women upon receiving the emperor's favor, remained silent, content to sip their tea as Su Waner had taken Lu Yuyan under her wing. She naturally regarded her as an ally from that moment on. It is Lady Lu's cleverness and attentiveness that have won the emperor's heart. Sisters, you must learn from Lady Lu, she proclaimed. Radiating satisfaction as she basked in the admiration of those around her, Lu Yuyan flashed another charming smile, attributing her success to Su Waner's guidance. Sisters, let us all take a page from Su Guifei's book. Su Waner, reveling in her elevated status, directed her gaze toward Xiaoqianga, her smile evaporating instantly. Ahem. It is indeed Lady Lu who has made her way, but should one encounter those who do not follow suit, my teachings would be of little use. The assembly turned their attention to Xiaoqianga, who had become the subject of whispered speculation regarding Su Waner's intentions to elevate both Lu Yuyan and Xiaoqianga. In truth, De Fei and Rong Fei held a preference for the composed and understated Xiaoqianga over the haughty Lu Yuyan. Their gazes calm and unperturbed, however, the newly arrived beauties regarded Xiaoqianga with disdainful glances, their eyes capable of isolating her entirely. Yet, Xiaoqianga remained unfazed. Having witnessed such dynamics in her previous life, she understood the transient nature of favor within the palace. She was neither elated by temporary acclaim nor disheartened by fleeting neglect. Aware that the palace was a realm defined by its ebbs and flows, as well as the duplicitous nature of its inhabitants, thus, she remained unperturbed by the scorn of others. However, her restraint did not quell the arrogance of certain individuals, but rather fueled it. Leading the charge, Lu Yuyan, flanked by Jean Mayer and Sui and several other attendants, taunted, "Oh, Xiao sister, how composed you are! I see you are still clad in the very garments you wore upon entering the palace?" Lu Yuyan deliberately gestured, revealing her own attire, which billowed like clouds, light and ethereal. "Lady Lu, your garments are indeed exquisite. What material is this? It appears so airy. I have never seen such fine fabric," Jean Mayer eagerly chimed in, her flattery evident. "Wow, Lady Lu, you are now the emperor's favored one. I truly envy you." And Sui joined in the praise. "Indeed," Lu Yuyan replied with a captivating smile, "you must visit my palace to see the treasures bestowed upon me by the emperor. Jingqing Garden is filled to the brim with them. You simply must lay eyes on them. Is that true, Lady Lu? We must certainly pay a visit." And Sui and Jean Mayer echoed in unison, their eagerness palpable. "Of course, as long as you all follow the path. I assure you that such wealth and honor will eventually come your way." Lu Yuyan emphasized the phrase follow the path, subtly insinuating that Xiao Chang'a's lack of understanding of courtly conduct warranted her exclusion from the emperor's affections. Throughout the entire mockery directed at her, Xiao Chang'e remained steadfast, engrossed in her embroidery within the warm pavilion, while Lu Yuyan and her entourage departed after their jests at last, unable to restrain herself any longer. He burst forth, her frustration evident. Why, lady, why do you endure such indignities? Look at Lady Lu's arrogant demeanor. Even I can hardly tolerate it, yet you remain unfazed, a stark contrast to your usual demeanor. Oh, and what is my usual demeanor, pray tell? Xiao Chang'e raised her eyes to glare at He before resuming her stitching. Why, lady? The voice of He was tinged with urgency. Miss, please do not take offense at my words, for there are matters I have long wished to express. In the days when you resided at the Omping Wangfu, although you often bore with much, you never suffered the indignities imposed by Lu Yuyan as you do today. Ever since you entered the palace, it seems you have transformed into a different person, perpetually silent and taciturn, swallowing your grievances without utterance. I can no longer bear to witness this. How dare you? Is Lu Yuyan a name you can utter? Kneel. Xiao Chang'e's voice rang out sharply, compelling He to hastily kneel, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yet her expression remained one of concern for Xiao Chang'e. I have warned you repeatedly that the palace is not like the outside world. Every word must be weighed with care, every action contemplated with foresight. Yet you continue to act recklessly, showing such a lack of decorum. If news of your careless mention of Lady Lu's name reaches the wrong ears, considering her current favor, how many heads do you think you would lose? Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me as you see fit. He lowered her head, wiping her tears. Xiao Chang'e rose from the bed and assisted He to her feet, comforting her gently. Enough, enough, it is enough that you understand that my repeated admonitions are for your own good. Above all, you must remember that in the palace, one must exercise utmost caution. Do you comprehend the significance of being prudent in speech and action? I understand, He nodded vigorously. The echoes of Lu Yuan's triumph and scorn still reverberated in her ears. In truth, Xiao Chang'e did not care much for these matters. If she were to act without intent, no external provocation could sway her. What truly concerned her was when she could commence her grand scheme of revenge at this rate. With her current demeanor of indifference, it was likely that even if she remained in this harem for a year, 2 years, 10 years, or even a lifetime, she would never see Ying again, despite the fact that on the day of the selection, Ying had taken a liking to her upon seeing her eyes, and had conferred upon her the title of noble consort due to her striking resemblance to Feng Qinghuang. Xiao Chang'e understood that such affection was fleeting. After that brief moment, it was certain that Ying would forget her. Therefore, she could not continue to languish in idleness. She must alter her plans. To achieve revenge, she needed to see Ying soon. Only by approaching him could she seize the opportunity to avenge her annihilated clan. As these thoughts filled her mind, night fell swiftly. While partaking in her evening meal, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafted in from the Jingqing garden. The proximity of Jingfang Garden and Jingqing Garden, separated by only a small courtyard, allowed Xiao Chang'e to hear the raucous music and Lu Yuyan's revelrous laughter each night when the emperor favored her. Miss, do you hear that? He hesitated, her words faltering. Xiao Chang'e, losing her appetite, instructed He to clear the table. Ying. Revenge. Plans. Could not be delayed any longer. They must be swiftly executed. However, unlike Lu Yuyan, Xiao Chang'e would not resort to bribing Su Wan to manipulate her. She had her own strategies. On the following morning, Xiao Chang'e rose early, completed her ablutions and donned a simple attire, then awaited at the door. She knew Ying would pass by her door on his way to court from Jingqing Garden. Sensing the time was ripe, she bent down, feigning to search for something on the ground. Soon, she heard the sound of the palanquin being carried and the footsteps echoing against the ground. Who dares obstruct the emperor's procession? How many heads do you possess? Shouted the chief eunuch, Shang Fuchuan. Xiao Chang'e immediately turned, feigning ignorance, and knelt. This humble servant is rash and ignorant, disturbing the emperor's passage. I beg your forgiveness, your majesty, and wish you long life. You reckless fool! Shang Fuchuan shouted again, about to reprimand her when the emperor's voice intervened. Hold, you claim to be this humble servant. Thus you are one of my women. Raise your head and let me see you. Only then did Xiao Chang'e slowly lift her gaze, boldly meeting Ying's eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips upon seeing her face, particularly her eyes. Ying was once more taken aback. He recalled the day of the selection when he had first seen those eyes, although the face before him now was far more enchanting. What is your name? From which family do you hail? Ying inquired. It is you, the ground is too cold. Rise, he said, instructing the eunuchs to lower the palanquin. He stepped down himself, personally retrieving a hairpin from the ground and placing it into Xiao Chang'e's hair. This humble servant is overwhelmed at I thank your majesty, Xiao Chang'e said, bowing again. Jin turned and ascended the palanquin, which continued onward towards the court. Xiao Chang'e kept her head bowed, remaining on the ground, until Shang Fuchuan whispered as the palanquin passed, "Congratulations, my lady, your fortune has arrived." After a considerable time had passed since the palanquin moved on, Xiao Chang'e finally rose, gazing at Jin's departing figure. Tears streaming down her cheeks. She was not moved by the prospect of gaining favor, but rather exhilarated by the imminent opportunity for revenge. At long last, the awaited day had arrived. Feng Qinghuang, you have long awaited this moment. As long as she could find a way to approach him, she would not fear the absence of chances for revenge. Upon returning to Jingfang Garden, Xiao Chang'e instructed her attendants to rearrange the courtyard and the furnishings within, and asked Yu He to procure 2 new outfits for her from the garment repository. She was well aware of Jin's preferences, from his tastes in women's adornments and attire to the decor of his chambers. She knew it all too well. In truth, from the first time she visited the Ikuan Palace, Xiao Chang'e had realized why, after Feng Qinghuang's demise, Su Wan'er could enjoy Jin's exclusive favor for so long. Considering that the harem was replete with beautiful and talented women, many of whom surpassed Su Wan'er, Xiao Chang'e could not suppress a cold laugh, finding herself increasingly perplexed by Jin. What kind of person was he? He had annihilated Feng Qinghuang's entire clan and remained unmoved as he witnessed her death. Yet why did he still cherish and linger upon her memory after her passing? And what of the Chaofeng pavilion he constructed within the palace? That imposing structure stood tall, both majestic and resplendent amidst the harem. If he truly held lingering affections for Feng Qinghuang, why had he been so cruel to her and her kin? Such thoughts brought tears to Xiao Chang'e's eyes, inducing a headache as she found herself ensnared once more in the bittersweet entanglements of love and hatred from her past life. No, stop, do not dwell on those memories. She collapsed onto her bed, weeping silently, controlling her sobs to avoid making noise, for if her cries were heard, even by the palace maids and eunuchs, barring Yu, she could not guarantee that they would not spread the news, potentially inciting a great disturbance. This was the palace of the dynasty. This wretched harem. After weeping in secret, Xiao Chang'e regained her composure, freshened herself and donned the newly made garments. Her makeup was light, and her attire, though simple in color and embellishment, was modestly elegant, fashioned from unpretentious fabric. Yet these were precisely Feng Qinghuang's preferences, and thus Jin's as well. With all preparations complete, Xiao Chang'e sat quietly in Jingfang Garden, knowing that soon, the event she awaited would unfold. Because of their chance encounter that morning, Jin had seen her eyes resembling Feng Qinghuang's. Therefore, he would soon come to favor her. A eunuch sent to gather news reported that Jin had been preoccupied with court affairs and had not favored any consorts in recent days, instead remaining in the Yongxin Palace. Indeed, within half an hour, a senior eunuch from the imperial service strode into Jingfang Garden. "Lady Xiao, please bathe and change, and await the emperor's arrival tonight." Xiao Chang'e rewarded the eunuch with the prepared silver, and he happily imparted instructions on how to serve the emperor before departing. He was so elated she could hardly contain herself, having long endured the indignities of Jingqing Garden at last. She could hold her head high. Although Xiao Chang'e had already prepared herself at Yu's insistence, she had no choice but to bathe and dress anew. The excitement radiating from Yu was palpable, even more intense than if Xiao Chang'e were to marry. Unable to deny her maid's fervor, Xiao Chang'e acquiesced. Chapter 25. After completing her preparations just an hour later, before the night deepened, Jin finally arrived. "This humble servant, Xiao Chang'e, respectfully greets your majesty and wishes you long life." She knelt before Jin, her attendants from Jingfang Garden behind her. "Rise," Jin said, taking his seat at the main table. His gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Chang'e. The attendants discreetly withdrew, and as Yu exited, she could hardly contain her joy. "Lift your head," Jin commanded, his tone steady and unhurried, reminiscent of every moment she had heard in her past life. Within Xiao Chang'e surged a complex torrent of emotions. Hatred, a deep-seated loathing that surpassed even the depths of the ocean. Yet, intertwined with that hatred, there seemed to linger something inexplicable. Slowly, Xiao Chang'e raised her head, locking eyes with Jin, who wore a look of astonishment. "You." Jin's emotions were visibly stirred. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Xiao Chang'e feigned ignorance. "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all." For a moment, Jin appeared flustered, regaining his composure as he asked, "Is your given name Qiangu? You mentioned that your parents passed away early, and that you grew up in the Omping Wangfu. May I inquire about the origins of your parents? A smile graced Xiao Chang's face. Yet within her heart, tumultuous waves seemed to surge. Ingjin, why must you pose such inquiries? Are you seeking to uncover any connections I may have with Feng Qinghuang? Do you truly yearn for her? Or are you haunted by the fear that her spirit may send someone to exact vengeance upon you? Oh. Ingjin stroked his chin, appearing pensive. Suzhou indeed a splendid place. He likely thought that since Xiao Chang's hometown and Feng Qinghuang's were worlds apart, it was utterly impossible for her to have any blood ties to Feng Qinghuang. Yet, had not Feng Qinghuang's entire clan been annihilated? What then was the need to worry that Xiao Chang'e could possibly share any connection with her? The hour was growing late. It would be wise to rest soon. Ingjin seemed to have cast aside his concerns, his expression softening considerably. He rose from his chair, extending his arms, signaling Xiao Chang'e to assist him in loosening his garments. However, a sense of dread began to churn within Xiao Chang'e, for this was precisely the scenario she had long feared. The depth of her hatred for Ingjin was profound, and how could she possibly? No, she resisted the idea of being alone with him, let alone engaging in intimate relations. Yet, amidst such emotions, what avenue remained for her to evade this fate? Furrowing her brow, Xiao Chang'e's mind raced through countless thoughts until a solution emerged. Your Majesty, I have harbored a fondness for singing since childhood. Each night, a simple tune sung before slumber ensures a peaceful night's rest. Given your burdensome duties and the multitude of affairs you oversee, might it be pleasing for me to serenade you for a moment, alleviating your worries before you retire? Oh, it seems that noble Lady Xiao possesses such refined tastes. Very well indeed. I have been rather restless of late. Thus, I would be grateful for your melodious offering. A smile spread across Ingjin's face. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chang'e continued, Your Majesty, since we are to enjoy a tune, it would be quite dull to partake without a fine drink. I happen to have brought some exquisite wine from my homeland. Would it not be delightful for me to offer both song and wine? Ingjin erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Since the beauty has such intentions, how could I possibly disregard your kindness? As he spoke, he reached out to caress Xiao Chang'e's cheek, but she deftly evaded his touch with a charming smile. Swiftly, Xiao Chang'e retreated to another room to gather what she needed. She recalled that prior to entering the palace, while preparing her belongings at Omping Wangfu, she had contemplated that if she were fortunate enough not to be selected, it would be ideal, however, should she be chosen. She would eventually find herself in a situation like this with Ingjin, but how could she endure sharing a bed with him again, especially with the spirit of Feng Qinghuang looming over her? Thus, she had procured some defensive items at the market, including a pouch of powdered medicine. This powder, when mixed into food or drink, would induce immediate unconsciousness, creating the illusion of intoxication without raising suspicion. Moreover, this substance was entirely safe, devoid of any adverse effects on the body. Xiao Chang'e quickly located the pouch, then fetched wine in a small dish from the kitchen, discreetly adding the powder to the drink when no one was watching. Why has noble Lady Xiao taken so long? Ingjin inquired lazily from the bed, his dragon robe partially undone, revealing the inner garment beneath, his gaze fixated on Xiao Chang'e as desire gleamed in his eyes. I am merely ensuring that your Majesty receives the finest wine and dishes. Patience is a virtue, Xiao Chang'e playfully replied. Ha ha ha, very well, I am patient, my beauty. Ingjin chuckled heartily. Xiao Chang'e filled a cup to the brim with wine, placing it on the table before him, then sat beside Ingjin, clearing her throat to commence her song. Ingjin savored her beauty and the melody while raising his cup to drink deeply. A smile graced Xiao Chang'e's lips as she continued to sing. Ingjin's hand reached out once more, yearning to caress her face. This time she could not evade him. Instead, she sang on, allowing his hand to rest upon her cheek. Yet, inside, she was plagued by doubt. Could this powder be ineffective? Why has it not taken effect? Ingjin's complexion grew flushed, his desires intensifying, as his hand slid from her delicate face down to her neck. Continuing its descent, Your Majesty, Xiao Chang'e felt overwhelming disgust, though her exterior bore no trace of it. She persisted in her song, her body yearning to retreat but fearing to provoke Ingjin's ire. Regardless, he was a sovereign, and she was merely a newly entered noblewoman. Serving the emperor was not only her duty but also an immense honor she could hardly afford to resist should she oppose him. The repercussions could spell doom for her and the entire Omping Wangfu. As Ingjin's hand traversed down to her chest, poised to caress her softness, Xiao Chang'e could not help but tremble. Her face a portrait of panic, yet she swiftly masked it with an expression of enjoyment. Even she found her situation revolting. How could she engage in such acts with the one responsible for her family's annihilation? Absolutely not. Yet, no matter how fiercely she resisted internally, her exterior must not betray her emotions, and she had to feign eager anticipation and delight. Your Majesty, unable to endure any longer, Xiao Qianga called out, attempting to evade Ing Jin once more, inwardly cursing the merchant who sold her the powder. May the seller's entire family suffer for peddling such deceitful wares. Just as Xiao Qianga believed she had reached the point of no return, on the brink of being sullied by Ing Jin, he suddenly collapsed onto the bed, a smile still adorning his face. This abrupt action startled her, prompting her to hastily retreat, her thoughts racing. Could he be dead? Although she had long wished for his demise, the timing was clearly not right. In the absence of strategy and planning, should Ing Jin perish in her Jingfang garden, her own execution would be of little consequence. But the entire clan of Omping Wangfu would suffer the consequences of her misfortune. With a trembling hand, Xiao Qianga reached to check for his breath beneath his nose, relieved to discover he was still alive. Yet, her anxiety soared at that moment. Ing Jin's snores erupted like thunder, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Her heart finally at ease, she slept soundly until the next morning when Ing Jin, rubbing his head, could not recall the events of the previous night. Your Majesty, is something the matter? Xiao Qianga cautiously inquired while dressing him, fearful he might remember their encounter. If he were to deduce that she had deliberately laced his drink, it would indeed be no trivial matter. Yet, her fears manifested as Ing Jin suddenly grasped her hand, his gaze piercing into hers. Fortunately, he did not pursue the events of the prior night but instead asked, Noble Lady Xiao, has anyone ever remarked that your eyes bear a striking resemblance to another? A sigh of relief washed over Xiao Qianga, though tension still lingered as her eyes darted nervously before she forced a smile. Tentatively responding, Your Majesty, no one has ever said such a thing to me. Whom do you believe my eyes resemble? Oh it is nothing. Ing Jin appeared to relax, his expression weary as he sighed. Perhaps it is merely that I have been overwhelmed with state affairs, causing my eyes to deceive me. I see. Your Majesty, you must prioritize your rest. Your health is paramount, for state matters are never ending. Xiao Qianga quickly reassured him. Yet, despite her outwardly innocent and carefree demeanor, her heart was in turmoil. Was it not akin to Feng Qinghuang? In truth, I am Feng Qinghuang. But I cannot confess, nor can I allow even the slightest hint of my identity to be discerned by you, Ing Jin, or anyone within this palace. I must maintain control. A small lapse could jeopardize the grand scheme. Chapter 26. A modest gift. Reminding herself repeatedly, Xiao Qianga promptly arranged breakfast for Ing Jin. Your Majesty, I have prepared a morning meal for you, and I shall bring it forth now. Soon after, she commanded her servants to present the dishes, all of which she had instructed them to prepare the previous night. There were no extravagant delicacies, merely simple fare akin to that of an ordinary household. A deliberate choice on her part. Xiao Qianga, recognizing the situation, personally served him, offering chopsticks. Your Majesty, these breakfast dishes were crafted by my own hands. Prepared since yesterday evening, she thought to herself. The Emperor has surely tasted every exquisite dish imaginable and feasted upon countless lavish banquets, likely weary of such fare. Thus, I have prepared these homely delights, hoping to provide a change of pace. I wonder if Your Majesty finds my humble offering satisfactory. If there is any aspect that displeases you, I shall gladly accept your punishment. As she spoke, she bowed deeply, but Ing Jin quickly assisted her upright. As Xiao Qianga had anticipated, rather than reproach her, Ing Jin expressed great delight in the meal, his face illuminating with joy as if he had encountered a long-lost cherished treasure. Visibly gratified, splendid. It has been quite some time since I have savored this flavor. Ing Jin delicately picked a piece of cold purple cabbage and savored it, unable to resist closing his eyes to fully appreciate the taste. Xiao Qianji's lips curled into a gentle smile as she respectfully remarked, Your Majesty, I am delighted that you enjoy it. It is not in vain that this humble servant has put forth her modest effort. How delightful! I have longed to indulge in such homely dishes, yet it is unfortunate that no one in the entire imperial harem comprehended my desires. Who would have thought that on her very first service to me, Noble Lady Xiao would possess such a crystal-clear understanding of my refined tastes. Truly rare indeed. Ha. Ing Jin, in high spirits, consumed an abundance of congee and rice before departing from Jingfang Yuan. Before leaving, he gazed at Xiao Qiangu with profound affection and declared, Excellent, Noble Lady Xiao, I appreciate it. Bestow upon her a generous reward. Ha. This humble servant is ever grateful for your great kindness, Your Majesty. And I humbly bid you farewell, she responded. All the attendants in Jingfang Yuan knelt in unison. He helped Xiao Qiangu rise, and once they entered the warm chamber, with no other servants around, she could not contain her joy and inquired, My lady, How did you come to know the emperor's preferences and tastes? Xiao Qiange could not help but sneer inwardly. While there may be many things she is unaware of, no one understands Ing Jin's preferences, tastes, and everything about him better than she does. Indeed, she knows him as well as she knows herself. Yet no, she does not truly understand him. If she had truly known him, she would not have been oblivious to his clandestine schemes to annihilate her entire clan. If she had genuinely understood him, she would not have fallen into his trap, offering her family's lives as a sacrifice. As the saying goes, to accompany the emperor is akin to befriending a tiger. What a fitting phrase it is. Xiao Qiange's heart raced like a stampede, as if crushed underfoot with blood spilling forth, spreading across the entire harem and the realm, enveloping all of humanity. My lady, what troubles you? He asked, perplexed by Xiao Qiange's unusual demeanor. It is nothing, I merely had some chili powder get into my eyes while dining. Xiao Qiange quickly turned away to wipe her tears. It was merely an accidental mishap, she said nonchalantly, ensuring you remained unaware of the truth. My lady, you are truly clever to have discerned the emperor's culinary preferences. Perhaps there is no one else in the realm who possesses such talent, he exclaimed joyfully, collecting the towel Xiao Qiange had used to wipe her eyes and picking up a cloth to clean the room. Xiao Qiange could not help but coldly chuckle. This girl was exceedingly naive, believing that everything was as it appeared. In truth, the breakfast she had prepared for Ing Jin was not a mere stroke of luck but a carefully orchestrated plan. For long before, in her previous life, Xiao Qiange had comprehended Ing Jin's deepest desires. His longing to lead a simple life like an ordinary citizen, to have a family of his own. Thus, she deliberately endeavored to cater to his tastes by preparing those homely dishes, allowing him a glimpse of commoners' lives. In doing so, Xiao Qiange would not only possess eyes reminiscent of Feng Qing Huang, but also a heart that deeply understands and cares for him. Surely, he would remember her and regard her with favor. As the two remained quietly in the warm chamber, the entire staff of Jingfang Yuan entered in formation. We congratulate you, noble Lady Xiao. Your favor from the emperor is our entire Jingfang Yuan's honor. We wish you continued blessings and favor, they all proclaimed, kneeling and bowing simultaneously. Had this been any other woman in the harem encountering such a situation for the first time, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with joy, unsure of how to respond. Yet Xiao Qiange was not like the others. She had seen far too much of this in her previous life and understood the true motives of these attendants. They were not genuinely happy for her. Rather, they were merely expressing their hopes for their own futures. Thus, when they first learned she was the only one favored by the emperor, they fawned over her. And upon hearing that her parents had passed away, they quickly turned indifferent. Now that she had finally gained the emperor's affection, their demeanor shifted once more to ingratiate themselves with her. The intrigues of human relationships. The climbing of ranks and the scheming she had seen enough of, discerned, and grown weary of. In truth, such dynamics exist wherever there are people, but they are merely more pronounced in the palace. Xiao Qiange instructed to reward these maids and eunuchs with silver coins and sent them off to attend to their duties. Having finished breakfast, it was time to pay respects to Suwan heir. As was the custom in the harem, morning and evening salutations were obligatory unless in exceptional circumstances in Ikuan Palace. Suwan heir occupied the main seat, with the other concubines seated in order of rank. Each one was adorned splendidly, their makeup accentuating their unique charms. However, this time the center of conversation was no longer the previously favored Lu Yuyan but rather Xiao Qiange, who had just received the emperor's attention the night before. Only Xiao Qiange understood that there was no genuine romantic connection with the emperor. She remained a maiden. Congratulations, noble Lady Xiao. How fortunate you are to be the second among us to have captured the emperor's favor. One exclaimed cheerfully. Noble Lady Xiao seems so unassuming, yet her capabilities are remarkable, Jean Mei heir commented with a hint of jealousy. Indeed, noble Lady Xiao truly surprises us all, and Sui added. Both of them were aligned with Lu Yuyan. Thus their remarks bore an undertone of discontent. Xiao Qiange chose to disregard their comments, simply smiling serenely. I admire noble Lady Xiao's demeanor. She is low-key and unpretentious, perhaps it is this very quality that the emperor appreciates, remarked Rongfei, who typically refrained from engaging with the new concubines. Thank you, Rongfei, for your kind words. It is an honor to receive your praise, Xiao Qiange replied, bowing respectfully with two concubines defending her. Lu Yuyan and her associates could only fall silent. Newcomers, you should learn from noble Lady Xiao. Do not merely vie for attention with empty words. The true aim is to earn the emperor's favor. Although noble Lady Xiao speaks little, she possesses great insight. This is her strength, Suwan heir chimed in, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. as if reproaching Xiao Qiangu for not yielding to her influence and instead devising her own strategies to approach the emperor. In truth, Xiao Qianji's deliberate wait to encounter the emperor had already circulated throughout the harem. Desiring to avoid offending Su Wan heir, Xiao Qiangu respectfully replied, "Noble Lady Su, you jest? My fortune in receiving the emperor's affection is merely luck. I am in no way comparable to noble Lady Su or the other esteemed ladies in the palace. I humbly request that you refrain from further praise, lest I find myself wishing to hide away." With just a few words, she brought laughter to the gathering, even eliciting a smile from Su Wan heir. After that day, the attitudes of everyone in the harem, from the highest-ranking ladies to the lowest servants, underwent a complete transformation towards Xiao Qiangu. "Greetings, noble Lady Xiao. Wishing you prosperity." Two unfamiliar young maids entered Jingfang Yuan and promptly bowed to greet her. A small token of appreciation, though it pales in comparison to your grace. We hope you will accept it, and moreover. Chapter 27. A shift in winds. The young maid, glancing around for the right words, continued, "Moreover, we hope that noble Lady Xiao might speak a few kind words on behalf of our sisters before the emperor, so that they might also have the opportunity to be close to him." After indulging in excessive flattery, they departed from Jingfang Yuan. Half a day later, Jean Mei Er and Ensui also made their way to Jingfang Yuan. "I must apologize for my earlier thoughtlessness in the Yikuan Palace. I hope noble Lady Xiao will not take offense." Indeed. I am foolish and often at a loss for words. I trust noble Lady Xiao will not hold it against us." They chimed in unison, offering apologies. Xiao Qiangu, already weary of this charade, assured them she bore no ill will and hastily sent them on their way. Finally, with everyone gone, she thought to catch her breath. But unexpectedly, the head eunuch from the General Affairs Office arrived. "Noble Lady Xiao, I wish to inquire if the provisions in your palace are sufficient. Are your daily needs adequately met? Should anything fall short, please do not hesitate to inform me, for I have always kept you in mind," he said earnestly. "Thank you for your concern, Master Eunuch. He reward him." Xiao Qiangu instructed. He brought forth a pouch filled with silver, and the head eunuch accepted it with delight before departing, sighing. Xiao Qiangu shook her head and chuckled coldly. The winds of the palace shifted too rapidly, leaving one breathless. When in favor, they elevate you to the heavens. Yet upon losing favor, they swiftly trample you underfoot. Such is the nature of human hearts within the imperial palace. In recent days, not only has Xiao Qiangu encountered a deluge of flattery and adulation, but even you could not escape this whirlwind of activity. However, unlike Xiao Qianga, you not only harbored no disdain for these matters but was, in fact, exceedingly welcoming of them. "Sister you must certainly speak a few kind words for us in front of Lady Xiao." Indeed, Sister I have always been closest to you. The fine tea I had someone send from my hometown yesterday is entirely dedicated to you. Now that you are in a position of power, you must not forget me, Sister There s me too. Several young eunuchs and maidens encircled each with smiles plastered on their faces. Their words dripping with honeyed sweetness. Smiled back, her lips curving upward, her eyes sparkling. She looked exceptionally beautiful on this day. Su Wan'er summoned both Xiao Qianga and Lu Yuyan to her Yikuan palace. After they were seated, Su Wan'er said, "Today, I have called you here to engage in some casual conversation and to strengthen our sisterly bond. Furthermore, I wish to address the fact that since the emperor has already taken a liking to both of you, we shall henceforth be considered as one family. Moreover, I had previously advised you both on how to serve the emperor, and I trust you have gained some insights by now. What of you, Lady Xiao?" Su Wan'er turned her gaze toward Xiao Qianga. Previously, Su Wan'er held some reservations about Xiao Qianga for not heeding her advice. However, after hearing both Consort Rong and Consort to speak in Xiao Qianga's favor during a morning greeting, she could no longer underestimate her. Thus, she decided to regard both Xiao Qianga and Lu Yuyan equally, and to win them over as her allies. Xiao Qianga was acutely aware of Su Wan'er's intentions. While she had no desire to become her subordinate, she also did not wish to offend her, so she echoed Lu Yuyan's sentiments. "This humble servant will follow all of Su Guifei's guidance." Su Wan'er nodded in satisfaction and continued, "It pleases me greatly to see that you both are so understanding and considerate. Thus, from now on, you shall serve the emperor alongside me. Though there are many women in the harem, few are favored by the emperor. Whether you two can remain by his side for an extended period will depend on your fortune and your obedience." The words obedience were pronounced slowly, laden with implication. "This humble servant shall certainly be obedient, adhering to all of Su Guifei's wishes." Lu Yuyan hastily knelt and bowed her head to Su Wan'er. Yet, Xiao Qianga found it impossible to engage in such self-deprecating displays of servitude. While she could suppress her resentment and converse with her calmly, she could not bring herself to act like Lu Yuyan. wagging her tail like a lapdog to curry favor instead. She merely performed a slight bow and stated, "This humble servant obeys." Upon exiting Ikuan Palace, Lu Yuyan was filled with pride, believing she had successfully latched onto Su Wanner's favor. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Humph! I, Lu Yuyan, am truly fortunate. From among the multitude of candidates, I have emerged to be honored as a noble consort, and now I have garnered Su Guofei's recognition that it seems my future is indeed bright." After this, she laughed heartily. Xiao Qianga, however, remained cold and impassive. Betraying no emotion, Lu Yuyan shot a glance at Xiao Qianga, scoffing, "Humph! You carry yourself with such an air of superiority, but I fail to see what abilities you possess. Sister Xiao, who are you trying to impress with that long, sullen face? Now that Su Guofei has raised us up, you still maintain your usual indifference. How ungrateful!" Heh! Xiao Qianga merely let out a cold laugh and chose to remain silent, striding directly towards Jingfang Garden. Are you treating me like air? Humph! Xiao Qianga, we shall see." Lu Yuyan fumed. Upon returning to Jingfang Garden, all the palace attendants knelt and bowed before Xiao Qianga, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. "Then why, lady, Su Guofei summoned you? Which must surely be a good omen, right? You brought over a freshly brewed cup of tea." Xiao Qianga accepted the tea and drank, saying nothing. "My lady, I believe both the emperor and Su Guofei hold you in high regard," Yu said joyfully, yet Xiao Qianga could only smirk coldly within. What frivolous chatter! Let us get back to work. Lu Yuyan, Yu, and all those ignorant palace attendants believed the emperor's favor and Su Wanner's summons indicated a special regard for them. How utterly laughable! The emperor's attention toward both herself and Lu Yuyan was not born of fondness, but rather as a means of maintaining balance, to prevent Su Wanner from consolidating too much power in her harem. Indeed, it was about balance, a political maneuver, a strategy. This had been the case in previous dynasties, and it held true in the imperial court as well. In the court, no minister's power or prestige should be allowed to become excessive. Similarly, in the harem, no consort's favor or influence should be permitted to grow too strong. Otherwise, should an overly powerful or favored consort unite her faction, it could pose a threat even to the emperor. As for Su Wanner, she had no genuine desire to be close to either Xiao Qianga or Lu Yuyan. Objectively speaking, she felt nothing but repulsion and jealousy toward them. Which woman would willingly share her husband with others? Moreover, if one were to consider who Su Wanner favored, it certainly was not Xiao Qianga or Lu Yuyan. What merit did these two newcomers to the harem possess that would warrant her attention? On the contrary, Su Wanner had never truly regarded either of them. Unfortunately, those fools simply could not comprehend this. How amusing! The weather was quite pleasant that day as Xiao Qianga stepped beneath the eaves. Seeking a bit of sunshine, she noticed Yu sitting alone in a corner, quietly shedding tears. What has this girl been reduced to tears for? She had been so cheerful and in high spirits these past few days. Why is she crying today? It turned out that since entering the palace, Yu had had no close friends, except for one sisterly companion named Honger, who worked in Su Guofei's Ikuan Palace, tasked with menial chores. Recently, Yu had been busy in Jingfang Garden and had not seen Honger for some time. Missing her dearly, unable to contain her longing, she went to Ikuan Palace to find her, only to learn that Honger had been executed a month prior by Su Guofei. Yu asked why Honger had been killed and what crime she had committed. The maidservant, at a loss for words, could only stammer that such occurrences were too common in the palace. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. In truth, Honger had been the maid who fell victim to Su Wanner's wrath after hearing slanderous gossip about herself in the palace that fateful morning. Alas, do not grieve too heavily. I have told you before that in this palace, one must fend for oneself and exercise utmost caution. However, rest assured, as long as I live, I will do my utmost to protect you. But you must also strive to be vigilant and remember to act with great caution in words and deeds, Xiao Qianga said, embracing Yu's head gently in a comforting gesture. In truth, it was not only Yu who felt sadness and fear. Xiao Qianga herself sometimes felt disheartened and weary. She reflected on how she had entered the palace less than 3 months ago, yet had already witnessed the execution of Xiao Liner and Li Deying. The lives of unknown maidservants and young eunuchs were as disposable as ants. One could crush them without a second thought, and no one would bat an eye. Ever since that night when Ingjin visited Jingfang Garden, he had sent numerous gifts to Xiao Qianga, fine fabrics, exquisite delicacies, and various furnishings. Following that, Ingjin had been preoccupied with state affairs and had not favored any consorts thereafter. Chapter 28, Heartfelt Conversations in the Plum Garden. Su Wanner sighed. Do not think it is only you. Even I have not seen the emperor recently. I wonder what has come over him. I have heard that ever since he left Jingfang Garden last time, He seems to have transformed into a different person. He spends his days dealing with state affairs and does not visit the harem. Yet he has not forgotten about Jingfang Garden. It is said he has been bestowing gifts upon that side. Provoked by Lu Yuyan, Su Wanner's eyes nearly sparked with fire, filled with jealousy and indignation. However, she quickly masked her feelings and began to sow discord with Lu Yuyan. Sister Lu, since you and Lady Xiao entered the palace together, and you served the emperor a few days earlier, how is it that you have been overshadowed by her? Lu Yuyan blinked at a loss for words, her face displaying helplessness. While everyone assumed Xiao Qiang'a was reveling in her success, she herself remained utterly indifferent. She spent her days in her own palace, idly practicing calligraphy and engaging in embroidery to pass the time. One afternoon, a distinguished guest arrived at Jingfang Garden. Lady Xiao is truly diligent, even as the head of a palace. She still engages in embroidery herself. A gentle and warm voice spoke. Consort Rong. What a surprise! Xiao Qiang'a almost gasped in astonishment, never expecting Consort Rong to visit Jingfang Garden. Please take a seat, Consort Rong. I truly did not anticipate your arrival. Your presence brings such radiance to Jingfang Garden. Xiao Qiang'a expressed her delight, hastily beckoning He Yu to serve tea. There is no need for such formality, Lady Xiao. I have come to invite you to join me in admiring the plum blossoms in the Hongmei Garden. Might you have some time to spare? Consort Rong said politely and amiably. Certainly, Consort Rong. Please wait a moment while I change into another outfit, and I shall accompany you. Xiao Qiang'a changed into a creamy white robe and donned a crimson cloak before setting off with Consort Rong toward the Hongmei Garden. It was the 12th month and outside, the world was an icy expanse, a crystalline realm of white, utterly breathtaking. Were it not for being in the palace, Xiao Qiang'a would have likely taken He Yu out to play in the snow and build snowmen. However, due to her residence in the palace and her status as the emperor's consort, she cannot indulge in carefree play as she once did at home. She must constantly be aware of her identity, exercising caution in every word and deed. Alas, what joy is there in living like this? She feels as though she is trapped within a mask, leading a wearisome existence. Yet this is her life, an inescapable reality. Fortunately, she harbors aspirations in her heart, a longing to draw closer to Ying, to exact vengeance for past grievances. Since entering the palace, Xiao Qiang'a has constantly reminded herself, yet she cannot help but be moved by the sights around her. Often feeling melancholy, Sister Xiao, do you not realize how much you resemble someone? Consort Rong remarked, gazing at Xiao Qiang'a with a hint of nostalgia. Oh, really? Who do I resemble? Xiao Qiang'a feigned ignorance, fully aware that Consort Rong was referring to Feng Qinghuang. She is someone from my past. Consort Rong shook her head with a sigh, her tone tinged with regret. Seeing the expression on Consort Rong's face, Xiao Qiang'a felt a surge of gratitude towards her. Everyone claims that genuine feelings are absent in this harem, where only deceit and intrigue prevail. Besides, Feng Qinghuang has long since passed, and under a cloud of scandal no less. Yet, Consort Rong still remembers her, and reflects upon her with sorrow. It appears that Consort Rong is indeed a person of deep emotion and loyalty. What was her name? Xiao Qiang'a continued to feign curiosity. She was originally, alas, it is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Consort Rong sighed again. Xiao Qiang'a feared that if she allowed herself to think too deeply about Feng Qinghuang, she might reveal some flaw in her composure. Noticing that Consort Rong wished to change the subject, she quickly suggested, Sister Rong, look at how beautiful the plum blossoms are all around us. The red ones are like flames, the white ones like snow. And over there are pink and green ones. Let us go take a look. Indeed, although this garden is called Red Plum Garden, it offers more than just red plums. There are also white and green varieties. This garden grows ever more delightful. Consort Rong and Xiao Qiang'a strolled and chatted together, and truth, the protagonist possesses an intimate knowledge of the palace, as Feng Qinghuang resides within her. She is not only familiar with Ying and Su Wanner, but also has a keen understanding of Consort Rong and Consort Da. Consort Rong entered the palace even before Feng Qinghuang, and the tales of her life were shared by others after Feng Qinghuang's arrival. It is said that Consort Rong hailed from a modest background, her father merely a third-tier official in a province. Before entering the palace, she had a romantic partner with whom she shared a deep connection. One that almost led to a lifelong commitment. However, her father, aspiring for greatness, forced her into the selection of consorts, hoping that a favor from the emperor would elevate the entire family. Consort Rong, being dutiful, reluctantly parted ways with her lover and entered the palace. Due to her exceptional beauty and intelligence, she caught the emperor's eye and rose from an unnamed concubine to a position of prominence, a rare achievement indeed. Yet, her character is one of steadfastness and integrity, unable to tolerate the palace's underhanded machinations. Thus, After becoming a consort, she grew weary of the constant strife and intrigue, choosing instead to live a life of simplicity. Seeking only peace and longevity within the palace walls, Feng Qinghuang, known for her kindness and sincerity, became a close friend of Consort Rong, understanding that although Consort Rong had entered the palace, her heart still longed for her youthful lover. Eliciting both sympathy and sorrow now, standing before the friend from her past life, Xiao Chang'e felt a wave of emotion. For a fleeting moment, she almost revealed her innermost thoughts to Consort Rong, but ultimately restrained herself. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Chang'e plucked a green plum blossom from a tree. Sister Rong, look at how beautiful this green plum is. While it may not possess an extraordinary beauty, it is pure and elegant, with a pristine fragrance. Indeed, I too have a fondness for green plums that I never imagined that your tastes would align so closely with mine. Sister Xiao, Consort Rong replied, admiring the blossom while her hand instinctively moved to a jade pendant at her waist. She picked it up, unable to stop herself from wiping away tears. Alas, it was her own admiration for the green plums that had inadvertently stirred Consort Rong's sorrowful memories. Xiao Chang'e knew well that the jade pendant had been a token from Consort Rong's lover before she entered the palace, which is why she held a particular fondness for the color green. After entering the palace, many had drawn comparisons between the green plums and Consort Rong, as they believed her character mirrored that of the blossoms. Yet, whenever this occurred, Consort Rong would glance at her jade pendant, the deep green pendant mirroring the light green of the plums, inevitably invoking bittersweet memories. Sister Rong, I apologize, have my words brought forth painful memories? Xiao Chang'e feigned ignorance, fully aware of Consort Rong's emotional state. Oh, it is nothing, Sister Xiao. This pendant has been with me since my youth, so it is natural that it reminds me of my parents outside the palace. Consort Rong attempted to conceal her feelings. Xiao Chang'e could only continue to play the part of the oblivious, pondering how best to offer comfort. Sister Rong, perhaps there is a possibility that one day we may both leave the palace. Therefore, you must remain optimistic and not dwell in sadness. We are both waiting for that day to come. Consort Rong sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. Sister Xiao, while your aspirations are noble, I fear they are but a distant dream. Understanding her friend from a past life, Xiao Chang'e grasped her hand, wishing to impart solace and strength. Consort Rong had always appreciated Xiao Chang'e's calm and uncontentious demeanor, and after their conversation she felt that despite Xiao Chang'e's youth, her heart was genuine and unpretentious. Thus, she wished to impart some wisdom. Sister Xiao, as someone who has experienced this, I must warn you. Although the emperor may currently favor you, do not allow yourself to be beguiled by his fleeting affections. That I have seen many rise and fall in this palace. In times of favor, they bask in sweetness, yet in times of disfavor, they wail and lament, even contemplating despair. Such occurrences happen daily. Xiao Chang'e understood that Consort Rong referred to another individual, yet she remained unconvinced. She could not believe that Ying Jin still harbored feelings for Feng Qinghuang, or that he might favor someone simply for possessing similar eyes. She could not accept that if he still held feelings for her, he would have once decreed her family's execution as they were engrossed in their heartfelt exchange. They unexpectedly encountered Su Wan'er and Lu Yanada. It seems this palace is not the only one enjoying the plum blossoms. Consort Rong and Lady Xiao are also indulging in such elegance. Su Wan'er remarked with a sardonic tone. With that, Consort Rong and Xiao Chang'e exited the red plum garden together. Consort Su, look at how proud they appear, as if they have no regard for you at all. Lu Yuyan remarked, ever the instigator. Su Wan'er scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. Just as Xiao Chang'e entered Jingfang courtyard, Consort Rong sent her a multitude of gifts, decorative items for her room, exquisite antique flower pots, fresh green plum branches and delicacies crafted from plum blossoms. Xiao Chang'e felt deeply touched. In her previous life, she and Consort Rong had been close friends, and now in this life, they seemed to share an innate affinity. Their conversations flowed effortlessly, and with Consort Rong's generous gifts, it was clear she regarded Xiao Chang'e as a confidant. However, the following day, Su Wan'er sent an array of gifts to Jingqing courtyard, mirroring the offerings from Consort Rong, decorative items and food. Yet, the quality and materials of Su Wan'er's gifts were evidently superior to those from Consort Rong. She replicated the gesture for Lu Yuyan, yet her offerings surpassed those of Consort Rong in extravagance. Such individuals, being petty themselves, naively assumed others shared their nature. Even when witnessing genuine affection, they believed it to be mere pretense. They attempted to imitate and outdo one another, a grave misjudgment indeed. As He Yu continued to chatter about the happenings outside, unexpectedly, Lu Yuyan strode in, causing He Yu to fall silent in an instant. Why the sudden silence? Were you not just speaking so animatedly? Afraid now? Lu Yuyan taunted, her gaze fixed on He Yu, who quickly retreated to the kitchen to work. In the past, during her time at the Omping Wangfu, He had dared to confront Lu Yuyan, but things were different now in the palace. No matter her courage, she would not dare to oppose the emperor's kin. Lu Yuyan then turned her attention to Xiao Qianga, boasting, Sister Xiao, some people will forever be outshone by others. Even when clinging to the powerful, they ought to choose a worthy one. Why cling to such a feeble branch? I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. What could possibly be going on in that head of yours? Is it filled with glue? Ha ha ha. Lu Yuyan unleashed a tirade of mockery towards Xiao Qianga, without lifting her head or casting a glance at Lu Yuyan. Xiao Qianga replied coolly, some individuals, despite their unpopularity, still shamelessly seek to ingratiate themselves. They should simply turn right and leave without a word. She utterly disregarded Lu Yuyan. Humph? Xiao Qianga, we shall see who laughs last. Lu Yuyan stormed off after flinging that remark behind her. He pouted and made a face at her retreating figure. Xiao Qianga disregarded Lu Yuyan, yet could not prevent others from vying for her favor. They all witnessed Su Waner presenting gifts to Lu Yuyan and frequently inviting her to Yikeng Palace for discussions. Consequently, everyone assumed that Su Waner regarded Lu Yuyan as a confidant, flocking to Jingqing courtyard to engage in flattery, believing that winning Lu Yuyan's favor would equate to winning over the esteemed consort Su. Each day, Jingqing courtyard bustled with visitors, nearly breaking its threshold under the weight of gifts. Lady Lu, you are truly a fortunate individual. Even consort Su treats you with such distinction. It seems your days of soaring to greatness are not far off. Lady Lu, do you remember me? I am Qian Daming, the one who spoke with you during the selection process. Do you recall? Sister Lu, your future relies entirely on you. That I have brought all the valuable items from my palace today to pay my respects to you. The crowd continued to forge connections, flatter and present gifts, turning Jingqing courtyard into a scene of bustling activity akin to a temple fair. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyan reveled in her newfound status, nearly losing her sense of direction. Her daily routine consisted of reclining on a comfortable chair, commanding her maids and eunuchs to fan her, massage her shoulders, knead her legs, and serve her tea. All the while, she watched the influx of visitors, her hands overflowing with gifts, and her ears ringing with sweet words. For her, there was no more blissful existence. Lu Yuyan's arrogant laughter echoed across several courtyards and walls, reaching Jingfang courtyard. My lord, look over there. That incessant arrogance is truly unbearable, He remarked, pouting. What do you find unbearable? What does it concern you? Xiao Qianga shot He a disdainful glance. Oh my lord. Alas. It is truly the case of a master being unhurried while the servant is frantic. My lord, you remain ever so serene and uncompetitive. If you were to contend, you would surely surpass Lady Lu by countless measures. He sighed. There is a saying, what is meant to be yours will come to you in due time. What is not meant for you cannot be forced. What is rightfully yours will find its way to you without your struggle, and what is not yours, no amount of effort will change that. Do you understand? Xiao Qianga reproached. That may be true, but He still seemed unconvinced. And no more buts. If you truly care for me, heed my words. Let things unfold naturally and live our lives simply, without comparison to others. Can you do that? Xiao Qianga inquired. Well, very well, I understand, my lord, He replied, though her heart remained reluctant. Xiao Qianga could only sigh in resignation as she watched her. Meanwhile, ever since Jin had visited Xiao Qianga, he found himself unable to forget her, even though he had drunkenly passed out that night and awoke the next day with no recollection of what transpired. He could not shake the thoughts of her from his mind. Additionally, the simple breakfast served in Jingfang courtyard had resonated with his tastes, momentarily transporting him to a humble farmhouse existence, a life he had long yearned for. In truth, even without the Empress Dowager's prompting, he was impatient to see Xiao Qianga again. He felt an inexplicable void in her absence. Thus, that evening, Jingfang courtyard welcomed the eunuch from the Imperial Affairs Office for the second time. Lady Xiao, please prepare for your bath and change into fresh attire to respectfully await His Majesty, the eunuch called out in a drawn-out tone. This news spread swiftly throughout the palace, reaching numerous concubines, including Lu Yuyan, who was currently sulking in her Jingqing courtyard. She had just been the focus of everyone's flattery, receiving an array of valuable gifts and sweet words, leading her to believe she was on the cusp of soaring to greatness. Little did she know the emperor had chosen to visit Jingfang courtyard instead. Humph! Why should she, Xiao Qianga, have such fortune? The emperor has not graced the harem in ages, yet now he chooses to visit her? Is it merely because she shared a bed with him once? What makes her unforgettable to him? Lu Yuyan fumed, cursing and throwing objects in her room in frustration. This night was destined to be tumultuous, as not only Jingqing courtyard but several other palaces were rife with discontent. From those who had never laid eyes upon the emperor to the highest-ranking concubine, Suwana, your highness, it is time to rest. Chuntao cautiously attended to Suwana. Get away. Suwana scolded. This servant is at fault. Chuntao immediately knelt to her. I fail to see what is so appealing about that Xiao Chang'a. In terms of looks, she cannot compare to Lu Yuyan. In talent she is unremarkable, and in cleverness she always wears that cold expression that even women do not find appealing. Yet why does the emperor take interest in her? Suwana swept all the combs and hairpins from her dressing table to the floor in a fit of rage. Chuntao hurriedly picked them up, not daring to breathe. What a wretched woman. Suwana cursed again. Chuntao cautiously spoke, Your Highness, why must you contend with her in this moment of anger? Surely the emperor's interest in her is merely a fleeting novelty. Who has not experienced a first and second time? Once the novelty wears off, he will forget her entirely. In terms of loyalty, the emperor has only ever shown the most to you, even more so than the likes of Defei and Rongfei. Chapter 30. Reminiscing through objects. Haha, indeed, enough of this. Attend to my rest. Suwana finally ceased her fury. Meanwhile, Jingfang courtyard, the object of envy and jealousy, was brightly lit, although it was late enough for rest. Xiao Chang'a, fearing solitude with Jin and the potential loss of her virtue, instructed her attendants to light every room in Jingfang courtyard. She sought to diminish the night's allure and mystery, hoping to quench Jin's fiery desires. Unfortunately, on this particular night, no amount of effort could deter him, having previously drunkenly collapsed during his last visit. He remained unaware of whether he had shared a bed with Xiao Chang'a. Thus, tonight, he would not let the opportunity slip by. Moreover, having spent several nights alone in Yongxin Palace, it was unusual for the emperor, and he was eager for satisfaction. At that moment, Xiao Chang'a's heart raced. Anxiety coursing through her veins, driven by her thirst for revenge, she longed to approach Jin. Yet, the implications of their intimacy filled her with dread. Her mind raced, seeking a way to maintain distance. But none came to her. In her desperation, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Jin reached out to her, and Xiao Chang'a could not help but shudder. What, are you afraid of me? Jin inquired. Oh no, not at all. Xiao Chang'a quickly deflected. I am merely a bit chilly. It snowed heavily yesterday, and the weather is growing colder. Perhaps we could have someone add more charcoal to the incense burner? In truth, the charcoal had just been replenished and the fire burned brightly. Xiao Chang'a was merely stalling for time. Jin did not object, and a eunuch entered to add charcoal. Xiao Chang'a, however, began to contemplate other strategies. If all else failed, she would resort to her previous approach. Regardless of the circumstances, she must not engage in intimacy with him. Your Majesty, would you allow me to sing a little song for you? Xiao Chang'a proposed as she rose. I shall pour you some wine to enhance your enjoyment. No, I do not wish to drink tonight, Jin replied resolutely, recalling the previous mishap caused by alcohol. Then shall I prepare a late-night snack for you? No, I am not hungry. Jin repeatedly rejected Xiao Chang'a's suggestions, his impatience to indulge in her company growing stronger. His curiosity about her deepened, while other women sought to approach him. Xiao Chang'a did the exact opposite. Yet, the more she resisted, the more intrigued he became. Jin's hand reached for Xiao Chang'a again, caressing her cheek, gliding down her neck, and continuing lower. It was moments away from reaching her bosom. Your Majesty, please! Xiao Chang'a cried out, dropping to her knees. Your Majesty, I am only 13 and a half, yet to undergo my coming-of-age ceremony. I beg you to have mercy on my youth and spare me. And when I reach the appropriate age, I shall serve you faithfully. Upon finishing her plea, sweat dripped from Xiao Chang'a's forehead onto her garments, for to stand before Jin without fear was impossible. Despite her unique situation, housing the spirit of Feng Qinghuang within her and possessing knowledge of Jin's character, two factors restrained her. First, the identity of Feng Qinghuang must remain concealed, lest it attract calamity. Second, as Xiao Chang'a, this was not the opportune moment to act against him. Though she loathed him deeply and longed for revenge, she understood that the time was not yet ripe. Thus, she must wait. In the interim, her status as a mere concubine rendered her powerless, devoid of influence, and incapable of taking any action. Therefore, until she possessed the strength to confront him, she could only tread carefully in his presence. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Boldly, Jin flung off his dragon robe and rose from the bed, exclaiming, You truly possess audacity. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I was left with no choice. I beseech your forgiveness, Xiao Qiangu implored, her body trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps it was indeed Jin's compassion for the young Xiao Qiangu, or perhaps he had lost Feng Qinghuang and was reluctant to part with this girl who bore some resemblance to her. After a brief moment, Jin's wrath subsided. Enough, after all, you are but a child. I shall not stoop to the level of a child. Though his words retained an air of authority, his expression had softened. I thank your majesty for your graciousness, Xiao Qiangu responded, bowing once more. Rise, come sit beside me and converse, Jin beckoned, extending his hand to assist her. Yet Xiao Qiangu hesitated, her face still marked by trepidation. Rest assured, before you are wed, I shall not lay a finger upon you, he reassured her. Only then did she find the courage to sit beside him. Jin gazed into Xiao Qianji's eyes, which mirrored those of Feng Qinghuang. He shook his head and chuckled helplessly. Truly remarkable. Not only do you resemble her, but your temperament as well. Xiao Qianji's heart stirred. She understood the implication of his words but had not anticipated such a confession. She was taken aback that he still remembered her, and that he would so easily grant her clemency despite her grave transgression. Indeed, when the emperor wishes to indulge you, refusing him does constitute an act of rebellion. Yet how laden with both resignation and delight his words were, a sentiment that seemed at odds with his imperial stature, for he wielded the power over life and death of all in his realm. How could he appear so enraged yet helpless and still smile so joyfully? Did he truly harbor feelings for Feng Qinghuang? Xiao Qiangu felt a flicker of emotion within her, but it was fleeting. She quickly steeled herself that if Jin truly had feelings for Feng Qinghuang, how could he have so mercilessly annihilated her entire clan? Perhaps his lingering memories of her were merely a whisper of remorse. How could one commit such heinous acts without a trace of guilt? Yet what purpose did remorse and guilt serve? As these thoughts consumed her, she chastised herself. Is this truly you? Do not forget. You bear the weight of countless lives upon your shoulders. Regaining her composure, Xiao Qiangu reminded herself that any glimmer of hope towards Jin was utterly futile. It was absolutely impossible. Her heart was filled solely with hatred and the desire for vengeance. No matter what he said or did, her resolve would not waver. This sachet was crafted by me a few days prior, containing a blend of Hahuan fruit, pine nuts, ginseng, lavender and other herbal ingredients. Worn upon your person, it serves to soothe the mind, alleviate worries, dispel fatigue, and enhance vitality. I humbly hope your majesty will accept it, she offered with a smile. Unaware that Jin's gaze was fixed intently upon the sachet in her hand, his body frozen in place. Your majesty, Xiao Qiangu called out once more. Jin, however, seized the sachet, inspecting it closely while caressing the fabric. His eyes gradually reddening with unshed tears. Confounded, Xiao Qiangu could not comprehend his reaction, but Jin remained silent, entranced by the sachet, murmuring minded at that moment. She followed his gaze and finally realized. The fabric used for the sachet was identical to that which she had sewn for her unborn child in her previous life as Feng Qinghuang. In that instant Xiao Qiangu understood. Jin was reminiscing about her and their child, the child that had never seen the light of day. A child is a mother's heart and soul. Even though he had yet to be born, he had lived within her for many days, and thus Xiao Qiangu felt an overwhelming tenderness and sorrow for her child. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that Jin could possess such profound feelings for that child. Why? What could possibly explain this? He had issued the decree that led to the deaths of her father and entire clan, had witnessed her suffer the loss of her loved ones and succumb in bloodshed while pregnant. Yet now, merely upon seeing a fabric akin to that of their child's swaddling, he was brought to tears. This was incomprehensible. Xiao Qiangu felt lost. She could not decipher Jin, nor could she understand this world. Jin cradled the sachet as if it were a rare treasure, pressing it close to his heart, lost in sorrow for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted his head and grasped Xiao Qianji's hand firmly. His gaze resolute. Who exactly are you? Oh, I see now, your name is Xiao Qiangu. Jin exhaled slowly, as if burdened with exhaustion. That I am weary. The day is waning and it is best that you rest. Xiao Qiangu too released a breath of relief, and that night passed peacefully. The following morning, Jin arose to attend court, leaving with a sense of satisfaction and joy, for he increasingly perceived Xiao Qiangu as extraordinary. Though he knew she shared no blood relation with Feng Qinghuang, he felt an inexplicable connection between her and Feng Qinghuang, as if fate had intertwined their destinies. In any case, having lost Feng Qinghuang, he yearned to possess this Xiao Qiangu. I shall attend the morning court and return to keep you company in the evening. I humbly bid farewell to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Xiao Qiangu led all the servants of Jingfang Yuan in a bow. Chapter 31. A delightful exchange. He was overjoyed, bouncing about, and all the servants of Jingfang Yuan were grinning from ear to ear. For the emperor's favor upon their mistress brought them a share of that fortune. Of course, among the palace servants, aside from he used genuine affection for Xiao Qiangu, the sincerity of others was known only to themselves. During the day, the eunuch bureau sent many gifts bestowed by the emperor, and Jing Fongyuan once again became the envy of the entire harem. That evening, Jin indeed returned to favor Jing Fongyuan once more. And true to his word, he refrained from attempting to draw closer to Xiao Qiangu. Their interaction was one of shared wine, savoring delicacies, composing poetry together, discussing life, and exploring matters of state of Yu Guanju Jiu. In the river shallows, Jin began to recite, Yao Qiao Shu Nu Jun Zi Hao Qiu. Xiao Qiangu immediately responded with the next line to Feng Qi 11 Yun Fei Yang. Jin continued, Wei Jia Haiyan 11 Gui Gu Xiang, and De Meng Shi 11 Shou Sai Fang. Xiao Qiangu replied, Do you not see, in the bright mirror of the high hall, sorrow for white hair? Morning like green silk, evening turns to snow. Jin recited that if life were but as it was at first sight, why would autumn winds mourn for painted fans? Xiao Qiangu countered, Casual changes betray the hearts of old friends. Yet they say the hearts of old friends are easily changed. Life and death are intertwined. With you I make a pact. Hand in hand with you, together we grow old. They traversed from the spring and autumn period to the flourishing Tang and Song dynasties. From the myriad schools of thought to the literary giants of Li Bai and Du Fu. As long as Jin initiated a line, Xiao Qiangu would immediately respond with the corresponding verse. Ha ha ha, Qiangu, you truly please me, you truly please me. Jin laughed in delight. In truth, such a scene was not foreign to Xiao Qiangu. Long before, in her previous life, similar moments had played out countless times. She recalled the day Feng Qinghuang first entered the palace. Jin had spotted her among dozens of candidates and summoned her forth, engaging her in conversation, posing questions, and challenging her to compose poetry. At that time, Feng Qinghuang had been awestruck by the grandeur of the occasion, her cheeks flushed, biting her red lips, filled with a mix of nervousness and shyness. Yet she had not faltered. Her eloquence left Jin astonished. This woman is extraordinary. Jin immediately conferred upon Feng Qinghuang the title of Guoran, granting her the distinguished name of Feng. Such an elevation was rare, and Feng Qinghuang was the first to receive a title so soon after entering the palace. She also remembered the first time Jin favored Feng Qinghuang. Trembling with anxiety, she had been cherished by him, who had not forced himself upon her and had waited several nights before truly claiming her amidst words of comfort and affection. The following day, he had bestowed upon Feng Qinghuang the title of Feng Pin, a swift elevation in rank that was seldom seen in the harem. Every time they had met, they had exchanged verses and discussed life. Feng Qinghuang's talents were remarkable. She was proficient in poetry, song, and the arts, which greatly pleased Jin and earned his admiration. As the music ended, Xiao Qiangu began to play the guzheng. Compared to the lively tunes of the qin, the guzheng sound was steady and powerful, rich and resonant, each possessing its own unique charm. Excellent, excellent, excellent! Jin exclaimed 3 times, thoroughly enjoying the moment. After exchanging verses and listening to the melodies, Xiao Qiangu took out a go board to engage Jin in a game. Allow me to place this here, Xiao Qiangu said. Placing a black stone, I shall go here, Jin responded. Placing a white stone, I will move here. Xiao Qiangu contemplated for a moment before placing another black stone. I will place my stone here, Jin replied. The game continued until a candle had burned down completely. Yet it remained unfinished. Jin, known for his skill in Go, had never encountered a worthy opponent among the concubines, but today he truly felt he had met his match. They played until deep into the night. And in the end, Xiao Qiangu deliberately allowed Jin to win, doing so with such subtlety that he remained oblivious. My skills in Go are no match for your majesty. You are truly formidable. She bowed, knowing that emperors enjoy flattery, and thus she played to his favorite. Ha ha ha, Qiangu. You have done remarkably well today. I have come to understand what it means to encounter a worthy opponent and to find a kindred spirit. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Lady Xiao, you truly are my confidant, my dear confidant. Ha ha ha. In the depths of the night, the sounds of Jin's hearty laughter and Xiao Chang's gentle chuckles resonate through the Jingfang garden. Meanwhile, in the other palace quarters, the various concubines are gnashing their teeth in frustration, their hearts itching with envy. Xiao Chang'a, I never would have guessed that beneath your seemingly unambitious exterior lies such capability. Truly, how shameless. In the Jingqing garden, Lu Yuyan tosses and turns in her bed, cursing under her breath. The other concubines and ladies-in-waiting, similarly restless, are consumed by jealousy, their eyes reddened, yet powerless to change their circumstances. The following day, as the concubines visit Ikuan Palace to pay their respects to Su Waner, they once again resort to their insincere flattery upon seeing Xiao Chang'a. Congratulations, Lady Xiao. You are indeed fortunate to have captured His Majesty's heart. Pray, share with us how you accomplished such a feat. Su Waner, perched in her primary seat, speaks in a tone laced with sarcasm. Jean Mayer and Ensui, who had initially intended to flatter Xiao Qianga, find themselves at a loss for words, their leader Lu Yuyan too incensed to encourage them, leaving only awkward coughs in the air. Lady Rong has always admired Xiao Qianga, coming to her defense by stating, "It is evident that the emperor must value her steadiness and kindness. I concur." Adds to Fio earn the emperor's favor, one cannot rely on base and underhanded tactics. It is character and virtue that ultimately matter. De Fei, known for her haughty demeanor, rarely takes notice of others, yet she has twice spoken in Xiao Qianga's favor, not only due to her calm and unobtrusive nature but also to undermine Su Wan'er. Her emphasis on the term "bay" serves as a veiled jab at the recent rumors surrounding Su Wan'er. Though De Fei, Lady Rong, and Su Wan'er have long been in the emperor's inner circle, their relationships are fraught with complexity. Humph, Su Wan'er scoffs, awkwardly stating, "Lady Xiao indeed possesses many admirable qualities," with two reluctant concubines defending Xiao Qianga. Su Wan'er's comments, though ambiguous, do not overtly oppose her, prompting the lesser-ranked ladies-in-waiting to begin their own chorus of flattery. What good fortune Lady Xiao has, her talents, her character, her kind heart, all worthy of praise. They implore her to speak well of them to the emperor, hoping that she will not forget them in her rise to favor. Xiao Qianga merely smiles serenely, lacking the arrogance of Su Wan'er in her prime or the audacity of Lu Yuyan after her own elevation. Her demeanor is as tranquil as a blooming daisy, fresh and unassuming, rendering her appearance all the more composed and mature. Despite her tender age of 39. In conclusion, Su Wan'er publicly rewards Xiao Qianga with lavish gifts, valuable jewelry, exquisite fabrics, and rare trinkets. The lesser-ranked ladies, who have yet to encounter the emperor or witness such treasures, are envious to the point of blushing. Lu Yuyan, though unaffected by material wealth, is envious of Su Wan'er's patronage of Xiao Qianga. Her hands twisting her handkerchief in frustration as they exit Ikuan Palace, observing Xiao Qianga's calm and collected demeanor, Lu Yuyan grits her teeth in resentment, vowing, "You shall not succeed for long, just wait." She believes the emperor has already favored Xiao Qianga for 2 consecutive nights and speculates that he will not do so again this evening, though the identity of the favored concubine remains uncertain. From after lunch, Lu Yuyan has been loitering near the Jingshi room, hoping to glean which lady the emperor will visit that night. Is that not Lady Lu? A young eunuch emerges from the Jingshi room, his voice melodious. "Indeed, indeed. Master Li, it has been a few days since we last met. You appear to be in fine health." Lu Yuyan flatters, knowing Li is keen on gaining weight and thus chooses her compliments wisely. "Thanks to the young lady's kind words. Where might you be headed, Lady Lu?" I merely indulged too much at lunch and am taking a stroll to aid digestion. By the way, Master Li, might you know if the emperor—" Lu Yuyan is eager to steer the conversation toward her inquiry but finds herself fumbling for words. Lady Lu, you wish to know which lady the emperor will favor tonight, do you not?" "Well, that is difficult to say. I am merely a humble servant and cannot presume to know the emperor's thoughts. To do so would be to risk losing my head." Master Li rolls his eyes at her, realizing her intent to extract information. "Please, Master Li, lower your voice. We mustn't let others overhear." Lu Yuyan is desperate to quiet him, but he continues to speak loudly, inciting her frustration. "Fear not. If you're anxious, then do not inquire." Li deliberately raises his volume. De Fei, how is the charcoal supply in your palace? Should you find it insufficient, do let me know, and I shall ensure it is delivered promptly. Without hesitation, he aligns himself with De Fei, given her high status. "Thank you, Master Li." De Fei replies with a smile before walking away. Lu Yuyan stands frozen, torn between leaving and confronting him, her frustration boiling over. "Character and virtue are paramount," Li retorts, mimicking De Fei's tone to insult her as he departs, leaving Lu Yuyan seething with rage. How utterly infuriating. I wanted to ask but ended up losing face. She laments, "Young lady. With so many ladies in the palace, how am I to gather information? One cannot visit each and every one." Huang Xing'er cautiously glances at Lu Yuyan. "Then you shall loiter at each entrance." Lu Yuyan snaps, her temper flaring. However, as the words escape her lips, she recalls her own earlier behavior, causing her anger to escalate further. In a fit of rage, she grabs a glass vase from the table and shatters it on the floor, sending Huang Xing'er fleeing in terror. "Young lady, the emperor has favored. Favored whom? Speak quickly." "He has favored Lady Xiao." With a crash, another vase meets the ground as Lu Yuyan's fury peaks. "Why her again? This is the 3rd night." She exclaims, "Xiao Qianga, you wretched creature. May you meet a dreadful fate." Despite her anger, Lu Yuyan remains focused on her own agenda. For this is of utmost importance, she meticulously prepares herself, applying thick powder to her face, the brightest rouge to her lips, and donning a vibrant pink gown of the latest fashion. striking and eye-catching with an exaggerated sway of her hips, she makes her way to the entrance of Jingfang Garden. Waiting for the emperor's arrival as the emperor's dragon carriage approaches, she gracefully steps forward, coincidentally stumbling before him. Does she exclaims, one hand clutching her thigh while the other checks her hairdo, yet her alluring appearance is undeniable. You are. Jin halts, gazing at Lu Yun. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects. Lu Yun hastily attempts to rise, but her movements are deliberately slow, anticipating the emperor's approach to assist her. Hoping to catch his eye and elicit surprise, this woman is truly beautiful, pleasing to my eyes. However, reality proves otherwise, as Lu Yun's expectations falter. Her exquisitely adorned face, once radiant with a charming smile, now contorts into an expression of despair, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Torn between her desire to express it and the presence of the emperor's close attendant, her complexion fluctuates between crimson and pallid. Meanwhile, in Jingfang Garden, Xiao Qianga has laid out her rice paper, ground her ink, and picked up her brush to practice calligraphy. The emperor quietly sits beside her, observing her every movement, every smile over the past few days. An unspoken understanding has blossomed between them, a connection only they can grasp, intangible yet profound. Xiao Qianga has already showcased her talents in poetry, music, and games, but has yet to demonstrate her skills in writing and painting. Thus, she resolves to display them tonight, not only to occupy time but also to dissuade the emperor from succumbing to his desires. Conversely, the emperor is genuinely curious to uncover the depths of her talents yet undisclosed. The brush, saturated with ink, descended upon the paper, and as each stroke rose and fell, Jin found himself once again entranced. He was amazed not only by Xiao Qianga's remarkable calligraphy, which was aesthetically pleasing and distinctively vigorous, but also by the handwriting itself. How familiar it seemed. Jin's excitement surged as he grasped Xiao Qianga's wrist, causing the brush in her hand to clatter onto the Xian paper, marring the delicately crafted characters with a chaotic blot. You truly go by Xiao Qianga? You genuinely hail from Suzhou and grew up in Yangzhou. You are not deceiving me, are you? Jin's face flushed crimson with exhilaration, the veins on his forehead bulging. For Xiao Qianga was undeniably enigmatic. She brought him a multitude of surprises. The first shock was her eyes, strikingly reminiscent of Feng Qinghuang's. The second was the fabric of the sachets she crafted, identical to the swaddling cloth Feng Qinghuang had made for their child. And the third revelation was that her calligraphy mirrored Feng Qinghuang's handwriting flawlessly. Who is Xiao Qianga, and why does she bear so many similarities to Feng Qinghuang? At that moment, Jin recalled Feng Qinghuang's words spoken before her demise, the curse she had uttered. Jin, I lack the power to avenge my father upon you. Yet, I shall not allow you to live in peace. I will ensure that the world knows you, Jin, have driven your own empress to her death within the Xianchen Palace. Day after day, year after year, you will not escape the clutches of the vengeful spirits. Suddenly, Jin raised his head sharply, seeing the darkness outside the window devoid of light, when a crow flapped its wings and took flight from the treetops, its cries haunting and chilling. Could it be that her curse had come to fruition? That she had returned for vengeance? At this thought, Jin's body trembled. Speak. Have you deceived me or not? Your Majesty, you are hurting me, Xiao Qianga whimpered, reaching with her other hand to cover her wrist held captive by Jin. Appearing pitifully delicate, Your Majesty, I have never deceived you in the slightest. Please believe me. Observing Xiao Qianga's fearful demeanor, her soft tone and melodic inflections, Jin released his grip, thinking perhaps he had overreacted with lingering doubts. He self-reproached, Oh, I apologize for hurting you. I merely recalled an old acquaintance, and you resemble her. Quite closely. Oh, is that so, Your Majesty? It is an honor for me to bear any resemblance to your acquaintance. It comforts my heart, Xiao Qianga replied, while discreetly observing Jin's reactions, noting the transitions from joy to tension, from tension to fear, and finally to confusion, filling her with immense satisfaction. This was her intent. She aimed to torment him, to make him remember the past, to remind him of that curse, to let him suffer, to instill fear within him, to make him grapple with his past entanglements, to keep his mind in turmoil, and to ensure he pays for his previous actions. And this was merely the beginning. Ha ha! At that moment, Xiao Qianga felt a twinge of regret. She lamented not having seized the opportunity to end him with a knife or a rope when he first visited Jingfang Garden, which would have resolved everything. She regretted appearing timid before him during his second visit. Was it necessary? What was there to fear? It was a matter of life or death. If not for the desire to protect the entire Omping Wangfu, she would have acted decisively. But now, witnessing his discomfort, Xiao Qianga felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyfully. Very well, since she could not kill him immediately, nor engage in a desperate struggle, she would take her time. Who was to be afraid of whom? Chapter 33. A further test gradually tormenting him, draining his spirit, rendering him feeble and fearful, was also a source of amusement, one far greater than seeing him die before her eyes. The so-called slow knife inflicts the most pain. Xiao Chang's heart raced, yet her face remained composed as she folded the marred Xian paper and laid it aside, preparing a fresh sheet to continue her writing. Seeing her reaction, Jin convinced himself that it was merely coincidence. There were countless individuals in the world who bore resemblances to one another. Even those who seemed worlds apart could share certain similarities. It was entirely natural, surely. He had overthought things, succumbed to excessive worry, and perhaps even hallucinated. His expression gradually softened, yet soon his brows furrowed once more as he slowly sat down and began to speak. Does Lady Xiao take an interest in matters of state? Xiao Chang'a shook her head, continuing to tend to her brush and ink. Then I shall speak. You may listen. Jin turned his gaze towards the window, recounting, Lady Xiao may not know, but my realm has only recently stabilized. I still recall the years when our court was rife with turmoil, beset by troubles. Those years drained me of vitality. Though he looked outside, his eyes discreetly monitored Xiao Chang'a's response. She feigned attentive listening out of respect while still producing a gentle rustle on the Xian paper. For instance, that year, the Chancellor Feng conspired with foreign officials to stage a rebellion, nearly shaking the very foundations of our nation. Upon uttering Feng's name, Jin abruptly turned to gaze at Xiao Chang'a. Yet, she displayed no sign of disturbance, continuing to listen intently while deftly maneuvering her brush. Even now, the memory of that incident sends shivers down my spine. Jin continued, Your Majesty, I was but a child. Ignorant of the affairs of the state and unfamiliar with the individuals you speak of, however, I do have a gift for you, Xiao Chang'a said, lifting her previously bowed head, her expression cheerful, as she carefully picked up the sheet she had been working on, stretching it taut with both hands to reveal a stunning landscape painting before Jin. Splendid. Truly exquisite. At that moment, Jin had entirely set aside the matters of state and the Chancellor. Unable to resist praising Xiao Chang'a's artistry, the mountains stood strong and resolute, the waters flowed with gentle grace, the trees were lush and verdant, and the clouds swirled in mist. A wonderful piece, a wonderful piece. Ha ha ha. Observing Xiao Chang'a's innocent visage, her complete lack of reaction upon hearing the mention of the Chancellor, and her unwavering focus on painting while he discussed the rebellion, Jin concluded that she was indeed Xiao Chang'a. Devoid of any ties to Feng Qinghuang, and no further testing was necessary. Proficient in poetry, song, and the arts, she was truly remarkable. Lady Xiao, you are indeed a treasure to me, he exclaimed, filled with delight at having found a kindred spirit. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened and Xiao Chang'a and Jin lay together, fully clothed in slumber, with Jin honoring his promise to refrain from touching her. Outside, the northern winds howled, snowflakes like goose feathers cascaded down, quickly blanketing the recently cleaned ground in a pristine layer of white, creating a world of crystal clarity. Inside, the charcoal fire in the incense burner blazed warmly, as the eunuchs of the palace had brought in the finest red charcoal to Jingfang Garden due to Xiao Chang'a's recent favor, making the room as warm as spring. While Jin was soundly asleep, Xiao Chang'a's eyes remained wide open, unable to find rest. This was all because Jin had just mentioned the Chancellor. He spoke of the Chancellor's conspiracy and rebellion, and though Xiao Chang'a feigned ignorance and indifference, her heart bled. The Chancellor, her pitiful father, a loyal minister who devoted his life to the Emperor and the state, ultimately met his demise at Jin's hands. Her father suffered too greatly, his spirit unavenged. Tears streamed down Xiao Chang'a's face uncontrollably, while in front of Jin she had mastered the art of pretense. Not daring to frown, let alone cry, she was exhausted, bearing the weight of her facade, deprived even of the chance to mourn her deceased father. All of this was due to the man beside her. Turning to look at him, she found him deep in slumber, softly snoring. Why? Why did this murderer sleep so soundly? And why did her loyal father die bearing the most heinous accusations? In that moment, Xiao Chang'a yearned to reach out and strangle Jin, to squeeze the life from him, to provide solace to her father's spirit and the souls of the Feng family beneath the 9 springs. Yet, she was compelled to restrain herself with reason. The time was not yet ripe. Moreover, she did not wish for his demise to be so swift. That would be too merciful. She intended for him to suffer gradually, to die painfully, piece by piece. She would ensure that he paid a price commensurate with the lives of her father and her entire family. Tears dripped into her mouth, salty and bitter. She turned her gaze to the window, where the pure white snow illuminated the night, yet her heart remained shrouded in darkness, once again ensnared in the web of past grievances and entanglements. The following morning, after enjoying the homely meal prepared by Xiao Qianga. Jin felt even more rejuvenated. Although he had not touched her for 3 consecutive nights, he felt an immense joy, for he saw too many echoes of Feng Qinghuang and Xiao Qianga. In Jingfang Garden, he rediscovered many fragments of past happiness. After Jin departed, he generously bestowed rewards upon Jingfang Garden once more. This time, however, he refrained from gifting gold, silver, or fabric. He deemed such items mere worldly trinkets, unworthy of the transcendent Xiao Qianga. Instead, he presented her with a multitude of flowers, including the winter-blooming plum blossoms, narcissus, and chrysanthemums of various colors and shapes. These flowers must be nurtured indoors. Upon observing that the warm corner in the warm pavilion was insufficiently spacious, Jin commanded the construction workers to convert the west wing of Jingfang Courtyard into a greenhouse dedicated to the cultivation of flowers. Consequently, Xiao Qianga would be able to admire seasonal blooms in her garden at any time. That day, Jingfang Courtyard was bustling with activity. Aside from the workers involved in the renovation of the warm house, there were many individuals arriving to present gifts and curry favor with Xiao Qianga. Essentially, among the newcomers, only Lu Yuyan was absent, and among the older crowd, aside from Su Wan, Rongfei, and De Fei, all the other noble ladies were present, including those from the General Affairs Office and the Respectful Affairs Room. Even Jean Mayer and Ensuyi, who were usually the closest companions of Lu Yuyan, made their appearance after dinner. Upon seeing Xiao Qianga, the two immediately knelt and paid their respects, their demeanor exuding utmost reverence and humility. "Lady Xiao, we have offended you on numerous occasions, but we blame our ignorance for it. Your generosity is boundless. Please do not hold our transgressions against us," Jean Mayer implored, bowing her head. "Indeed, Lady Xiao, considering that we are all from the same selection process, please do not hold it against us." And Sui echoed in agreement. "You may speak your minds while standing. Kneeling serves no purpose," Xiao Qianga replied, her expression devoid of emotion, as she had no desire to engage with these two. Thus, Jean Mayer and Ensuyi rose and settled themselves onto a nearby bench. Jean Mayer then furtively glanced toward the door to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. "Alas, Lady Xiao, you are unaware of the difficulties we face. Ensuyi and I, being newcomers to the palace, lack both connections and support, which is why we acted in desperation. That we hope for your understanding." "Yes, Lady Xiao, we were momentarily bewitched and misled by that wretched person. Oh, please have compassion for us." Ensuyi chimed in, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. "I beg your pardon, but I do not comprehend what you are saying," Xiao Qianga responded coldly. "Lady Xiao," Jean Mayer ventured closer, lowering her voice, "we are referring to that wretched Lu Yuyan. She has been the one instigating us against you." Indeed, it is exactly as she said," and Sui continued in agreement. "Oh? Is that so? I must express my apologies, but I find myself utterly uninterested in your matters," Xiao Qianga replied with a dispassionate tone cough. "Lady Xiao, if you do not forgive us, we shall remain kneeling here indefinitely," Jean Mayer proclaimed, and together with Ensuyi, they once again knelt down. Xiao Qianga could not help but chuckle coldly within. She mused about how their little clique had seemed so solid. They had gathered daily to gossip and stir up trouble. Yet here they were, so easily fracturing. How amusing it was to witness the truth that like attracts like. Considering Lu Yuyan's nature, it was no wonder she could only associate with individuals like Jean Mayer and Ensuyi. Just days prior, they had been eagerly trailing behind Lu Yuyan, calling her sister, and now in the blink of an eye, they had turned to calling her a wretch. However, Xiao Qianga had no intention of entangling herself in their petty affairs. She was not interested in forming alliances with such people, primarily because she held them in contempt. "Lady Xiao, you truly have never held any grievances against us?" Jean Mayer exclaimed. "That I knew it. Lady Xiao is kind-hearted and would never be like Lady Lu." Jean Mayer and Ensuyi rose from the floor, eager to continue ingratiating themselves with Xiao Qianga. Yet, upon seeing her icy demeanor and lack of acknowledgement, they ultimately took their leave. Before departing, they discreetly retrieved some gold and silver jewelry from their sleeves and placed it on the table beside Xiao Qianga. "Lady Xiao, you must accept this. Otherwise we shall be troubled at heart," they insisted. Xiao Qianga paid them no mind. "At you. Place it inside and ensure everything is sorted separately," she instructed, gesturing towards the inner chamber. He understood immediately. The gifts received that day could fill several large boxes, and Xiao Qianga had not even glanced at them. Some were still wrapped, and she had instructed to store them in the warm pavilion without unwrapping them. After freshening up and completing her evening routine, Xiao Qianga retired to bed, reflecting on the day's events. Jingfang Courtyard had been as lively as a festive market, with people coming and going. Laughter and chatter resonating throughout, the sounds of flattery and ingratiation, coupled with the finest gifts presented by those sycophants, filled the air with the workers constructing the warm house. The courtyard was nearly at capacity. The maidservants and eunuchs were elated. With He Yu grinning from ear to ear all day long, Xiao Chang'e smirked, dismissing it all as unremarkable, and closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber just then. The sudden voice of the emperor's personal eunuch Xiao Shizi broke the tranquility. Quickly summon Lady Xiao of Jingfang courtyard to receive the emperor. What? Xiao Chang'e perked up, questioning her own ears. The emperor had already spent 3 consecutive nights in her presence. Why was he returning today? She lamented that she had already removed her makeup, her hair cascading down, and donned a slightly worn outfit. How could she possibly receive the emperor in such a state? But there was no time to redo her appearance as He Yu and the others hurriedly lit the lamps. Xiao Chang'e hastily got out of bed to dress, only to find Jin had already stepped over the threshold and stood before her. Your Majesty, Xiao Chang'e knelt quickly, greeting him with reverence. Long live the emperor. There is no need for such formalities, Chang'e, Jin said kindly, helping her to her feet. Indeed, his address had shifted from Lady Xiao to Chang'e. I express my gratitude to your Majesty, Xiao Chang'e replied, rising. Chang'e, you truly bear a striking resemblance to her. Jin's words trailed off, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you referring to your late acquaintance? Xiao Chang'e feigned ignorance. Although Jin spoke lightly and logically, Xiao Chang'e could not help but recall her past life. At that time, Jin had devoted himself solely to Feng Qinghuang, dismissing all other concubines. While Feng Qinghuang, seeking to avoid the stigma of being labeled a manipulative beauty, had urged him to share his affections among the other palace women. Jin, concerned for Feng Qinghuang, had repeatedly acquiesced. Yet each time he promised to visit the other courtyards, he would stealthily return to Feng Qinghuang's side in the dead of night, when she questioned him about his sudden change of heart. He offered the same excuses he had today, claiming he had been reminded of certain matters concerning her palace. Recalling this and observing Jin before her now, a peculiar sensation stirred within Xiao Chang'e. Could it be that he still held feelings for Feng Qinghuang? No. Xiao Chang'e refused to believe it. She did not wish to reignite any fantasies regarding him. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the scenes from earlier in Jingfang courtyard. And laughter bubbled forth. What has amused you so, Chang'e? Pray share it with me, Jin inquired, his gaze fixed upon her as if he could not get enough. Your Majesty, I was reminded of some amusing events. Xiao Chang'e called out toward the door. He Yu, bring forth all the gifts received today. He Yu complied, arranging all the gifts on the table in the warm pavilion, carefully sorting them into separate piles. What is this? Jin questioned, perplexed. Your Majesty, these are all gifts I received today. Look, this set of jade jewelry was sent by Jin Changzai, and this green jade bracelet was sent by An Changzai. They are the two who usually follow Lady Lu around. And this pile was sent by the petite Xian de Ying, while that pile was from the slightly darker-skinned Wei Changzai. Xiao Chang'e pointed out each item to Jin. Her smile infectious as she introduced them. In her innocence and sincerity, Jin found himself increasingly drawn to her. This was precisely the effect Xiao Chang'e sought. She watched as Jin removed a jade pendant tied with a golden thread, adorned with pink tassels, from his waist and placed it into her hands, gently closing her fingers around it. Chang'e, since these gifts are from them to you, feel free to do as you wish with them. Keep them if you desire or gift them to others. It matters not, however, this pendant has been with me always. I gift it to you today, when I am not by your side. Seeing it will be akin to seeing me, he declared with deep affection. Xiao Chang'e continued to wear a cheerful expression as she accepted the pendant, performed another courtesy, and engaged in light-hearted conversation with Jin until she finally settled down. The entire harem erupted in speculation. The emperor had spent 4 consecutive nights at Jingfang courtyard, favoring the newly entered noblewoman Xiao Chang'e. This was no trivial matter, since Jin's ascension to the throne. He had solely favored 2 women, the late Empress Feng Qinghuang, and following her demise, Su Waner. To the other concubines, he had only extended his affection sporadically, as a means of maintaining balance and decorum. Hence, it was evident that Feng Qinghuang and Su Waner held irreplaceable positions in Jin's heart, though public perception of them was vastly divergent. One was revered, while the other was reviled. One was esteemed for her virtue, while the other relied on cunning. Now Xiao Chang'e, a recently selected young noble in the palace, is merely 13 years of age, making her the youngest among this batch of talented maidens, still short of reaching maturity. Yet, what could possibly endear her to the emperor so profoundly? The women of the harem could not help but whisper among themselves, speculating that the emperor's attention was merely a fleeting fancy for her youth. This matter inevitably reached the ears of concubine Da, whose father was the esteemed general of Zhenyuan and whose brother held a significant military position, both stationed at the northwestern frontier and highly favored by the emperor. Due to her illustrious lineage, concubine harbored an air of arrogance, often appearing aloof and indifferent to others. She regarded most with disdain, including the favored ladies Feng Qinghuang and Su Wan'er. In her eyes, they were merely beneficiaries of their slightly superior beauty, which had captured the emperor's affections, lacking any exceptional qualities beyond that. She, however, was a true scion of a military family, a paragon of nobility, far surpassing those who relied solely on their looks to charm the emperor. Thus she maintained a lofty demeanor, looking down upon all in the harem, keeping her distance from others. Yet, no matter how proud a woman may be, she cannot be indifferent to the affections of her man. And likewise, she is concerned about the women who draw his attention. Consequently, when Xiao Chang'e was enjoying flowers and practicing her calligraphy in her quarters, she was visited by Yunque, the personal maid of concubine Da. After offering her greetings, Yunque invited Xiao Chang'e to the palace of Yanqi for a friendly chat. Having spent considerable time with concubine Da, Yunque had adopted a similar haughty demeanor and never referred to herself as a servant in the presence of other mistresses. Much like Chun Tao, Su Wan'er's personal maid. Very well, I shall come at once, replied Xiao Chang'e, rewarding Yunque with a token of appreciation. After changing her attire and preparing some freshly made pastries, she made her way to the palace of Yanqi. Upon her arrival, she respectfully greeted concubine Da, wishing her longevity. Understanding concubine Da's temperament, Xiao Chang'e was exceedingly courteous and presented her with the pastries. My dear sister, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall indulge in them shortly. Concubine Da remarked, instructing Yunque to take the osmanthus cake to the kitchen. As Xiao Chang'e had anticipated, concubine Da would not regard such meager offerings with any importance. The mistresses of the harem, being seasoned in the ways of court life, were typically quite discerning about food, especially that which was gifted by others. They would often test for poison before consumption, only eating if deemed safe. Xiao Chang'e was well aware that her humble offering would likely be discarded after her departure, yet she chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. After exchanging pleasantries, concubine Da steered the conversation toward more pertinent topics. My dear sister, how old are you this year? She inquired. Oh, I am still shy of maturity, Xiao Chang'e replied, as concubine Da observed her closely while stirring the floating tea leaves with the lid of her cup. Do you harbor any affections for the emperor? She continued. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chang'e burst into a fit of giggles, her eyes sparkling. The emperor, let me think, he is like a father and elder brother to me. Caring for me greatly, thus I do like him. Xiao Chang'e's innocent expression and candid words immediately disarmed concubine Da, who, feigning ease, asked, Oh, is that so? How do you usually interact with the emperor? Xiao Chang'e tilted her head in thought before laughing again. Haha, I have such delightful times playing with the emperor. Just as concubine Da's brow furrowed in suspicion, seeking the underlying meaning of Xiao Chang'e's words, the latter continued, the emperor loves to challenge me with poetry, always giving me the first line to complete. Alas, I am but a novice, having scarcely studied anything seriously, so I often falter. He also enjoys playing chess and painting with me. I studied painting for a few years in my youth, but the emperor says my skills pale in comparison to those of my elder sisters. Moreover, he delights in listening to me sing little tunes. I know I am not as talented as the other sisters, so I merely entertain myself. As Xiao Chang'e spoke, her expressions fluctuated between joy and the occasional pout of frustration, yet to concubine Da, her naivete and sincerity were utterly charming. So dear sister, have you attended to the emperor's needs yet? Concubine Da finally broached her most pressing inquiry once. Xiao Chang'e's cheeks flushed crimson, and lowering her gaze, she appeared quite bashful as she replied, the emperor has said that I am still young, and there is no rush. He will allow me to serve him when I come of age. I see. Concubine Da's demeanor softened considerably, and her forced smile transformed into genuine delight. Dear sister Xiao, you are truly innocent and endearing. Not only does the emperor favor you, but I find myself quite fond of you as well. May I ask, would you be willing to be my friend? You say the emperor is like your father and elder brothers, and I would be delighted to be your sister. What do you think? Concubine Da's expression radiated warmth, reminiscent of a playful older sister. Eagerly, Xiao Chang'e nodded, beaming, I would love that. I have always admired you. Concubine Da, you are dignified and graceful. I aspire to possess your poise one day. Such sweet words flowed from her lips, pure and untainted by pretense or guile, endearing her even further to concubine Da. Everyone craves flattery, and concubine Da was no exception. Very well, dear sister Xiao, I am increasingly fond of you. Henceforth you shall be my dear sister. Should you encounter any troubles or feel wronged in the harem, come to me and I shall advocate for you, concubine Da said, taking Xiao Chang'e's hand in a gesture of affectionate camaraderie. Indeed, concubine Da, I feel incredibly fortunate. Now I have not only the benevolent father and brothers in the emperor but also a wonderful sister in you. I am truly blessed, Xiao Chang'e exclaimed, her face aglow with innocent joy. Concubine Da feigned annoyance, pouting, still calling me concubine Da? When we are alone you may simply call me sister. Do you understand? Of course. Xiao Chang'e giggled again. Oh dear, how exhausting it is to feign innocence. Xiao Chang'e was well aware of concubine Da's true intentions. She understood the thoughts of everyone in the palace, for within her small frame resided the spirit of Feng Qinghuang, who had long departed. Consequently, she possessed a clarity regarding the intrigues of the court that surpassed all others. However, Xiao Chang'e felt a pang of empathy for concubine Da's efforts to win her favor. Mistakenly believing her youthful appearance rendered her words genuine. Alas, how pitiable it was. But what woman in the harem was not a victim of circumstance? What of Feng Qinghuang and Su Wan'er, who enjoyed the emperor's exclusive affection? They too were merely pawns in his grand designs. Such was the fate of every woman within these palace walls. In the Jingfang garden, the flower house had nearly been completed. The artisans planted vibrant flowers, filling the space with their beauty and delightful fragrances. After 4 consecutive nights of visiting Jingfang garden, Ingjin returned to his duties, seldom gracing the harem with his presence. Xiao Chang'e spent her days tending to her flowers, practicing calligraphy and embroidering, leading a tranquil life. Before long, it was time to celebrate the Empress Dowager's 50th birthday. As the sole son of the Empress Dowager, the emperor had always shown her utmost respect and filial piety, never denying her requests. Each year, her birthday was marked by grand celebrations, with this year being particularly significant as it was a round number. Ingjin recognized that as one aged, nostalgia often flourished, and the elderly enjoyed reminiscing with old friends and relatives. Thus, he invited numerous royal relatives and the Empress Dowager's former acquaintances, including those from the Omping estate. The late Prince Omping had been the emperor's uncle, a brother to Ingjin's father, and the princess was Ingjin's aunt and the Empress Dowager's sister-in-law. The current Princess Omping is the sister-in-law of Ingjin, and in terms of seniority, she must address Ingjin as royal brother. This raises an intriguing question. Since Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan are married to Ingjin, the Princess Omping should refer to them as royal sisters-in-law. However, prior to entering the palace, Xiao Chang'e called the Princess Omping aunt, while Lu Yuyan referred to her as cousin. Such familial complexities were commonplace in ancient royal households, with perhaps the most notable example being the Qing dynasty, where 3 women of similar kinship served the same husband. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, wishing her blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. The Princess Omping and the royal consort performed the grand ceremony together for the Empress Dowager. Please rise and take a seat. It has been some time since we last met. How have you both been? The Empress Dowager inquired with genuine concern for her daughters-in-law and niece. Following this, a customary exchange of pleasantries ensued. I have heard that 2 ladies from the Wang family have entered the palace as minor consorts. This is indeed a tremendous honor for the Omping Wang family. After the formalities, the Empress Dowager expressed her curiosity. Let us invite the 2 young consorts to join us for a chat, so that I may also have the pleasure of meeting my 2 daughters-in-law. The invitation was made. Before long, Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan received orders to hasten to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. After performing their greetings to the Empress Dowager, the Princess Omping, and the royal consort, Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan took their seats beside the Princess Omping and the royal consort. It was the first time the Empress Dowager had met the 2. She inquired about their ages, preferences, and whether they had settled into palace life comfortably. It was during this exchange that the differences between Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan became apparent. Chapter 36. The Empress Dowager observes Lu Yuyan's bright eyes flitted about, keenly assessing her surroundings, her sweet smile betraying both cleverness and cunning. Yet, within a brief conversation, the Empress Dowager had already formed a clear impression of their personalities and character, from the moment Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan entered. The eyes of the Princess Omping and the royal consort had not strayed from them. It had been over 3 months since their entrance into the palace, regardless of their current status. Both women were missed. However, the Princess Omping and the royal consort each favored one of the young ladies. The Princess Omping continued to hold Lu Yuyan in high regard, while the royal consort remained fond of Xiao Chang'e. Once the Empress Dowager had completed her inquiries, she promptly stated, "Well, I have finished my questions. You 4 must have much to discuss after such a long separation. I will leave you to your conversation and pretend I am not here." Yet, despite her words, the Empress Dowager harbored her own thoughts. Although she was too old to meddle in the affairs of the emperor's harem, few matters truly eluded her grasp. She had recently heard whispers of the emperor favoring Xiao Chang'e for 4 consecutive nights and had listened to the gossip among the women of the palace. Her curiosity about this girl was piqued. The Empress Dowager was well aware of who the emperor had favored since his ascension, and she understood the dynamics of affection and disdain within the harem. Now, a mere 13-year-old girl, newly entered into the palace, receiving such attention from Ingjin was remarkable, prompting the Empress Dowager to seek a closer look at her character. In contrast, upon meeting Lu Yuyan, the Empress Dowager discerned her to be much like many other vain, superficial women in the harem, seeking to climb the social ladder for personal gain. As the Princess Omping engaged Lu Yuyan in conversation, the royal consort focused solely on Xiao Chang'e. Observing Lu Yuyan's calculating demeanor against Xiao Chang'e's calm and composed presence, the Empress Dowager found herself increasingly drawn to Xiao Chang'e's grace and poise. The young lady's dignified and refined bearing, coupled with an indescribable aura of distinction, impressed the Empress Dowager immensely. The Empress Dowager's satisfaction was evident as she nodded approvingly, a smile gracing her features. At long last, there was someone who could rival Su Wan'er. This revelation unveiled the Empress Dowager's true intentions. Furthermore, her father, Su Xiang, the current chancellor, was notoriously arrogant, regularly accepting bribes from subordinates, thereby corrupting the court. With both father and daughter, one a high-ranking official and the other a favored consort, working in concert, it seemed as though the entire court was becoming the Su family's domain. The Empress Dowager had grown weary of this state of affairs and had long desired to identify a woman to counter Su Wan'er. However, finding such a candidate proved difficult. The multitude of women in the harem offered few who would meet her approval. It was only upon meeting Xiao Chang'e today that she realized the very person she had been seeking had been right before her eyes all along. After what felt like a heartfelt farewell, the Princess Omping and the royal consort would remain at the Empress Dowager's side until her birthday celebration, allowing ample time for conversation. Sister Xiao, do you think the Empress Dowager favors you more than me? Lu Yuyan provocatively inquired. Xiao Chang'e merely scoffed, choosing to remain silent and walk ahead. Sister Xiao, do not always wear such a nonchalant expression. I truly admire your ability to maintain such a stoic demeanor before the Empress Dowager. Ha, you are indeed one of a kind, but I believe the Empress Dowager does not favor you at all. She has been nodding in approval at me. Lu Yuyan's words dripped with arrogance. How amusing, Xiao Chang'e chuckled softly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Yet, Lu Yuyan persisted. However, I truly cannot comprehend how someone like you could capture the Emperor's attention. I simply cannot fathom why he would be fond of someone like you. Alas, I suspect his interest in you is merely a fleeting whim. Once the novelty wears off, you will be forgotten. Believing that the Empress Dowager favored her, Lu Yuyan's boldness grew. Wretched thing. Harlot, she muttered under her breath. As the Empress Dowager's birthday approached, the palace buzzed with festive joy. Even the outside world radiated a celebratory atmosphere. All the ministers, both civil and military, knelt in unison, proclaiming their well wishes. May the Empress Dowager's birthday be auspicious. Her blessings everlasting, her health robust, and her wealth eternal. Subsequently, each presented their congratulatory gifts, which were collected by designated attendants and delivered to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. Within the court, officials celebrated the Empress Dowager, while all the consorts and royal relatives gathered in the palace to honor her birthday. Chapter 37. The birthday celebration in the grand halls of Sinang Palace. Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan gracefully followed behind the multitude of concubines. Appearing like delicate flowers in full bloom from a distance, they resembled a dazzling array of pearls and jade, each woman uniquely captivating, with their varying figures lending them distinct charms. After the group paid their respects and congratulated the Empress Dowager on her birthday, she graciously offered them seats. Typically, the concubines would be arranged in order of rank, but since both Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan hailed from the Omping Marquisate, the Empress Dowager made an exception, allowing them to sit alongside the esteemed Princess of Omping with measured steps. The two approached the princess, only to simultaneously notice the striking figure of Murong Jinyan, seated to the right of the princess. Murong Jinyan had arrived as well. Xiao Chang'e remained largely unfazed, but Lu Yuyan's demeanor shifted noticeably. Her face transformed in a fleeting moment from surprise to delight, and then to disappointment. The seating arrangement for the princess and her companions was as follows. The esteemed princess occupied the far left, the princess in the center, and Murong Jinyan on the far right, with two vacant seats beside him reserved for Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan. The esteemed princess's gaze followed Lu Yuyan closely, while the princess's attention lingered on Xiao Chang'e, both women subtly acknowledging their perceived allies for the future with knowing smiles. Approaching their designated seats, the two cousins felt indifferent about where they would sit. As both were related to the Omping Marquette, if one were to consider familial ties, Xiao Chang'e was slightly closer to the Marquisate, yet this did not significantly influence their seating arrangement in the palace. Rank dictated seating, and both Xiao Qianga and Lu Yuyan held the same status as noblewomen, rendering the hierarchy moot. However, it was evident to Xiao Qianga that Lu Yuyan wished to sit next to Murong Jinyan. Unbothered by her own seating preference, Xiao Qianga decided to step aside, intending to occupy the far right seat. Yet, just as she made her way there and Lu Yuyan approached the middle seat, the previously reticent Murong Jinyan broke the silence. "Lady Xiao, please take a seat." His gaze fixed on Xiao Qianga, his hand gesturing toward the seat adjacent to him. It would now be difficult for Xiao Qianga to refuse, as the young lord had extended an invitation, leaving her little choice. Lu Yuyan's previously bright expression dimmed instantly, her mouth forming a sulky line as she begrudgingly settled into the far right seat. With a polite nod to Murong Jinyan, Xiao Qianga took her place beside him. The hall of Sinang Palace was vast, teeming with guests gathered to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, and the subtle turmoil of emotions among this small group went unnoticed by the larger assembly. As everyone took their seats, it was time to present gifts and offer birthday congratulations to the Empress Dowager. The royal relatives made their way to the center of the hall, kneeling and bowing as they presented their tributes. Among them, the esteemed princess and her companions were neither overly ostentatious nor lacking in grace. However, it was undeniable that Murong Jinyan stood out among all the young lords present, adorned with a pale silk ribbon binding his hair and wearing a moon-white robe. His simplicity was overshadowed by an indescribable elegance emanating from his demeanor. One could say he embodied the phrase, "like a jade among men," and indeed, he had grown taller and more striking in the 3 months since they last met. Yet, Xiao Qianga was no longer the same. Since that fateful incident in the water, she had become a mere vessel for Xiao Qianga's form, her true essence having transformed into Feng Qinghuang. Uncertain of the previous Xiao Qianga's feelings toward her handsome cousin, she knew that she could never harbor affection for him, as Feng Qinghuang had no room for romantic inclinations in this world. While Xiao Qianga remained composed, Lu Yuyan was a tempest of emotions. Her heart a cacophony of feelings akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned. The scene of Murong Jinyan inviting Xiao Qianga to sit replayed in her mind, stirring her frustration. Lu Yuyan had harbored feelings for Murong Jinyan since their time at the Omping Marquise. And though she had confessed her affection several times, he had never reciprocated. Reluctantly entering the palace at the behest of the princess, she often found herself reminiscing about her cousin during the quiet of the night. Today their rare encounter reignited her long-held feelings. Throughout Murong Jinyan's movements, Lu Yuyan's gaze remained fixated on him, yet his attention was wholly consumed by Xiao Qianga, leaving no room for her. This only intensified Lu Yuyan's frustration and her resentment towards Xiao Qianga, who seemed to overshadow her at every turn. Finally, the royal relatives had completed their tributes, and it was time for the ladies of the imperial harem to present their gifts. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the first to step forward was the highest-ranking concubine, Su Guifei Su Wan'er. Dressed in a striking magenta ensemble adorned with large floral embroidery, she exuded a flamboyant charm, her hair bedecked with jewels. Known for her flair for the dramatic and her penchant for seizing the spotlight, Su Wan'er seized this opportunity to showcase herself. Accepting a delicate jewelry box from Chun Tao, she opened it, revealing a radiant green gem that sparkled brightly. "Your servant has acquired a piece of exquisite jade," she proclaimed, kneeling as she presented it. "This jade is of the finest green hue, pure and transparent, free from any impurities. It is a treasure beyond compare. I have commissioned the finest jewelers to craft a complete set of jade adornments, including a hairpin, a necklace, a bracelet, and earrings, which I present to the Empress Dowager today. May your longevity be as boundless as the East Sea and your years as enduring as the southern mountains." "Very good, Su Guifei is indeed thoughtful," the Empress Dowager replied, nodding in satisfaction. The assembly murmured their admiration, and Su Wan'er felt a swell of pride, believing her gift elevated her status. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyan's expression darkened. Likely feeling inadequate in comparison to Su Wan'er's offering. In contrast, Xiao Qianga remained calm, her gaze fixed on the center of the hall, admiring the poise and gifts presented by the various ladies. However, Murong Jinyan seemed disinterested in the proceedings, his attention subtly drawn to Xiao Qianga, his expression a blend of quiet joy, gentle resignation, and deepening disappointment. Next came De Fei, whose attire was a stark contrast to Su Wan'er's flamboyance. As she donned a serene lake blue gown adorned with subtle dragon and phoenix motifs, her head crowned with an orange hairpiece and her face lightly made up, although her appearance was understated. Each element of her attire bespoke luxury, crafted from the finest materials, including gold thread and exquisite pearls. As she presented her carefully prepared gift, a package wrapped in deep red fabric, she unveiled a stunning short fur coat. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the guests as they beheld the luxurious offering. I wish the Empress Dowager a birthday filled with joy. May there be many more such days, she began. The gift I present is a fur vest made from the rare and exquisite fire fox. My family was fortunate enough to capture one during their service at the northwestern borders. This rare fur, vibrant and flawless, has been tailored by the palace's finest seamstresses, and I humbly present it today as a token of my family's devotion. Chapter 38. A unique gift. The astonishment on the faces of the guests was palpable, and the Empress Dowager was equally pleased, her smile broadening. Ife is indeed thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to your family for their service at the borders. They shall be rewarded. Defei's smile retained its usual pride, while Su Wanner's expression soured, clearly feeling overshadowed by the generosity of Defei's offering. This moment, when one gazes upon Lu Yuyan, it is evident that the dimness in her eyes has deepened further, likely exacerbated by the birthday gift from the Empress Dowager, which has intensified her feelings of inadequacy. She feels increasingly that her own offering pales in comparison. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianga remains as composed as ever, her expression unwavering. However, internally, she cannot help but smirk, pitying the women of the imperial harem who vie for the emperor's favor and now seek the dowager's approval. Alas, what a burdensome existence they lead. Murong Jinyan occasionally casts glances at Xiao Qianga, yet she feigns oblivion to his scrutiny. Next comes concubine Rong, whose attire starkly contrasts the flamboyance of Su Wanner and the opulence of the empress. Concubine Rong's garb is exceedingly simple, devoid of extravagance, yet it accentuates her delicate beauty and graceful demeanor. She instructs her attendants to bring in a comfortable chair and kneels before the dowager, stating, "Your Majesty, I have heard of a rare wood known as rosewood, scientifically termed Dalbergia odorifera, which takes centuries to mature before it can be utilized. This wood emanates a unique fragrance and possesses health benefits, calming the mind, regulating the spleen and lungs, promoting blood circulation, and detoxifying. On the occasion of Your Majesty's 50th birthday, I am fortunate to have procured a piece of rosewood, which I humbly request skilled artisans to craft into a comfortable chair as a tribute to Your Majesty. Wishing you robust health, long-lasting blessings, and a joyous celebration." Splendid. It is rare to witness such sincerity from concubine Rong. She shall be rewarded. The dowager expresses her satisfaction, and the guests below erupt in a chorus of admiration. By this point, Lu Yuyan feels utterly despondent, as each preceding gift has been more extravagant than the last. She shakes her head in dismay, casting glances at Murong Jinyan, perhaps hoping for a measure of encouragement or solace. Yet, he remains fixated on Xiao Qianga, oblivious to Lu Yuyan's plight. The dynamic among the three remains unchanged since their days at the Omping Wangfu. Lu Yuyan harbors affection for Murong Jinyan, who is enamored with Xiao Qianga, while Xiao Qianga appears indifferent to either of them, her expression perpetually neutral, her eyes reflecting a tranquil depth that stirs for no one, with the principal consorts having presented their gifts. It is now the turn of the concubines and the regular attendants. Currently, there are two concubines in the harem, Xiang Pin and Qi Pin, who present an emerald hairpin and a jade vessel. Respectively, though not as rare and lavish as the gifts from the higher-ranked consorts, they are nonetheless respectable offerings, and after delivering their well wishes, they step aside. As the concubines finish their tributes, it is now time for the regular attendants. However, Xiao Qianga remains unfazed, displaying no urgency. Conversely, Lu Yuyan had initially planned to make a noteworthy impression today, though she is acutely aware of her modest status and resources, which render her unable to compete with those of higher rank. Thus, her gift is naturally less ostentatious. Yet, she believes her offering to be unique and perhaps clever. However, as the proceedings unfold, her confidence wanes and anxiety and tension are etched across her face. Fortunately, there are several others of regular attendant status still to present their tributes, allowing Lu Yuyan a moment of reprieve. But within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, those attendants have completed their offerings, leaving only Xiao Qianga and Lu Yuyan remaining. While Xiao Qianga remains composed, Lu Yuyan can no longer contain her impatience. Resolutely, she rises, suppressing her inner turmoil, and strides to the center of the hall. Kneeling before the dowager, she bows her head, while her maid, Huang Xinger, approaches with a small package held reverently in her hands. Lu Yuyan takes the parcel from Huang Xinger, saying, "Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my humble status, and thus my gift cannot be compared to those of my esteemed sisters. I beseech Your Majesty to appreciate my filial heart and not to disdain my humble offering." As she speaks, Lu Yuyan unveils her gift, revealing a pair of cotton knee pads. This moment, whispers ripple through the assembly of concubines, some rolling their eyes at Lu Yuyan's modest gift, clearly mocking its simplicity. Lu Yuyan, self-conscious of her meager offering, cannot help but glance at the whisperers, Her head bowing in embarrassment after a moment, she steadies herself and continues, I am but a simpleton, having procured the finest cotton this year. Using the softest pure cotton fabric combined with a silky satin exterior to sew these knee pads, hoping for your majesty's health, agility and longevity. Originally Lu Yuyan had hoped that her humble gift, while not valuable, would be appreciated for its sincerity. However, she now realizes that sincere offerings abound, and hers is but the most inconsequential of them all. Through her observations in recent days, the dowager has never held a fondness for Lu Yuyan. Thus, no matter what she presents, it is unlikely to evoke any sentiment. In truth, the dowager is indifferent to the value of these gifts. Having spent years in the palace, she has encountered every fine object imaginable. What truly matters to her is the loyalty and sincerity of those around her, whether they remain faithful to the emperor and to the realm he governs. As it stands, with the exception of Xiao Qianga, all others have presented their tributes. Lu Yuyan glances at Xiao Qianga, and despite her earlier embarrassment over her gift, her spirits lift at the thought of Xiao Qianga. There are certainly others who will overshadow me. I am not the worst, so what is there to fear? With this mental reassurance, Lu Yuyan continues to scrutinize Xiao Qianga, eager to witness her potential misstep. The princess and the crown princess of the Omping Wangfu also cast their gazes toward Xiao Qianga, who, having emerged from their household, remains composed and unhurried in presenting her gift to the dowager. They are left to wonder what her intentions are, if she has prepared a grand finale or if she has indeed come unprepared. Which would be a source of ridicule for all of them. That if the latter were true, the embarrassment would not only be Xiao Qianga's but would also reflect poorly on the entire Omping Wangfu. The other women of the harem begin to direct their attention towards Xiao Qianga as well, for though she is merely a minor noble, her recent unprecedented four-night favor from the emperor has commanded their respect and envy. At this moment, all eyes in the grand hall are upon Xiao Qianga. Even the dowager follows suit, turning her gaze toward her. Should Xiao Qianga fail to rise soon, the princess and the crown princess might question whether she has lost her senses since entering the palace. Behind Xiao Qianga, her maid, He Yu, begins to perspire nervously, repeatedly calling softly to her mistress, my lady, my lady." Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Xiao Qianga slowly rises from her seat and makes her way to the center of the hall. While He Yu hastily retrieves a birdcage that had been set aside, Xiao Qianga accepts the cage from He Yu, and as she carefully opens the small door, astonishment spreads among the onlookers as she gently produces a small swallow from within. "Oh, what is this?" Gasps of disbelief ripple through the crowd, for they feel as though they are witnessing a spectacle from a foreign land, with Xiao Qianga, the newly favored consort, as the performer. The princess of Omping Wangfu turns to the crown princess with a mix of regret and fear on her face. "Remain calm," the crown princess advises, maintaining her composure. Yet the princess of Omping Wangfu, now preoccupied with the potential implications of Xiao Qianga's actions, momentarily forgets her irritation at the crown princess's lack of formal address. Murong Jinyan too feels a deeper anxiety than both the princess and the crown princess, for he harbors feelings for Xiao Qianga, having cared for her deeply, even once imagining her as his future wife. However, at that time, he was still quite young and had not contemplated marriage, allowing the crown princess to send Xiao Qianga into the palace ahead of him. What Murong Jinyan does not realize is that once a woman has spent even a single day as the emperor's consort, or has entered the harem and attained a rank, there is no returning to the outside world, regardless of whether she has ever been favored or even laid eyes upon the emperor. Her fate is sealed within the confines of this palace, a gilded cage for all eternity. Chapter 39. An unintentional twist of fate. Of course, this is a digression. At this moment, the Nava Murong Jinyan is lost in his own daydreams. Returning to the matter at hand, the assembly is captivated, mouths agape in astonishment, as Xiao Qianga reveals the swallow from the cage. Many eagerly await the spectacle of her potential embarrassment, including Lu Yuyan and Su Wan'er among others. The dowager silently sighs, equally perplexed by Xiao Qianga's actions. At this juncture, Xiao Qianga kneels reverently before the dowager, cradling the small swallow in her hands, and proclaims, "Your Majesty, I wish you a prosperous birthday celebration." When the Empress Dowager beheld the swallow cradled in my hands, she must have pondered the reasons behind my actions. "Yes? Please allow me to narrate my tale slowly. Your Majesty, not long ago, within my humble Jingfang garden, I stumbled upon this swallow that had fallen from the heavens. Grievously injured, were I to neglect it, it would surely perish. Thus, moved by compassion, I sought the imperial physician for some healing balm to tend to its wounds, nurturing it with care each day, and procuring tiny insects from the flower house for its sustenance. In recent days, several little swallows have come to visit this one, their mournful cries echoing through the air. Communicating as we humans do miraculously, after a few days of tender care, The swallow's injuries healed remarkably coincidentally. This moment coincides with your Majesty's birthday, and I believe this little swallow had come as an omen for you. A symbol that no matter the trials you and the Emperor may face, fortune shall always favor you today. I shall release this swallow, allowing it to reunite with its kin, and in doing so, I offer my prayers for your health and happiness, Your Majesty. As Xiao Chang'e spoke, she raised the swallow high with both hands and gently loosened her grip. In an instant, the swallow regained its freedom, though it lingered momentarily, circling around Xiao Chang'e as if reluctant to part. At that moment, another swallow swooped in from outside the hall, joining the first in a chorus of chirps before both soared together into the open sky. All present in the hall were momentarily struck dumb, having never witnessed such an event. In the presence of the dignified Empress Dowager, Xiao Chang'e audaciously acted in such a manner, an act considered most daring. When the onlookers turned to regard the Empress Dowager, they beheld a countenance filled with delight. Xiao Chang'e's heartfelt and impassioned words had evidently moved her deeply. Good. Lady Xiao truly understands me, the Empress Dowager reflected. I have always adhered to the teachings of Buddhism, cherishing all living beings. Lady Xiao has exerted herself to save this swallow, tending to its wounds with diligence. Truly admirable. The heavens indeed bestow grace upon those who nurture life. Now, as she releases the swallow to reunite with its family, this is the finest gift I could receive on my birthday. Tears of joy sparkled in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Her benevolence and compassion are a great fortune for the realm. And indeed, a great fortune for me, Xiao Chang'e thought. Bowing once more below, the Princess Omping and Murong Jinyan led the way from their seats, kneeling before the Empress Dowager and echoing Xiao Chang'e's well wishes. Following suit, all others in the hall rose from their seats, joining the Princess Omping and Murong Jinyan in their reverence. May the Empress Dowager's benevolence and compassion bring great fortune to the realm and joy to us all. This beautiful sentiment resonated throughout the grand hall. The Empress Dowager would surely relay her satisfaction with the gifts she received and those who left an impression on her to Ying-jin, who felt a profound sense of comfort upon learning that among his many consorts, the Empress Dowager held Xiao Chang'e in such high regard. The lavish banquet, replete with delicacies fit for royalty, could not be compared to the feasts of common folk. Yet, as a devout Buddhist, the Empress Dowager partook only of vegetarian fare, while guests indulged at their leisure. Following the banquet, merriment ensued with music and dance. A lively spectacle that continued until the hour of the boar. When the celebration finally concluded at My Lady, the Empress Dowager declared that your gift was the finest she received this year. He exclaimed joyfully while arranging Xiao Chang'e's hair. Xiao Chang'e remained composed, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. To My Lady, I am truly proud of you today. How did you conceive of the idea to honor the Empress Dowager with a swallow? He continued. Brimming with admiration, Xiao Chang'e chose to remain silent, while He alternated between excited remarks and exclamations. Enough with your exuberance. Focus on your duties and do not meddle in matters beyond your concern. Xiao Chang'e instructed. After completing her grooming, Xiao Chang'e lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to her cousin, Murong Jinyan. It was not that she harbored feelings for him, nor was he on her mind. Rather, it was the conversation they had shared in the warm chamber of Sinang Palace before the birthday banquet commenced. She recalled the twilight hour when she had partaken of a few cups of wine alongside the Empress Dowager and others. Feeling a slight dizziness, typically, she abstained from alcohol, but given the occasion, she had indulged subsequently. She had informed the royal ladies of her intention to rest in the warm chamber due to her inability to handle the drink. Taking Hiyu with her as she departed the table to her surprise, Murong Jinyan followed her out in the warm chamber of Sinang Palace. Murong Jinyan had unexpectedly confessed his feelings to Xiao Chang'e. Perhaps it was the influence of the wine, for he was ordinarily a rational individual. Although he had once been despondent upon her arrival at the palace, his spirits had revived after the royal lady encouraged her to write him a letter. He resumed normalcy, regained his health, and became as talkative as before. The royal lady had thought him entirely recovered and sought to select a consort for him, yet he steadfastly rejected the notion. According to him, though he no longer pined for Xiao Chang'e, he was in no rush to marry a consort, wishing instead for a few more years of solitude. He had believed himself to be completely over Xiao Chang'e. Yet upon seeing her today, he realized he could not let her go. Perhaps he would never be able to. As he spoke from the depths of his heart, tears began to flow. Noticing this, Xiao Chang'e quickly intervened. Your Highness, please maintain your composure. We are in the palace. This is not the place for such discussions. If we are overheard, it could cost us our lives. Xiao Chang'e thought to herself that Murong Jinyan must surely be intoxicated to speak so recklessly, and she hastily instructed Hiyu to fetch something to sober him. Hiyu found honey and prepared a drink for Murong Jinyan. which helped him regain his senses afterward, until the banquet concluded and they parted ways. Xiao Qianga did not exchange another word with him. Now, lying in bed in the stillness of night, devoid of the daytime clamor, she faced her own heart and felt a twinge of sympathy for Murong Jinyan. For he had assisted her when she had knelt before the Empress Dowager a second time. He had been the first to rise and support her alongside the royal lady, though Xiao Qianga did not require assistance. She sensed his genuine concern for her well-being. Furthermore, his words in the warm chamber had likely been sentiments he had harbored for some time, only revealed under the influence of alcohol. Otherwise, they might have remained buried within him forever. Reflecting on Murong Jinyan's exquisite features and graceful demeanor, Xiao Qianga could not help but feel a pang of regret. Surely, many eligible young women beyond the palace walls would be enamored with him. Even the already ensconced Lu Yuyan, who had not yet forgotten him. Yet, he remained distant from all, his affections solely directed toward her, Xiao Qianga. Alas, what virtue or charm did she possess that could captivate Murong Jinyan's heart so profoundly? Xiao Qianga found herself steeped in guilt, for she knew that she was but the soul of Feng Qinghuang. In this life she could never feel even the slightest affection for Murong Jinyan. Thus, his love would remain forever unattainable. Why must one experience love and longing? Why leap into the sea of bitterness, fully aware of the torment it brings? Why endure suffering when one could choose to refrain? Yet, within the palace it was not only Xiao Qianga who found herself restless. Lu Yuyan too was wide awake. In Jingqing Garden, Lu Yuyan sat upon her bed. Seething with frustration, she felt utterly disheartened, for she had believed that no matter the quality of her own birthday gift, Xiao Qianga would always be there to support her. Little did she know Xiao Qianga had kept such a remarkable surprise hidden. How could a mere soiled swallow bring such joy to the Empress Dowager, enchanting her to such an extent? Moreover, this act had stirred the emotions of all present in the great hall, prompting them to kneel in unison and chant her blessings. This person was truly cunning, exceedingly crafty. How had she managed to conceal such depth of strategy until now? It was a grave miscalculation, and it was not only this matter that vexed Lu Yuyan. There was also her beloved cousin Murong Jinyan. Although she understood that in this lifetime they could never be together, she still hoped that he held some affection for her, some sense of pity. Yet, she had never anticipated that he would reject her in favor of Xiao Qianga. Now, having gone over 3 months without seeing him, she had hoped that he might have matured and recognized her previous kindness, perhaps even developing a bond of sibling affection. Yet today, Murong Jinyan treated her as if she were invisible. His gaze fixated solely on Xiao Qianga. He had even invited her to sit, offering assistance when she presented the Empress Dowager with that wretched swallow as a gift. Lu Yuyan was acutely aware that had it not been for her cousin Murong's support, Xiao Qianga might not have garnered such widespread recognition. The atmosphere within the grand hall might not have been so unified. How infuriating! Cousin Murong, why did you choose to assist that wretched woman? Why did you disregard my profound feelings of loyalty? Why is it that she consistently surpasses me in every aspect? Why must she compete with me at every turn? Why? Why? Why is all of this happening? Lu Yuyan was beside herself with rage, teetering on the brink of insanity. She hurled the bedding and pillows from her bed onto the floor, and finding nothing else to toss, she angrily removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and smashed it onto the ground. The bedding and pillows lay scattered, and the jade bracelet shattered into pieces. Huang Xing'er, terrified, hurriedly trembled as she collected the bedding from the floor, not daring to utter a word. Lu Yuyan collapsed onto the bed, weeping bitterly. In Kuan Palace, Su Wan'er was equally restless, seated by her bed tonight. The emperor had once again not visited the harem. She had dispatched someone to inquire, and it was reported that the emperor had retired to Yangxin Palace. Ever since the emperor first favored Xiao Qianga, he had not shown affection to anyone else, including her. He either went to Xiao Qianga's Jingfang Garden or rested alone in Yangxin Palace. In any case, he had not returned to her Ikuan Palace. She was only 13, still in her youth. What right did she have to compete with Su Wan'er? What basis did she have to contend with the esteemed consort Su? Reflecting on this, Su Wan'er momentarily relaxed her furrowed brow, but soon her forehead tightened again as she was compelled to recall the recent birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager. This had just occurred. Still fresh in her mind, how could that yellow-haired girl manage to capture the Empress Dowager's attention so thoroughly? Tricks, all mere tricks. She had managed to charm the Empress Dowager with a few small antics. Yet it seemed only she possessed such talents while others did not. Now, not only had she secured the emperor's favor, but she also had the Empress Dowager's approval. Xiao Qianga's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a 13-year-old girl. She was astute beyond belief, far more so than the seasoned women of the harem. Su Wan'er could not help but recall Feng Qinghuang, remembering how she had personally served the poisoned wine that led to her demise. Could it be that each year the Empress Dowager would visit the Baiwanxi temple to pray for blessings the day after her birthday, a tradition established over the years? This year would be no different. Due to Xiao Chang'a's exceptional birthday gift, the Empress Dowager had taken a particular liking to her, believing she was fated to be connected with the Buddha, and thus she invited her to accompany her to the temple. Xiao Chang'a was the only one selected from among the countless women in the harem to join the Empress Dowager in this pilgrimage, although Xiao Chang'a did not perceive this as an extraordinary honor. Others saw it differently, filled with envy that she had latched onto the Empress Dowager's favor, her future seemingly limitless. For instance, upon hearing this news, Lu Yuyan became furious, storming about her palace, throwing anything she could find, and berating any palace maid who crossed her path, leaving her servants too frightened to even breathe. She even rushed to Su Wan'er in Ikuan Palace to lament, "Your Highness, why is the Empress Dowager so biased? Logically, both I and Lady Xiao hail from the Omping Prince's residence, and during our time there, the Dowager Princess favored me more. Even disregarding that, our ranks in the palace are equal, so why does the Empress Dowager only take her and not me?" Su Wan'er smirked, feigning a sigh, yet her words were laced with provocation designed to incite Lu Yuyan. "Oh, can you truly compare yourself to her? She can evoke the Empress Dowager's tears with a filthy little swallow. Can you do that? She has garnered the Emperor's affection for 4 consecutive nights. Can you match that?" After taking another sip of tea and sighing once more, Su Wan'er continued, "Alas, Lady Lu, you are technically older than Lady Xiao. Yet how is it that you're this here pale so greatly in comparison to hers?" Su Wan'er gestured to her own head. Did Lu Yuyan, incensed yet unable to express her anger or articulate a powerful rebuttal, swallowed her grievances and continued to wail, "Your Highness, please devise a plan for me." Su Wan'er remained silent, raising her head with an air of superiority. Finally, she turned her gaze to Lu Yuyan, assisting her to her feet, her eyes gleaming with cunning as she proclaimed triumphantly, "That's more like it, Lady Lu. Rest assured, as long as you heed my guidance, you need not worry about losing the Emperor's favor or anything else within the harem." Su Wan'er spoke to Lu Yuyan, but her words were equally directed at herself. Both were ambitious women navigating the treacherous waters of the harem. In truth, they were not alone. More than half of the women in the palace harbored similar ambitions, who did not desire the Emperor's affection, who did not wish to ascend the ranks to the highest position. However, there exists a peculiar law of the world: the more one covets and pursues, the more elusive it becomes, while that which is not pursued often comes with ease. The saying goes, one may tend to flowers with care and yet see them fail to bloom, while neglecting a willow may yield surprising shade. Su Wan'er and Lu Yuyan toiled tirelessly yet failed to gain the Empress Dowager's favor, whereas Xiao Chang'a, by mere happenstance, became a cherished confidant of the Empress Dowager. At that moment, Xiao Chang'a was being escorted by the Empress Dowager on the way to Baiwanxi Temple. Alongside her were the Omping Princess and the Dowager Princess, accompanied by a retinue. "My dear girl, what are your interests?" the Empress Dowager inquired, having invited Xiao Chang'a to sit in her palanquin. The more she observed her, the more she appreciated her, unable to resist the urge to engage in friendly conversation. "Oh, you even raise small animals? Pray tell me what creatures you have." "Well, I have 2 little rabbits, a kitten and a hamster." Xiao Chang'a replied, "You raise hamsters too? What do they eat? Aren't you afraid they might bite?" "Not at all, Your Highness. Hamsters do not bite." Laughter and merriment filled the palanquin, reaching the ears of the princess and dowager seated behind. The princess had always favored Xiao Chang'a, yet she was astonished at the young girl's capability to charm not only the emperor but also the Empress Dowager. Conversely, the Dowager Princess continued to favor Lu Yuyan. Dismissing Xiao Chang'a in recent days, she had pondered why the girl she had always favored could not measure up to Xiao Chang'a's capabilities. She had hoped that Lu Yuyan would thrive in the palace, allowing her to bask in reflected glory. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at Baiwanxi Temple. Before they had even disembarked from their palanquins, the temple's abbot, Master Yu, led the monks in a ceremonial greeting at the temple entrance. "May the Empress Dowager's birthday be auspicious, may she enjoy boundless blessings, and may her health endure." "Ba, rise, there is no need for such formalities," the Empress Dowager instructed. The Omping Princess, the Dowager Princess, and Xiao Chang'a followed the Empress Dowager into the temple. Kneeling before the bodhisattvas, due to the bumpy journey and the unfamiliar environment, the princess and dowager soon claimed fatigue, excusing themselves to the rooms prepared for them to rest. The Empress Dowager took Xiao Chang'a to the temple's grandest hall, the Mahaviro Hall, where they joined the monks in reciting scriptures. After enjoying a modest lunch at the temple and taking a brief respite, the Empress Dowager expressed her desire to visit the Guanyin Pavilion to transcribe Buddhist scriptures, praying for the nation's fortune and the well-being of its people, and invited Xiao Qianga to accompany her. Xiao Qianga agreed with enthusiasm. My dear girl, you are clearly a person of remarkable intelligence. As evidenced by your handwriting, your transcription of the Buddhist scriptures is exquisite, delicate yet powerful. To be honest, among all the women in the emperor's harem, I have never seen anyone write as beautifully as you do. Except for that one from years ago. The Empress Dowager paused momentarily, shaking her head with a slight sigh, choosing not to continue. Had it been anyone else, a newcomer to the palace would likely have been unaware of whom the Empress Dowager referred to. But Xiao Qianga, once Feng Qinghuang, understood all too well. Yet, she refrained from asking. She knew that to survive long in the palace, one must speak little and listen much, understanding that curiosity can lead to peril. Ah, my dear girl, there's no need for such formality here, the Empress Dowager interjected. You can treat me as your own mother in private. No need for such boast. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Qianga with maternal affection. Xiao Qianga, having been Feng Qinghuang, was aware that the Empress Dowager only had the emperor as her sole son and had long wished for a daughter, but her hopes had not been fulfilled. It seemed the Empress Dowager was drawn to Xiao Qianga's youth and their compatibility, evoking a sense of maternal love within her. After an afternoon of transcribing scriptures, Xiao Qianga's wrist ached. Following dinner with the Empress Dowager, the latter, feeling fatigued due to her age, retired early. The princess and dowager also settled into their rooms for meditation before calling it a night. In contrast, Xiao Qianga felt no fatigue, having spent the day accompanying the Empress Dowager in reciting and copying scriptures. She had not yet explored the temple grounds. Now, under the cover of night, illuminated by the lights from the various halls, she began to wander around the temple, taking in the sights. The temple has stood for many years, and many of its halls have grown quite ancient. As Xiao Qianga wandered, she arrived at the entrance of a grand hall, where the flickering light within beckoned her to enter. First, she offered her respects to the towering statue of Buddha at the doorway, placing her hands together in prayer, then parting them to bow deeply, laying her body and hands upon the ground, a gesture known in Buddhism as the Great Prostration. Just as she finished her reverence and was about to depart, a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the hall with a pronounced cough, cough. Who is it? In the stillness of the night, such a sudden sound was indeed disconcerting. Unable to resist the urge, Xiao Qianga glanced around the hall. And there, in the far corner, she spotted a venerable monk. To her surprise, it was the abbot Master Yu, whom she had seen earlier that day dressed in a flowing robe. He sat cross-legged with his hands clasped before his chest. His eyes gently closed, lips slightly trembling as if softly reciting the sutras. Umitba, I trespass without permission, and I implore your forgiveness, Master, having been a devout Buddhist in her past life as Feng Qinghuang. Xiao Qianga was well versed in the rituals of Buddhism. Upon finishing her words, she intended to leave, yet Master Yu called out to her. Please do not rush away. I have a few words to share with you. With great respect, Xiao Qianga bowed to the abbot before taking her seat on the mat beside him, saying, Master, please instruct me. You possess a bounteous celestial aura and a well-rounded earthly presence. You are indeed a person of great fortune. Moreover, your countenance reflects a profound entanglement with worldly affairs and a long-lasting blessing. Yet, I urge you to remember, in all matters of the world, one must heed their own heart and not deviate from it. Do not cling too stubbornly. Only by relinquishing attachments can your blessings flourish and bring you happiness and fulfillment. Otherwise, all shall fade into nothingness. Throughout his discourse, the abbot kept his eyes closed after imparting this wisdom. He slightly inclined his body and bowed, adding, Umitba, good, good. Xiao Qianga grasped most of what Master Yu conveyed, but she found herself puzzled by the notions of following one's heart and relinquishing attachments. For otherwise, all would cease to exist. Just as she contemplated seeking further clarification, the abbot had already turned to face the wall. Returning to her chamber, Xiao Qianga lay upon her bed, closed her eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber. Suddenly, rain began to fall outside. Rising to close the window, she caught sight of a figure standing outside, clad in a gray robe, facing outward, with one hand resting behind their back. This silhouette seemed hauntingly familiar. And the color of the robe, coupled with the hand behind it, everything appeared strikingly recognizable. Father! Xiao Qianga gasped, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief, her lips trembling. Is that you? Is it truly you? The figure slowly turned. And upon seeing his face, Xiao Qianga was overcome with joy and tears. It was indeed her father, the esteemed Prime Minister Feng. Yet, he abruptly pushed her away, his expression cold, eyes fixed upon her with fury as he demanded, Are you my daughter, Feng Qinghuang? Yes, I am. I am Huanger. I am Feng Qinghuang. Father! Since you are my daughter, why have you married that Jin? You know full well he is the enemy who annihilated our family and clan. Why would you choose to wed him? Speak. Father, I did it for revenge. I approached him, married him to avenge our family and clan. Xiao Chang'e explained urgently, I do not believe you. You lie, you speak falsehoods. You unfilial daughter. You have married the very enemy of your clan. The Prime Minister erupted in a frenzy, hurling accusations at Xiao Chang'e. No, it is not as you think. Father, please hear my explanation. Suddenly Xiao Chang'e sat upright in bed. Drenched in sweat, her hair and clothes clinging to her. Looking around, she realized she was still in the room prepared for her by the abbot at the Baoyuan temple. Anxiously, she turned to the window. Only to find it securely closed, the moonlight casting a serene glow outside. The sky was clear, and it had not rained at all. It dawned on her that she had merely experienced a nightmare. Yet, the vividness of the dream lingered. Feeling all too real, Xiao Chang'e truly believed she had seen her father, the Prime Minister Feng. Surely, he must have known of her actions, aware that she had entered the palace to become Jin's consort. The dream must have been a warning, urging her not to be blinded by the so-called affection of Jin, reminding her that vengeance was her true mission. Wiping her sweat-drenched face, her heart raced furiously. She lay back down but found it impossible to return to peaceful slumber. Her father was concerned for her, fearing that she might be deceived by Jin's affection or the Empress's favor. Losing her wits in the process. It was imperative that she comfort her father's spirit, assuring him of her determination to bring forth good news. Xiao Chang'e leaped from her bed and dashed toward the grand hall. Upon her arrival, she found the hall empty, devoid of Master Yu's presence. She knelt before the statue of Buddha, raising 3 fingers of her right hand in a vow. I, Xiao Chang'e, also known as Feng Qinghuang, dedicate my life's mission to avenging my father, Prime Minister Feng, and our entire clan. Should I stray from this purpose, may heaven strike me down. The Empress, a devout practitioner of Buddhism, sincerely devoted herself to the faith. Each day she led Xiao Chang'e, along with the princess and the former queen, in reciting sutras and copying scriptures, sharing meals with the monks. This routine continued for 5 consecutive days. On the morning of the 6th day, Baoyuan Temple welcomed a new patron, Murong Jinyan. The Empress decided to have lunch at the temple before embarking on their return journey. The servants began to pack the belongings of their respective masters. Murong Jinyan felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. He cherished the few remaining hours he could spend with Xiao Chang'e, yet he lamented that their time together was so fleeting. Determined to make the most of their brief time together, he resolved to savor every moment. Since seeing Murong Jinyan arrive at the temple, Xiao Chang'e recognized the depth of emotion in his eyes, his expression a blend of delight and melancholy, leading her to understand his internal struggle. In the wake of the Empress's birthday banquet, Murong Jinyan's heartfelt confession lingered in Xiao Chang'e's memory. Rationally, she wished for him to move on, to release his feelings for her and find happiness with another girl. To establish a family and enjoy life like any other man. Furthermore, Xiao Chang'e did not harbor feelings for Murong Jinyan. She forbade herself from ever falling for any man, especially given her current position, which did not permit her to grow close to anyone other than Jin. As a result, she began to avoid Murong Jinyan, hoping that through this distance, he would come to understand and withdraw. However, Murong Jinyan, already deeply entrenched in his feelings, was not so easily swayed by reason. Aware that opportunities to spend time with Xiao Chang'e were scarce, he resolved to seize every moment they could share. Thus, wherever Xiao Chang'e went, he followed closely, disregarding his noble status as a prince and shamelessly determined to remain by her side for the duration of their limited time together. Yet, their presence did not go unnoticed. Soon after, the Empress perceived something amiss. Until now, she had never considered such a possibility. That on the day of her birthday banquet, she recalled Murong Jinyan's respectful demeanor, noting his impressive appearance and contemplating when she might find a suitable girl among their relatives for him. However, witnessing him accompany the princess and former queen at Baoyuan Temple, she appreciated his filial piety. When she observed how closely he and Xiao Chang'e moved together, she initially thought their proximity was natural, given their cousinly ties. Yet, as she observed further, the Empress comprehended the deeper implications. Having experienced such matters herself, especially within the confines of the palace, she quickly grasped the situation. Could this be yet another pair of star-crossed lovers, separated by imperial decree, with the cousin waiting in vain outside the palace? Sighing, the Empress understood but could not permit such feelings to develop further, particularly regarding Xiao Chang'e, whom she cherished and wished to cultivate as a rival to Suwaner. Envisioning her as the Emperor's true confidant, the Empress resolved to find a moment to speak with Xiao Chang'e. Xiao girl, about your connection with Murong Jinyan. The Empress began hesitantly. Yet, with that simple phrase, Xiao Qianga grasped the empress's intentions and thoughts. She and Murong Jinyan shared little of significance. It was imperative to prevent any misconceptions from arising, especially since such misunderstandings could jeopardize her plans for revenge. Oh? Is that so? The empress, clearly skeptical, replied with concern, but during our time at Baoyuan Temple, I distinctly saw Murong Jinyan closely following you. Inseparable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianga felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. Just moments ago, she had feared that the Empress Dowager had discovered the words spoken by Murong Jinyan in the warm chamber of Xinang Palace during the birthday banquet. Had that scene been witnessed by the Empress or the Emperor, it would surely have led to dire consequences, potentially even the loss of her life. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager had only seen the events at the Baoyuan Temple, and regarding those, Xiao Qianga had her means of explanation. Xiao Qianga bent her body in a respectful bow to the Empress Dowager and spoke earnestly, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. Cousin Murong has only enjoyed my company due to our long acquaintance at the Omping Wangfu. And our interactions have been merely playful. There are no romantic feelings between us. If your Majesty still harbors doubts, I wish to present you with something." She then retrieved a jade pendant from her waist. A token bestowed upon her by the Emperor during his visit to Jingfang Garden that very night. The Empress Dowager took the pendant, examined it, and nodded, saying, "Child, did the Emperor truly gift you this jade pendant? This is indeed significant. He does not bestow such treasures lightly, except for it. I shall certainly heed your words, and you need not worry." As Xiao Qianga finished speaking, she looked up and smiled brightly. The Empress Dowager, upon seeing her innocent and naive smile, felt that perhaps her earlier concerns were unfounded. My child, this Xiao Qianga is indeed remarkable, pure-hearted and kind, with a natural affinity for the Buddha, and sharp-witted. Clever beyond comparison too. The Empress Dowager's words trailed off as she glanced at the Emperor, sighing, "I know you have kept her in your heart all these years. You have not truly favored another woman since. Not even that consort Su. It is high time that a good person has appeared once more. You must treat her well. I understand, and I thank you for your concern, mother," the Emperor replied, kneeling before the Empress Dowager. The following day, good news spread throughout Jingfang Garden. The Emperor's decree was delivered by the eunuch Shengfu, who stood in the courtyard holding the imperial edict, while a crowd of attendants led by Xiao Qianga knelt before him. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, the esteemed Xiao Qianga, due to her virtuous conduct, humility and kindness, has won my favor. Henceforth, she shall be conferred the title of concubine. Let concubine accept the decree. Your servant thanks the Emperor for his great grace. Long live our Emperor." After sending off eunuch Xiao Qianga, with the assistance of her maid He Yu and a few eunuchs, rose to her feet. However, she did not display excessive joy. Her expression remained as calm as ever. In contrast, her attendants were practically bouncing with excitement, especially He Yu, whose affection for her mistress surpassed that of the other palace attendants. The servants joyfully greeted Xiao Qianga, kneeling and wishing her good fortune. She could only shake her head and smile. News of Xiao Qianga's elevation swiftly spread throughout the palace, and Lu Yuyan was beside herself with rage. She rushed to Ikuan Palace to find Consort Su. "Consort Su, have you heard? That wretched girl, she has been elevated to a concubine." Lu Yuyan cried, her frustration evident. "Consort Su, will you simply stand by and watch her ascend? Why are you crying so much? Wipe those tears, or people will think that I, Consort Su, have wronged you," Su Wanner said, reclining on a warm bed. Casually toying with a jade ring, Lu Yuyan rose to dab her tears with a handkerchief. Casting hopeful glances at Su Wanner, "I hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon." Su Wanner mused. Her lips pursed, releasing a sigh. It must have been during this trip to Baoyuan Temple that she influenced the Empress Dowager to speak favorably on her behalf to the Emperor. Alas, despite our precautions, it was all in vain. What shall we do now? Lu Yuyan inquired, sitting beside Su Wanner and kneading her legs. Since pledging her loyalty to Lu Yuyan, she had been utterly devoted to her, following her every command and even attending to her needs, such as massaging her shoulders and legs. Tasks typically reserved for the maids. Remain calm. Do not worry. I have a plan. However, my efforts alone will not suffice. Lady Lu, you must also strive for success, Su Wanner said, beckoning Lu Yuyan closer. Leaning in, Lu Yuyan listened intently as Su Wanner whispered something, causing her to stifle a giggle. Xiao Qianga's rise in rank elicited envy among her peers in the palace, particularly those who had entered alongside her but had yet to receive the Emperor's favor. After lunch, they decided to visit Jingfang Garden together, including Lu Yuyan's former entourage, Jean Meyer and Ensuyi. Yet, among all of them, only Xiao Qianga and Lu Yuyan had enjoyed the Emperor's favor, while the others had not even caught a glimpse of him. Naturally, they harbored grievances, especially given that they had previously gifted Xiao Qianga with presents, though not particularly extravagant. They represented a significant portion of their limited means. Seeing Xiao Chang'e genuinely favored by the emperor, they felt compelled to take a gamble, with some even liquidating their savings to present her with gifts. Chapter 43. The schemes of Su Wan'er. However, their efforts proved fruitless. Days had passed since they presented their gifts, yet the emperor continued to overlook them, leaving them in a state of despair. Concubine E, as the saying goes, happiness brings a glow to one's complexion. I see you becoming more radiant by the day. One of the attendants remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm that oh, but my face seems to grow more unappealing. Another chimed in, why even bother comparing yourself to Concubine E? She basks in the emperor's favor and enjoys the empress dowager's protection. How could she not shine? And you? Who is there to care for you? Is it Concubine E? Another attendant retorted, her voice laced with jealousy. At that moment, Jean Meyer and Suyi joined in, feeling particularly unfortunate. They had initially aligned with Lu Yuyan, believing they could gain favor through her, only to realize that Xiao Chang'e had outshone her. They had then abandoned Lu Yuyan and invested their entire fortunes in winning Xiao Chang'e's favor, yet to no avail. They found themselves in a disheartening position. Reliant on the goodwill of others, Concubine E, it seems you are the most fortunate person in the entire palace right now. That we are genuinely happy for you. However, we hope you will not forget your sisters. Jean Meyer began, her words flowing rapidly. Yes, Concubine E, I remember you promised to speak well of us to the emperor. You wouldn't have merely said that for show, would you? And Sui added, her tone more direct. From the moment they entered Jingfang Garden, Xiao Chang'e had anticipated their intentions with her swift elevation to concubine. It was clear that they had grown impatient waiting for their turn. However, she had not expected her promotion to occur so rapidly. Others assumed she had schemed behind the scenes, but in truth everything had unfolded naturally, as if it were fate. Moreover, she did not particularly desire such titles. As for those before her, they flitted between Lu Yuyan and herself. Especially Jean Meyer and Sui, who had previously berated Lu Yuyan in front of her. If they could treat Lu Yuyan this way, it was inevitable they would do the same to her once she no longer held value. Xiao Chang'e held a deep disdain for such opportunistic individuals, who sought to climb the social ladder by trampling on others. To be frank, she had never intended to assist them. Their fervent gift-giving had left her with no choice but to accept. Thus she resolved to repay their actions in kind. Hiyu, bring those items out. Xiao Chang'e commanded. Hiyu, along with two young eunuchs, wheeled out two large chests, set them on the table. Xiao Chang'e instructed, and Hiyu proceeded to lay out the contents of the chests. Arranging them in neat piles, the sight left Jean Meyer and Sui utterly speechless. Concubine E, this can't be. How could you? They stammered, pointing at the gifts they had personally delivered. Xiao Chang'e cleared her throat and spoke. Zhang Darren, if my memory serves me correctly, this jade bracelet was a gift from you. Do not worry, I have conveyed your good intentions to the emperor. Zhang's mouth immediately formed an O shape. Jean Changzai, is this pile of gifts yours? Rest assured, the emperor is well aware of your kind intentions. Jean Meyer's expression darkened, akin to a gathering storm. And this pile and Changzai belongs to you, does it not? You may set your mind at ease. The emperor has duly acknowledged your heartfelt gesture. And Sui averted her gaze, bowing her head. Subsequently, Xiao Chang'e matched the remaining gifts with their respective givers, observing their growing discomfort as each one turned their heads away in embarrassment. This humble servant shall take her leave now. Following that, they all fled in haste. Hiyu had been suppressing her laughter, but at this moment she could no longer contain herself, bursting into giggles at the sight of those dignified ladies making their swift exits. Her disdain evident as she stuck out her tongue throughout it all, Xiao Chang'e maintained her composed demeanor. She had never cared to engage with these individuals, and now that they had departed, she finally relished a moment of tranquility. Heading to the flower house to admire the blooms, she sought out some fresh ingredients from the imperial kitchen and gathered medicinal herbs from the imperial pharmacy, entrusting them to the chef in the small kitchen of Ikuan Palace. Requesting a nourishing porridge infused with the aromas of both food and medicine, after placing the medicinal porridge into a food box, Su Wan'er, accompanied by Chun Tao, who carried the box, made her way to the Chengqian Palace to see the emperor. The emperor, tirelessly managing state affairs day and night, was indeed weary, so this humble servant specifically requested the small kitchen in my palace to prepare a bowl of medicinal porridge for him. This porridge not only clears the heart and alleviates heat, but also dispels dampness and phlegm, nourishes the spleen and lungs, and is beneficial to the liver and kidneys, greatly enhancing one's health. I hope the emperor does not disdain this humble offering and enjoys it while it is still warm. Su Wan'er knelt before Jin, presenting herself as the epitome of a virtuous wife. Please rise, Su Guofei, your efforts are much appreciated. I find myself somewhat hungry, so I shall partake of the porridge you have prepared. Ingjin replied that he slowly scooped up the porridge, savoring each spoonful. Quite delightful indeed, Su Guifei, you have put great thought into this, he praised. Your Majesty is too kind. My heart is solely devoted to your well-being. A sentiment as constant as the sun and moon, Su Waner responded with a gentle grace. This moment, faced with Su Waner's concern and care, Ingjin felt a twinge of guilt. For prior to his favoring Xiao Qianga, he had been wholly devoted to Su Waner. Su Waner smiled, contemplating how all these grandiose excuses were merely a facade. Was it not true that a new presence often eclipses the old? Yet, her expression remained one of utmost gentility and compliance as she said, Your Majesty, you speak too highly of me. How could I ever harbor ill feelings towards you? I understand the weight of your responsibilities. With so many state affairs demanding your attention, I have noticed you appear somewhat thinner of late. The burden of governance is indeed heavy, and I long to share your worries, yet alas, the harem is prohibited from meddling in state matters. And I am but a simpleton, lacking in understanding. Thus, I can only offer my strength in preparing nourishing soups and arranging beautiful maidens for your enjoyment. Each word she spoke was earnest and melodious. Ingjin was moved, replying with warmth, Su Guifei, you are truly virtuous. Having you by my side is indeed a blessing, haha. Yet, within Su Waner's heart, jealousy brewed, pondering what charm Xiao Qianga possessed that could so enthrall the emperor. Vowing to thwart her endeavors, she would rather relinquish the emperor to another than allow him to be ensnared by Xiao Qianga. Ahem. Su Waner cleared her throat, continuing, Your Majesty, there is something I wish to mention. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. This phrase was invariably the prelude to something that must be said. Speak freely, Su Guifei, Ingjin encouraged. Your Majesty, I am aware of your fondness for Yi-Pin. However, Yi-Pin is merely 13, an age far too tender for childbearing. At such a young age, she is not yet ready for motherhood, Su Waner gently remarked, leaning closer to Ingjin, covering her mouth with her sleeve as she whispered conspiratorially. Moreover, it is likely that Yi-Pin has yet to experience her first menses. Is that true? Ingjin's expression turned awkward, for if it were indeed the case, it would suggest an impatience on his part regarding matters of intimacy, revealing a self-indulgence that disregarded the feelings of others. Though he had not engaged in any intimate relations with Xiao Qianga, it remained a secret between them that he would not share with anyone. Thus, in Su Waner's eyes, he was still indulging in youthful affection. She continued to murmur, I also suspect, as most girls typically begin their cycles around the age of 14, and since Yi-Pin is still a year and a half away from that age, it stands to reason. Observing Ingjin's displeasure, Su Waner swiftly redirected, Of course, Yi-Pin is indeed endearing. Not only do you favor her, but I too find her charming. Yet, it is unfortunate that she is simply too young. And given the lack of heirs in your harem, it is imperative for you to prioritize producing offspring for the royal line. I am certain the Empress Dowager would concur with this sentiment. Su Waner's sincere words, laced with consideration for the Emperor's heirs, coupled with her mention of the Empress Dowager, resonated with Ingjin, who was known for his filial piety. He understood well that even among common folk, the greatest unfilial act is to have no descendants, and as a ruler, he should strive to nurture future generations. The terms of heirs and lineage brought to mind the child he had once lost. A child conceived with his most beloved Feng Qinghuang, who had already begun to show at 4 months along, yet fate had cruelly intervened. He had once held a child in his arms, a symbol of love with his dearest. As he reminisced, a wave of melancholy washed over him, his expression growing forlorn. Su Waner misinterpreted the depth of his sorrow, believing he was grieving for Xiao Qianga, and thus cursed her in her heart repeatedly. Your Majesty, I believe there is no need for you to be disheartened. After all, Yi-Pin is within the palace, and should you wish to see her, you may do so at any time. However, for the sake of heirs, I suggest you extend your affections to other consorts, such as I believe that Lady Lu, who entered the palace alongside Yi-Pin, is quite lovely as well. It is said that they resided in the Omping Wangfu prior to their arrival, making them somewhat akin to cousins. The importance of heirs was undeniable, and Su Waner's words rang true, while Ingjin mourned the loss of a child and found himself captivated by Xiao Qianga's resemblance to Feng Qinghuang. He also recognized the reality that Xiao Qianga was indeed too young. Thus, despite his urgency, he could not act against the truth. Su Waner's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you for your trust. Your Majesty. Before departing, her gaze lingered on Ingjin with a meaningful glint. As evening approached, Chun Tao came to report, Su Guifei, the Emperor has summoned Lady Lu Ha. A smile danced upon Su Waner's lips. Fully aware of the ploy she had orchestrated, that bowl of medicinal porridge was not merely nutritious but also designed to invigorate a man's vigor. In Jingqing courtyard, Lu Yuyan was overjoyed. Realizing that Su Wan'er had indeed kept her promise, her words translating into action. As she expressed her gratitude toward Su Wan'er in her heart, she busied herself with elaborate preparations, determined to seize this opportunity. She summoned all the palace maids to assist with her bathing and dressing, ensuring she was adorned to perfection. 6 maidservants and 5 eunuchs surrounded her, attending to her every need, some scrubbing her back, others washing her hair, while others scattered rose petals into the bathwater or handed her towels. Following her bath, she was pampered with drying, hairstyling, makeup application, and assistance in dressing. Humph! She had already claimed her cousin Murong, and now she would not allow Xiao Qiange to steal the emperor from her. Thankfully, she had latched onto Su Wan'er's coattails, granting her this chance, which she would seize with unwavering resolve. After preparing everything meticulously, she sat elegantly at the head of the bed, adjusting her expression to ensure it radiated warmth without overt exuberance, maintaining a poised posture with her back straight, legs together, and arms resting on her thighs, feet flat against the ground. Thus, she waited from dusk until late into the night, until finally the emperor arrived. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Lu Yuyan, exhausted and weary, was instantly revitalized, leading the palace attendants in bowing to Ying rise. Ying replied coolly, his expression betraying no discernible emotion, akin to his usual demeanor around Xiao Qiange, despite being physically present in Jingqing courtyard. His heart remained tethered to Jingfang courtyard, and as he regarded Lu Yuyan, his thoughts wandered to Xiao Qiange. Lu Yuyan promptly began to assist him in loosening his garments, ready to serve him. Since the moment Ying laid eyes on Xiao Qiangu, he found himself utterly disinterested in any other woman. He yearned to visit Jingfang Yuan whenever he had a moment to spare. Finding immense joy even in merely composing poetry, playing music, and engaging in light-hearted conversation with Xiao Qiangu. However, today's earlier discourse with Su Wan'er compelled him to confront reality as an emperor. He could not afford to be self-indulgent. His responsibilities extended to the entire royal family, the court, and the realm at large. Thus, he reluctantly took Su Wan'er's counsel and made his way to Jingqing Yuan. Yet found himself devoid of any feelings while in the company of Lu Yuyan. After their first night together, Lu Yuyan had awakened to the intricacies of romantic affairs. In her desire to capture the emperor's heart, she had secretly acquired some leisure books and learned various techniques to please him, which she now employed to the fullest. For 3 consecutive days, Ying graced Jingqing Yuan with his presence, and Lu Yuyan, having gained both face and substance, adorned herself each day in exquisite finery, giggling at the slightest jest, eager to showcase her triumph. Young master, have you heard the commotion from Jingqing Yuan? They are becoming quite brazen, He remarked, pouting in exasperation as she dusted the furniture in the warm pavilion. Xiao Qiangu, seated on the bed embroidering a handkerchief, maintained her usual demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful. My dear young master, how can you remain so composed? I am anxious for you, He implored, her every fiber tinged with urgency, wishing she could dash to Jingqing Yuan and reclaim the emperor for her master. What cause do I have for impatience? And what reason do you have to fret? Xiao Qiangu initially intended to dismiss He's concerns but found herself slightly irritated by the incessant questioning, prompting her to respond. Oh young master, He exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, it seems you are the only one in the entire harem who remains so unruffled. The other ladies are exhausting themselves to vie for favor, while you maintain your lofty indifference. How dare you? Xiao Qiangu reprimanded sharply. He, realizing her words had been presumptuous, fell silent, pouting. I have warned you before. There are things that should and should not be said. Matters that you may and may not interfere with, you never listen, and if this continues you will surely find yourself in trouble. He immediately knelt, lowering her head without uttering another word. Why have you ceased your protest? Are you dissatisfied? I am aware of your discontent, so speak up, Xiao Qiangu taunted, deliberately provoking her. She assisted He to her feet, fully understanding her own maid, who had accompanied her from the Anping Wangfu to the imperial palace. If there was anyone in this world who remained sincerely devoted to her, it was He. This girl possessed a genuine heart, straightforward and unwavering in her loyalty. Alas! It is indeed rare, Xiao Qiangu mused. He, I am aware of your thoughts. Rest assured, I am astute. When the time comes for me to contend, I shall do so. You need only follow my lead. Yes, I shall adhere to your guidance. Young master, He replied, her spirits lifted once more. While the bond between master and servant flourished quietly, revelries continued unabated elsewhere. This state of affairs persisted for about a week until news emerged that Lu Yuyan had been bestowed the title of pinnacle. With the emperor granting her the honorific of Shi Hui's temper flared anew, and Xiao Qiangu could only shake her head in resignation. Anikuan Palace, all the minor ladies paid their respects to Su Wan heir as was customary. It is indeed a cause for celebration that Shi Pin has received the emperor's favor and been elevated in rank, Su Wan heir remarked with a smile at Lu Yuyan, who had grown increasingly close to her and was now regarded as her confidant. Once Su Wan heir expressed her sentiments, the other ladies joined in with their compliments for Lu Yuyan. Congratulations, Shi Pin. What splendid fortune befalls you. Two young attendants chimed in. Xiao Qiangu, ever indifferent to such matters, remained silent, quietly sipping tea from the table. Di Fei exhibited even greater haughtiness, not even sparing a glance at Lu Yuyan or Su Wan heir. Instead admiring the new emerald and gold ring adorning her finger, Rong Fei, known for her ascetic disposition, held no interest in the flattery and rivalry that permeated the palace, thus refraining from comment. Essentially, aside from Xiao Qiangu, Di Fei, and Rong Fei, the rest of the ladies vied to curry favor with Lu Yuyan, yet the sincerity of their praise was known solely to themselves. However, Jin Mei Aaron and Sui found themselves in an exceedingly awkward position, having initially aligned themselves with Lu Yuyan. They had switched allegiances upon witnessing Lu Yuyan's decline, seeking refuge with Xiao Qiangu, who remained unbothered by their presence, leaving them feeling aggrieved. Who could have foreseen that Lu Yuyan would suddenly ascend to favor? Their predicament was now most uncomfortable. Akin to Zhu Bajie gazing into a mirror, miserable from both sides. Coughing awkwardly, Jin Mei attempted to express her thoughts but faltered. Lu Yuyan cast a glance in their direction. Snorting derisively, her expression one of haughty triumph. Clearly, the winds of the harem shifted with alarming rapidity. Those who sought to latch onto the powerful must choose their allegiances wisely. Grateful for having allied with Su Wan heir, she relished the swift reward of her shrewdness. With this in mind, Lu Yuyan dispatched a young eunuch from her palace to seek out her true family, as opposed to the Anping Wang Fu, which she regarded merely as a distant kinship. Having once resided there solely to leverage its status for a favorable marriage, she was acutely aware that the Anping Wang Fei held no affection for her and had never acknowledged her presence, with only the Tai Wang Fei treating her with a modicum of kindness. Yet, even that relationship was one of mutual dependency, devoid of genuine concern. Her long-cherished admiration for her cousin Murong was met with indifference. Consequently, Lu Yuyan bore no fondness for the Anping Wang Fu, never regarding it as her true home. Now that she had attained the title of Shi Pin, her status was commendable, rendering the Anping Wang Fu's usefulness obsolete. She no longer required their support. Lu Yuyan instructed the eunuch to convey her good fortune to her actual family, and to request some local delicacies from her hometown. True to her expectations, within a few days, the items arrived at In truth, Lu Yuyan intended to present these gifts to Su Wan heir. She reasoned that given Su Wan heir's position in the palace, she had likely encountered every conceivable luxury, whether in food or wealth, rendering her indifferent to typical offerings. What could genuinely please her was beyond Lu Yuyan's means. Thus, Lu Yuyan sought to employ her cunning once more. Reminiscent of her previous attempts to curry favor during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, which had failed. Yet this time, she felt confident in her success. Lu Yuyan packed the local specialties into a large box and, under the cover of dusk when fewer courtiers were about, made her way to Ikuan Palace. Your Grace, I owe my current fortune entirely to your kindness. To express my gratitude, I have brought some local specialties from my hometown, and I hope you will not find them unworthy, she said, gesturing toward the large box beside her. Su Wan heir glanced toward the box, her instincts warning her that Lu Yuyan's offerings would be anything but exceptional. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, she instructed her servants to open it. As Chun Tao approached and opened the box, they discovered it contained an assortment of common fare, freshly shelled chestnuts, peanuts, pistachios, and various trinkets like freshly crafted sugar figurines, dough figures, and painted masks. In one corner of the box lay a cloth pouch containing some gold. Humph! What pitiful trinkets are these? I have no interest, Su Wan heir declared, her disdain palpable. Take them away. Dispose of them. Indeed, she regarded the so-called local specialties with utter contempt, perceiving Lu Yuyan's gesture as an affront, and commanded that everything, gold included, be thrown out. Your Grace, please, I meant well. Lu Yuyan protested. A look of grievance etched across her face as she attempted to defend herself. Humph! I am aware of your good intentions, but alas, they are rather meager. Let me inform you that you believe you have ingeniously procured something rare for me. But in truth, the Emperor has already bestowed upon me countless such trifles and delicacies that I am far from impressed, Su Wan heir retorted, her expression a mixture of contempt and satisfaction. Lu Yuyan could only continue to apologize profusely before leaving Ikuan Palace in a huff. Shi Pin, should we keep those items? Huang Xing'er queried timidly. What about the others? She pressed on. Liu Yan, having walked a few steps away, found Huang Xing'er's incessant chatter and lack of awareness intolerable, and could not help but shout, "Do not want." The news of Liu Yan being favored while Xiao Chang'e fell from grace swiftly spread throughout the entire harem, even reaching the Empress Dowager. Sighing, the Empress Dowager could not help but reflect on her lifetime spent in the palace, witnessing the incessant rise and fall of fortunes. The age-old adage about elders admonishing their juniors seemed particularly apt in this context. She had consumed more salt than the young women in the harem had eaten rice. The Empress Dowager did not hold the emperor's change of heart against him, for such behavior was, after all, quite normal for a ruler. Furthermore, Xiao Chang'e was indeed quite young and, for the sake of producing heirs, it was only reasonable for the emperor to favor other concubines. Yet, the Empress Dowager felt a deep sympathy for Xiao Chang'e. Perhaps it was due to the girl's youth, or perhaps it was a kindred spirit she sensed in her. Regardless, she could not bear to see her suffer. Jianmei, the Empress Dowager called out. Yes, Your Majesty, how may I serve you? The elderly maidservant Jianmei stepped forward. Go and fetch that girl Xiao Chang'e for me. I wish for her to come and recite and copy the Buddhist scriptures together with me. The Empress Dowager instructed in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Xiao Chang'e was brought to the Xineng Palace by Jianmei. Upon seeing Xiao Chang'e, the Empress Dowager's heart filled with joy. She truly adored this innocent and tranquil girl. The Empress Dowager then playfully chided. Are you aware it has been over a month? Why have you not come to visit me during this time? Xiao Chang'e finally grasped that the Empress Dowager was reproaching her for not paying a visit. She chuckled softly, then composed herself, responding with heartfelt emotion. Does Your Majesty mean to say you have missed me? I am unworthy of such affection from you, Your Majesty. With that, Xiao Chang'e bowed deeply once more. The Empress Dowager hurriedly instructed Jianmei to assist her up and drew her close to sit beside her, gazing lovingly at her youthful face as they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Alas, I am already 50 years old, yet I have yet to see a grandchild. One would think that with so many women in the emperor's harem, at least one could bear me a grandchild. Xiao Chang'e observed the Empress Dowager closely. Though she had lived a life of luxury in the palace and appeared well-preserved, she was, after all, 50, and the strands of white hair on her head were becoming more numerous. It was impossible not to empathize with the yearning of an elder wishing to hold a grandchild. Xiao Chang'e comforted her, saying, Your Majesty, while I am still young, I understand that the matter of bearing children is also a matter of fate. When the time is right, children will naturally come. When it is not, one cannot force it. Goodness, Xiao Chang'e, how old are you to be pondering such matters of childbirth? The Empress Dowager teased, unable to resist a playful jab at the girl. Xiao Chang'e's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Yet in her heart she thought, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. My age merely reflects this physical body, not the maturity of my soul. That in truth, my soul has long reached the age of motherhood. For I have once had my own child, and that child is your very own grandchild. The thought of her unborn child filled Xiao Chang'e with profound sorrow. After all, it was her own flesh and blood. Though he had not yet been born, he had already developed for 4 months in her womb. The saying goes, children are the heart's flesh, and was that child not the very heart's flesh of Feng Qinghuang? How desperately she longed to bring him into this world safely, to nurse him, to wipe his face, to dress him, to nurture him to adulthood, to teach him to read, and to impart the principles of life. And when he grew up, to find him a bride or marry off her daughter. As thoughts of her child flooded her mind, Xiao Chang'e found it impossible to contain her emotions, akin to a dam bursting, flooding forth uncontrollably. What is it, Xiao Chang'e? What has you so lost in thought? The Empress Dowager inquired. Realizing she had lost her composure, Xiao Chang'e understood that it was inappropriate to dwell on her own feelings in front of the Empress Dowager, which would be quite rude. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was exceptionally kind and fond of her, so she would not take offense. Oh, Your Majesty, I was merely contemplating that the matter of childbirth indeed requires fate. I fully understand Your Majesty's sentiments. In fact, I believe the time for that child may soon arrive, Xiao Chang'e said casually. Though she spoke lightly, the Empress Dowager took her words to heart, looking intently at Xiao Chang'e. Her tone earnest. Do you truly believe so, Xiao Chang'e? Not wishing to dismiss the Empress Dowager's hopes and risk her displeasure, Xiao Chang'e nodded affirmatively. The Empress Dowager was elated. Thereafter, Xiao Chang'e accompanied her in reciting Buddhist scriptures, and after completing a text, they took to copying the scriptures together. With Xiao Chang'e's company, the Empress Dowager no longer felt lonely. The Xineng Palace was often filled with laughter and joy. The Empress Dowager cherished Xiao Chang'e so much that she desired to keep her in her palace for a few more days for companionship, to which Xiao Chang'e gladly agreed. From that day forth, She spent her time with the Empress Dowager, chatting and bringing her joy, engaging in virtuous deeds, and her days flowed peacefully and pleasantly. Meanwhile, in Jingqing Garden, Lu Yuyan continued her daily pursuits of extravagant pleasures, employing every means to secure the emperor's favor. Half a month later, a significant event transpired in the palace. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chang's playful remark to the Empress Dowager proved prophetic. News spread from Jingqing Garden that Lu Yuyan was with child. The entire harem erupted in excitement. Since Jin ascended the throne, several years had passed, despite having countless beauties in his harem. He had yet to father a prince or princess. Whispers had circulated, questioning whether the emperor had issues with procreation, but such rumors faded quickly, for this was the emperor's realm, and everyone's fate was intertwined with his. Who would dare to truly spread such gossip? Unless they were willing to risk their own lives, however, only he knew whether there was any truth to such claims, and he was well aware that he had no issues. He simply did not wish to father children with those he did not love. His heart longed for a family like an ordinary person, to have his own children and live a life of simplicity. Thus, he had only had children with Feng Qinghuang, for she was the one he truly loved. Regrettably, their child had ultimately not survived. Now, if it were not for the need for heirs, if not for the thought of the aging Empress Dowager wishing for grandchildren, if not for Su Wanner's words on that day, if not for the nation's stability, Jin might still have been reluctant to casually father children with any concubine. Nevertheless, he ultimately relented. In Jingqing Palace, there was great jubilation. Lu Yuyan soared in delight. Even the servants in her quarters basked in her glory, strutting about with newfound confidence, receiving flattery from others wherever they went. To ensure a safe pregnancy, Lu Yuyan rarely ventured out, lying in bed within the heated chamber. Fearful that any sudden movement might jeopardize the child with all her needs catered to, she had become a special patient, wishing she could even relieve herself in beds. For Jin, he genuinely adored children. Since Lu Yuyan's pregnancy was announced, he visited Jingqing Garden daily, bestowing numerous gifts upon her: food, clothing and amusements, all to ensure her happiness. Your Majesty, I can feel the little prince moving within me, Lu Yuyan cooed playfully. How can he be moving at such a young age? Jin, aware of Lu Yuyan's superficial nature and penchant for boasting, indulged her whims, for she was now with child and deserved special care. Your Majesty, he really did kick me. If you do not believe me, come and feel, Lu Yuyan insisted, seizing Jin's hand and placing it on her belly. Right here, Your Majesty, do you feel it? Jin simply smiled in silence. Your Majesty, I have a craving for something sour, Lu Yuyan whined again. At her request, Jin summoned the royal kitchen to bring forth every sour delicacy they could muster. Meals, fruits, snacks, all piled high upon a large table. Your Majesty, I no longer desire sour. I wish for something sweet and spicy. Lu Yuyan expressed her latest cravings. Jin once again obliged, instructing his servants to find all manner of sweet and spicy foods. Thus, day after day, Jin accompanied Lu Yuyan, and should he ever be delayed, she would send for him, claiming discomfort or severe morning sickness, or simply expressing a desire for this or that. Regardless, she always found a way to summon him. Out of sympathy for her struggles during pregnancy, he granted her every request. The Empress Dowager, who had long yearned for a grandchild, was equally delighted, though she held no particular fondness for Lu Yuyan. It did not hinder her affection for the grandchild growing within her womb to soothe Lu Yuyan, ensuring she maintained a cheerful demeanor for the sake of her pregnancy. The Empress Dowager personally visited Jingqing Garden, gifting Lu Yuyan a treasured guanyin jade pendant she had worn for years, advising her not to fret or worry, but to focus on eating well and nurturing her child. With this, Lu Yuyan felt even more triumphant, believing herself to be the happiest woman in the palace, for although her status was not the highest, she was the first among the concubines to bear a child. As for the other concubines, their chances of having children remained uncertain, and even if they were to conceive in the future, her child would be the emperor's firstborn, a position of unparalleled significance within the royal family. Jingfang Garden, Xiao Chang'e spent her days indulging in the beauty of flowers, embroidering, practicing calligraphy, and painting, entirely absorbed in her own little world. Indifferent to the affairs around her, however, He was increasingly incensed. My lady. It seems that Jingqing Garden, alas, I never expected she would be the first to bear the emperor's child. Yet, my lady, the emperor clearly favors you the most. If only you would be more proactive. Perhaps this wave of honor brought by pregnancy would not have fallen to her. Xiao Chang'e remained silent, prompting He Yu to continue her monologue. My lady, I speak only for your own good. I have heard it said that in the palace, a woman's standing is dependent on her offspring. Only with children can one secure a lifetime of reliance. So, my lady, why not devise a way to win the emperor back? If you take the initiative, he is bound to favor you above all others. A cough from Xiao Qianga made He Yu realize her lady's disinclination to engage further, leading her to retreat to the flower room to water the plants. As Xiao Qianga gazed at the handkerchief she was nearly finished embroidering, her thoughts drifted back to Lu Yuanyan's pregnancy and He Yu's words, stirring memories of the child she once carried. Had that child been born safely, he would be several years old by now, likely able to call her mother with a sweet smile. In those days, Ying Jin, amidst the vast harem and numerous concubines, had shown her unparalleled affection, making her feel like the sole jewel in his eyes. Under his exclusive favor, she quickly became pregnant, and Ying Jin was overjoyed, bouncing around her like an exuberant child. He confided in her that he had no desire to be emperor. Rather, his greatest wish was to live a simple life, like an ordinary citizen outside the palace, farming, trading, or teaching. No matter the path he chose, he would work diligently to provide for his beloved wife and children. He expressed his deep yearning for children, but insisted he would only father them with the woman he loved most. Believing that only such a union could produce the truest manifestation of love, the brightest and most beautiful offspring, creating a family filled with happiness. After learning of her pregnancy, Ying Jin would visit her daily. And even when occupied with state affairs, he would hasten to her side, only at ease once he saw her safe and well. During her difficult early days of pregnancy, plagued by nausea and cravings that shifted like the wind, Ying Jin remained patient and indulgent, fulfilling her every whim, even going so far as to brave the dangers of the wilderness to gather sour dates for her, returning with wounds that made the Empress Dowager furious upon discovering his reckless behavior. Yet, he lied to her, claiming it was a mere whim for a snack. Such instances were countless. One could recount them for days without end. Indeed, at that time, Ying Jin's affection for her, Feng Qinghuang, had incited jealousy among hundreds of women in the harem. How blissful she was, living in a state of sweetness devoid of sorrow, so much so that even the heavens seemed envious of her joy. Perhaps it was precisely this envy that led to the cruel theft of her happiness. Tears streamed down Xiao Qianga's face, and she realized she had been dreaming once more, dreaming of her past life, of memories that ought to have been forgotten. Laughter and music wafted from Jingqing Garden, jolting her awake regardless of whether his affections were genuine or feigned, whether his motivations lay with the child or with her. His current demeanor towards Lu Yuanyan mirrored that which he once bestowed upon her in another life. Women are inherently sensitive. Even a seemingly unbothered soul like Xiao Qianga could not escape the pangs of heartache and loss upon witnessing the warmth he now shared with another. Yet, in the next moment, she questioned herself. Why should she feel heartache? Why should she feel loss? Could it be that she still harbored feelings for him? No, absolutely not. That was utterly impossible. Ying Jin, the executioner of her entire clan. He was a devil. Her feelings for him were solely rooted in hatred, hatred that would never fade. In Ikuan Palace, Su Wana reclined on her bed, while Chun Tao knelt beside her massaging her head. Ah, that hurts. Get away. You useless thing. Su Wana angrily swatted Chun Tao's hand away and sat up. I did not mean to. Please forgive me, my lady, Chun Tao stammered, trembling in fear as she knelt. Get out. Su Wana hurled a teacup from the side table at Chun Tao, scalding tea splattering across her face. Chun Tao scrambled to her feet and fled. All useless. Su Wana cast aside her delicate jade pillow, shattering it into pieces. Her fury was not unprovoked. Ever since she had employed a little trick to send Ying Jin to Jingqing Palace to visit Lu Yuanyan, he had been visiting frequently, leading to Lu Yuanyan's elevation to concubine. When she first heard the news, Su Wana had nearly bitten her tongue in rage. How could she not be furious? Lu Yuanyan was merely a pawn in her game against Xiao Qianga. Yet she had not anticipated Lu Yuanyan's swift rise to favor, becoming as cherished as Xiao Qianga. Moreover, Lu Yuanyan had the audacity to come to Ikuan Palace to thank her, and in that moment, Su Wana seized the opportunity to ridicule her and discarded the local delicacies Lu Yuanyan had painstakingly brought. What she could not have foreseen, however, was the subsequent bombshell. Lu Yuanyan was pregnant. How could this be? How could she, after only a short time of being favored, be with child? It was unfathomable. Su Wana had been favored by Ying Jin for years without a hint of pregnancy. Yet Lu Yuanyan had managed to surpass her so quickly. Just when she thought she had rid herself of Xiao Qianga, a more formidable adversary had emerged in the harem. A child was about to be born? Su Wana had yet to conceive. Who dared to have children? Who had the right to bear offspring? What infuriated her further was Lu Yuanyan's brazen display of joy. Ever since her pregnancy was confirmed, she had made it her mission to broadcast her happiness, singing and laughing day and night, her mirth echoing through the palace walls, impossible to ignore. and she had the audacity to use her morning sickness as an excuse to cling to the emperor, making all sorts of demands which he, with remarkable patience, complied with. When had Su Wan'er ever endured such indignities? When had any woman in the harem outshone her in such a manner? Except for Feng Qinghuang in the past. Feng Qinghuang had also received special treatment due to her pregnancy, yet she still met a tragic end. And not just her life, but that of her child as well, if Feng Qinghuang could not best her. What chance did this mere Lu Yuanyan have? Just wait. Humph. Wasn't she just newly pregnant? There was still a long way to go before she would give birth. Conceiving didn't guarantee delivery. In the days that followed, Su Wan'er, consumed by her foul mood, confined herself to Ikuan Palace, using her illness as an excuse to cancel the morning and evening audiences with the other concubines each day. She either broke things in frustration or vented her anger on the servants. Never once wearing a pleasant expression. One afternoon, the head eunuch Zhang Yinghai entered Ikuan Palace with a smile, bowing to Su Wan'er. My lady, there are some matters I wish to discuss, though I am unsure if it is appropriate. Su Wan'er, seated at her vanity with her eyes closed and her brows furrowed, was massaging her temples and did not even glance at him. Zhang Yinghai approached and stood behind her, gently pressing his thumbs against her temples, massaging them lightly. That if I speak out of turn, please do not take offense. His ministrations eased her tension, and Su Wan'er felt her anger dissipate slightly. Speak your mind, she finally replied. Observing her response, Zhang Yinghai continued. My lady, you are an astute individual. There is no need to rush into anything. It would be wise to consider that feigning illness and avoiding guests may lead others to perceive you as small-minded and jealous. Su Wan'er suddenly turned her head sharply, her eyes wide with fury, glaring at him. Laughter erupted as Zhang Yinghai remarked, Your Highness, I have already received my vaccination, thus you cannot hold me accountable. Su Wan'er resumed her seated posture, her temper flaring as she retorted, Speak your mind. If you have something to say, do not be in such a hurry. Your Highness, I believe your good days are just around the corner. Zhang Yinghai teased. What do you mean by that? Su Wan'er inquired. What type of wife do you think men prefer? Zhang Yinghai posed a riddle. Confused, Su Wan'er furrowed her brows, gazing at him through the bronze mirror on the dressing table. Remaining silent, Zhang Yinghai continued, Men undoubtedly cherish wives who are virtuous and magnanimous, fostering harmony among their concubines. The emperor, being a man himself, desires that you possess the capacity to embrace others, uniting his 3 palaces and 72 consorts, rather than creating discord as you currently do. Consider this, with Xi Pin expecting, is it not the perfect opportunity for you to showcase your benevolence? Oh. Su Wan'er raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, you could seize this chance to extend your care to Xi Pin. In doing so, the emperor will surely notice your humility and graciousness, making it difficult for him not to admire you. Su Wan'er's expression softened considerably, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. Who did you just refer to as wife and concubine? Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Highness, Zhang Yinghai replied, his flattery growing more pronounced. The following day, Su Wan'er summoned several physicians from the palace's imperial medical department, leading them to Jingqing Garden in a grand procession. As Lu Yuyan attempted to rise to greet Su Wan'er, she hastily gestured for her to remain still. No need for that. Please lie back comfortably. Zhang Tai, Wang Tai, Lu Tai, Zhao Tai, hurry and take Xi Pin's pulse. Assess her condition and procure the best remedies for her well-being. I must emphasize, this pregnancy is entrusted to your capable hands. Should any mishap occur, beware for your heads. Su Wan'er declared, I am unworthy. I shall exert every effort, the physicians replied, hastily kneeling in gratitude before encircling Lu Yuyan's bed, diligently taking her pulse, examining her tongue, and meticulously recording their observations. At that moment, Ingjin arrived, witnessing Su Wan'er's tender treatment of the consort. With a consort as virtuous as Su Guifei, what more could I desire? He chuckled. Subsequently, Su Wan'er dispatched someone outside the palace to seek renowned gynecologists, requesting they prepare several prescriptions for maintaining a healthy pregnancy. These were to be brought to the palace's imperial medical department for consultation, ultimately selecting the one deemed best by consensus for Lu Yuyan's use. Meanwhile, her own maids were instructed to personally brew the medicine and deliver it to Lu Yuyan, ensuring she consumed every last drop before departing. Naturally, Ingjin observed all of this, further increasing his admiration for Su Wan'er at an Ikuan Palace. Su Wan'er summoned Zhang Yinghai. Your method is quite effective. Henceforth, your monthly stipend shall be increased by 2 coins. Oh, I am most grateful for your grace, my lady. Zhang Yinghai quickly knelt in thanks. It is your own cleverness, combined with your keen sense of timing and perception, that has earned you the emperor's favor. Enough, enough. Have you dipped your tongue in honey? You certainly know how to please me. In any case, as long as you fulfill your duties diligently, you shall reap the rewards. Understood, I shall abide by your wishes, he replied. The winds of fortune in the palace shifted with bewildering speed. One moment, Su Wan'er enjoyed favor, the next it was Xiao Qiang'a, then Lu Yiyan once more. The minor consorts, who had never tasted favor, found themselves scurrying to curry favor with Su Wan'er, then to flatter Xiao Qiang'a, and then to pay homage to Lu Yiyan, leaving them utterly disoriented. At this juncture, Xiao Qiang'a had just fallen out of favor, while Lu Yiyan, now with child, basked in the emperor's affections. Consequently, those who had previously abandoned Lu Yiyan now flocked back to her. Meanwhile, Jean Meyer and Ensui found themselves in an awkward predicament. Compared to others, their allegiances shifted at an even more dizzying pace, epitomizing the fickleness of a wallflower. Just recently, they had forsaken Lu Yiyan for Xiao Qiang'a, and now they were at a loss. Unsure of what to do next, moreover, having offended Lu Yiyan previously, they were wary of approaching her again. However, with Lu Yiyan now pregnant with the emperor's child, a monumental honor that not just anyone could claim, they believed that seeking her favor once more was indeed the right choice. What if she refuses to forgive us? Jean Meyer furrowed her brow in concern. Then we shall feign humility and poverty, claiming that we were driven to folly due to dire straits, and Suyi suggested after pondering. But Shi Pin is quite different from Yi Pin. While Yi Pin may be a tad cold, her heart is still kind. Shi Pin, however, possesses no such virtues. What if she harbors resentment toward us? Jean Meyer questioned again. In that case, we shall endure. As the saying goes, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. I refuse to believe we cannot match that, and Suyi asserted confidently. Very well, I shall follow your lead. However, I possess nothing of value left. I spent my last silver on Yi Pin, Jean Meyer lamented. Indeed, I too have but a single piece of gold jewelry remaining, which I have also given to her. And to make matters worse, Yi Pin that her actions were downright ungrateful. And Suyi expressed her frustration, and Suyi referred to Xiao Qiang'a revealing their gifts to the emperor. Indeed, though Yi Pin appears innocent, little did we know she could be so ruthless. Jean Meyer concurred. Perhaps then Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up as she leaned closer to Jean Meyer, whispering something in her ear that may not be advisable. Jean Meyer replied, sticking out her tongue. What other options do we have? It seems Yi Pin is quite disdainful of our offerings. Let us decide. After lunch we shall venture to Jingfang Garden for a gamble. And Suyi resolved. Thus, as Xiao Qiang'a reclined on a lounge chair in Jingfang Garden, basking in the afternoon sun and arranging freshly cut plum blossoms in a vase, she observed Jean Meyer and Ensui entering with great difficulty. The term difficulty aptly described their hesitant gait. As they appeared fearful and somewhat furtive, their demeanor quite peculiar. Greetings, Yi Pin, I come to pay my respects, they offered. Noticing Xiao Qiang'a's apparent disinterest with no intention of engaging them, they initiated the greeting themselves. What is it? Xiao Qiang'a replied tersely, her words succinct, preferring brevity to avoid wasting breath. Jean Meyer and Ensui exchanged nudges, neither willing to speak. After a moment's delay, it was Ensui who finally broke the silence. As it was her suggestion to approach Yi Pin, we came to. Well, Ensui stammered, speak plainly. There's no need for circumnavigation, Xiao Qiang'a coldly interjected, clearing her throat. Ensui managed to say, Yi Pin, we shall be direct. We were wondering if you still have the gifts we presented to you last time. If they are of no use, might we ask for their return? She coughed softly, finally articulating her request. She then elbowed Jean Meyer, urging her to contribute. Yes, yes, we believe someone as esteemed as you, having emerged from a noble family, would not covet our trivial offerings. Therefore, you could consider it a favor to bestow upon us as mere servants, and if we have offended you, you may simply disregard us, Jean Meyer added. Hearing this, you, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter. Jean Meyer coughed again, attempting to mask her embarrassment. At that moment, Xiao Qiang'a grasped their intentions and found the situation utterly amusing. There was nothing more comical in the world. Unlike Yu, who held back, she allowed herself to laugh freely, rising to support herself against a nearby locust tree, chuckling until she nearly gasped for breath. Yet, Jean Meyer and Ensui, witnessing Xiao Qiang'a's reaction, found themselves utterly perplexed, standing there in profound embarrassment. Xiao Qiang'a's bluntness unveiled their true purpose, leaving them feeling awkward, yet they could not comprehend her subsequent remarks. Gazing at her with bewilderment, Xiao Qiang'a beckoned them closer with a finger, and obediently they approached. She gestured for them to lean in. Once they complied, Xiao Qiang'a whispered in their ears, what you may not know is that Shi Pin does not favor gold and silver trinkets. Her true desire lies in, the words trailed off, nearly inaudible. As that true, Yi Pin? Could it be? Jean Meyer and Ensui gazed at Xiao Qiang'a, utterly bewildered. Certainly, I share a connection with Shiping, having both originated from the royal residence. In those bygone days within the palace, we spent our days in close proximity, and none could claim to know her better than I. Now, since you wish to curry favor with her, you must cater to her preferences to avoid futility in your efforts. Jean Meyer and Ensui exchanged contemplative glances, nodding mechanically after a lengthy pause. Subsequently, Xiao Chang'e instructed He to retrieve a box from the small storage room in the southern quarters and present it to the two of them, who then gratefully carried the box away. Later, at the hour of the evening meal, Jean Meyer and Ensui stealthily made their way towards Jingqing courtyard, carefully transporting the box. Their choice of this time was deliberate, as darkness had fallen and everyone was engaged in their evening repast, thus minimizing the likelihood of being seen. After all, carrying a large box was quite conspicuous, and they wished to avoid undue speculation. Furthermore, they had sent their own servants to inquire, discovering that the emperor was dining with Su Guifei that evening, which put them at ease. They were well aware that they could not afford to let the emperor learn of their gift-giving. At that moment, Lu Yuyan was indeed dining. Much like the majority of others since her pregnancy, her palate had become quite discerning, demanding a variety of dishes daily. The emperor had even assigned a skilled chef to Jingqing courtyard to satisfy her cravings, ensuring her contentment. Shiping Jin Changzai and An Changzai have arrived and are waiting outside for your audience, Huang Xing'er reported. Lu Yuyan's immediate reaction was one of reluctance to meet these two, given their past betrayal. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that since they had been unfaithful to her, their eager approach now warranted a demonstration of her current standing. After all, the lavish treatment she received from the emperor would surely be a source of discomfort for them. Thus, with a calculated demeanor, she commanded, "Let them enter." In the next moment, she beheld Jean Meyer and Ensui entering with a large box, which appeared somewhat familiar. However, the dim lighting of the evening obscured her vision, and her interest in scrutinizing it was minimal. What she desired most was to flaunt her favorable circumstances before them. Clearing her throat, Lu Yuyan raised her chin, looking down upon the two before her. "I extend my greetings to Shiping. May you find fortune." Jean Meyer and Ensui immediately knelt, bowing deeply, each offering a resounding kowtow. "What a grand display of reverence," Lu Yuyan remarked with a smirk. Her demeanor dripping with sarcasm, she regarded them with a disdainful gaze, refraining from instructing them to rise. "Your servant has erred. I beseech Shiping for your forgiveness," they implored, continuing to bow in penitence. "Have you both erred?" "I was unaware of such a thing." Lu Yuyan feigned ignorance. "Your servant was blind to the truth," Jean Meyer replied, her forehead touching the ground. "I was foolish. I implore Shiping to show mercy," and Sui chimed in. Yet, Lu Yuyan remained silent, refusing to grant them the liberty to rise. The two women, too intimidated to lift their heads, remained in their submissive position. After a moment, Jean Meyer could no longer contain her thoughts and bravely spoke up. "Your servant has long held concern for Shiping, but feared to provoke your ire, thus refraining from visiting. Upon hearing of your joyous news, I was elated and wished to present a token of goodwill to atone for my past misdeeds, but was at a loss for an appropriate gift. My own quarters are rather humble, lacking anything of significance. Hence, after much contemplation, I decided to cleverly offer Shiping a trinket from the common folk, hoping to elicit your delight." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment as Jin Changzai." And Sui quickly added, "I hope Shiping can find it in her heart to forgive us and accept our humble offering." Upon hearing the terms clever and trinket from the common folk, Lu Yuyan felt a familiar pang of recognition. Yet, in moments of triumph, one often becomes inflated with pride, neglecting the memories of past grievances. Thus, she glanced at the box on the floor, momentarily dismissing her thoughts, and remarked, "Oh, just what could the two of you possibly offer that would be worthy of my attention? I am quite curious to see." Upon sensing a softening in Lu Yuyan's tone, Jean Meyer and Ensui exchanged hopeful glances, their excitement palpable as they hurriedly opened the box. Lu Yuyan, unable to suppress her curiosity, leaned closer, illuminated by the flickering light, and gasped as she beheld the contents within. Instantly, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes fixated on the box, disbelief washing over her as she glanced back and forth between the box and the two women. Her brows furrowed, her mouth agape, she pointed a trembling finger at the box and then at Jean Meyer and Ensui, her face turning an alarming shade of crimson, uncertain of the gravity of the situation. Jean Meyer and Ensui gazed at Lu Yuyan, their eyes wide with trepidation as they awaited her reaction. "Impudent fools! You two get out!" Lu Yuyan finally thrust her hand towards the door, her voice a furious roar. Though their hearts trembled with doubt, Jean Meyer and Ensui dared not linger, quickly scrambling to their feet and fleeing in haste. "Where did you obtain this?" Lu Yuyan demanded, her face contorting with rage. They, fully aware of the consequences of inciting her wrath, hastily revealed Xiao Chang'e's involvement. Lu Yuyan, panting with fury seethed, so it was that wretch. You may leave, she bellowed at Jean Myron and Suyi, who scurried away like frightened mice. Furious. This is utterly outrageous, Lu Yuyan exclaimed, sweeping everything off her table in a fit of rage. Shiping, please calm your anger. Do not endanger the child. Huang Xing'er knelt, beseeching her. Only then did Lu Yuyan place a hand on her abdomen. Reminded of her delicate condition, the thought of Xiao Qiang's deliberate provocation ignited her fury even further, just as she felt a sense of relief that her body had not been adversely affected. A sudden pain gripped her stomach. Ouch! Lu Yuyan clutched her belly and collapsed to the floor. Shiping, what ails you? Huang Xing'er shouted, rushing to support her while calling for help. Quick, someone! Shiping is in distress. In no time, a throng of court physicians arrived, and both the emperor and Su Wan'er were alerted. Having been informed while they dined together, Huang Xing'er trembled with fear, her voice quaking as she prepared to recount the evening's events. But Lu Yuyan interjected, Your Majesty, please do not blame them. This incident has nothing to do with them. I merely collided with the corner of a table. If there is to be blame, let it fall upon me. Is that truly the case? Shiping, if the servants are at fault, do not shield them, Jean replied. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this time it is indeed my oversight. I was simply too careless, Lu Yuyan explained. Even so, these maids and eunuchs must face punishment. Shiping is with child and should be treated with utmost care. Therefore, each of you shall forfeit a month's allowance. You must remain vigilant henceforth and serve Shiping diligently. Jean, concerned for the child, sternly admonished the servants. The servants hastily bowed in apology. The physicians assessed Lu Yuyan's condition, confirming that she was not gravely harmed, and the scare had not affected her pregnancy. Being young and in good health, she could withstand minor mishaps. They prescribed a standard regimen for maintaining her pregnancy and calming her nerves. Only then did the emperor and Su Wan'er leave Jingqing courtyard. Reassured that Lu Yuyan maintained a facade of calm until their departure, at which point her anger resurfaced, she was truly incensed, relieved that she had ordered the box removed before their arrival. Otherwise, how could she explain it to the emperor? And what face would she have to show to Su Wan'er? Summoning all the palace servants, she sternly instructed that the events of the evening must remain confidential. Should anyone inquire, they were to relay that she had merely bumped into a table, causing a momentary scare. The servants all pledged their silence, allowing Lu Yuyan to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, lying awake in bed that night, she found herself unable to sleep, feeling utterly humiliated. Not only had she endured such indignation, but she could not voice her grievances, fearing the emperor's wrath, Su Wan'er's judgment, or anyone else discovering the truth. It was utterly intolerable. All of this was the fault of that wretched Xiao Qiang. Clenching her fists, Lu Yuyan seethed with rage toward Xiao Qiang. Feeling utterly powerless. It wasn't until the following morning that they learned of the turmoil that had transpired in Jingqing courtyard after their departure. Only then did they grasp the gravity of their actions, realizing the extent of the calamity they had unwittingly caused. They were terrified at the thought that should Lu Yuyan report the incident to the emperor, their lives would be forfeit. Despite their trepidation, they dared not approach Lu Yuyan again, and no amount of courage could compel them to provoke her further. Ultimately, they resolved to seek out Zhang Fongyuan, for the true architect of this debacle was Xiao Qiang, who had masterminded the entire scenario and provided the box and its contents. It was imperative that they confront her to seek clarity. At that moment, Xiao Qiang, who was well aware of everything despite not having stepped outside her palace, was calmly practicing calligraphy in the warm chamber of her residence. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyan, who had just suffered a humiliating defeat, left Yikeng Palace with Huang Xing'er, sullen and discontented, after retrieving a bag of gold from a chest. Having grown up alongside Lu Yuyan in the Omping Wangfu, Xiao Qiang was quite familiar with her character. She understood that Lu Yuyan came from a poor family, and her most prominent traits were her strong vanity, her penchant for seeking the spotlight through cunning, her stinginess, and her tendency to take shortcuts in her endeavors. Perhaps these flaws were rooted in her upbringing. In any case, Lu Yuyan always devised what she deemed clever solutions, which only served to expose her true nature of poverty and meanness. For instance, at the last birthday banquet of the Empress Dowager, she could have presented jewelry like others to honor the occasion. Thus maintaining some semblance of dignity instead, she chose to craft a pair of knee pads from cotton and fabric, attempting to be clever in her own way. While it did reflect some effort, it ultimately appeared shabby and petty. This time, Xiao Qiang recognized that the box of trinkets and food items, unearthed from the earth, was Lu Yuyan's misguided attempt to thank Su Wan'er for helping her vie for favor, which ended in utter failure. Thus, Xiao Qiang kept a watchful eye and instructed the eunuchs in her palace to carry the box to her quarters, thinking it might serve a purpose someday. Coincidentally, on that day, Jean Meyer and Insui had come to Jingfang Garden to demand gifts that Xiao Chang'e had once given them. What did they think of her? Though she usually remained unassuming and tranquil as water, she would not permit them to take whatever they desired. Moreover, those two opportunists, who swayed like reeds in the wind, were mercenary in nature, like lapdogs when flattering her, yet ready to betray her for gain. Xiao Chang'e resolved it was time to take action against the two of them and in the process, teach Lu Yuyan a lesson as well. After all, they were all of ill intent and deserved punishment. Thus, the farce of the previous night was orchestrated. Xiao Chang'e had calculated that, even if Lu Yuyan possessed 1,000 times the courage, she would not dare let the emperor know the truth about her gift to Su Wan'er. For merely giving a gift was not a major offense, merely somewhat undignified. At worst, it could be construed as colluding to form a small faction. Yet, behind that gift lay the truth concerning Lu Yuyan's attempt to regain the emperor's favor. That revelation would implicate Lu Yuyan in seeking Su Wan'er's assistance to compete for affection, whereby Su Wan'er's special medicinal porridge and sage advice led the emperor to abandon the young Xiao Chang'e in favor of Lu Yuyan, resulting in Lu Yuyan's subsequent pregnancy. Just imagine if the emperor were to discover this series of events, would Lu Yuyan and Su Wan'er not be guilty of treason? Indeed they would. They might even face demotion or confinement to the cold palace. Thus Lu Yuyan had no choice but to swallow her pride in silence, no matter the extent of her grievance, and she dared not complain to the emperor. Furthermore, she could not confide in Su Wan'er for fear of being mocked again. She also had to keep it from other concubines, as her humble offerings were hardly worthy of display. Xiao Chang'e felt assured in her strategy, having orchestrated a performance that garnered both applause and intrigue. "My lady, your scheme is truly brilliant," He remarked, grinding ink with a face full of pride for her mistress. Xiao Chang'e smiled without a word, continuing her calligraphy. "My lady, how did you know that Su Guifei employed such underhanded tactics to win the emperor's exclusive favor for Xi Pin?" He inquired. Xiao Chang'e paused her writing and replied, as the saying goes, "If you want to keep something secret, do not do it in the first place." With Su Guifei's spies scattered throughout the harem, and Xi Pin constantly seeking to cultivate her own alliances, why shouldn't I also emulate them and cultivate some informants for myself? You should have done this long ago. He exclaimed excitedly. The head eunuch in charge of the imperial kitchen had already informed me of Su Guifei's movements, so I was aware of her plans well in advance, Xiao Chang'e said, resuming her writing. "You are absolutely right, my lady. I have always worried that your calm demeanor might lead to disadvantage, but I never imagined you had a trick up your sleeve." He beamed, grinding the ink with even more vigor. At this point, Xiao Chang'e could not help but recall a past life where Su Wan'er, who always feigned innocence and closeness, had served her a bowl of medicinal soup, claiming it would benefit both her and the fetus. Trusting her completely, Xiao Chang'e had consumed it under Su Wan'er's gentle gaze, even expressing her gratitude afterward. However, not long after, she found herself spitting blood and collapsing in Ing Jin's golden hall, resulting in a tragic demise for both her and her child. Now those few will surely recognize your prowess. Even Jin Changzai and An Changzai would not dare to bully you openly again. How brazen of them to demand those worthless trinkets. He fumed, recalling that day's events. "Who are you referring to, my lady?" He asked, puzzled. "Those two you just mentioned," Xiao Chang'e replied. He was confused. But just then the eunuch from Jingfang Garden entered to announce, "My lady, Jin Changzai and An Changzai request an audience." My lady. He gasped in surprise, pondering when her mistress had become adept at divination. "Tell them I am resting and cannot receive guests," Xiao Chang'e instructed. "But why, my lady?" He pressed, still confused. Xiao Chang'e smiled lightly. "To truly teach a lesson, one must be thorough. Let them endure a bit more punishment and learn from their mistakes." Seeing He still frowning in confusion, Xiao Chang'e continued, "Consider this. Xi Pin was almost startled into losing her pregnancy due to their reckless actions, which even caught the emperor's attention, although Xi Pin did not expose them. How do you think they feel now? They must be terrified and anxious, living in constant fear." He realized, indeed. Since they have been so wicked, let us take this opportunity to instill a bit more fear in them. "My lady, you are truly clever." He exclaimed joyfully. "Moreover, they have come to me to seek retribution. What have I done wrong? Why should I summon them?" Xiao Chang'e added, "Exactly, my lady, you are absolutely right." However, after a moment, Xiao Chang'e lifted her head, sighed, and spoke with a hint of remorse. "I do feel a bit guilty about this matter." "Why, my lady? They were originally villains. This punishment is well deserved." He questioned. "It is not for them that I feel guilty, but for the innocent child in Xi Pin's womb. Although Xi Pin is at fault, the unborn child is blameless. In retrospect, I feel a twinge of fear. What if that night in her anger, Pin had harmed her fetus? The guilt would have been unbearable. As Xiao Chang'e spoke, she thought of her own child, loathing Su Wan'er's cruelty for not sparing even the unborn. She despised those who would harm children, for no matter how wicked an adult may be, the child remains innocent and should not suffer the consequences. Fortunately, this time Lu Yuyan did not injure her pregnancy. Otherwise, Xiao Chang'e would truly have been unable to forgive herself, for in that case, what difference would there be between her and Su Wan'er, who had murdered her child? Alas, my lady, do not think this way. You are too kind-hearted. He said empathetically, Su Pin has tried to take your life multiple times since her days in the Wangfu. And since entering the palace, she has repeatedly schemed against you, but has only failed to succeed. Yet you still show mercy for the child in her womb. Please, my lady, do not dwell on this. Trust that heaven sees all. It knows the truth of good and evil. You are a good person and have no reason to feel guilty, He said, looking at Xiao Chang'e with concern. Xiao Chang'e turned to He, seemingly incredulous that such words had come from her lips, and replied with a smile, you clever girl, when did you become so perceptive? My lady, with your brilliance it would be hard for me not to grow. He laughed. Xiao Chang'e then dismissed her troubling thoughts, instructing He for the next 3 days, declare to the outside world that I am unwell and cannot receive guests. Yes, my lady, your command is absolute. And so, Xiao Chang'e spent her days in Jingfang Garden leisurely enjoying flowers, practicing her writing, embroidering and painting, finding joy in her pursuits. 3 days later, as she stepped out of the palace gates for fresh air, she was met by the sight of the 2 women, tortured by their own guilt, rushing towards her, kneeling before her with a thud. Pin, please save me. Jean Meyer's face was ashen. Pin, I recognize my errors. I implore you, show me mercy. And Sui's eyes were vacant, her spirit seemingly lost. Xiao Chang'e feigned ignorance, asking, oh, what wrongs have you committed? What obligation do I have to save you? The 2 women began to prostrate themselves before Xiao Chang'e, their foreheads striking the hard stone floor with a resounding thud, akin to pounding garlic, as they pleaded, Pin, your magnanimity is unmatched. Please guide us towards the light. My mind has been struck as if by a donkey's kick. I beseech you, dear Pin, do not regard me with the same disdain. I am fully aware of my transgressions, truly aware. Xiao Chang'e let out a cold laugh. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the beginning. The deed is done. Now one must slowly accept the consequences. The 2 of them quickly grasped the hem of Xiao Chang'e's garment, pleading pitifully, please, Pin. I simply cannot endure this any longer. Each day, I live in trepidation, fearful that the emperor might bestow punishment upon me, anxious that my life may hang in the balance. Indeed, Pin, this is akin to being tormented by a dull knife cutting flesh. It would be far better to grant me a swift end. To be killed or mutilated would be less agonizing than this daily dread. At this point, the 2 seemed to contemplate something, perhaps wondering, why is it that Xiao Chang'e, the true mastermind, appears so untroubled? They quickly raised their heads to observe her, only to find Xiao Chang'e exuding an air of calm assurance, as though she had anticipated the unfolding of these events all along. They could not help but recall that not long ago, during Xiao Chang'e's time of favor, there had been whispers regarding her composure and tranquility, her gaze seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to perceive all, far beyond her mere 13 years, as if she held some extraordinary power to know everything in secret. The 2 were now more convinced than ever that perhaps Xiao Chang'e truly did possess such abilities. Otherwise, how could she manipulate them so effortlessly? And it wasn't just them. Consider that night when Lu Yuyan's anger and humiliation made it seem as though she had fallen into some trap. Even now, while they quivered in fear, were they not still unharmed? It seemed that Lu Yuyan had not revealed their involvement to the emperor after all. But why? And Xiao Chang'e, why was she so unafraid? Did she already know how this would all conclude? If so, it appeared Lu Yuyan had been thoroughly ensnared, and quite severely at that. She had to swallow her own bitterness and humiliation, while they had spent these days trembling in fear for nothing, leaving only Xiao Chang'e as the true victor. At that moment, observing the 2 nearly prostrated before her, Xiao Chang'e inexplicably felt a surge of compassion. Women, poor wretches. They could only rely on the emperor's favor to survive in the harem, and when deprived of it, they resorted to clinging to more powerful consorts for a semblance of security. Their lives were but parasites upon others, truly a tragic fate. Pin, please save us. Jean Meyer and Ensui continued to plead for mercy from Xiao Chang'e. With a frown, Xiao Chang'e shouted at them, get up! All of you rise! The suddenness of her voice startled Jean Meyer and Ensui. Quickly, get up! Xiao Chang'e commanded once more. They had no choice but to comply. Having revered Xiao Chang'e as a deity, afraid to disobey her, Have you two resolved to rely on the charity of others for the rest of your lives? Xiao Chang'e asked, gazing directly into their eyes. Jean Meyer and Ensui, still in a state of tension, stared blankly at Xiao Chang'e, seemingly not yet grasping the meaning behind her words. Do you not think you could survive without clinging to others? Xiao Chang'e inquired again. They exchanged glances, then looked towards Xiao Chang'e, mechanically nodding, only to quickly shake their heads upon witnessing her expression of anger. Alas, Xiao Chang'e felt a mix of pity for their misfortune and frustration at their lack of ambition. She sighed, exclaiming, "Truly, you are like mud that cannot prop up a wall." At this moment, they seemed to finally comprehend, and with a thud they knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We beseech Yi Pin to show us the way. We would be eternally grateful." Just then 2 others happened to pass by, and upon witnessing the scene, they began to point and discuss. However, once they deduced the situation and overheard the conversation, they exchanged nods, seemingly having made a decision, and approached Xiao Chang'e. "We also implore Yi Pin to guide us. We are immensely grateful." They mimicked the actions and words of Jean Meyer and Ensui Yu all. It was the first time Xiao Chang'e had been on the receiving end of so many kneeling before her. Leaving her momentarily at a loss, she sighed deeply and said, "Very well. Since you trust me, I shall indulge you. Please rise and accompany me to Jingfang Garden for a discussion." Xiao Chang'e then turned and walked towards Jingfang Garden, with Jean Meyer and the other 3 following closely behind. Unexpectedly, 2 familiar figures approached from the roadside, joining their ranks. All of these individuals, who were typically fickle and opportunistic, had once been the subjects of Xiao Chang'e's disdain. Yet now she felt an invisible burden weighing upon her shoulders. She must assist them. This thought, which had just emerged, even caught Xiao Chang'e by surprise, yet her feet guided her onward, as if she were already committed to this course of action. Thus, a grand procession made its way to Jingfang Garden, where Xiao Chang'e granted them seats and instructed Qiyu to serve them. As she cast her gaze upon them, she noticed the absence of their previous arrogance and bullying demeanor, replaced instead by sincerity and humility. "Did I recall the last time you all came to my palace? It was to present me with gifts, as I was favored then. Who would have thought that our next gathering would be during my time of disfavor?" Xiao Chang'e said with a self-deprecating smile. They once again knelt in unison, proclaiming, "I was foolish and ignorant. I hope Yi Pin will not hold past grievances against me." "Enough. Do you all find such delight in kneeling? I am perfectly fine, but I wonder if your knees can withstand it. Please rise. If I were to hold past offenses against you, I would not have invited you." A subtle smile graced Xiao Chang'e's lips, as a peculiar sensation began to swell within her. Their true nature was unveiled, fragile, helpless and forlorn, devoid of the usual arrogance and bluster. "Please, Yi Pin, teach me how to earn the emperor's favor. I do not wish to spend my life in the palace without ever seeing his face." Jean Meyer implored, tears welling in her eyes. "Indeed, I too beseech Yi Pin for guidance on how to win the emperor's affection. I do not want to live my days ignored and dependent on others." And Sui echoed, "I too seek your counsel." They chorused, their voices tinged with quiet sobs. Xiao Chang'e had never witnessed such a display from them, and she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "I never expected you to possess such a side." Shaking her head, she continued, "However, you are all still so young. Why adopt such a pessimistic outlook? I understand your desire to see the emperor. I believe each of you will have your opportunities in due time. There's no need to rush, but must we wait until our beauty fades to behold the emperor's countenance? By then, even if we do have a chance to meet him, he may look upon us with disdain." Jean Meyer exclaimed, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. And Sui added, "Indeed, Yi Pin, how many years can a woman's prime last? Is it not during this moment that we are more appealing? Once these years pass, who would still spare us a glance?" Jean Meyer and Ensui's words struck a chord, and they chorused, "Indeed." Initially, Xiao Chang'e felt sympathy for them, but as they continued to lament, she could no longer contain herself. "Beauty fades. Beauty fades. Do you all truly intend to rely solely on your looks for the rest of your lives? Is your survival contingent upon the emperor's favor?" The group was startled by her outburst, momentarily frozen. Xiao Chang'e did not wish to be so harsh and adjusted her tone, continuing, "I understand well that in this palace, the emperor's favor is indeed significant. But it is not the only path to existence. Throughout history, beauty is often met with tragedy. In truth, receiving the emperor's favor may not always be a blessing. At this point, Xiao Chang'e recalled her past life, where she had enjoyed the emperor's affections for many years, a life that these women longed for. But what of it? When the favor ceased, she too faced a grim fate. Beauty may fade, yet it is indeed frail and fleeting. The others were perplexed by Xiao Chang'e's words, prompting her to elaborate. Sometimes, even in the absence of such favor, if one has purpose and a sense of belonging, one can still find joy. Such happiness does not rely on others, nor does it bring about extreme highs and lows, but rather it is a serene and tranquil form of true happiness, observing their still puzzled expressions. Xiao Chang'e decided to abandon her philosophical musings, realizing that to impart these truths would require a gradual approach. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she addressed them. If you truly believe in me, then come to Jingfang Garden every day. That I intend to establish a learning hall in my garden. I will teach everyone to read and write, to gain knowledge. A peculiar expression instantly appeared on the faces of the crowd. Some looked astonished, others found it amusing, while some appeared bewildered, and a few stared blankly as if they could not comprehend what Xiao Chang'e was saying. The academy, is it not a place solely for men? Jean Mayer stammered. Reading and writing, I do not recognize a single character. And Sui's face was clouded with confusion. Is it not said since ancient times that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue? Why then must we learn to read and write? Learning knowledge. What are you speaking of, Pin? I cannot understand. Upon seeing their bewildered expressions, Xiao Chang'e continued, hold on, allow me to explain. The notion that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue certainly holds some truth. Yet it is not entirely accurate. That we women ought to be more aware of various matters and understand certain principles. Moreover, our pursuit of knowledge is not intended for us to compete in examinations like men. Rather, it is to enrich our lives, to cultivate tranquility within ourselves, so that we do not succumb to the anxiety and turmoil that currently besiege you. Do you understand? They nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. Then shook their heads and nodded again, indicating their lingering confusion. Xiao Chang'e decided not to press for immediate understanding and instructed them, very well, you have sought guidance from me, and I have shown you the path. Whether you choose to follow it is entirely up to you now. Disperse for the time being. If anyone wishes to join me in studying tomorrow, do come. If not, I shall not impose upon you. You are free to choose. I will study, Pin. I will. Jean Mayer was the first to raise her hand. Pin is so gentle and uncontentious, so gracious and humbled. I, Jean Mayer, have no reason not to follow her. Though I may not fully grasp what Pin says, I have already decided that I shall do as she instructs. There is no error in following Pin. Her words quickly garnered agreement from others. As one after another chimed in, Jean Changzai is right. Pin is such a good person and a role model for us all. Learning from Pin cannot be wrong. A glimmer of emotion shone in Xiao Chang'e's eyes, and she pressed her lips together, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Thus, the following morning, after breakfast, Jean Mayer and the others arrived early at Jingfang Garden to gather. Not only did the same few from yesterday come, but 2 additional individuals had also joined them. Chapter 52. The Academy of Jingfang Garden. These newcomers were of even lower rank, being lower than the previous attendants, and were simply official women selected from the palace maids. Their mental state mirrored that of Jean Mayer and her companions, and their admiration and recognition of Xiao Chang'e were no different. Xiao Chang'e instructed her servants to arrange several tables from the guest rooms in the garden's center, placing stools and chairs behind each table. Thus, the garden transformed into a veritable academy. She directed everyone to take their seats and then distributed brushes, ink, paper and inkstones, which had been prepared overnight by Xiao Chang'e and the palace maids of Jingfang Garden. But Pin, I cannot write. One official woman blushed and said awkwardly, I cannot either. Another attendant admitted, feeling embarrassed, I can write a few characters, but they are not well done. At that moment, Jean Mayer felt a sense of pride. For she finally had a skill that surpassed others, and her inferiority began to dissipate. Xiao Chang'e, aware of the varying levels of literacy among them, stated, I do not expect everyone to write perfectly. But I do wish for all to recognize characters, for with literacy comes the ability to read, and with reading one can learn the principles of being a person. The crowd nodded in agreement. And following Xiao Chang'e's guidance, they began to pick up their brushes and copy the characters. After about half an hour, Xiao Chang'e distributed some simple books, encouraging them to read aloud, 1 word at a time. Since these women had never experienced such reading before, their faces lit up with excitement, discovering that reading and recognizing characters could indeed be enjoyable. Engaged in meaningful activity, time seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, it was time for lunch. Xiao Chang'e generously invited everyone to dine in Jingfang Garden, further endearing herself to them and earning their admiration. In the afternoon, Xiao Chang'e continued to teach them how to copy characters and read. And the group was thoroughly engrossed, quickly bringing the day to an end. The next day, they all arrived at Jingfang Garden early again, this time taking their seats without needing Xiao Chang'e's prompting. Eagerly picking up their brushes to write, each stroke executed with sincerity and care. Observing this, Xiao Chang'e felt a sense of gratification, as she recognized the progress being made. Thus, the second day's lessons passed swiftly. And by the third day, Xiao Chang'e devised a new approach. Knowing that most of these women had never formally learned such skills, she anticipated that they might grow weary of studying after just 2 days. Therefore, she asked everyone to bring needle and thread from their respective quarters, instructing them to embroider the characters they had newly learned onto fabric. While none were particularly skilled at writing, they all excelled in embroidery. And their interest was fully ignited as they took up their needles to begin stitching. At that moment, they also found a sense of accomplishment, for the characters they had struggled to write neatly now appeared beautifully embroidered. Subsequently, Xiao Chang'e sought to advance their learning further. She not only required them to stitch individual characters but also entire sentences or poems. Oh dear, the characters in this poem are quite difficult to write. One attendant exclaimed. Indeed, look at that character Zhu, Anjiu, as well as Yaotiao, Anxiu. Each has so many strokes. Alas, I fear I shall fall behind everyone again. Another attendant lamented. Haha, I am not afraid. Everyone, let us begin and see who can embroider the fastest and best. Jean Mayer declared proudly, feeling increasingly confident in this academic environment. Jean Chongzai, of course you can stitch quickly, but you cannot compare your strengths to our weaknesses. That would be what is it called? A yes, victory without merit. And Suyi chimed in. You N Chongzai, I have always been on good terms with you, yet you choose to mock me like this? Jean Mayer pouted, though her complaint bore no hint of resentment in such a light-hearted atmosphere. Haha! Who told you to be so boastful all day long? I just want to deflate your pride. And Suyi teased, making a face at Jean Mayer. You everyone look? And Chongzai is bullying me. Jean Mayer exclaimed, prompting laughter from the group. Seeing the joyful camaraderie among them, Xiao Chang'e couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Tu initially disapproved of her mistress's establishment of this so-called academy at Jingfang Garden, being more discerning than Xiao Chang'e. Her personal creed was to never let grievances go unpunished, returning a person's actions in kind. Since entering the palace, these young ladies had all, to varying degrees, harmed Xiao Chang'e, so he naturally regarded them as adversaries. As Xiao Chang'e's devoted servant, her enemies were also her own. Consequently, he harbored a strong aversion toward them, wishing for Xiao Chang'e to never forgive them, and thus she had been somewhat sullen in recent days. However, at that moment, witnessing the women laughing and joking with such genuine joy, free of malice or pretense, he found herself unwittingly infected by their merriment, joining in the laughter. My lady, how about I go to the kitchen and prepare some snacks for everyone? They must be getting hungry soon, she suggested, approaching Xiao Chang'e. That sounds wonderful, Xiao Chang'e replied. She knew he well, her feelings were always evident on her face, now that she was willing to serve everyone. It signified her heartfelt forgiveness of them. Before long, he returned with refreshments, distributing them to each of the young ladies, who ate with delight. Their good spirits enhanced their appetites, and they now found themselves devouring more than usual. Having previously restrained their eating to maintain their figures, now they felt insatiable, prompting Hiyu to grow increasingly exasperated. Amid this scene, Xiao Chang'e could not help but burst into laughter. Oh dear, my lady, look at how they are all devouring the food. At this rate, Jingfang Garden will be impoverished by their appetites. Hiyu complained. Oh, not be so cheeky. Hurry and prepare more snacks. Xiao Chang'e playfully tapped her finger on Hiyu's forehead, prompting her to leave reluctantly, which only amused Xiao Chang'e further. Once everyone had finished the snacks, Xiao Chang'e began collecting their assignments, gathering the poems they had embroidered. She selected the finest piece, which happened to be Jean Mayer's work. All right, everyone, quiet down, Xiao Chang'e addressed the group. This truly feels increasingly like an academy. These students are remarkably attentive to their teacher. Upon my utterance, they fell silent immediately. The best embroidered poem this time is from Jean Chongzai. Henceforth, let us all learn from Jean Chongzai, and Jean Chongzai, do extend your assistance to everyone. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Jean Mayer, filled with envy and sincerity. Instantly, Jean Mayer's face flushed with embarrassment, and Xiao Chang'e felt a sense of gratification. Jean Mayer lowered her head, remaining silent. Given that she was known for her candidness and playful nature, the crowd began to jest with her. Ha, Jean Chongzai. You still feel shy? I never would have guessed. One replied with a smile. Exactly, Jean Chongzai, having known you for so long, I've never seen you shy before. Stop pretending and show your true self, come on. Are you not feeling quite pleased with yourself? And Suyi chimed in, turning to peek at Jean Mayer, who was seated in front of her. Only then did Jean Mayer raise her head, but to everyone's surprise, her eyes were brimming with tears. What's wrong, Jean Chongzai? Why are you crying? Who has bullied you? Jean Chongzai, I was just joking. You wouldn't take it to heart, would you? We are used to playing around together. This isn't your usual style. Please don't cry. I can apologize if that's what it takes. And Sui's voice turned anxious. Just as everyone was puzzled, Jean Mayer spoke softly. I cry because I am overwhelmed with emotion. I am exceedingly happy. Upon finishing her sentence, she burst into uncontrollable sobs. Emotions are contagious, and so are tears. Influenced by Jean Mayer, others began to wipe their eyes as well, but as they cried, laughter erupted among them. Starting softly and growing louder in an instant, the entire Jingfang courtyard was filled with joyous laughter. This laughter was not the smug mirth of Lu Yuyan, nor the boisterous guffaw of Su Wan'er. It was a genuine expression of heartfelt joy. Next, Jean Mayer stepped out from her seat and approached Xiao Qiang'a. Kneeling before her once more, lifting her head, she gazed at Xiao Qiang'a with utmost sincerity. Saying, "Yiping, I truly thank you. During these few days of learning in the academy, I have not once thought of vying for favor or seeking to ingratiate myself with those stronger than I. All I desired was to write and learn. Each day, I felt such joy and fulfillment. Previously, I struggled to comprehend the profound truths you shared, but now I realize I have come to understand." "So do I," and Sui echoed, kneeling alongside Jean Mayer. "What I feel in my heart mirrors Jean Changzai completely, and all of this is thanks to you, Yiping. You are truly a benefactor in my life." In this poignant scene, Xiao Qiang'a's eyes brimmed with tears. Good. Her voice choked. "Seeing all of you making progress, living fulfilling lives and experiencing joy fills my heart with genuine happiness. Dearest ladies, you have been busy for quite a while. I imagine you must be parched. Come, let us have some tea to soothe our throats." He Yu and a few other maidservants brought over freshly brewed tea. He Yu's thoughtful demeanor was indeed a testament to Yiping's excellent guidance. Indeed, this is something we can all learn from. Everyone praised as they accepted the tea from He Yu and her companions. He Yu's face flushed with shyness, and she scurried off to the kitchen. "Yiping, I do not know this poem," and Sui said with a frown, feeling helpless. "I know it. I know it," Jean Mayer exclaimed excitedly, revealing her literary prowess that surpassed the others. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Allow me to recite it for you. The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown." As she recited, Jean Mayer swayed her head, resembling an old scholar from the academy, drawing laughter from the crowd once more. "But I cannot write a single word of it." A maid named Lin admitted that I cannot either. Another named Zhang blushed as she confessed. Anticipating their reactions, Xiao Qiang'a had prepared in advance, unfurling sheets of paper. "Everyone, do not fret. Look here. What do you think? How wonderful, Yiping. Although I may be slow-witted, I can still imitate well," Lin said joyfully. "Yiping is truly kind, preparing everything for us." The others murmured praises for Xiao Qiang'a. It turned out that while everyone was busy embroidering the poem Guanju, she had seized the opportunity to write multiple copies of Jingyi Si. Then, He Yu and the others distributed the papers to everyone, who resumed their earnest embroidery. Silence enveloped the courtyard, with not a sound except for the soft rustle of fabric. Observing these young and beautiful women, adorned in vibrant attire, surrounded by the fragrance of cosmetics, it was remarkable that none were preoccupied with their own beauty or engaged in rivalry. They were all utterly focused on embroidering and learning together. Akin to true sisters. It was a revelation that immersing oneself in something meaningful could bring such joy. Time flew by. Just as they had only embroidered halfway through Jingyi Si, the sun had shifted to the western hills. Yet they remained oblivious until Xiao Qiang'a reminded them that night was approaching. "How time flies. I thought it had only been a brief moment, yet it has been a whole half-day," Lin exclaimed. "Indeed, it is hard to believe that I in the past enduring half a day felt like an eternity like that saying." Zhang trailed off. Yes, it's like living a year in a day. Ever since entering the palace, each day has felt like an eternity. The pain of that experience was unbearable, but today, I have finally felt time pass swiftly." Zhang began to weep again. Her sentiments resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement, eyes glistening with tears seeing the young ladies in such a state. He Yu and several other maidservants and young eunuchs also grew melancholic, reflecting on their fates that if these ladies suffered so, how much more so the servants. Xiao Qiang'a understood each of their sentiments and, wishing to alleviate their sorrow, comforted them. "I know the pain in your hearts. I want to say that those times are behind us from now on. I hope we can all strive together to make each day as fulfilling, joyful, and meaningful as these past few days. Would you not agree?" "Yes." The crowd's eyes shimmered with emotion. "What reward awaits us?" Their enthusiasm reignited. That shall be revealed in due time," Xiao Qiang'a teased, prompting whispers and speculation among them, each filled with anticipation for the coming day, eager to vie for first place and the unknown reward. Unbeknownst to them, their mindsets had shifted. reflecting on the past nights filled with anguish, lying in bed, pondering which concubine the emperor favored that night, contemplating the incessant power struggles within the palace, and the bleak future they faced, each night had been a painful ordeal. Counting sheep in vain, yet now, in just a few short days, they felt fulfilled and joyous, discovering that life in the palace could indeed be lived differently, without relying on the emperor's favor, without the constant need to curry favor with stronger concubines. Devoid of scheming and calculation instead, they learned together happily as true sisters, embracing literacy and wisdom. The following morning, the young ladies rushed to Jingfang courtyard, disregarding breakfast and their appearances, each carrying the assignments they had hastily completed overnight. He collected the assignments and presented them to Xiao Qianga, who meticulously reviewed them before declaring the top performer. The finest embroidery of Jing Yixi belongs to Changzai. As soon as Xiao Qianga's words fell, Suyi leaped up in excitement. Oh my goodness! How wonderful! I finally secured first place. Look at how thrilled you are, it's just first place. What's the big deal? Jean Mayer, who had believed herself to be the sure winner, felt a twinge of jealousy as she saw Suyi triumph. Haha! Jean Mayer, I finally surpassed you. Of course, I'm ecstatic. Suyi exclaimed, lifting Jean Mayer and spinning her around. What are you doing? Mind your image. You are still a Changzai. Put me down, Jean Mayer cried out in fright. The crowd erupted into laughter at the antics of these two lively souls. Subsequently, Xiao Qianga graciously presented the award to the first-place winner. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, He emerged from the warm pavilion, bearing a meticulously prepared set of brand-new stationery, brush, ink, paper and inkstone, along with 2 thick volumes. This exquisite stationery was a cherished gift from Xiao Qianga's uncle. Brought from her family home when she first entered the palace, he had reluctantly parted with it to bestow upon her. The 2 books, Confucius's Analects and Book of Songs, were also gifts from her uncle. Today, she decided to present them as a prize to Changzai, expressing her hope that Changzai would treasure them, learn to read, and acquire knowledge in the future. The crowd could not help but murmur their admiration. While Changzai felt both moved and fortunate with a solemn expression, she stepped forward to accept the award from Xiao Qianga and bowed deeply to her, and the assembly d'aditi that moment. Unexpectedly, Jean Meyer interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Epine, this is unfair. I was the one who won first place in the poetry embroidery contest, yet did I receive no reward. As her words trailed off, it was evident she felt too embarrassed to bring it up directly. Though her dissatisfaction lingered, Xiao Qianga smiled gently and bent down to retrieve another identical set of stationery and 2 additional books from beneath the table, exclaiming, Hajin Changzai, I anticipated you would have objections. Fear not, for I have prepared 2 sets of prizes. With that, He stepped forward to present the second set to Jean Meyer, who then beamed with delight. Xiao Qianga turned to the gathered crowd, assuring them, rest assured, although our classroom may not be formal, it is equitable for each of you as long as you study earnestly and maintain a positive mindset. I am willing to provide as many prizes as necessary. Once again, applause erupted, filled with gratitude and admiration. After the evaluation of the previous day's assignments, it was time to introduce new learning tasks. This time, Xiao Qianga devised a fresh approach, instructing everyone to embroider a piece showcasing their skills, be it flowers, landscapes or any personal creation, while incorporating a fitting poem or verses alongside their work. The challenge was heightened, prompting the participants to set aside their levity and focus intently on their tasks. Chapter 54. The classroom pauses in an instant. Jingfang Garden fell into profound silence. The classroom, run with remarkable diligence, had drawn new participants, thanks to the earnest teaching and focused learning on this day. As Xiao Qianga assigned new tasks and everyone diligently wrote. Rongfei made her entrance. Upon seeing her, Xiao Qianga's eyes brightened. Sister Rongfei, what brings you here? How so? Am I not welcome? Rongfei replied with a playful reproach. Welcome, welcome. It's just that my humble abode may not be worthy of your elegance. Xiao Qianga hurriedly explained. Why must you be so courteous? Rongfei chuckled. Your Highness, I pay my respects. May your Highness be blessed. The others quickly rose from their seats to bow. Please, everyone rise. There is no need for formality. I merely came to take a casual look. Do you not feel constrained? Rongfei encouraged. Epine, I was initially skeptical when I heard you had opened a school here in Jingfang Garden, but seeing it today, I am truly impressed. You have done well. Your praise is excessive. I am but a simple girl who merely wished to bring joy to my sisters in this challenging palace life. Seeing you all so merry, I find myself envious that I wished to join you as a student, Rongfei admitted, her eyes shimmering with envy. Xiao Qianga could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in astonishment. Sister, you jest? Certainly not. I am quite serious. Rongfei replied, casting a glance at the diligent students before sighing. As you said, the palace can be a dismal place, and I too wish to escape the solitude that accompanies my days and find some purpose to pass the time. That is splendid, Xiao Chang'e exclaimed, grasping Rongfei's hand with excitement. Sister, you are always welcome in Jingfang Garden. However, with your immense talent, you should not merely be a student but rather a teacher. You flatter me. My knowledge is scant and I lack the qualifications to teach. Besides, I only wish to join you all for the camaraderie, not for any titles. Xiao Chang'e, understanding Rongfei's humble nature, insisted. Sister, your proficiency in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting is unparalleled. I fear that the role of a teacher would be beneath your capabilities. Seeing Xiao Chang'e's unwavering insistence, Rongfei relented and accepted the offer. Let us pause for a moment. Xiao Chang'e addressed the assembly. Today we welcome a new member to our classroom, who will also serve as our esteemed teacher. Please welcome the respected Rongfei. The crowd erupted in excitement, for Rongfei was among the few esteemed consorts in the palace, and her joining them was a matter of great honor. After the warm welcome, the atmosphere lightened, and everyone returned to their writing. Rongfei and Xiao Chang'e began discussing future assignments and the teaching schedule, and the room was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, a different mistress languished in idleness. Ever since the incident involving the enigmatic box that had startled Lu Yuyan's pregnancy, she had been quietly resting in Jingqing Garden. Rarely emerging as a priority subject of protection, the emperor had placed great importance on her well-being, assigning 2 maids and 2 eunuchs to attend to her, in addition to the 5 maids and 5 eunuchs already present. Thus Lu Yuyan lived in comfort, basking in indulgence. Yet human nature is ever insatiable, and Lu Yuyan, never one to settle, grew weary of her monotonous existence filled with eating, sleeping, and leisure. She found herself reminiscing about those who once flocked to her side, eager to curry favor and flatter her. Now in her favored state, she expected those fair-weather friends to shower her with gifts in homage to her status. However, since Jean Meyer and Ensui had departed Jingqing Garden, no visitors had graced her presence. Perplexed by their absence, Lu Yuyan summoned Huang Xing'er to inquire about their whereabouts. Upon learning of the school established in Jingfang Garden, she scoffed, a smirk curling at her lips. Ah, they must be consumed by jealousy over my pregnancy, driven mad by it. Opening a school, how absurd! The following day after lunch, she, with her prominent belly, made her way to Jingfang Garden. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight of earnest students engaged in their studies. Their laughter resonating warmly. She had not anticipated that these women, some of whom were neglected or never favored, could find such joy in their endeavors. Well, I never expected this. You all seem quite industrious, Lu Yuyan remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Aside from Xiao Chang'e and Rongfei, the others rose from their seats to greet her respectfully. Rongfei, however, held her in disdain and chose to ignore her. Lu Yuyan disregarded the salutations, striding boldly to find a seat for herself. The atmosphere shifted, as the frequent attendees and officials present visibly tensed, their eyes darting in fear, especially Jean Meyer and Ensui, who were particularly anxious due to their prior encounter with Lu Yuyan. Yet, Lu Yuyan remained oblivious to the unease she instigated. As she was inherently self-centered and domineering, she seized the calligraphy book and materials from Zhang Danying, who was studying beside her, laughing mockingly before addressing Xiao Chang'e. Epine, your actions are rather inconsiderate. How could you embark on such a noble endeavor as reading and writing without informing me, so that I might join you? Xiao Chang'e quietly instructed He to fetch another set of materials for Zhang Danying, then turned to Lu Yuyan saying, I apologize, but as you are currently with child, this is not the ideal environment for you to engage in such studies. Though Xiao Chang'e's intentions were kind, Lu Yuyan dismissed her concern haughtily, retorting, I am well aware of how to care for my child. I do not require your guidance. What is this? Is your school not welcoming to me? Or is it merely an establishment that caters to certain individuals? That is certainly not the case. I genuinely wish the best for you, and I hope you can understand, Xiao Chang'e replied coldly. Eager to avoid further confrontation, yet mindful of the many eyes upon them. Ha, if you truly have the best interests of this palace in mind, I shall certainly be understanding. Therefore, I shall grace your academy with my presence tomorrow. Do remember to welcome me. After saying this, Xiao Chang'e strutted away with an air of confidence, leaving the others in a state of murmured lamentation. Their faces still bore the same fearful and anxious expressions they had when they first laid eyes on Lu Yuyan, now further tinged with apprehension. Yipping, the sun is setting. I shall take my leave. Jean Meyer was the first to bow and excuse herself. Subsequently, the others followed suit, departing one by one, until only Xiao Chang'e and Rongfei remained in the courtyard, both shaking their heads with a sigh. Just one Lu Yuyan had frightened away so many people. Alas, Xiao Chang'e felt helpless. Well, it is indeed getting late. Let us conclude early today and continue tomorrow. Rongfei consoled her, however, to Xiao Chang'e's astonishment. The following morning, many of those individuals sent their maidservants to excuse themselves from attending, claiming everything from headaches to stomach aches, and even leg and foot pains. In short, they exhausted every conceivable ailment to justify their absence. Xiao Chang'e let out another exasperated breath, unable to fathom how so many had labored diligently for days to witness the establishment and growth of the academy, only to disband like scattered sand due to one Lu Yuyan. Yet Xiao Chang'e did not succumb to despair. She recognized this was merely a temporary setback, while Lu Yuyan was undeniably arrogant and enjoyed oppressing the weak. Xiao Chang'e firmly believed that righteousness would ultimately prevail. The academy had already begun to take shape, and she refused to abandon it, confident that others would not give up either. This was the fruit of their collective efforts and would continue to flourish through their shared dedication. However, the expected attendees did not arrive, while the unwelcome Lu Yuyan boldly strode in as Xiao Chang'e instructed her servants to clear the tables and chairs. "What? Is my sight deceiving me? Where is everyone?" she exclaimed. "Weren't there plenty of people yesterday?" "Yipping, it seems your so-called academy is merely a half-hearted endeavor," Lu Yuyan mocked. Xiao Chang'e remained silent, unwilling to engage with Lu Yuyan, and assisted her servants in tidying up. Lu Yuyan, with a disdainful curl of her lip, continued, "If you cannot manage it well, then why bother? What is there to prove? Yipping, losing the emperor's favor is of no consequence. If I were you, I would simply remain in my palace and refrain from such futile exertions." Xiao Chang'e, preoccupied with her thoughts, paid no heed to Lu Yuyan's taunts. Yet Lu Yuyan grew increasingly animated. "I say, Xiao sister, it seems the sting of lost favor weighs heavily upon you, does it not? Otherwise you would not be exerting such effort to run this pitiful academy. Ha ha ha. You do not be impudent," Xiao Chang'e signaled with her gaze, then turned to Lu Yuyan stating, "Your words are misguided. My establishment of this academy is solely to assist my sisters in reading and writing, to acquire knowledge and wisdom. It has nothing to do with the concepts of favor or disfavor that you speak of." Xiao Chang'e's words rendered Lu Yuyan momentarily speechless. With a soft chuckle, she suddenly seemed to recall something. "Oh, Xiao sister, I must thank you for returning that box to me. Had you not gone to such lengths to provoke me, causing me distress, the emperor would not have been so attentive to my needs. Now he is utterly compliant, even assigning several servants to attend to my whims. So truly, I owe you gratitude for your failed scheme that inadvertently aided me." "Ha ha ha, how delightful, my lady, why do you tolerate her arrogance? How can you bear her sharp tongue?" Yu expressed her indignation. Yet Xiao Chang'e found herself enveloped in a different emotion. Yu, she inquired, "Is it true what Shiping said? Did she truly suffer distress that night?" Yu hesitated. "Well, that I am not entirely certain. I heard perhaps that it seems likely." "What do you mean by perhaps? Is it true or not?" Xiao Chang'e pressed, her anxiety growing. Finally, Yu relented. "My lady, please calm down. I only heard from others that that night, Shiping may have experienced distress." The emperor and Su Guifei rushed to her side. However, the physician later deemed it harmless and prescribed calming medicine. So all is well. Only then did Xiao Chang'e grasp the reality of that night. Initially, after she had entrusted the box to Jin Chongzai and An Chongzai, she felt a vague unease, fearing that her actions might provoke Lu Yuyan and inadvertently affect her unborn child. Her intention had been to take a small measure of revenge, but the innocent child should not bear the brunt of her actions during that time. She had fervently hoped that Lu Yuyan would not suffer distress and that the child would remain unharmed. For 3 consecutive days she had not ventured outside, and Yu had refrained from sharing news from the outside world. She had assumed all was peaceful, only to discover that Lu Yuyan had indeed suffered. Now guilt enveloped Xiao Chang'e. Her heart ached for children, and she empathized deeply with expectant mothers. Having once endured the loss of her own child due to poison, she could not fathom that she had inadvertently harmed another's unborn child. Regardless of her intent, the act had been committed. Thankfully, Lu Yuyan had ultimately emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Xiao Chang'e knew she could never forgive herself. In haste, she discarded the chair in her hands and knelt before the ancestral altar in the hall, bowing multiple times in fervent prayer, beseeching that all expectant mothers across the realm would safely deliver their children, avoiding the calamity she had once faced. My lady, why subject yourself to this? You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for such unease, Yu protested, feeling that Xiao Chang'e's compassion was unwarranted. Due to Lu Yuyan's notoriously capricious nature, coupled with her pregnancy, the other ladies, upon hearing she intended to attend the academy, refrained from attending out of fear and caution. Xiao Chang'e found this situation lamentable yet understandable. Life in the palace was fraught with difficulty, and any misstep in dealing with the influential Lu Yuyan could jeopardize their very lives. However, unwilling to allow their studies to cease entirely, she conferred with Rong Fei and decided to assign learning tasks for the ladies to undertake within their respective palaces, thereby alleviating their concerns. Without delay, Xiao Qianga, utilizing her rank and alongside Rong Fei, procured several copies of the Diamond Sutra from the palace library. She then visited each of the academy's former students, urging them to diligently study the text, with the expectation that she and Rong Fei would assess their progress at an appropriate time. The ladies were deeply appreciative of Xiao Qianga's personal visits, astonished by the stark contrast between her and Lu Yuyan, both of whom hailed from the same background but had diverged so greatly in character. While Lu Yuyan was self-important and petty, fixated on trivialities, Xiao Qianga was the epitome of understanding, wise, and magnanimous, treating them as sisters rather than subjects. Consequently, the ladies found themselves increasingly fond of Xiao Qianga, pledging their loyalty to her. Over the following days, Lu Yuyan made her rounds to Jingfang Garden, keen to observe whether Xiao Qianga's academy still attracted attendees. Despite her own elevated status, pregnant with the emperor's child and lavished with favor, she could not shake her discontent. In the past, those of lower rank had flocked to her, but now they eagerly sought Xiao Qianga's company. Following her lead, why must she vie with me? What is it that she covets from me? First, it was the affection of Murong Biao, then the emperor's favor, and now these sycophants. Lu Yuyan fumed. Indeed, Lu Yuyan regarded these ladies as mere pawns, never granting them the respect they deserved. She relished the feeling of being flattered and adored, believing it to be her rightful place as the center of attention. Now that they had turned to Xiao Qianga, she felt compelled to disrupt their unity, to ensure they could not freely indulge in their pursuits. As Lu Yuyan stood within the courtyard of Jingfang Garden, surveying the once bustling space that had been filled with tables and chairs, teachers and students, and the vibrant sounds of learning. Now, however, all had fled. Just as she had wished, Xiao Qianga paid Lu Yuyan no mind, contentedly sitting under the eaves to bask in the sun while embroidering. Yu nearly lost her composure, ready to confront Lu Yuyan, but was silenced by Xiao Qianga's stern gaze. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Yuyan returned after breakfast and lunch to survey the emptiness of the former academy, leaving only when satisfied. Yet before departing, she would always cast a few triumphant laughs or scornful remarks in parting each time. Yu would glare at Lu Yuyan's retreating figure, baring her teeth in a silent curse, while Xiao Qianga merely chuckled at her lack of restraint. On the 4th day, Lu Yuyan did not make an appearance, yet she sent her maidservant from the palace in her stead, much like her mistress. The maid exuded an air of arrogance derived from her association, and after surveying the surroundings with a light chuckle, she departed. Lu Yuyan felt a sense of satisfaction, believing she had successfully disbanded Xiao Qianga's school. Little did she know, the school remained intact, with Xiao Qianga's students secretly studying diligently at home, obediently following the instructions of Xiao Qianga and consort Rong as they immersed themselves in the recitation of the Diamond Sutra. Thus, in the days that followed, Jingqing Courtyard continued to resonate with music and laughter, while Jingfang Courtyard grew increasingly desolate. Lu Yuyan's pride swelled, yet Xiao Qianga remained as calm and composed as ever. After half a month, the young ladies had practically memorized the Diamond Sutra, with many able to recite it from memory. Unable to contain their excitement any longer, they returned to Jingfang Courtyard, missing the school and concerned for their esteemed teachers, Xiao Qianga and consort Rong, eager to pose numerous questions about their studies. Well, our school has been on hiatus for half a month. It is time to resume, Xiao Qianga announced, instructing the palace attendants to rearrange the tables and chairs and distribute writing materials to each student. However, Jean Meyer and Sui and the other young ladies exchanged hesitant glances, appearing as if they were on the verge of speaking but held back. Xiao Qianga, recognizing their apprehension regarding Lu Yuyan, offered reassurance. I understand your concerns. Consort, she is currently with child and rather delicate. None of us would wish to offend her. Today, let us recite the Diamond Sutra together to bless the child in her womb, wishing her a safe delivery in the future. Upon hearing this, the tension dissipated, and Jean Meyer and the others felt their spirits lift, rekindling the excitement and joy they had experienced during their time in the school. Those who can recite, recite. Those who cannot, read aloud. Now everyone take your places. Class is starting, commanded Xiao Qianga. Wonderful. Finally, we resume our lessons. The group responded with delight, returning to their seats and opening their copies of the Diamond Sutra as the melodious voices filled Jingfang Courtyard. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating the flourishing Hahuan trees and vibrant flowers in full bloom, painting the scene with a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, amidst this harmony, discord brewed elsewhere. In Jingqing Courtyard, Lu Yuyan was in a fit of rage. "Get out!" she bellowed, sweeping a cup of scalding tea off the table, shattering it and spilling the tea everywhere, scalding her own hand in the process. "Ouch!" Lu Yuyan cried out in pain, clutching her hand. "Consort," it is all my fault." Huang Xing'er knelt in a hurry to beg for forgiveness, instructing a young eunuch to summon the physician. The physician arrived promptly to treat Lu Yuyan's burn and, after bandaging her hand, quickly took his leave. Lu Yuyan's notorious temper was well known, and given her pregnancy, few dared to provoke her. Even the physician sought to keep his distance. Read. Why do they only know how to read? It's deafening. Are they doing this on purpose? She shouted at Huang Xing'er, her fury stemming from the loud recitations coming from Jingfang courtyard, which were audible through the courtyard walls. "Please calm your anger." "Consort," Huang Xing'er stammered, lowering her head. Yet the noise persisted, grating on Lu Yuyan's nerves to the point where her eyes nearly bulged with rage. With a deep breath, she stormed out of Jingqing courtyard. Striding swiftly to Jingfang courtyard with her hands on her hips, nostrils flaring in a display of uncontrollable wrath, she intended to unleash her fury upon the students. However, she was met by Xiao Qianga, who had anticipated her arrival. The sight of the students praying for her child rendered Lu Yuyan speechless. It felt inappropriate to lash out in such a moment. Instantly, the volume of the recitations surged. And while Lu Yuyan had come to vent her frustrations, she found herself chastised instead by Xiao Qianga's composure, igniting her ire further. Yet, mindful of her pregnancy, she hesitated to unleash her wrath, caught in a dilemma of wanting to assert herself but also needing to protect her own well-being. Meanwhile, the Diamond Sutra resounded through Jingfang courtyard like rolling thunder. "Subhoodie, what do you think? Can one see the Tathagata through the physical form?" "Xiao Qianga, we shall see." Lu Yuyan could only retreat, begrudgingly departing Jingfang courtyard. As for the young ladies reciting the sutra, they no longer feared Lu Yuyan. The Diamond Sutra had empowered them, and with the Buddha's blessing, their thoughts grew steadfast and pure, their hearts more open and clear. Gradually, news of Xiao Qianga's school reached the Empress Dowager's ears. She smiled approvingly, having long recognized that Xiao Qianga was no ordinary girl. She did not flaunt her favor when cherished, nor did she belittle herself when neglected. She remained unperturbed by status, power, or wealth, always exuding tranquility and composure. The Empress Dowager was particularly pleased with Xiao Qianga's initiative to pray for Lu Yuyan's unborn child, recognizing her benevolence and sincerity. Thus, she had taken Xiao Qianga along to the Baoyuan temple to express gratitude and occasionally summoned her to Xineng Palace to transcribe Buddhist scriptures together. "Very good indeed," the Empress Dowager nodded approvingly, expressing her admiration for Xiao Qianga. "That I have heard you established a school and engage in daily study? Quite commendable. Whose idea was it to start this? You are too modest, my dear. I have high hopes for your school." She added with a hint of playful reproach, "That I also heard that you recite the Diamond Sutra together, with some even memorizing it, all for the purpose of blessing Consort Shi's child. Your heartfelt intentions warm my heart. It is truly wonderful. Who came up with this idea?" The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to the group, who smiled at Xiao Qianga, a few bolder souls whispering it was Consort Yi's idea. The Empress Dowager noted the admiration and affection the young ladies held for Xiao Qianga, increasing her regard for her. "Consort Yi, was it truly your idea? Excellent. Truly excellent. Your kindness, wisdom, and selflessness in considering the royal lineage is commendable." As she spoke, she gestured to Jianmei, who approached Xiao Qianga with a string of exquisite prayer beads, presenting them to her with care. The Empress Dowager continued, "When I expressed my yearning for grandchildren, Consort Yi advised me that the birth of a child is a matter of fate and cannot be rushed, even predicting that the time would come soon. Sure enough, not long after, Consort Shi became pregnant. Consort Yi's insights are truly remarkable. Moreover, your collective recitation of the Diamond Sutra for that child is a testament to your humility and generosity. It is truly rare for one so young to possess such a serene and magnanimous mindset. Today, I shall reward you with these prayer beads, made from Bodhi seeds and consecrated by the abbot of Baoyuan Temple. Cherish them and continue to do good deeds, nurturing your connection with the Buddha, so as not to disappoint my goodwill." The young ladies began to murmur amongst themselves, exchanging opinions. However, being in the Empress Dowager's palace, they dared not express too much, maintaining a facade of calm and unity. Once the banquet concluded and they exited Xineng Palace, the atmosphere shifted. The young ladies instinctively distanced themselves from Xiao Qianga. Though they refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks, the subtle signs of alienation in their expressions and actions were unmistakable. Chapter 57. A temporary rift. Xiao Qianga was well aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. Yet she remained composed, refraining from defending herself. After a short while, they arrived at Jingfanjiwan, where Xiao Chang'e entered with He Yu. As soon as she left, the others could no longer contain themselves and began to gossip freely. On the surface, they presented a united front against Xi Pin, yet unbeknownst to them, she was apparently in cahoots with Xi Pin. Otherwise, how could she have predicted Xi Pin's pregnancy in front of the Empress Dowager? Wasn't that clearly aiding Xi Pin? Zhang Deying remarked, indeed, we only sought refuge with Yi Pin out of fear of Xi Pin's tyranny, believing that Yi Pin truly had our best interests at heart. However, we soon discovered that Yi Pin was duplicitous, presenting one face publicly and another privately. Truly, human hearts are treacherous. Lin Deying added previously, we all thought Xi Pin was formidable, favored by the emperor, and expecting a dragon heir. Yet, we had not anticipated that Yi Pin, who seemed so unassuming, had the Empress Dowager backing her. Did you see the way the Empress Dowager looked at Yi Pin? It was nothing short of admiration, affection and esteem. Earning such regard from the Empress Dowager is no small feat. Another remarked. At that moment, Jean Mayer and Ensui, who had remained silent, began to sigh heavily. Alas, you all are fortunate, having maintained neutrality. You have neither offended Xi Pin nor Yi Pin. But we are not so lucky. Jean Mayer exchanged a glance with Ensui and continued saying, we have angered both formidable figures. And now our situation is truly precarious. Isn't that the truth? If Yi Pin is indeed allied with Xi Pin, how shall we navigate our predicament? Surely, they would not spare us. Ensui exclaimed. Hush, let's keep our voices down. We mustn't let anyone overhear, or we shall be in grave trouble. In the days that followed, none of the young ladies ventured to Jingfanjiwan's academy again. Their sentiments towards Xiao Chang'e shifted from admiration to suspicion and resentment, accompanied by a tinge of fear. My lady, will you allow them to continue misunderstanding you in this manner? He could no longer bear to witness it. She had attended the banquet in the Empress Dowager's palace that evening, where each young lady had brought a personal maid to serve. Therefore, she was well aware of the entire situation. My lady, your heart is pure, and your actions are upright, devoid of any flaw or selfish intent. You do not deserve to be subjected to their suspicion and slander. You are utterly innocent. Seeing Xiao Chang'e remain silent, He continued, her indignation unabated. Thank you, He. Xiao Chang'e gazed at He, reflecting on how this girl, who often appeared careless and hasty, possessed such a delicate understanding of others. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Xiao Chang'e comforted her, saying, do not worry, I have my own methods. After breakfast tomorrow, you shall notify each young lady to come to Jingfanjiwan, informing them that I have something to convey. Xiao Chang'e instructed. As you command, my lady. He replied with a bright smile. The following day, after breakfast, the ladies arrived at Jingfanjiwan one by one. Although doubt, anger, and trepidation still lingered on their faces, as well as a degree of reluctance, the higher status of Xiao Chang'e and her previously esteemed reputation compelled them to attend. Please everyone take a seat. Our academy has never declared an intention to cease, so unless there are exceptional circumstances, please do not unreasonably skip classes, Xiao Chang'e instructed, her expression remaining serene and composed, for she had nothing to hide. The ladies exchanged glances and ultimately took their seats, curiosity piqued as they awaited Xiao Chang'e's next words. Sensing their response, Xiao Chang'e understood that an explanation was necessary. Otherwise, their misunderstandings would persist. She instructed He to serve tea and then began to speak earnestly. As you all know, the Empress Dowager has recently celebrated her 50th birthday. What do you think is most essential for a woman of her age? Xiao Chang'e inquired, observing the young ladies' bewildered expressions. The young ladies looked at one another, unsure of Xiao Chang'e's intent. For an elderly lady, what she truly desires is not power or wealth, nor fame or flattery, but rather the love of family, the joy of kinship, the delight of grandchildren, and the sweet sound of a child calling her grandmother. In truth, the young ladies chosen to enter the palace may not all be exceptionally bright, but they are certainly not foolish. Hearing Xiao Chang'e's words, most of them began to grasp her meaning and looked up at her, eager for her to continue. Though the Empress Dowager holds a lofty status, she is still an elderly lady, just like any other, filled with a yearning for grandchildren. Thus, when she confided in me that despite the multitude of concubines in the harem, none have yet conceived, I offered her comfort, saying, fate will come in due time. Please do not worry. Some in the audience began to nod in understanding and agreement, facing the heartfelt longing of an elderly lady wishing for grandchildren. Witnessing her hopeful gaze, I thought to myself, had any of you been in my position at that moment, you would have done the same, offering her words of comfort. Do not fret, fate will come in due time. Indeed, Yi Pin was right. Had we been in her shoes, we too would have sought to console the Empress Dowager. Thus, we have genuinely misunderstood Yi Pin. Jean Mayer was the first to rise, looking at Xiao Chang'e with sincere eyes, saying, Yi Pin, I apologize, I should not have made baseless assumptions and misconstrued your intentions. Yes, that night, we all misinterpreted the situation. Yi Pin's actions were commendable and Sui seconded Jean Mayer's sentiment. Indeed, Yi Pin's words stemmed from her concern and compassion for the Empress Dowager. She did not abandon her stance that we should understand Yi Pin, Zhang Deing stated. Certainly, we ought to emulate Yi Pin's filial piety and kindness, Lin Deing added. Following suit, the rest of the ladies rose one by one to express their support for Yi Pin and to apologize for their previous misunderstandings. Xiao Chang'e smiled gently, knowing that misunderstandings would eventually be resolved. Thus, she did not feel overly distressed or anxious during the period of misinterpretation, nor would she allow herself to be overly elated now that the misunderstandings had been cleared. Her demeanor remained calm and serene, as if she had seen through all worldly matters, embodying a tranquility akin to great wisdom masked by simplicity. Meanwhile, He Yu, witnessing the return of the young lady's admiration and respect for Xiao Chang'e, was filled with delight. She quickly instructed another maid to accompany her to the kitchen to fetch freshly made pastries for everyone. The ladies joyfully indulged in the pastries, and the academy regained its previous spirit of cohesion and harmony. Well then, since we have laid aside our grievances, let us engage in a game. Each person shall share a word of auspiciousness, be it a blessing for others, a wish for oneself, or a hopeful sentiment for our academy. In truth, I merely spoke whimsically before the Empress Dowager, never anticipating it would manifest. Thus, let us give it another try. Perhaps what we say now will come to fruition in the future. How delightful. I shall go first. Jean Mayer eagerly raised her hand, her excitement palpable. I wish for our academy to flourish and for our student body to grow ever larger. Indeed. Everyone chimed in agreement. I shall go next, and Sui said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she hesitated. I wish. What do you wish for? Speak up, someone urged, prompting Sui's face to redden even further until she finally managed to utter, I wish to gain the Emperor's favor soon. Her voice dwindled towards the end, but as soon as she finished, the others teased her in unison. How shameful! And Sui would have preferred to vanish into thin air. Subsequently, the remaining young ladies sequentially voiced their heartfelt wishes. Some aspiring for beauty, others desiring successful weight loss, and of course like Sui, longing for the Emperor's attention. At that moment, Rongfei arrived. She had been recuperating from a recent cold in her own palace for several days and was now eager to visit the academy. Having once served as a teacher here and formed a bond with the place upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of the academy's joyful atmosphere restored to its former glory, which filled her with satisfaction. Xiao Chang'e and the others inquired after Rongfei's health, and after a pleasant exchange, they resumed their studies, taking out their pens, ink, paper and inkstones. It was indeed the most beautiful time of the year, with flowers blooming in vibrant hues and the air fragrant with blossoms. Laughter and the sound of reading filled the academy once more. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er had already heard of Xiao Chang'e's establishment of the academy, and her brows furrowed increasingly, for in her eyes, this period truly seemed to be one of many troubles. Chapter 58. The arrival of concubine Su. Initially, it was Xiao Qiangu who gained favor, and in her jealousy, Su Wan'er sought to elevate Lu Yuyen in order to overshadow Xiao Qiangu. However, she never anticipated that Lu Yuyen would soon find herself with child, which utterly infuriated her. Before she could fully process this anger, Xiao Qiangu began establishing a school, flourishing with great success and expanding rapidly. This development presented yet another threat to Su Wan'er, especially since she had heard of the Empress Dowager inviting Xiao Qiangu and others to dine. While she was untroubled by Xiao Qianji's petty antics, the fact that the Empress Dowager stood up for her was troubling. It indicated that Xiao Qiangu was not to be underestimated. With both Lu Yuyen and Xiao Qiangu posing threats to her, they were like thorns in her flesh that needed to be eliminated. Enraged, Su Wan'er summoned Zhang Yinghai to seek his counsel. Whom should I deal with first? The two of them? Zhang Yinghai smiled slyly and replied, My lady, why must you take matters into your own hands? Confused, Su Wan'er inquired further, to which Zhang Yinghai continued, There is a saying you should be familiar with. When the crane and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Ah, very well. Su Wan'er nodded in understanding as Zhang Yinghai leaned closer and whispered, Perhaps you should first. As Su Wan'er listened, her satisfaction grew, and she laughed aloud while Zhang Yinghai chuckled darkly in response. On that day, Su Wan'er arrived at Jingfang Yuan with a group of people, each carrying various items with great enthusiasm. Greetings, Yi Pin and all my dear sisters. I have come to visit you, Su Wan'er announced, her usual haughty demeanor replaced by a warm smile, her face glowing like blossoms in spring. I have long heard of your establishment of a school and have wished to visit, but I was unwell and unable to do so. Now that I feel better, I have come at once. Moreover, she gestured to the items her entourage carried. I have brought some stationery and books for everyone, hoping to contribute a little to the school. The unexpected visit from Su-won-air left everyone astonished. They could hardly believe that the concubine Su, who often regarded them with disdain, would exhibit such amiability. Expressions of surprise and subtle apprehension filled the room, as they feared that she might soon revert to her true self. Xiao Qiangu, however, remained unperturbed, her calm demeanor suggesting that she had anticipated this turn of events. Thank you, concubine Su, for your generous assistance, the others echoed as they bowed in unison. There is no need for such formality among sisters. Mutual assistance is only natural, Su-won-air replied with a charming laugh. I used to enjoy reading and practicing calligraphy, but after entering the palace to serve the emperor and managing palace affairs, I gradually abandoned that hobby. However, seeing all of you studying together fills me with envy, so I have decided to join you in your studies. Such words were beyond what anyone could have expected. Not only did the usually aloof concubine Su alter her behavior, but she also intended to sit among those of lower rank whom she typically disregarded. This was a scenario that none dared to imagine. Xiao Qiangu, however, merely smiled and instructed Hiyu to fetch another set of writing materials for Su-won-air. The others hastily made room for her to sit, some too fearful to take a seat themselves, prompting Su-won-air to feign an air of camaraderie, encouraging everyone to sit and dismissing formality. As for Su-won-air, she sat there with little patience, her interest in the so-called school being non-existent. Her unusual behavior was entirely the result of Jiang Yinghai's strategy. He had advised her that to deal with Xiao Qiangu and Liu Yuyan, she needed to create discord between them, allowing her to benefit while they clashed. This approach spared Su-won-air the trouble of direct confrontation, which she found quite agreeable. Thus, she staged her performance that day. Yet, pretending to foster unity among these women was exhausting and tedious. After a mere few minutes, having barely made a few strokes on the paper, she concocted an excuse to depart with her entourage. Xiao Qiangu smiled once more, as if she were fully aware of the underlying motives. Finally, I can breathe easy. Jean Mei sighed in relief. Indeed. I was so tense earlier, and Sui chimed in. The others echoed similar sentiments, expressing how uncomfortable they had felt during Su-won-air's visit, and how relieved they were now that she had left. All right, everyone, let us resume our studies. There is still a reward for the top performer this time, so let us keep up the effort. Xiao Qiangu stated calmly. With this, the young ladies quickly regained their serious demeanor, focusing intently on their assignments. The busy day soon came to a close. That evening, as candlelight flickered, Xiao Qiangu sat at her vanity, removing her makeup and combing her hair, with Hiyu attending to her needs. My lady, do you truly believe that concubine Su is sincerely offering us assistance? She even claimed she wished to join us. But I can hardly believe it, Hiyu remarked, placing the hairpin Xiao Qiangu handed her into the drawer. Well, if you find it hard to believe, I share your sentiments, Xiao Qiangu replied lightly, handing her earrings to Hiyu. But what can I do? I cannot refuse her, not rejecting her, yet not overly welcoming nor offending her. Let things unfold naturally without excessive scheming. Hiyu placed the earrings into the jewelry box and began to comb Xiao Qianji's hair, frowning as she spoke. But isn't concubine Su quite close with that she pin? Why has she suddenly changed her tune? Xiao Qiangu smiled gently, maintaining her composed expression. Do you truly think their relationship is genuine? It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. The dynamics of the harem shift rapidly. The winds of change blow faster than the weather. There is no such thing as always in this realm, especially for people like them, who are driven solely by self-interest. And what do you plan to do about concubine Su? Are you truly considering allowing her to join the school? Hiyu inquired further. No specific plans. I will go with the flow and let things unfold naturally. It all boils down to one word: ease. Xiao Qiangu mused, contemplating for a moment before adding, for now it wouldn't hurt to accept her. She has her agenda, and I have mine. As long as we don't interfere with each other, forming a temporary alliance is not out of the question. My lady, your words are quite profound. Nevertheless, I believe I grasp your meaning. I shall remain vigilant and not take things at face value. Hiyu chuckled. That is wise, Xiao Qiangu remarked, pointing playfully at her nose. And the following days, Su-won-air made frequent visits to Jingfang Yuan, often bringing gifts such as learning tools, books or food, and staying for a short while before departing. Some of the young ladies believed that Su-won-air had genuinely changed her disposition. However, Xiao Qiangu saw through the ruse, choosing to remain silent and simply smile. The recurring illness of Rong Fei kept her away intermittently, and her role as a teacher became increasingly tenuous. prompting Xiao Qiangu to jest that she was merely a guest lecturer. The thriving school at Jingfang Yuan caught the attention of the Empress Dowager and subsequently that of the Emperor Yingjin, the most supreme and authoritative figure in the palace. The one most incensed by Lu Yuyan's actions was, naturally, Su Wan Heir, as Yingjin often spent his time in Yikuan Palace when he was not at Jingqing Yuan. Thus, Su Wan Heir sought to draw closer to Xiao Qiangu in order to sideline Lu Yuye, and in truth, Yingjin, who moved between Lu Yuyan and Su Wan Heir, yearned for Xiao Qiangu. As Jingfang Yuan was a place he desired to visit but could not, given Xiao Qianji's youth, she had yet to reach childbearing age, and he had to temporarily set her aside. However, as the school at Jingfang Yuan flourished, gaining renown, Yingjin found a valid reason to visit, for as emperor, he had the right and authority to inquire into the affairs of the harem. One day, just after the morning court session, Lu Yuyan intended to plead with the emperor under the pretext of feeling unwell, while Su Wan Heir sought to summon him by claiming she had caught a chill the previous night. Yet, Yingjin paid no heed to either of them, instead swiftly making his way to Jingfang Yuan, accompanied solely by his trusted eunuch, Shang Fu Quan. The emperor has arrived, as the students and teachers at Jingfang Yuan were diligently working on their assignments. Shang Fu Quan's announcement echoed, a brief yet delightful proclamation that all the concubines of the harem longed to hear. Chapter 59. The emperor arrives. Ah, the emperor. The emperor is here. The emperor has come. All the young ladies, with the exception of Xiao Qiangu, were beside themselves with excitement, their eyes sparkling as they rushed to check their appearances, regretting not having taken the time to prepare themselves before leaving their quarters. As these individuals sat anxiously, fidgeting and pacing, Yingjin strode confidently through the grand entrance of Jingfang Garden. Xiao Chang'e remained remarkably composed, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her signature expression instinctively formed. Since her rebirth, regardless of the circumstances, be they fortunate or unfortunate, she always faced life with a smile. This humble servant pays her respects to His Majesty. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Leading the way, Xiao Chang'e knelt before Yingjin, prompting the already dazed concubines to follow suit, each one bowing deeply. For the vast majority of them, this was indeed the first time they had laid eyes on the Emperor since entering the palace. Your Highness, please rise. Everyone, please rise. Yingjin surveyed the assembly from his elevated position. Xiao Chang'e offered him a seat and instructed Hiyu to present tea to the Emperor, while the other concubines kept their heads bowed. Too timid to meet his gaze despite this being the opportunity they had longed for, the reality of it rendered them breathless with anxiety, fear, and an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement, resulting in a tumultuous mix of emotions. However, Yingjin seemed oblivious to their reactions. From the moment he stepped into Jingfang Garden, his attention had been fixated solely on Xiao Chang'e. Whether he genuinely cherished her or merely sought the shadow of Feng Qinghuang within her, he could not discern that as long as Xiao Chang'e was before him, his heart had no room for anyone else. Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea, Xiao Chang'e reminded him, noticing that Hiyu had already placed the tea before him. The other concubines remained lowly bowed, awaiting his words or commands, yet he continued to gaze at Xiao Chang'e, treating the others as if they were mere air. Your Majesty, Xiao Chang'e called out again. Having not visited Jingfang Garden for over 100 days, the anticipation of seeing Xiao Chang'e again stirred tumultuous emotions within Yingjin. Perhaps Your Majesty could say a few words for the Academy. To encourage me and everyone else, she suggested, hoping to ease the palpable tension. Realizing he had momentarily lost himself, Yingjin cleared his throat and replied, very well. Then, addressing the assembly, he continued, I have heard that Yiping has established an academy here in Jingfang Garden, gathering the concubines as students to teach them reading and writing. She has even combined embroidery with writing for practice, which is not only entertaining but also enables everyone to truly learn. This is commendable. Hence, I have come today to see it for myself. Indeed, seeing is believing, ha ha. At this moment, Xiao Chang'e and Yingjin were seated side by side in the teacher's designated area, while the other concubines remained seated below. Still too daunted to raise their heads, however, their ears were sharper than ever, attentively listening to every word the Emperor uttered. Yingjin continued, today, I see that your academy is flourishing, rivaling formal institutions outside the palace. You ladies who have forsaken frivolities and the meaningless strife of the inner palace to pursue knowledge and skill, this itself is a significant advancement, and I am greatly pleased. Therefore, I shall reward the academy with a brand new set of desks and chairs, several sets of writing implements, and a multitude of books. I hope you will maintain this spirit of learning. With a smile, Xiao Chang'e led the applause, and the other concubines followed suit, expressing their gratitude for the Emperor's generosity in unison. Your Majesty is erudite and talented. Perhaps you could provide some feedback on our works. Xiao Chang'e continued to steer the conversation. Jin then stood and moved among the concubines, examining their creations one by one. Offering critiques that highlighted both strengths and weaknesses, the concubines, blushing with joy, were utterly exhilarated after providing his assessments. Jin had established a moment of connection with these women, whom he had never met before in his own harem. Despite their beauty and grace, Jin remained unmoved, his gaze unwaveringly following Xiao Chang'e. Before long, lunchtime arrived, and as expected, Jin ordered that the meal be shared with Xiao Chang'e in Jingfang Garden. At the dining table, Xiao Chang'e served him dishes and poured wine with a calm and respectful demeanor, while Jin appeared lost in a daze. It had been over 100 days since his last visit to Jingfang Garden. After taking a sip of wine, he set down his cup and sighed. Xiao Chang'e continued to refill his glass with a smile, deliberately avoiding the question that lingered in the air, with Jin not receiving the response he sought. He continued to drink in silence. Through life and death, I make vows with you. Hand in hand we shall grow old together. May I find one who remains true, never to part until white-haired. As he drank, he murmured, yipping, do you remember the verses we recited together the last time we were together? Xiao Chang'e smiled gently, serving him more food. Of course I remember every moment from the past. How could I ever truly forget? Indeed, what did those verses signify? Did it matter whether they were remembered? The events of the past, with their moments of love and sweetness, the swift transformation into hatred and vengeance, the bitter poison that led to a tragic end. How could such poignant memories ever fade? Do you truly remember every instant we shared? Jin asked, unfastening a sachet from his waist, one that Xiao Chang'e had given him, a token of her reluctance to share the bia. Do you still recall this sachet? You have kept this sachet with you all this time? Xiao Chang'e was taken aback. Her gift had merely been a small token of apology for her unwillingness to serve him, hastily sewn together with fabric reminiscent of the swaddling cloth for the child of Feng Qinghuang in her past life. Yet, she never anticipated that Jin would cherish it so deeply as to carry it with him. Indeed, I carry it daily. Each time I see it, it reminds me of Dada. Jin spoke. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Xiao Chang'e could see him struggling to maintain his composure. Reminds you of whom? She inquired. Jin sighed, averting his gaze from her and gazing out the window. His voice laced with melancholy, yipping, do you recall that I once mentioned you bear a resemblance to a dear friend of mine? Strangely, every time I see this sachet, I feel as though I am seeing that dear friend once more. He lowered his head, tenderly caressing the soft fabric of the sachet. Indeed, Feng Qinghuang had chosen this smooth, soft material to ensure her child's delicate skin would feel gentle against it. Observing Jin's wistful demeanor, Xiao Chang'e inquired, that friend of yours must hold great significance for you, your majesty? Please let us eat, she suggested, offering him more dishes. Unwilling to witness his sorrowful expression, however, Jin disregarded the food and once again raised his wine cup. Drinking deeply, seemingly intent on drowning his sorrows after several rounds of drinking, he lifted his gaze to Xiao Chang'e, his eyes now misty with tears. Yipping, he said, his tone still tinged with sorrow, you cannot fathom how often I have thought of you these past days. Though I have stayed with other concubines, my heart is entirely occupied by you, leaving no room for anyone else. Your majesty, you are inebriated, Xiao Chang'e replied softly, internally chastising herself for her softness, vowing never to allow herself to feel pity for him. If the pain within him were genuine, then perhaps it was the retribution he deserved, the beginning of his punishment. No, Chang'e, I am not drunk. Jin grasped her hand firmly, no longer addressing her as yipping but instead using her given name. Your majesty, you truly are intoxicated, she insisted, pulling her hand away, reminding herself never to soften her heart towards him, never to be blinded by his facade. He was the executioner who had slaughtered her entire family. He deserved retribution to repay all his debts. I am not drunk, I am not. Jin reached for her hand again, and in that moment Xiao Chang'e recalled the many concubines who had never received his favor. She coldly remarked, Your Majesty, you have encountered many concubines today whom you have never favored or even met before. I believe it is time for you to grant them your attention, allowing them to fulfill their desires. Indeed, since her purpose in entering the palace was revenge, she needed to cultivate her wings to win hearts, to strengthen her banner when her wings were fully developed, and she garnered the support of the people. It would be time to methodically torment and consume her enemies. To win over those concubines, she must allow them to taste the sweetness of her alliance, making them aware that it was in their best interest to follow her. No, I shall not favor them. I shall favor no one but you, only you, Jin declared, and as he spoke, he succumbed to intoxication. Xiao Qianga sought counsel from Shang Fuquan, who stood beside the emperor. Shang Fuquan implied that since the emperor was inebriated, it would be best for him to rest here until he regained his senses. Thus, Xiao Qianga assisted Ying Jin to the bed. It was not until the evening meal was served that Ying Jin awoke. After Xiao Qianga attended to his dining needs, she once again suggested that he spend the night in the company of other consorts. Ying Jin resisted her suggestion, prompting Xiao Qianga to explain that she was still young and not of age to consummate their union. When the emperor remained unmoved, Xiao Qianga resorted to invoking the imperial heir's expectations, alongside the dowager empress's aspirations for her grandson. Reluctantly, Ying Jin acquiesced to the notion of visiting another. That evening, he chose to grace Jean Mayer with his presence. Leaving her utterly elated, as if she were lost in a dream. In the following days, Ying Jin heeded Xiao Qianga's advice and bestowed his favor upon Ensuyi, Zhang Dang, Lin Dang and others. These women, after enduring a lengthy wait in the palace, finally received the emperor's affection, their exhilaration beyond words. Naturally, they attributed their newfound fortune to Xiao Qianga, for without seeking her out or attending her academy, they would have never encountered the emperor. Furthermore, had it not been for Xiao Qianga's counsel urging him to engage directly with them, they would not have been able to bask in his attention. Thus, all credit was due to Xiao Qianga and the academy of Jingfanjiwan. Soon, every consort recognized the situation, and those who had previously abstained from attending the academy now approached eagerly to join, resulting in a burgeoning student body and a lively atmosphere in Jingfanjiwan. Witnessing such developments, Lu Yuyan was consumed by fury. Setting aside the emperor's actions, the recent banquet hosted by the Dowager Empress in Sinang Palace for the academy members, along with Su Guofei's personal visit to extend her goodwill, and the generous gifts she bestowed, were more than Lu Yuyan could bear. Although the Dowager Empress's invitation stemmed from their collective recitation of the Diamond Sutra for her unborn child, it undeniably deepened her favorable impression of Xiao Qianga, and Su Guofei, who had always been her staunch ally, had seemingly shifted allegiance to Wu Xiao Qianga. Did she no longer wish to stand with Lu Yuyan but instead favor Xiao Qianga? That wretched Xiao Qianga! It was all her doing. Rather than leading a quiet life, she insisted on competing with Lu Yuyan at every turn, attempting to draw attention to herself with her so-called academy. Now she had successfully captured everyone's attention, even attracting Su Guofei. If Su Guofei were to abandon her and ally with Xiao Qianga, Lu Yuyan would find herself utterly isolated. How could she possibly contend with both of them? No, she could never outmatch Su Guofei, who had established herself firmly in the palace over many years. Therefore, her only target must be Xiao Qianga. She needed to devise a strategy to reclaim her position, demonstrating her superiority to Su Guofei, thereby ensuring the latter would once again side with her. But how could she confront Xiao Qianga? That wretched girl was remarkably resilient, even after Lu Yuyan had once pushed her into a lake at Onping Wangfu. She had emerged unscathed, and since entering the palace, she had only risen in status. As Lu Yuyan pondered these matters, she paced anxiously within her chambers. My lady, please take care and slow down, Huang Xing'er cautioned from the side. Mind your own business. Lu Yuyan shot a furious glare at Huang Xing'er, continuing her agitated pacing. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Her complexion paling suddenly, she gasped and clutched her abdomen. Collapsing to the floor. My lady, what has happened? Huang Xing'er rushed forward to assist Lu Yuyan, calling out urgently, quick, summon the imperial physician. The physician arrived, accompanied by the emperor and Su Wan'er, whose face was also beginning to reflect the rising tension. Ying Jin's anxiety was palpable. This was his first child, no, his second, as the first had tragically departed before birth. Thus, he desperately hoped for a safe delivery this time. Observing Lu Yuyan, who lay on the bed in distress, Su Wan'er felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This was the outcome she had desired. She knew Lu Yuyan's jealousy was fierce, unable to tolerate any rivalries, which had prompted her to court Xiao Qianga. Now her scheme of sowing discord had come to fruition. Physician, how is she Pin? How is her child? Ying Jin could no longer contain his anxiety after the physicians had busied themselves around Lu Yuyan for some time. Su Wan'er feigned concern, leaning in with feigned indignation. If anything happens to Shi Pin, it will be your heads. Disappointment surged through her. Yet she concealed her feelings, responding disingenuously, that is good to hear. What could have caused such distress? What has transpired? Ying Jin inquired, bewildered as he turned to Lu Yuyan. At that moment, her complexion had regained some color, appearing less pallid, yet she could not allow the emperor to discern the true cause of her agitation. Thus she forced a smile and replied, your servant is quite well, your majesty. Please do not worry, I was merely simply overwhelmed by the gradual increase in my condition. rendering me unable to manage many tasks. Which led to some anxiety as Lu Yun spun her tail, perspiration beaded on her forehead, while Su Wanner inwardly cursed, Lu Yun, you wretched girl. Why don't you just miscarry? Ah, Shi Pin, you are now with child. How can you continue to act so capriciously? You must not indulge in childish tantrums any longer. Ing Jin chided gently. I understand, Your Majesty. I thank you for your concern, as well as that of Su Guifei. Lu Yuyan had anticipated that her impulsive temperament would lead to her own miscarriage, allowing her to reap the benefits of the situation, yet she was astonished that Lu Yuyan's health remained robust. Even with the complications, as Lu Yuyan's belly steadily grew, Xiao Qianga, not one to remain idle either, saw her academy flourish, drawing the emperor's attention and favoring numerous newcomers. Both women had become increasingly irksome to Su Wanner. Summoning Zhang Yinghai, she declared, your scheme has failed. Your Highness, please do not be angry. Zhang Yinghai knelt immediately as Su Wanner sighed, sinking back into her chair, resting her head against the backrest and closing her eyes. Zhang Yinghai smirked wickedly, standing behind her to massage her shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, which allowed her to relax. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yinghai suggested, Your Highness, I do not share your viewpoint. What do you mean? Su Wanner inquired, still with her eyes shut. I believe your focus should not dwell on these matters but rather shift to something of greater importance. What do you mean? Su Wanner opened her eyes. Your Highness, consider this. Your attention has been solely on how to induce Shi Pin's miscarriage and suppress Yi Pin. Yet have you contemplated that even if Shi Pin loses her child and Yi Pin ceases her commotion? Given the Emperor's recent favor for the consorts, can you guarantee that other consorts will not soon bear children? Can you ensure that there will not be a second or third Yi Pin? Thus, it is crucial to suppress when necessary, but more importantly, Your Highness must swiftly pursue another course of action. Chapter 61. The struggle for the Empress position. What action? Do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly. Su Wanner demanded, her eyes wide with anticipation, fixating on Zhang Yinghai with a sly smile. Zhang Yinghai leaned closer and whispered, Your Majesty, it is imperative that the Emperor establishes an Empress post-haste. What? An Empress? Su Wanner straightened in her seat, her eyes bulging as she stared incredulously at Zhang Yinghai. You dare to suggest such a thing? Zhang Yinghai nodded gravely, then met her gaze, stating earnestly, Your Majesty, only by becoming Empress can you free yourself from the anxiety regarding the other consorts' pregnancies, liberating you from the constant need to suppress their prominence. The harem is vast, yet there can only be one Empress. Once you ascend to that position, you will no longer need to fear the threats posed by others. For the Empress holds the highest authority, and they cannot outmatch you. Su Wanner exhaled slowly, a smile gracing her lips as she envisioned herself as Empress, yet her brow soon knitted tightly in concern. Of course I desire to be Empress, but do you believe it is that simple? Ever since that woman passed away, while the Emperor has lavished his affection solely upon me, nearly a year has passed without a mention of reinstating an Empress. What can I do? In that moment, Su Wanner's eyes appeared hollow, her expression heavy with despondency. Zhang Yinghai continued, Your Majesty, the establishment of an Empress is a matter of national significance. Your solitary efforts are insufficient. I believe you should seek to harness the power of the court. If you can garner strong supporters within the court, the matter of establishing an Empress will become exceedingly manageable. Su Wanner nodded slowly in agreement as she listened, prompting Zhang Yinghai to continue. While the decision to establish a consort rests solely with His Majesty, it is imperative that he does not act in isolation. He must also consider the sentiments of his ministers. If more than half of the court supports the Empress's words, the matter would become simple. That is indeed reasonable, but how can I garner the support of the majority? Su Wanner became animated once more. Zhang Yinghai smiled and replied, Your Highness has the formidable backing of Prime Minister Su. If you can discreetly persuade him to distribute some silver and win over his peers, what challenge could remain insurmountable? Indeed, Su Wanner nodded again, her face aglow with excitement and longing, as if she could already envision herself being crowned Empress. A plan began to take shape in her mind, and she felt compelled to act swiftly. The thought of Lu Yuyan's ever-growing belly and Xiao Qianga's triumphant leadership of the other concubines in managing the academy spurred her to hasten her efforts. From that day forth, she sent continuous messages to her father, Prime Minister Su, urging him to expedite his actions. The Prime Minister shared his daughter's urgency. He had long yearned for her to ascend to the position of Empress and had made numerous efforts in this regard. However, he had been hampered by the Emperor's lingering memories of the late Empress Feng Qinghuang, leaving him feeling powerless. Now that his daughter's position in the palace was threatened, he had no choice but to accelerate his endeavors. The Prime Minister devised various strategies to win over other ministers, subtly distributing silver as gifts, or gently persuading them with reasoning and the promise of benefits should his daughter be crowned empress. A month later, he had successfully garnered the support of more than half the court. On a day he deemed opportune, the prime minister formally approached the emperor during the morning court session to propose the establishment of an empress. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. In the same vein, a kingdom cannot be without an empress. The late empress has been gone for nearly a year. I implore your Majesty to appoint a new empress swiftly, to soothe the palace and comfort the realm. As soon as the prime minister's words left his lips, others immediately echoed his sentiments. For they had been prearranged. Your Majesty, the prime minister speaks truthfully. The balance of nature and the cosmos dictates that the position of the empress cannot remain vacant for long. We beseech your Majesty to swiftly appoint a new empress. Subsequently, a majority of the ministers aligned with the prime minister, each presenting their reasons for urging the emperor to act. Ultimately, all the ministers knelt in unison, imploring the emperor. Ingjin, of course, understood that they sought to elevate Su Wanner to the role of empress. Given her current rank as the highest among the concubines, second only to the empress, recognizing the underlying intentions, Ingjin, as he had done on previous occasions when the matter of the empress was raised, resolutely rejected the proposal. In my heart there is but one empress, and that is Feng Qinghuang. Beyond her, I shall not establish another, but your Majesty, the late empress has departed from this world, and the position of the primary consort cannot remain unoccupied indefinitely. The prime minister interjected once more. My mind is made up. Have you not seen the Chaohuang Pavilion? As long as the Chaohuang Pavilion stands, I shall not appoint another empress. There shall be no further discussion on this matter. Court dismissed. News of the court's proceedings swiftly reached the inner palace and found its way to Su Wanner, who was infuriated to the brink of destruction within the Yikeng Palace. Your Highness, you mustn't, Zhang Yinghai cautioned. If the emperor learns of your fury, it may bode ill for you. It was your brilliant suggestion. Su Wanner hurled a vase at Zhang Yinghai. He deftly dodged, promptly kneeling. Your Highness, this matter requires careful deliberation. Haste will yield no benefit. The vase shattered behind him. Suddenly, Su Wanner erupted in laughter, tears streaming down her face. Ha ha ha, Feng Qinghuang, you wretched woman. You have been dead for a year. Yet you still dare to covet the position of empress. Your Highness, please temper your anger. Such words must not be spoken. If the emperor hears you, the consequences could be dire. Zhang Yinghai advised. Ha, what does it matter? You only ever say it must not be spoken. What if I say it anyway? Has it been so many years, and the emperor still cannot forget her? Is that dead woman's charm truly so great? Su Wanner seethed, her teeth bared in frustration. That evening, after dismissing her attendants, Su Wanner summoned a sorcerer. After performing a series of rituals, the sorcerer presented her with a small figure made of white cloth, inscribed with the character Feng on its body. The sorcerer instructed Su Wanner to pierce the figure's head or chest with a needle to achieve her desires. Once the sorcerer departed, whenever the palace was empty, Su Wanner would tirelessly stab the figure day and night, murmuring incantations. Feng Qinghuang, I wish for your soul to scatter, and for you to never attain rebirth. Within a few days, the figure was riddled with holes, particularly in the head and heart, nearly rendered unrecognizable. Concurrently, in Jingfang courtyard, Xiao Chang'e inexplicably fell ill. A few of the concubines who had previously participated in the academy visited her, but after a brief moment, they would leave, shaking their heads in despair. Little mistress, you must awaken. It is time for your medicine, He said, carrying a bowl of thick, dark medicinal soup to Xiao Chang'e's bedside, before she could begin feeding her. Tears welled in Hiyu's eyes, which she struggled to hold back. Xiao Chang'e's complexion had turned ashen, devoid of blood. Her lips were parched and her eyes lacked luster, her hair disheveled and unkempt upon the pillow. Hiyu placed the bowl on the bedside table, carefully propping Xiao Chang'e up before blowing on the medicine, tasting a spoonful herself before feeding it to her, a spoonful at a time. After wiping away the remnants of the medicine from Xiao Chang'e's lips, Hiyu tucked her hair behind her ears and adjusted the blanket before exiting the warm chamber. Once outside, Hiyu could no longer contain herself. Bursting into tears, she rushed to an empty room, kneeling with a thud and clasping her hands together, beginning her fervent prayers. I beseech the divine and compassionate ones, save my little mistress. She has always treated others with kindness and harbored no ill intentions. I implore you, grant mercy and let her recover swiftly. Hiyu would gladly trade my life for hers. Let me endure her suffering in her stead. Yet, despite Hiyu's relentless prayers and the countless bowls of medicine she administered to Xiao Chang'e, her condition showed no signs of improvement. Worsening day by day, Jingfang courtyard grew increasingly desolate, as the attendants appeared listless, but only Hiyu truly felt the weight of urgency, her brows furrowing tighter with each passing day. her gaze growing more anxious. One day, after tending to Xiao Chang's medicine once more and witnessing her frail form and pallid face, Hiyu's heart ached as if it were bleeding. If there truly existed a means to exchange lives, she would gladly trade her own for Xiao Chang's. At that moment, an idea struck her, and she dashed outside. She raced frantically to the entrance of Xinang Palace, disregarding all rules and decorum, determined to seek the Empress Dowager, who had always held affection for her mistress. She needed the Empress Dowager to save her little mistress. Even if it meant facing punishment for breaking palace rules, what did that matter? As long as she could save her mistress's life. She cared for nothing else. However, guards stood watch at the entrance of Xinang Palace, and without proper announcement, she could not gain entry. Empress Dowager! Empress Dowager! Hiyu attempted to rush inside, calling out frantically, "What is the meaning of this? Leave at once!" The guard shouted, seizing her arms and forcefully shoving her aside as if she were a mere chick. "Get lost!" Hiyu scrambled to her feet and made another attempt to enter, shouting, "I am a maidservant of Concubine in Jingfang Courtyard. Concubine is gravely ill and in imminent danger. I plead for the Empress Dowager to save her. Get out of here!" The guards barked again, tossing her aside and brandishing their spears menacingly. "Empress Dowager, please save Concubine. She is at death's door. I implore you to show mercy," Hiyu cried out, her voice growing desperate, echoing in the air. Despite the pain she endured, fortune smiled upon her. Her cries stirred the Empress Dowager from her rest. "Jianmei, who is causing such a commotion outside?" The Empress Dowager inquired, her eyes fluttering open. "What? Concubine, is it Xiao girl? Why did you not come sooner?" The Empress Dowager exclaimed in anger. "What ails her? How serious is it? Quickly, summon the girl outside to inquire further. It is my fault. I shall go at once." Jianmei promptly hurried outside to fetch Hiyu. Meanwhile, Hiyu had been jostled by the guards, her hair disheveled, clothes askew, and blood trickling from several wounds on her face. Even in such a state, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's invitation, Hiyu felt a surge of excitement. She quickly scrambled to her feet and rushed into the palace. Upon reaching the warm chamber where the Empress Dowager rested, Hiyu knelt before her, tears streaming down her face as she recounted the events surrounding Xiao Chang's illness. "What is the time frame of this affliction? Why did you not come to inform me sooner?" The Empress Dowager demanded. "You have caused a delay in the condition of Miss Xiao. How many heads do you possess to atone for this?" The Empress Dowager exclaimed in fury, then turned to Jianmei. "And you, do you all perceive this old woman as aged and useless? Why is it that such a crucial matter was not conveyed to me? Miss Xiao's life hangs by a thread? Send for the finest physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to her." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Hiyu joyfully prostrated herself in gratitude, but in the next moment, she collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The most esteemed physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau arrived at Jingfang Garden and took turns examining Xiao Chang's pulse. However, upon completing their examinations, they all furrowed their brows, as if they had never encountered such a peculiar ailment. Meanwhile, Hiyu was already taken to the Shunging Division to receive punishment with the rod, due to her disregard for propriety and her audacious intrusion into Xinang Palace, where she had raised her voice, disrupting the order of the palace. In truth, the Empress Dowager was reluctant to punish Hiyu. Yet the palace's regulations were stringent, and she could not allow her personal sentiments to undermine the established rules. Otherwise she, as the Empress Dowager, would be criticized for favoritism and injustice. At that time, the palace laws were rigid, with princes and commoners alike facing equal consequences for their transgressions. How much more so for a mere maid like Hiyu, who was bound to face punishment for her offenses, with no exceptions to be made. It was a lamentable sight indeed, as the tender and youthful Hiyu, not yet 16, was mercilessly beaten with a heavy wooden board reinforced with iron, causing her delicate skin to break and bleed profusely. Yet no punishment could instill fear in Hiyu. Her true dread lay in the possibility that her sacrifices might not lead to Miss Xiao's recovery. Indeed, after the finest physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau conferred, Xiao Chang's condition showed no signs of improvement and seemed to worsen, her complexion growing even more pallid, her eyes deeply sunken, and her periods of consciousness diminishing. While her slumber extended, Hiyu observed this with growing anxiety, but following her punishment, the pain in her backside rendered her unable to rise from her bed, requiring care and medication for her injuries. Consequently, not only could she no longer tend to Xiao Chang'a, but she herself now required assistance. The servants of Jingfang Garden became increasingly busy, yet without their mistress to direct them, some grew lax and careless in their duties, exacerbating Hiyu's distress as she witnessed the decline of what was once a lively abode filled with laughter. During this time, Consort Rong visited several times, bringing her well-preserved ginseng to be brewed into soup for Xiao Chang'a's nourishment. Upon seeing Xiao Chang'a's emaciated state, she could not help but shed tears, lamenting the capriciousness of fate and the cruelty of destiny. Jean Mayer, and Suyi, Jiang Daing, and Lin Daing would occasionally visit Jingfang Garden as well. Recognizing that their favor from the emperor was in part due to Xiao Chang'a's guidance and the blessings of their shared education, they sought to offer assistance where possible. In stark contrast, Lu Yuyan appeared merely to observe the spectacle. Having visited Jingfang Garden twice, each time reveling in the misfortune of Xiao Chang'a, eagerly wishing for her demise so that she could finally express the grievances and resentments she had harbored for years. Despite Xiao Chang'a's indifference towards Lu Yuyan, having never regarded her as a rival, Lu Yuyan remained fixated on her as a thorn in her side. Each time he saw Lu Yuyan, she wished for her to depart swiftly. However, due to her status, she could not dismiss her outright and could only inwardly implore her to leave quickly. Fortunately, with Lu Yuyan's considerable pregnancy, she was disinclined to linger in the somber atmosphere of Jingfang Garden, often departing after casting a few derisive glances at Xiao Chang'a's decline. The most perplexed of all was Su Wanner, who had crafted a voodoo doll to ensnare Feng Qinghuang, intending to ensure that her soul would never find peace, and to hasten the downfall of Chaohuang Pavilion, thereby securing her place as empress. However, she had not anticipated that while Chaohuang Pavilion remained intact, Xiao Chang'a would fall ill, with the physicians reporting the unusual nature of her ailment, leaving them at a loss. Nevertheless, Su Wanner did not connect Xiao Chang'a's illness with her own malevolent actions, as she believed the two matters to be entirely unrelated. After all, Feng Qinghuang had been dead for a year, and Xiao Chang'a was merely a fledgling maid who had recently entered the palace. With their backgrounds starkly different, no one would suspect any connection between them. Thus, Su Wanner only found the situation somewhat odd and did not dwell on it further. Regardless, the prolonged illness of Xiao Chang'a was advantageous for Su Wanner, who dreamt of eliminating both Xiao Chang'a and Lu Yuyan, her seemingly formidable adversaries. To her astonishment, what had once required her clever machinations now appeared to be facilitated by the heavens themselves. Should Xiao Chang'a fail to recover from her illness, she would be left with only Lu Yuyan to contend with, a far more manageable foe. Delighted by this prospect, Su Wanner reveled in her thoughts, continuing her dark rituals with the voodoo doll, cursing Feng Qinghuang's spirit to eternal damnation and wishing for the swift downfall of Chaohuang Pavilion, all while a wicked smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang'a's condition took a turn for the better. That night, after Su Wanner had completed her curses and placed the doll in its usual spot, she washed up and retired to bed. The weather outside was clear, the sky devoid of clouds, with a bright moon casting its gentle light upon the earth. Most people had retired for the night, save for the night watchman, who promptly closed windows upon feeling a sudden chill. After ensuring there was nothing amiss, they returned to their rest. However, the next day, when Su Wanner sought to retrieve the doll once more, she could not find it anywhere. She turned her table upside down in search, but to no avail. Although she was aware that her actions were rooted in sorcery, she never suspected that the doll had been taken by an unseen force. Her first thought was that one of her treacherous servants had stolen it. Thus, she summoned all the servants of Yikeng Palace for questioning, but since her voodoo activities had been conducted in secrecy, she could not openly inquire about the theft without exposing her own indiscretions. So she only asked if anyone had approached the table where the doll had been placed. Yet, all denied having come near it. Frustrated and anxious, Su Wanner remained confined within Yikeng Palace for several days. Meanwhile, an even stranger phenomenon unfolded. Xiao Chang'a's health began to improve steadily. Her eyes gradually regained their brightness, her complexion grew rosy, and her lips regained their color. She spent increasing amounts of time awake, her appetite returning with vigor, as she could now consume an entire bowl of medicine and even eat more than before. The frailty that had plagued her for so long began to dissipate. Her hair regained its luster, and she appeared revitalized, brimming with vitality and a newfound smile. Hiyu, overjoyed by Xiao Chang'a's recovery, was herself nearly healed from her injuries and eagerly hobbled to prepare nourishing soups for her mistress. Upon hearing the news, the Empress Dowager breathed a sigh of relief and bestowed numerous healthful gifts upon Jingfang Garden. Consort Rong visited Xiao Chang'a, sharing in her joy, conversing with her until she had eaten and rested before taking her leave. Other young ladies also came in small groups, expressing their belief that good deeds ultimately reap rewards, urging Xiao Chang'a to take care of herself, hoping to continue attending her lessons in the future. However, Lu Yuyan was far from pleased. Enraged, she pondered how, after finally seeing Xiao Chang'a on the brink of death, she could suddenly be recovering. Sister Xiao, you are better now. Lu Yuyan feigned concern as she approached Xiao Chang'a's bedside. her tone dripping with insincerity that grated on the ears. Xiao Chang'e smiled serenely, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. Sister Xiao, Lu Yuyan continued, you have no idea how anxious your illness made me. It reminded me of that time at Omping Wangfu when you fell into the water and lay bedridden for days. I thought you were on the verge of death, yet miraculously you recovered. You truly are blessed with a strong constitution. As she spoke, Lu Yuyan's brows furrowed, her lips twisted in discontent, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Chang'e. Yet some people live solely to compete with others, seizing everything in their path. Their existence is more cumbersome than death itself. Ironically, those who should perish somehow manage to survive. How vexing! Yu, unable to contain herself, yearned to rebuke Lu Yuyan in defense of her mistress. But before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Chang'e's gaze silenced her. Yu pouted in frustration, while Xiao Chang'e smiled once more. Addressing Lu Yuyan, sheeping, there is a saying, what is meant for you will come to you, and what is not yours cannot be held onto, no matter the effort. Speaking of which, you are soon to become a mother. It would be wise to cultivate virtue for the sake of your unborn child. Lu Yuyan found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by Xiao Chang'e's sharp wit and composure despite her recent illness, as she deftly countered with biting retorts that left Lu Yuyan speechless. Lu Yuyan found herself at a loss for words in response to Xiao Chang'e's remarks, and with a huff she rose, her prominent belly leading the way as she stormed off. Humph. Yu smugly made faces at her retreating figure. Xiao Chang'e, however, was unfazed by Lu Yuyan's sharp ridicule. Among the numerous women in the harem, only Lu Yuyan and Su Waner were less than cordial to her. The rest, particularly Consort Rong, treated her with considerable kindness. As Xiao Chang'e reflected on her emotional transformation since entering the palace, another individual arrived at Jingfang Yuan. The only true master of the palace, Jin, who had been absent for some time. His arrival was heralded by the commanding words, "The emperor has arrived," a succinct phrase that resonated with authority and sent ripples of awe through the gathered assembly. Jin entered the warm chamber where Xiao Chang'e lay. The palace attendants hastily knelt in reverence, and Xiao Chang'e struggled to rise from her bier. In a few swift strides, Jin reached her bedside, firmly grasped her shoulder, and urgently implored, "Do not move. Pin, your health is not yet restored, and there is no need to rush in paying your respects." Once the attendants had exited, Jin addressed her by her given name, abandoning the formal title. "I have been preoccupied with state affairs and only recently learned of your illness. I hastened to see you. It was my negligence, and I owe you an apology." His words were imbued with self-reproach, guilt, concern, and worry. Strangely, the once bitterly resentful Xiao Chang'e felt a subtle shift within her heart upon hearing him speak. Perhaps it was the vulnerability that accompanied her illness that softened her resolve. "I appreciate your concern, Your Majesty. Please do not blame yourself. It is only fitting that you prioritize state matters," Xiao Chang'e replied coolly. Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he reached out to caress her cheek. His gaze filled with tenderness. "Why must you be so formal with me, Qiangu? Have you forgotten? I consider you a confidant. Seeing your delicate face so pale and thin truly pains me." As he spoke, he enveloped her in his embrace, continuing to chide her. "Why did you not instruct your servants to inform me? I believed you were well, only to discover that you had fallen gravely ill after several days apart. You have no idea how much I care for you." Xiao Chang'e smiled, nestled in Jin's warm embrace, as he whispered words of comfort, encouragement, and affection. Such scenes had unfolded countless times in her previous life. Each time she felt lonely and helpless, he had held her close, offering solace. In those moments, she had been blissfully happy, envied by the women within the harem. Yet now, having battled illness for many days, she had not been oblivious to the specter of death looming over her. Despite her resolve for vengeance since her reincarnation, she had become far colder than in her past life. Still, in these recent days, negative emotions had begun to creep in as she felt the relentless approach of death. Her body growing weaker day by day, her spirit dimming, she had started to lament the fickleness of life and the cruelty of time. During this period in Jingfang Yuan, aside from Yu, who truly cared for her well-being, although the Empress Dowager and Consort Rong outside the courtyard expressed concern, their feelings were distant, constrained by the limitations of their status. In this fleshly existence, Jin was the first man to comfort her during her illness. Though Murong Jinyan had cared for her in the Omping Wangfu, expressing love for her, their fates had ultimately diverged. All others had faded away. In this moment, Jin's embrace felt the warmest. A wave of warmth surged within Xiao Chang'e. Matching the comforting embrace she found herself in that instant, she forgot her deep-seated hatred for Jin. All she desired was to relish this fleeting warmth. Jin continued to hold Xiao Chang'e, gently stroking her back with one hand while uttering words of concern and comfort. Xiao Qianga closed her eyes. Savoring this tenderness after a time of solace, Jin rose to survey the warm chamber and the entirety of Jingfang Yuan. He summoned all the palace attendants, reprimanding them for their lack of diligence, which had rendered Jingfang Yuan so desolate and neglected. He commanded that the finest furnishings, utensils, fabrics and provisions be bestowed upon Jingfang Yuan, restoring it to the splendor it had known during Xiao Qianga's favored days. Jin repeatedly urged Xiao Qianga to take care of her health, instructing the attendants to attend to their mistress with utmost diligence, threatening dire consequences for any who dared to slacken their efforts. Once he had addressed nearly every matter at hand, Jin reluctantly bid farewell to Xiao Qianga and departed with the emperor's decree issued. The attendants no longer dared to be remiss. Each one became more astute and attentive, diligently attending to Xiao Qianga's needs. Her health, already on the mend, improved even more swiftly. He, having been by Xiao Qianga's side since childhood, knew her best and devised various means to cheer her up. She would bring the freshest flowers from the garden to adorn the room, fetch her favorite calligraphy and paintings for her enjoyment, and present her with embroidery projects to occupy her hands. Whenever Consort Rong had a moment to spare, she would visit Xiao Qianga to engage in light conversation and share pleasantries. Jin Mei and others would come bearing the Diamond Sutra or other texts. Seeking Xiao Qianga's insights, in the company of these individuals, Xiao Qianga miraculously recovered. Yet, unbeknownst to her and everyone else, the true reason behind her illness and its resolution remained shrouded in mystery. Even Su Wanner was entirely ignorant of this enigma. Chapter 64. Birthday and Memorial Day. Meanwhile, Su Wanner was throwing another tantrum in Ikuan Palace. For days on end, she had instructed her servants to scour every corner of Ikuan Palace, leaving no stone unturned. But to no avail. The cursed effigy remained elusive, though her heart was still riddled with suspicion and fear. The absence of news after so many days suggested that the effigy had not been discovered and was thus safe. Su Wanner could only let the matter drop. Before long, Xiao Qianga's birthday approached, and He was filled with excitement as she planned a celebration for her. Recognizing this as Xiao Qianga's first birthday in the palace, a momentous occasion, she resolved to make it special. She pondered what preparations to make and what gifts to present. He, with her creative flair, decided to cut intricate paper window decorations, akin to those used during the New Year, envisioning that Xiao Qianga would surely feel uplifted upon seeing them. Acting on her thoughts, He set out to find scissors and red paper. While she soon located the scissors, the red paper proved elusive. Perhaps the supply had been depleted during the New Year festivities. So she decided to visit the eunuch's inner office to see if she could borrow some from there. Fortunately, she was acquainted with Eunuch Jing, who worked there, and felt confident in her request. As He entered, Eunuch Jing greeted her with a familiar smile. The inner office was known for its keen observations. They treated the favored with extra warmth and ignored those who were not. Though Xiao Qianga was not the most favored, following the emperor's recent attentiveness during her illness, the palace staff's demeanor towards her had improved significantly. Eunuch Jing, I would like to borrow some red paper for cutting window decorations. Do you have any? He inquired. To be honest, my dear, I must admit. Eunuch Jing leaned closer. In a few days it will be our little mistress's birthday, which is why I want to make decorations to cheer her up. Oh? In a few days? Which day might that be? Eunuch Jing questioned. It is on the 15th of this month. It is fast approaching, He replied. What? The 15th of this month? You must be mistaken. Eunuch Jing suddenly turned serious, fixing a penetrating gaze upon He, who felt a twinge of fear. And I am not mistaken. It is indeed the 15th. What is wrong? Why do you look at me that way? Do not frighten me. He exclaimed, bewildered. Eunuch Jing rolled his eyes at her, then slowly said, if it were any other day, you could celebrate as you wish. However, if it is the 15th of this month, I advise you to refrain from festivities. Why is that? He asked curiously, sighing. Eunuch Jing displayed an expression of disdain for He's ignorance before lowering his voice to explain. Because the 15th of this month marks the memorial day of our late Empress, Empress Feng. Now do you understand? He furrowed her brow in contemplation, recalling how the emperor had remained fixated on the deceased Empress Feng, who had passed away several years ago this day. He had not conferred the title of a new empress and had even built the Chaohuang Pavilion in her memory. If her young mistress were to celebrate her birthday on the same day as the empress's memorial, it would undoubtedly be a grave taboo. In stark contrast to He's reaction, Xiao Qianga remained unfazed, as she often did. She did not exhibit a hint of surprise at the coincidence of her birthday falling on the same day as the late empress's memorial. Then we shall not celebrate. I had no intention of making a fuss over my birthday anyway. What significance does it hold? It is merely another day like any other, Xiao Qianga stated coolly. But my lady Tiu protested, unwilling to let her mistress miss out on the joyous occasion. Just as she was about to say more, Xiao Chang'e had already retreated into the warm chamber to rest. The 15th day soon arrived. Just as Xiao Chang'e had mentioned, she was indifferent to the nature of her birthday celebrations, eschewing any semblance of special observance. Even her lunch remained as unremarkable as ever. Lacking the addition of a single dish, Tiu, though discontented on behalf of her mistress, dared not voice her grievances, for the Empress Phoenix held an unparalleled status in the Emperor's heart no matter her reluctance. She did not wish to court misfortune as night fell. Xiao Chang'e finished her grooming early and retired to bed, yet she found herself unable to drift into slumber. A smile escaped her lips. How could she be oblivious to this matter? On the contrary, she was more aware than anyone else, for she was Feng Qinghuang. Feng Qinghuang was she. On this very day last year, she had been slain by Su Wanner's poisoned bull, resulting in the demise of both herself and the child she carried, their lives extinguished in the golden hall of Yingjie. And in her final moments, she had witnessed her father, the then Prime Minister Feng, being pierced by a hail of arrows from the Imperial Guards, falling lifelessly to the ground, and had also heard the devastating news that the entire Feng clan had been condemned to death by Ying Jin's decree. On that same day, in the Duke Omping's manor, Xiao Chang'e had been joyfully celebrating her birthday, only to be deceived by Lu Yuyan and pushed into the icy waters of the lake, drowning in the depths. Her spirit had then floated into Xiao Chang'e's body, granting her a second chance at life, albeit as a fusion of Xiao Chang'e and Feng Qinghuang, a body belonging to one, yet the soul of the other. Thus Xiao Chang'e's birthday was, in truth, the day of mourning for Feng Qinghuang. Consequently, after her rebirth, Xiao Chang'e possessed no knowledge of the memories belonging to her physical form. Had it not been for Hiyu's fragmented recounting, she would have felt as if she were utterly amnesiac. The memories she truly possessed were solely those of Feng Qinghuang. Her loves, her hatreds, her affections, her enmities, everything that belonged to Feng Qinghuang. Her father's tragic death, her child's untimely demise, her own cruel fate, and the annihilation of her entire clan. On this very day last year, so many innocent lives had perished. The moon on the 15th night was grand and full, its silvery light illuminating the earth as brilliantly as daylight. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the bed, where Xiao Chang'e lay behind a pink gauze curtain, bathing in this faint radiance, yet feeling not a trace of warmth. Instead, a profound pain surged from the depths of her heart, akin to being cut by knives or fried in oil. Her heart was in turmoil, and this turmoil besieged her every moment since her rebirth, plunging her into an abyss of sorrow. So many beloved ones, her father, her child, all flesh and blood, yet they had all perished, vanished from this world, leaving her alone, a mere parasite within another's body. Xiao Chang'e longed to rise immediately and find paper money to burn, to inscribe the rebirth incantation in tribute to her kin, her flesh and blood, but she could not. In the palace, it was strictly forbidden for anyone to privately burn paper money. Should anyone be discovered, they would face severe punishment. Thus, she could only offer silent prayers in her heart, daring not to weep openly, not to make a sound. All must be conducted quietly and secretly, in the cover of night, within the confines of her chamber, unseen by any. Xiao Chang'e wept freely, her tears soaking the pillow, dampening her hair and spreading across the bed, staining her garments. At some unknown moment, she fell into a drowsy sleep. Fenger, are you Fenger? A voice, so familiar yet unheard for so long. Xiao Chang'e awoke and gazed out the window, once more seeing the aged figure in a grey robe, the same elder who had stood outside her chamber at the Baoyuan temple. Her father, Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang turned slowly, and in the moonlight, his visage remained as gentle and kind as ever, regarding Xiao Chang'e with profound affection. Father, you have come. You have come to see your daughter. I miss you so dearly. Xiao Chang'e rushed forward to embrace Feng Xiang, who tenderly caressed her back, and the two were soon weeping profusely. Yet suddenly, Feng Xiang broke free from her grasp, as he had before, gripping her arms firmly, and with a fierce voice declared, "You unfilial daughter! How could you marry the murderer of your father and the slayer of your entire clan? You unfilial daughter! You are ungrateful! You are not my daughter, Feng Xiang! I have no daughter like you! Father, father!" Xiao Chang'e cried out in despair, awakening to realize it had merely been a dream. The same dream as before, yet as vivid and real as ever. She had truly seen her father's face, held his frail body, and felt his warmth. Father, father! Struggling to rise, Xiao Chang'e found her already drenched garments clinging to her. Whether soaked by sweat or tears, she could not tell, yet she felt nothing. Kneeling before the window with a thud, she bowed repeatedly, silently reciting, "Father, your daughter has not betrayed you. Nor has she betrayed the entire Feng clan. Everything I do today is to avenge you and our kin father, if you truly have knowledge in the afterlife. Please await your daughter's good news. She shall not keep you waiting long. Chapter 65. Deeply entranced in the Ikuan Palace after breakfast, a gathering of ladies adorned in red and green, chirping like warblers, encircled one another with Xiao Chang's ailment resolved. She rejoined the ranks of morning and evening salutations, while Lu Yuyan, due to her advancing pregnancy, had been granted exemption from all formal greetings by the emperor. How fortunate for noble consort she shall soon give birth to a little prince, Zhang Chongzai remarked with a hint of acidity. She was previously known as Zhang Dang, elevated to Chongzai after receiving the emperor's favor. Su Wanner immediately cast a sharp glare at her, while Jean Meyer, ever observant, quickly interjected with a cough. Oh, one can never be certain it will be a little prince. It could equally be a little princess. Indeed, the decision of whether a child is born a boy or girl lies beyond our control, and Sui chimed in at an opportune moment as Su Wanner's countenance softened at this, leisurely raising her teacup to sip the long jing. Although it was common knowledge in the palace that Lu Yuyan was nearing her time, Su Wanner detested any mention of it. A moment of tranquility enveloped the group, yet before long Zhang Chongzai resumed speaking. By the way, does anyone know whose favor the emperor sought last night? She inquired eagerly, drawing everyone's attention once more. I wonder if it was yours? Jean Meyer asked with playful curiosity. At that moment, Su Wanner's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, and with a hint of pride she declared, Oh, last night the emperor did not summon anyone. After finishing his official documents, he stayed overnight in the Yongxin Palace. She was announcing this insider information, asserting her dominance over the knowledge. Little did she know Zhang Chongzai was utterly oblivious to the implications, as if she was purposely setting herself against Su Wanner. Her eyes sparkling with mischief. Noble consort Su, you are mistaken. I have heard that the emperor spent the night at Chaohuang Pavilion and even caught a chill. This morning the imperial physician hurried to check his pulse. The smile that had just graced Su Wanner's face collapsed instantaneously, her eyes dimming, her brows furrowing with fury. The emperor is mourning the Phoenix Empress, for yesterday marked her death anniversary, Rongfei remarked flatly. Casting a glance at Xiao Chang'a, seemingly reminding her that the emperor's favoritism stemmed from the late Empress Phoenix. At that moment, even De Fei, who generally scorned interaction with these women, spoke up, her demeanor cold, tinged with envy. The emperor truly is a fool. During Feng Qinghuang's lifetime, De Fei had always been at odds with her, envious of how effortlessly she had garnered the emperor's affection, while she, the daughter of the illustrious General Zhenan, with her formidable maternal lineage and powerful male relatives, remained subordinate in the harem. Thus, she harbored resentment. However, at this moment, the most discontented was undoubtedly Su Wanner, her frustration boiling to the surface, far more intense than her earlier grievances regarding the princes. It was no wonder the emperor had not come to Ikuan Palace last night. Su Wanner had previously comforted herself, believing he had merely chosen to rest in Yongxin Palace after a long day of reviewing documents. For traditionally, the 15th day of each month was reserved for the emperor and empress to share abi in the past. This had naturally been with Feng Qinghuang, but following her demise, Su Wanner, as the highest-ranking consort, expected the same courtesy. Yet last year it was forgivable for the emperor to have not visited Ikuan Palace upon Feng Qinghuang's recent passing. However, this year, his absence stung even deeper, as he had chosen to spend the night at Chaohuang Pavilion. How could she bear such humiliation? It was even more mortifying that she had recently leveraged her father, Su Xiang's influence and wealth to vie for the title of empress, only to find her efforts in vain. This was no secret in the harem. Everyone was aware Su Wanner's complexion shifted from red to white, then to green, her eyes blazing with fury as her hands gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, her fingers practically trembling with barely restrained rage. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, she would have already wreaked havoc in Ikuan Palace. This was beyond doubt. Su Wanner's expression terrified everyone present. Those of lower rank dared not speak, and the atmosphere grew deathly still. After a moment of this oppressive silence, it was Exine Pin, who had entered the palace alongside Rongfei, De Fei, and Su Wanner, who finally broke the deadlock. The emperor is sentimental and values old ties. This is indeed a good thing. Who among us has not transitioned from the new to the old? She remarked. If the emperor were only enamored with the novelty, we would have no good days ahead. Indeed, Exine Pin speaks wisely, echoed Jean Meyer and Ensui, who hurriedly agreed while cautiously observing Su Wanner's demeanor. The other nobles and courtiers soon chimed in. Yes, that is indeed the case. With the exception of Xiao Qiangu, Rongfei, and De Fei, the rest wore expressions of extreme awkwardness, plastering forced smiles upon their faces. After a long pause, Su Wanner let out a cold laugh and said, Indeed, the emperor's affection for newcomers is but a fleeting whim. It is the old companions who comprehend warmth and coldness, whose bonds run deep. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Qiangu, as if implying that Xiao Qiangu was merely the new face who could provide the emperor with momentary novelty, while she herself was the one who shared a profound and lasting connection with him. Another round of jealousy and intrigue unfolded during this gathering of greetings. Was it not always thus at such morning and evening assemblies? Whenever these women, all linked to a single man, congregated, the absence of conflict and strife would indeed be the anomaly. Once the formalities concluded, the group exited Yikuan Palace, where Rongfei called out to Xiao Qiangu, "Pin, wait a moment." The two shared an affinity from their past lives and felt an immediate camaraderie in this life as well. "Pin," Rongfei said warmly as they walked side by side, "do you remember when I once mentioned that you bear a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine?" "Yes, I remember," Xiao Qiangu replied, recalling that this was not the first time she had heard such words. Jin had also expressed the same sentiment on numerous occasions, and they both referred to the same person. "In truth, that dear friend of mine is the late Empress Feng Qinghuang," Rongfei continued, her answer devoid of any suspense. Pausing for effect, she added, "It is said that the emperor harbors deep feelings for Empress Feng. He has never forgotten her. Not only did he construct the Chaohuang Pavilion in her memory, but he also spent the anniversary of her death there, keeping vigil through the night. Alas, to be so cherished and remembered by the emperor must bring peace to Empress Feng. Should she be aware of it? Thus, Pin, you now understand the meaning behind my earlier words to you?" Xiao Qiangu grasped that Rongfei was referring to her earnest warning during their time in Hongmei Garden, that perhaps the emperor saw in her the reflection of another, and thus favored her, believing he was not truly favoring her, but rather seeking the essence of that other person. "You must stabilize your heart and not become too infatuated. Otherwise you shall only end up hurt." She had cautioned that "I understand your heartfelt intentions, elder sister, do not worry. I shall handle myself well," Xiao Qiangu reassured Rongfei, yet inwardly she mused on the true nature of Jin. How could her elder sister believe he truly cherished Feng Qinghuang? Did she think he would endure the cold of the Chaohuang Pavilion on her memorial night out of genuine longing? That was but a performance, a facade to deceive those simpletons. The words he had uttered before his demise echoed in her mind. "I keep you so that the world may know their emperor is a benevolent ruler." How ironic, the very proof of his duplicity. Yet now he persisted in this charade, twisting the truth. Surely, he had delved too deeply into his role. His acting skills were excessively refined. Jin, what a dark and hypocritical man. Even beneath the earth, her father could not rest in peace. Time and again, he visited her in dreams, urging her to remember the blood-soaked vendetta. Indeed, if she could forget the enmity of her father's murder, the slaughter of her child, and the annihilation of her clan, could she still be called human? She would be less than a beast. Xiao Qiangu knelt once more by the window, seemingly seeing her father's silhouette. That thin yet imposing figure. She vowed to him, "Father, please believe in your daughter. I shall forever remember the grievances of our family. This life shall be dedicated to vengeance." Meanwhile, though Xiao Qiangu had not celebrated her own birthday, another had observed it with care, Mu Rongjinyan, perhaps the person most concerned for her well-being in this world. On the 15th night, he prepared a banquet in his chamber, stepping out with a cup of wine to drink alone under the moonlight. As he gazed at the moon, he was met with Xiao Qiangu's smiling face, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Since their last encounter during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, and their subsequent half-day together at the Gratitude Temple, Mu Rongjinyan had become increasingly certain of his feelings for Xiao Qiangu, feelings he could not control, a longing he could not shake. Though he knew it was futile, how could he restrain his heart? Chapter 66. The heir's marriage. The princess consort was equally troubled, harboring resentment towards Xiao Qiangu in her heart, blaming her for stealing away her son's affections. Meanwhile, she busily sought out suitable young ladies of good family and beauty to propose to her son, hoping to divert his love for Xiao Qiangu. Yet her standards were exceedingly high. She dismissed many candidates for their lack of noble lineage, plain looks, or insufficient refinement. On this day, the matchmaker presented another portrait of a young lady to the princess consort. The depicted woman was fair and graceful, a perfect match in the eyes of the princess consort. "Whose daughter is this?" she inquired, to which the matchmaker replied that she was the daughter of Prime Minister Su. Upon hearing Su's name, the princess consort's spirits soared. The Mu Rong family was of royal blood, and only the family of the current prime minister could match their status. However, her excitement waned instantly as she recalled that the prime minister had only one daughter, who was none other than Su Wanner, the favored concubine in the harem. When pressed, the matchmaker hesitantly explained, "To be honest, This Su Exiner is the child of the Prime Minister's concubine. What? A mere illegitimate child? The princess consort exclaimed in indignation. Indeed, please do not be angry, my lady, the matchmaker replied meekly. In that era, the status of concubines and their offspring was considerably low, while Su Xiner's position as a concubine's daughter was not insignificant due to her father's high rank. To a family like the Murongs, she was hardly worthy of consideration. Thus, the princess consort continued to enlist the matchmaker's help in finding a suitable match, yet none seemed worthy of her son. Meanwhile, Murong Jinyan continued to drown his sorrows in drink, leaving the princess consort deeply pained. On the other hand, Prime Minister Su was overjoyed, envisioning his legitimate daughter marrying the emperor and becoming a favored consort. While his illegitimate daughter was to wed the heir, becoming a noble lady, his face beamed with pride, and he eagerly anticipated how, in the future, his legitimate daughter might vie for the title of empress. With the support of the Murong family, such a strong alliance would undoubtedly bolster the Su family's influence in the court. The wedding date was set, and the Murong family was fully prepared. Yet at this moment, Murong Jinyan had become a mere puppet, with the woman he loved forever out of reach. What difference did it make whom he married? On the wedding day, Su Exiner entered the Murong residence as a blushing bride, while Murong Jinyan remained inebriated, stumbling into the bridal chamber in a haste. Su Exiner believed she was the happiest woman in the world, for not only was the heir of noble birth, but he was also exceptionally handsome. His reputation had spread far and wide, with many unwed girls secretly enamored with him. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning of her misfortune. Before long, her half-sister, Su Wanner, began to manipulate her as a pawn. Just a few days after the wedding, Su Wanner, having sought the Empress Dowager's approval, invited her to the palace under the pretense of reminiscing about family ties. Wishing to share intimate sisterly conversations. In truth, Su Wanner harbored ulterior motives. Upon meeting, Su Wanner greeted Su Exiner with overwhelming warmth, leaving the latter, who had always been subservient to her legitimate sister, quite taken aback. Su Exiner hurriedly performed the customary bow, only for Su Wanner to grasp her hand, dismissing the formalities and bestowing upon her numerous gifts: gold, silver, jewels, fine silks, exquisite trinkets and delectable treats, an array of treasures seldom seen outside the palace. Believing that her newfound connection to the Murong family had altered Su Wanner's attitude, Su Exiner felt a swell of pride, thinking that now, as the rightful lady of the heir, she could finally hold her head high. However, her joy was short-lived. At the luncheon table, as the two engaged in casual conversation, Su Wanner unexpectedly served her some dishes herself, before steering the conversation towards the main topic. It was then that she realized Su Wanner's true intentions. It turned out that Su Wanner sought to extend the influence of her Su Guifei lineage into the Omping Wangfu through her. This way, when the time came for her to vie for the position of empress, she would have the support of the Omping Wangfu. Therefore, it was imperative for you to capture the heart of Murong Shitsi, understood? And it must be a firm hold, such that he listens to your every word, centering everything around you. Only in this manner can you assist this palace in the future. This Yushiner's expression revealed her distress, as she seemingly questioned whether she could accomplish such a formidable task. What? Do you not wish to assist this palace? Do you not desire for this palace to ascend as empress? Su Wanner's gaze instantly turned sharp, piercing through Su Shiner. Oh no, sister does not mean that. Sister certainly wishes for the empress to rise. It's just that Su Shiner hesitated to express her uncertainty about whether she possessed the ability to win over the Shitsi's heart. But Su Wanner would not allow her a moment of doubt, her true nature revealing itself with impatience. If you dare to disregard my words, I shall make you taste the consequences. Your mother is merely a concubine of your father, lacking any status in the Prime Minister's residence, and should I choose to expel her, it would be a trivial matter. No, elder sister. Oh no, your highness. Shiner shall certainly heed your highness's words. Shiner shall wholeheartedly support you. Not daring to defy in the slightest, please do not cast my mother out. Su Shiner immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating before Su Wanner. Meanwhile, the news of Murong Jinyan's marriage had already reached the palace, reaching the ears of Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yan. Naturally, Xiao Chang'e felt nothing, for since her rebirth, she had lost all romantic feelings for Murong Jinyan. However, Lu Yan was a different story. Thus, upon hearing the news of Murong Jinyan's nuptials, she could not help but feel despondent, collapsing onto her bed. The brother she had cherished most in this life would eternally belong to another, and he had never truly belonged to her to begin with. He had originally belonged to Xiao Chang'e, and from now on, he would belong to yet another woman. Jin, upon hearing of Lu Yuyan's bedridden state, rushed over and summoned the imperial physician. After examining Lu Yuyan, The physician concluded that her condition stemmed from excessive worry, leading to physical exhaustion and necessitating rest, advising her to take care in the future, lest it affect her pregnancy. Lu Yuyan vowed to follow the physician's advice, all the while devising ways to conceal her true feelings, fearing that Jin might uncover the truth behind her distress. Yet, Jin still inquired, "Shi Pin, what occupies your thoughts? You seem lost in reverie." "Oh, your majesty, I doubt I was pondering what our child shall resemble when born in the future." This statement from Lu Yuyan successfully diverted the subject. For soon the one lost in thought was no longer her, but Jin. He recalled having heard such words before. Indeed, they were spoken by his former empress, the only woman he had ever loved. "Feng Qinghuang, your majesty, do you think our child will resemble me more, or you?" She had posed this question to him several times, the last being in the Xianchen Hall, after which that child had been lost to her. And she had perished shortly thereafter. Jin's heart ached anew, for a year had passed, yet each recollection of that scene inflicted fresh pain upon him. "Your majesty, what troubles you?" It was now Lu Yuyan inquiring about Jin. Day by day, her belly grew rounder, and soon she was 7 months along. She restrained herself from thinking of Murong Jinyan and refrained from harboring ill feelings toward Xiaochang's academy. For she understood the importance of this pregnancy, knowing that this child would be the emperor's firstborn, and that she might even participate in the contest for the title of empress because of this child. Such an honor would be monumental, and she relied entirely on this child for the latter half of her life in the palace. Thus she must take utmost care during this pregnancy. There were far too many who cared for this child. Some out of jealousy, others out of concern, some with deep affection, and still others filled with anxiety. For instance, the Empress Dowager, who, having reached the age of 50, was exceedingly eager to embrace a grandchild as the days drew closer to Lu Yuan's delivery. The Empress Dowager grew increasingly worried that Lu Yuan might neglect herself, thereby impacting the pregnancy, and thus wished to bring her to her own Xineng Palace for attentive care. Chapter 67. The imperial star yet to move. The Empress Dowager also considered that her Xineng Palace was populated solely by herself and a few elderly servants. Fearing Lu Yuan might feel lonely, she thought of Xiao Chang'e, reasoning that both she and Lu Yuan hailed from the Amping Wangfu and had been familiar with each other since childhood. Moreover, she genuinely liked Xiao Chang'e, deeming her kind, sensible and attentive, so she wished for her to temporarily cease her studies and come to Xineng Palace to help care for Lu Yuan. Xiao Chang'e held great respect for the Empress Dowager, and although she harbored no fondness for Lu Yuan, nor did Lu Yuan for her, she bore no animosity towards the child in Lu Yuan's womb. On the contrary, she hoped for the safe birth of Lu Yuan's child, wishing for it to escape the misfortunes that had befallen her own child in her past life. Therefore, Xiao Chang'e agreed to the Empress Dowager's request, halting her academy and assuming the responsibility of caring for Lu Yuan in Xineng Palace. Almost everyone in the imperial palace speculated about the gender of the child within Lu Yuan. In fact, the Empress Dowager herself was eager to know, for the distinction between a prince and a princess was no trivial matter for the royal family. Thus, she summoned an astrologer to conduct a divination. That night, the Empress Dowager invited the Emperor and Su Wan'er to Xineng Palace and informed the astrologer that he could begin. The astrologer arranged incense burners and the Bagua formation in the courtyard. Lighting a candle, wielding a wooden sword in a series of motions, pointing first to the moon in the sky and then to various corners of the ground, chanting incantations. Suddenly dark clouds obscured the moon. The sword fell from the astrologer's hand, and the candle extinguished. The astrologer closed his eyes, shaking his head. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the others were left bewildered, inquiring, "Master, what is the gender of Shi Pin's child?" Although they did not comprehend the phenomenon, they clearly heard the phrase "the imperial star yet to move." This phrase implied that the prince had not yet arrived, suggesting that Lu Yuan was bearing a princess. Lu Yuan's countenance fell instantly, as all the visions she had meticulously crafted regarding the future birth of a prince crumbled in an instant. The Empress Dowager's expression was also less than favorable. She understood that the birth of a son or daughter was a matter of fate, beyond her control, yet she still yearned for a grandson. Jin's reaction was rather subdued, his expression remaining neutral. Xiao Chang'e was even more indifferent. She adored children and vividly recalled the pain of losing her own. Thus she eagerly anticipated Lu Yuan's child's safe arrival. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, she would cherish and support it wholeheartedly. In stark contrast, Su Wan'er felt an elation unlike that of the others, as if all her grievances, jealousy, resentment and discontent since Lu Yuan's pregnancy had vanished into thin air. A princess! How splendid, how splendid! However, Su Wan'er's inner jubilation did not manifest outwardly. Someone as cunning as she knew how to conceal her emotions, she turned to the astrologer. somewhat irate, saying, "You audacious charlatan! Do you know whom you are addressing? How dare you use such ambiguous language to deceive us?" The astrologer hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. This Yuaner then turned to the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this individual must be inexperienced and lacking in skill. Hence he cannot discern the truth. Why don't we replace him with another astrologer? What do you think, Your Majesty?" The Empress Dowager shook her head. "Enough, perhaps it is indeed a matter of fate yet to arrive. I believe we should leave it at that. Let us not press him further. It may very well be as he said. Everything is arranged by heaven." With that, the Empress Dowager dismissed the astrologer, thus concluding the divination. Although her words were neutral, the implication of fate yet to arrive was clear to all. As Yuaner continued to revel internally, while Lu Yuyan could no longer find joy. "The emperor must be neglecting me due to the fact that I am carrying a girl before bed." Lu Yuyan finally found the time to confide in her maid, Huang Xing'er. It was only during such moments that she could vent her frustrations without facing the Empress Dowager. "Shi Pin, please do not be angry. Perhaps the emperor is simply preoccupied with state affairs," Huang Xing'er cautiously advised. "What state affairs? That is merely an excuse. It is clear that it is because I am carrying a princess." Lu Yuyan felt an urge to throw something but restrained herself, wanting to scream yet holding back, instead burying her face in her hands and weeping. "Shi Pin, do not cry. Do take care of your health." Huang Xing'er continuously soothed. "It is all that detestable astrologer's fault. Had he not uttered those words, the imperial star yet to move, and all is predetermined by heaven, would the emperor and the Empress Dowager have changed their attitudes towards me? That wretched man, that insufferable fool. It is all his doing." Lu Yuyan shouted. "Shipi, do keep your voice down. We mustn't let the Empress Dowager and the others overhear." Lu Yuyan's face was already ashen with fury. Wishing she could pound her own stomach in frustration, "Huang Xing'er, come here." Huang Xing'er leaned in close to Lu Yuyan, who whispered urgently, leaving Huang Xing'er pale with fear. The following day, under Lu Yuyan's direction, Huang Xing'er ventured out of the palace with a eunuch from Jingqing Garden to hire an assassin, handing over the stargazer's portrait and instructing him to ensure the man's demise. How could it come to this? It was utterly unthinkable that she had become so ruthless, desiring to take a life simply based on one person's prediction. Xiao Chang'e shook her head in dismay. "Yu, you must." Xiao Chang'e urged Yu to discreetly gather a few people to find the stargazer and save his life. Fortunately, Xiao Chang'e's associates reached the stargazer before Lu Yuyan's men, warning him to leave the capital at once, or he would be in grave danger. The stargazer then hastily departed. However, with the assassination failing, Lu Yuyan was increasingly irritable, finding fault with everything around her. Yet, in the Xinang Palace, she could not express her rage openly, especially since the Empress Dowager had entrusted Xiao Chang'e with her care. Thus, she began to create trouble for Xiao Chang'e at every opportunity, employing subtle schemes that left no obvious faults for others to criticize. Yipping, "I am thirsty. Pour me some water." Lu Yuyan languidly declared from her bed. In truth, serving tea and pouring water was something she could easily instruct her maidservants to do. Yet Xiao Chang'e did not take offense, bringing a cup of water to Lu Yuyan. "Alas, I do not like plain water. I desire tea instead," Lu Yuyan replied with a sarcastic tone. Xiao Chang'e then went to prepare a cup of tea, but Lu Yuyan remarked, "Oh dear, why have you brought me Maojian? I have never liked Maojian. I prefer Longjing, do you understand?" Xiao Chang'e remained silent, turning to brew another cup of Longjing. However, when she presented it to Lu Yuyan again, Lu Yuyan found yet another fault, wrinkling her brow at the tea's color. "Sigh, this tea is brewed too strong. How am I to drink it? Do you not know that strong tea is harmful? Are you trying to harm me? I want weak tea, weak tea. Do you comprehend?" Despite Lu Yuyan's deliberate harassment, Xiao Chang'e did not prepare to retaliate, not even uttering a word in protest. She exhibited not a hint of impatience, instead wearing a smile as she complied with Lu Yuyan's request for a weaker brew. Only then did Lu Yuyan finally accept the tea, drinking it with satisfaction. "He Yipping, you do not find me difficult to please, do you? You must realize that it is the Empress Dowager who has tasked you with serving me. Thus it is your duty to ensure my comfort, understand? If you attend to my needs well, it shall be a form of filial piety to the Empress Dowager. Yes?" Witnessing Xiao Chang'e's submissive demeanor, Lu Yuyan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, prompting her to unleash her biting sarcasm upon Xiao Chang'e, who remained unfazed. Despite Lu Yuyan's scornful demeanor, Xiao Chang'e's service was impeccable, surpassing even that of Lu Yuyan's own maidservants. She accepted every command without a single complaint, maintaining a smile throughout, her attentiveness beyond compare. This only puzzled Lu Yuyan further. She had intended to provoke Xiao Chang'e and torment her, fueled by the hatred she had harbored for her since their days in the Wangfu. And even now in the palace, yet she had never witnessed Xiao Chang'e lose her temper. She was perpetually calm, her lips ever curved into a gentle smile, which only fueled Lu Yuyan's ire. Why must Xiao Chang'e remain unperturbed? It was unfathomable. Thus Lu Yuyan resolved to deliberately provoke her, to torment her. Yet, despite her extreme measures and humiliating tactics, Xiao Chang'e remained unruffled, even smiling at her. This was simply illogical. Chapter 68. Regardless of gender this night. The sky was cloudless, the moonlight shimmering like water, and the stars twinkled beautifully above. Xiao Chang'e sat by the window, gazing into the heavens, lost in contemplation. Yu stood nearby, her head bobbing drowsily like a chick pecking at grains. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the window. Xiao Chang'e nudged Yu, who jolted awake. What troubles you, my lady? Yu gently patted her own face, trying to shake off her drowsiness, standing while nearly asleep. How could she properly serve her lady? Yu, I am fatigued. Please prepare my bed. Xiao Chang'e observed that the shadow gestured toward her, seemingly wishing to convey something. Yes, my lady. Yu approached the bed, starting to make it. My lady, it is late and the dew is heavy. You ought to retire. As she spoke, Yu stifled a yawn. Xiao Chang'e chuckled, shaking her head at the drowsy my lady. Do take your rest. Being her personal maid, Yu quickly finished preparing the bed. Yes, my lady. You must rest early. With that, Yu exited, ensuring the door was closed behind her. My lady, should you require anything, just call. I am listening. Xiao Chang'e responded affirmatively as Yu departed. She then turned her attention to the shadow lurking in the darkness. With a soft voice she spoke, You visit the royal lady's chambers at night. I wonder what brings you here. Yipping, the shadow replied. Recognizing Xiao Chang'e's identity, she was not particularly surprised. The ability to find her here indicated a level of understanding. Sometimes, fate is inescapable, and what has transpired cannot be altered. A heart consumed by vengeance will blind one's vision, rendering futile any efforts to seek revenge. After speaking, the figure departed. Watching him retreat, Xiao Chang'e recognized him as the stargazer. A sudden shock coursed through her. He knew everything. This profound enmity, how could I ever let it go unavenged? How could I repay my father? How could I face the Feng clan? And my poor child? Thoughts of her child filled Xiao Chang'e's eyes with tears. My child, my dear child. She placed a hand on her abdomen, her gaze turning steely. Ingjin, I shall ensure you suffer endlessly. Just as Xiao Chang'e and Yu reached the entrance, Lu Yuyan and Huang Xing'er arrived as well. Lu Yuyan cast a dismissive glance at her, striding indifferently inside. Xiao Chang'e said nothing, maintaining her characteristic smile. As Yu was about to voice something, Xiao Chang'e grasped her hand, silencing her. Xiao Chang'e remained calm, while Yu grew agitated. My lady, are you truly allowing her to bully you like this? Yu could no longer hold her tongue. Yu, this is not your concern, Xiao Chang'e replied, her smile unwavering. Yu, growing increasingly anxious, pressed on. Xiao Chang'e chose not to engage further, quickening her pace, with Yu hurrying to keep up. Upon reaching the dining hall, they overheard Lu Yuyan and the Empress Dowager conversing. Sheepy, although this child is a little princess, it is nonetheless the Emperor's first offspring, a grand princess at that. Such a status will surely grant her a superior treatment, one that can only improve. And you, as her mother, shall benefit as well. Simply focus on nurturing your pregnancy and provide me with a little imperial grandson, the Empress Dowager advised, signaling for Jianmei to serve Lu Yuyan a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Though the Empress Dowager longed for a plump little boy, such matters were left to fate, and could not be forced. Regardless, she would finally be able to embrace a grandchild. Empress Dowager, I have considered it. Whether boy or girl, it matters not. As long as Yenna receives the love of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, she shall be content, Lu Yuyan replied, setting the porridge aside while she spoke this way. Her heart held a different sentiment. What use is a daughter? How could the position of Empress benefit me? A son would be far better. I could rely on him for my later years. Sheepy, you are still young. You will bear an imperial son in due time, the Empress Dowager reassured her, fully aware that destiny had not yet aligned for this occasion, but she could sense the thoughts lurking within Lu Yuyan's heart. At that moment, Xiao Chang'e entered the dining hall, glancing at Lu Yuyan's belly, her own thoughts drifting to her situation. A sense of sorrow washed over her, yet as she considered that Lu Yuyan's child would soon arrive, she could view it as her own, nurturing it and watching it grow up safely. This thought brought a smile to her face, one she did not even realize she wore. However, in Lu Yuyan's eyes, it appeared as though she was mocking her for bearing a daughter rather than a little prince. Empress Dowager, may you enjoy eternal peace, Xiao Chang'e greeted as she approached the Empress Dowager, performing a respectful bow. Yet, as she rose, Darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and dizziness overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Fortunately, Yu was quick to catch her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. What has happened to this girl? Jianmei, quickly fetch the physician for Yiping, the Empress Dowager instructed, urging Yu to support Xiao Chang onto a soft couch, waiting for Jianmei to bring the physician. What ails her? Lu Yuyan observed the Empress Dowager's concern for Xiao Chang'e with displeasure. Just moments ago, she had been the one to curry the Empress Dowager's favor, and now the Empress Dowager's attention had shifted to Xiao Chang'e. Before long, the physician arrived, none other than the esteemed Lu Tai. Your humble servant greets the Empress Dowager and Lady Yiping respectfully. Dr. Lu is the oldest and most skilled physician in the palace, designated by the Emperor to serve exclusively as the imperial physician for the Empress Dowager. Dr. Lu, no need for formalities, quickly come and examine what ails concubine E, the Empress Dowager said. Though her face betrayed little urgency, her heart was quite anxious, for she held a deep fondness for this Xiao Qiangu. Yu placed a handkerchief on Xiao Qianji's wrist as Dr. Lu stepped forward to take her pulse. Liu Yan, witnessing the arrival of the imperial physician meant for the Empress Dowager, felt an intensified resentment towards Xiao Qiangu. Anger simmered within her, leaving her with no outlet. She could only twist the handkerchief in her hands until it lost its shape. Huang Xing'er, noticing her young mistress's agitation, gently took the handkerchief from Liu Yan's grasp. Huang Xing'er understood the depth of her young mistress's discontent. Yet this was before the Empress Dowager, although the Empress Dowager was focused on Xiao Qiangu. Aunt Jianmei was still present, observing. Should Aunt Jianmei notice Liu Yan's behavior and report it to the Empress Dowager, the facade of her mistress would be shattered. Reluctantly, Liu Yan had to hold her tongue and feign concern. Inquiring of Dr. Lu, what is wrong with concubine? Very well, Jianmei, please escort Dr. Lu Yu. Ensure you take good care of your mistress, the Empress Dowager instructed. As her words faded, Xiao Qiangu began to stir awake. Your Majesty, I apologize for the trouble I have caused. I simply did not sleep well last night, so there is no need to trouble the physician for medicine, she said. Yu helped Xiao Qiangu sit up, and she attempted to rise from the bed. Your Majesty, I have delayed your breakfast. Upon seeing Xiao Qianji's intent to get up, the Empress Dowager stepped forward to gently press her hand on Xiao Qianji's shoulder. Dr. Lu is still here, she reminded. The Empress Dowager had instructed Jianmei to see Dr. Lu off and had also asked him to prepare several prescriptions for Liu Yan to ensure her well-being during her pregnancy. My lady, did you have another nightmare last night? Yu inquired cautiously. Xiao Qiangu shook her head, admitting that she had not experienced the same dreadful dreams as before, though the words of the stargazing master haunted her. Preventing her from finding rest, Yu took the kanji outside, planning to bring it back once her mistress awakened. Quietly, she left the room and closed the door behind her. Rest well, my lady, she whispered with a smile. As noon approached, Yu pondered whether to wake her mistress. If I do wake her, I might disturb her rest. If I do not, she has yet to eat breakfast and cannot skip lunch as well. She must be starving by now. While Yu deliberated at the door, Xiao Qiangu emerged, having pushed it open. My lady, you are awake. The food is warming in the small kitchen. I shall fetch it for you now, she exclaimed, about to dash off before Xiao Qiangu could respond. Chapter 69. Drawing the tiger from its mountain. At that moment, a light rain began to fall outside. Xiao Qiangu gazed at the drizzle. Lost in thought after lunch, she settled by the window, staring blankly at the rain. My lady, it is raining. Be careful not to catch a chill, Yu warned, draping a cloak over Xiao Qianji's shoulders and preparing to close the window. It is quite all right, Xiao Qiangu replied, gently halting her hand. The air is too stuffy inside, and the rain is light. I shall visit Xipin shortly. My lady, there are some things I cannot hold back, Yu confessed, fidgeting with her clothing. Noticing Yu's unease, Xiao Qiangu patted her shoulder. She understood that Yu wished to voice her concerns, but such words could not be uttered so freely in the palace, where rumors abound and missteps could lead to dire consequences. Yu, I know you mean well, but you must restrain yourself. Life in the palace is not the same as at the Onping Wangfu. The repercussions of our words differ greatly. If an inattentive person hears us, it is one thing, but if someone with ulterior motives does, it could spell disaster for both of us. Having made her point clear, Xiao Qiangu saw Yu nod in understanding. Now let us go see Xipin, she suggested. Yu adjusted Xiao Qianji's attire and took up an umbrella, opening it to shield her from the rain. At that moment, Zhang Yinghai, in service to Suwan Air, arrived at Xiao Qianji's quarters. Concubine E, my esteemed imperial concubine requests your presence to discuss some matters of intimacy, he announced, bowing respectfully. Since the esteemed concubine Su has requested me, I must oblige. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, Xiao Qiangu replied, a gentle smile gracing her face as she maintained her composure. With Zhang Yinghai leading the way, Xiao Qiangu and He Yu followed behind, the three of them walking at a leisurely pace, appearing quite ordinary. Yet, Xiao Qiangu sensed that Su Wan-er's desire to speak with her was anything but simple. A nagging feeling that something was amiss lingered in her mind. Before long, they arrived at Yikuan Palace. Zhang Yinghai ushered Xiao Qiangu and He Yu inside, where Su Wan-er had been waiting for some time. Your Highness, good fortune, Xiao Qiangu greeted as she began to bow, but Su Wan-er stood to assist her. Sister, no need for such formalities. You have been working hard these past few days. You must take time to rest, she said, guiding Xiao Qiangu to sit beside her on the soft couch. Your Highness, I have been entrusted by the Empress Dowager to ensure concubine Xi's well-being. It has not been too laborious, Xiao Qiangu replied, donning her customary smile. The two exchanged trivial pleasantries for quite some time. My lady, what would you like for dinner tonight? I can prepare it in advance. Zhang Yinghai inquired as he entered the room. Sister, why not stay here in Yikuan Palace for dinner tonight? Su Wan-er proposed. Turning to Xiao Qian, my lady, He Yu began to speak. But Xiao Qiangu discreetly tugged at her sleeve and smiled at Su Wan-er. If you do not mind, sister, you may join me at Xinang Palace for dinner with concubine Xi. Then if that is the case, since you need to attend to the pregnant concubine Xi, I shall not keep you, Su Wan-er replied, signaling Zhang Yinghai with a wave. Zhang Yinghai, please escort concubine Yi. Of course, concubine Yi, he said, stepping forward to bow and gesture for her to proceed. Xiao Qiangu returned the gesture before stepping outside. Concubine Yi, I shall see you to this point, Zhang Yinghai said as he escorted her to the palace gates, where he took his leave to prepare dinner for his own lady. Hastening to Lu Yuyan's quarters, Xiao Qiangu inquired with Huang Xing'er whether Lu Yuyan had consumed anything recently. Huang Xing'er informed her that Su Guifei had sent over some black-bone chicken soup, which was placed in the small kitchen. Xiao Qiangu inspected Lu Yuyan's provisions and noticed something amiss. Sure enough, Su Wan-er had summoned Xiao Qiangu away, only to send something to Lu Yuyan while tampering with her supplies. Xiao Qiangu discovered that the chopsticks were tainted with poison. Yet, she could not ascertain whether Lu Yuyan had used them or not. Regardless, she decided to collect them and have a physician examine the poison. He Yu struggled to keep up with Xiao Qianji's frantic pace and soon bumped into Aunt Jianmei, who was close to the Empress Dowager. Aunt Jianmei, He Yu greeted, preparing to depart. Where is your lady? Jianmei asked, holding He Yu back. That I do not know. I am searching for her, He Yu replied. Shaking her head, having lost sight of her mistress in the rush, you must find her quickly. The Empress Dowager has matters to discuss with her, Jianmei urged before departing. Just then, Xiao Qiangu caught up with He Yu, who informed her that the Empress Dowager was seeking her. Thus, they made their way to the Empress Dowager's quarters, where she had been waiting for some time. Concubine Yi, how does the Emperor treat you? When will you help our royal family expand? The Empress Dowager asked as soon as Xiao Qiangu entered, grasping her hand and inquiring when she might bear a child for the Emperor. Your Majesty, how could I possibly accomplish such a thing alone? Even if I wished to give birth, it would depend on the Emperor's consent, Xiao Qiangu replied, feeling a pang of sadness at the mention of such matters, recalling the child she had lost in her past life. Yet, she could not allow her sorrow to surface. Moreover, concubine Xi was currently pregnant, and the child she bore was a girl. How could she inherit the throne? The Empress Dowager's expression turned serious at this juncture. As they exchanged laughter and conversation, neither noticed the figure standing outside the window, none other than Huang Xing'er, who served Lu Yuyan. A Xing'er, what should I do? What should I do? Why am I with child with a girl? What will I do in the future? Lu Yuyan lamented, her mind flooded with images of Xiao Qiangu giving birth to a boy, gaining favor and love from the emperor, while she, with a daughter, would face ridicule from others. Overwhelmed by such thoughts, Lu Yuyan faltered. My lady, please do not panic. Perhaps we should seek out Su Guifei, Huang Xing'er suggested, moving to support Lu Yuyan. Yes. Let us find Su Guifei. She will surely help me, Lu Yuyan stammered, trembling as Huang Xing'er guided her to sit upon the soft couch. Your Majesty, concubine Xi has arrived, Jianmei announced, entering with news that concubine Xi seemed anxious. At that moment, Xiao Qiangu had yet to leave, still conversing with the Empress Dowager. Quickly, let her in, the Empress Dowager beckoned Jianmei, signaling her to assist concubine Xi's entrance with care. Lu Yuyan stepped in, supported by Huang Xing'er and Jianmei, bowing respectfully before the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, Yanyan is quite comfortable here. Before Lu Yuyan could finish her words, the Empress Dowager interjected, if you are indeed so comfortable, why then contemplate moving out? Is my vast Xinang palace not superior to your modest Jingqing court? The Empress Dowager expressed her discontent with Lu Yuyan's intention to relocate. Your Sinang Palace certainly surpasses my humble Jingqing court, Lu Yuyan cautiously fabricated. Wary of revealing any inconsistencies, she felt a pang of guilt for burdening Sister Epine. And her heart weighed heavy with remorse suddenly. She recalled her recent treatment of Xiao Qianga. If Xiao Qianga were to disclose how Lu Yuyan had treated her, it would indeed be akin to lifting a stone only to crush her own foot. Stealing furtive glances at Xiao Qianga, she noticed no inclination to speak, and she quietly exhaled, believing she had successfully concealed her deceit. Unbeknownst to her, her words were riddled with contradictions, and Xiao Qianga too was pondering why Lu Yuyan had suddenly decided to leave Sinang Palace. Finding no fault in her statements. Chapter 70. Su Xiner's pregnancy. Xiao Qianga recalled the child she had lost in her previous life, unaware of whether it had been a boy or a girl. In comparison to her former self, Lu Yuyan's current situation seemed preferable. After lunch that day, Lu Yuyan, accompanied by her maid Huang Xinger, proceeded to Ikuan Palace as His Highness the concubine resting at this moment. Upon reaching Ikuan Palace's entrance, they encountered Zhang Gonggong, who was about to exit. It is consort she. Zhang Gonggong exclaimed. Recognizing Lu Yuyan and Huang Xinger. My mistress is currently napping, he added, noticing a hint of regret on Lu Yuyan's face. However, my mistress has instructed me that if consort she arrives, I am to escort her inside. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Gonggong, Lu Yuyan replied, following Zhang Gonggong into Ikuan Palace. The early autumn air in Ikuan Palace possessed a unique charm. With intricately arranged rockeries and towering sycamore trees, the leaves of the sycamore were gradually turning a beautiful golden hue. Soon, they arrived at Su Wanner's chamber. Mistress, consort she has arrived, Zhang Gonggong announced softly near Su Wanner's resting couch. Consort she, you have come. Su Wanner stirred awake, blinking her eyes upon closer inspection. Lu Yuyan noted that Su Wanner's eyes sparkled with vitality, appearing delicate yet concealing sinister schemes within. Sister, I apologize for interrupting your rest, Lu Yuyan said, bowing respectfully. Consort she, you are with child now. Such formalities are unnecessary, Su Wanner replied, rising from her couch to assist Lu Yuyan, a fleeting smirk of triumph crossing her face before dissolving into a gentle smile. Do take good care of the child in your womb. Though she is a little princess, she is still the emperor's first offspring. Huang Xinger, standing beside Lu Yuyan, observed the exchange with growing skepticism. Sister, do you recall what the astrologer said that day? Lu Yuyan inquired, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. The astrologer mentioned that the imperial star remains unmoved, and that the heavenly secrets must not be revealed. All is destined by fate, sister. There is no need for us to feel indebted to one another. We are both subjects of the emperor, and this child is also the emperor's. Su Wanner gently patted Lu Yuyan's hand, her expression warm and approachable. Is this your way of forgiving me? Lu Yuyan smiled through her tears, her previous shadows of sorrow dissipating, replaced by unexpected joy. What do you mean by forgiveness, dear sister? Su Wanner skillfully played the part of a devoted sister. After soothing Lu Yuyan's emotions, the two departed Ikuan Palace, while Su Wanner summoned Zhang Gonggong. Zhang Gonggong, Su Wanner rose from the couch, prepare to fetch the astrologer for me. To her dismay, Zhang Gonggong could not locate the astrologer, as if he had vanished into thin air. You couldn't find him? Useless. You cannot accomplish anything. Su Wanner fumed upon hearing of Zhang Gonggong's failure. Go. Search thoroughly, even if you must dig 3 feet into the ground. With a kick, she sent Zhang Gonggong tumbling to the floor. Yes, yes, he stammered, scrambling away in a fit of rage. Su Wanner hurled everything off the table. Though this did little to quell her fury, her once vibrant eyes now burned with indignation, threatening to ignite the very palace itself. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, autumn deepened. The leaves turned a desolate yellow. Some already fallen, while the maple leaves blazed crimson, adding a striking beauty to the season. Indeed, it was said, the frost-kissed leaves rival the blossoms of February. The sight of the fiery maples brought an air of festivity, heralding joyous news for the Omping Wangfu's Yushiner, newly wed to the Omping prince, soon found herself with child, prompting a notable shift in the princess's attitude toward her. Initially harboring biases against Su Xiner's status, the princess now set aside her prejudices, urging Su Xiner to care for her health and instructing her maid to attend to her needs, even assigning several new handmaids to assist her. The princess's attentions left Su Xiner both startled and pleased, relishing the newfound favor, especially after having once faced disdain for her illegitimate status. Both the princess and Su Xiner harbored their own thoughts while wearing smiles of joy over this development. Soon word of this news spread throughout the imperial palace, creating a ripple effect of excitement as everyone speculated on the fortune of the Omping prince's consort, Su Xiner, and the affection showered upon her by the heir. The concubines of the harem engaged in hushed discussions, hoping to share in Su Xiner's good fortune. This news inevitably reached Sinang Palace, prompting the Empress Dowager to summon Jianmei to fetch Su Waner. Your Majesty, Su Guofei has arrived, Jianmei announced as she brought Su Waner before the Empress Dowager. Greetings, Your Majesty, Su Waner bowed, and the Empress Dowager beckoned her to sit beside her. My dear Waner, look at your sister. She's scarcely married to Jin Yan and already carries his child. The Empress Dowager grasped Su Waner's hand, her aging fingers surprisingly well maintained as Su Waner held the Empress Dowager's hand. Lost in thought, Your Majesty. Su Waner hesitated, unsure of what to say. One must strive for their aspirations even in the simplest of endeavors. You and the Emperor should work diligently, learning from your sister Su Xiner to bear him a son soon so that I may cradle my grandson. Speaking of the little prince, the Empress Dowager's thoughts drifted to Lu Yuyan's unborn child. Acknowledging that while it would be a grandson, it was ultimately a girl. As dawn broke, chaos erupted in Sinang Palace. Lu Yuyan's chamber was filled with commotion. Xinger, what are you still doing? Hurry and summon the physician. Xiao Qianga, alerted by the noise, quickly donned her attire and rushed to Lu Yuyan's chamber. Realizing that Lu Yuyan was in labor earlier than anticipated, the palace was in disarray. Even the Empress Dowager was roused. Accompanied by Jianmei, she hastened to Lu Yuyan's side. Heart aching at the sight of her suffering Xiao girl, quickly prepare hot water, scissors and clean cloths for the midwife's arrival, the Empress Dowager instructed, noticing Xiao Qianga's anxiety. After all, childbirth cannot be dismissed at will. Do well to bring forth a little prince for me. Your Majesty, Yan'an is in great pain. She wishes to avoid childbirth. Lu Yuyan cried out, clutching her belly in agony. Beads of sweat dotting her brow. A nearby maid hurried to wipe her brow, exchanging damp cloths repeatedly. Consort she, please endure. The physician and midwife will arrive shortly. Childbirth cannot simply be negated at your whim. Do bear a child for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, witnessing Lu Yuyan's distress, felt a surge of urgency. Jianmei, go check on the physician's whereabouts. Yes, Your Majesty. With a swift stride, Jianmei hurriedly exited, and upon reaching the entrance of the palace, she spotted Xinger carrying a medicine box. Accompanied by the imperial physician and the midwife, Jianmei turned to the Empress Dowager, announcing, the people have arrived. Your Majesty, I offer my respects to Your Majesty and Lady Shi. The imperial physician Li was about to kneel and salute when Xiao Qianga grasped his arm, urging, what are you waiting for? Quickly attend to Lady Shi. Xiao Qianga instructed He to take a young palace maid to prepare the necessary items. As she rushed over, despite her discord with Lu Yuyan, she genuinely hoped for Lu Yuyan's safe delivery of this child. She wished for Lu Yuyan to successfully bring forth the child and to offer her blessings. Li, the physician, took Lu Yuyan's pulse, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. Li, how is Lady Shi? Is she facing any complications? The voice of Su Guofei echoed as she entered, heralding her presence before her figure was seen. By this time, preparations had commenced on Xiao Qianga's side, and the midwife was readying herself to assist in the delivery. As time elapsed, the amniotic fluid flowing from Lu Yuyan increased significantly. The midwife, unable to remove Lady Shi's garments in due time, resorted to using scissors. Lu Yuyan's clothes were drenched in sweat, biting down on a cloth, her hands gripping Xinger tightly. Xinger's arms were turning red from the grip, and Lu Yuyan sensed the imminent arrival of the child. Just as Lu Yuyan felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain, a clear, infantile cry pierced the air. At that moment, Jin also arrived. Hearing the sound of his child's cries, the midwife cleaned the newborn, swaddled her, and presented her to Jin, exclaiming, congratulations, Your Majesty, it is a princess. Upon hearing that it was a princess, Su Waner breathed a sigh of relief. Jin took the child from the midwife, gazing at the swaddled infant, whose tiny face was wrinkled and flushed. He reflected on the fact that this was his first child, and memories of his lost child with Feng Qinghuang flooded his mind. Ruyu, shall we call her Ruyu? Little Ruyu, oh little Ruyu. Jin cradled the little princess, his face beaming with the joy of a first-time father. He could not articulate his feelings clearly, but he was undeniably elated. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager approached to admire the little princess, presenting her with a string of prayer beads she had prepared in advance. While everyone celebrated the birth of little Ruyu, Lu Yuyan quietly wept beneath the covers, lamenting the fact that she had given birth to a daughter. The thought of her own dismal future made tears flow endlessly. No one noticed Lu Yuyan's silent sobs under the blanket. All attention was focused on the newly born little Ruyu. The following day, Xiao Qianga visited Jingfang Garden to see Ruyu, who was adorably rosy. The concubines also came to admire little Ruyu, finding her exquisitely charming. The little girl was irresistibly cute, and the concubines took turns to amuse her, eliciting giggles from the infant. Everyone praised Lady Shi for her fortune in bearing such a delightful child. While the atmosphere brimmed with joy over the princess's birth, Lu Yuyan remained sullen, wearing a face that suggested someone owed her money. She felt that the concubines were mocking her for having borne a daughter instead of a son, which only fueled her frustration. With a flick of her sleeve, Huang Xing'er assisted Lu Yuyan into her chamber. After Lu Yuyan gave birth to Ruyu, Yingjin began visiting Jingqing Garden daily to check on his newborn daughter, often staying for a considerable time. Ruyu, my little Ruyu. Yingjin doted on the child, coming over to play with her each day. The bond of blood was remarkable. Whenever the wet nurse struggled to soothe Ruyu, her cries would cease upon Yingjin's arrival. When cradled in his arms, Ruyu would giggle, grasping his finger with her tiny hand, which was so small it could barely encircle one of Yingjin's fingers. This tender moment stirred a pang in Yingjin's heart, invoking memories of his lost child with Feng Qinghuang. Overwhelmed by emotion, he handed Ruyu back to the wet nurse and departed. Lu Yuyan's discontent led her to refuse to hold Ruyu. Regardless of the baby's cries, she would not embrace her. The wet nurse was left to comfort Ruyu, and once settled, it was still the wet nurse who held the child, as Lu Yuyan showed her no affection. Yingjin soon learned of this situation, realizing that she was neglecting Ruyu. This prompted a decision within him. He made his way to Ikuan Palace to consult with Su Wan'er. His Majesty approaches. Sheng Fuchuan announced with his sharp voice, notifying those in Ikuan Palace. Upon hearing his voice, Su Wan'er swiftly descended from the soft couch, accompanied by Zhang Yinghai to greet Yingjin. I offer my respects to your Majesty. Su Wan'er inclined slightly forward, performing a standard courtesy. Dear consort, please rise quickly. Yingjin stepped forward to assist Su Wan'er, and they entered her quarters together. Once seated, Yingjin wasted no time in expressing his intentions. I have a matter to trouble you with, my beloved consort. His serious demeanor prompted Su Wan'er to listen intently. There is no need for such formality between us, Your Majesty, she replied, though her heart was tumultuous. I fear that Lu Yuyan may not fulfill her role as a mother adequately, and I would like you to keep an eye on her for me. If necessary, I may have to find someone else to care for Ruyu. Yingjin's brow lightly furrowed as he spoke. Your Majesty, that is unwarranted, Su Wan'er replied with a gentle smile, which reminded Yingjin of Xiao Qiang'a, who often wore a soft smile. He thought to himself that he had not visited Xiao Qiang'a in several days. After discussing matters with Su Wan'er, he would head to Jingfang Garden. Your Majesty, why not allow me to raise her? Su Wan'er suggested upon seeing Yingjin smile. I find that inappropriate, my dear consort. We will have our own children in the future. Yingjin declined her proposition. After a brief exchange about Ruyu's upcoming full moon celebration, Yingjin requested Su Wan'er to oversee Lu Yuyan closely to prevent any mishaps. With that, he took his leave from Ikuan Palace. Su Wan'er called upon Zhang Yinghai. Whispering a few words into his ear, he nodded in understanding, and she instructed him to depart. Seated on the soft couch, Su Wan'er's smile deepened. My lady, concubine Rong has arrived, Yu announced as she hurried into Xiao Qiang'a's chamber. Understood. Xiao Qiang'a rose from the couch, adjusting her disheveled attire before stepping out to welcome concubine Rong. Sister Rong, what brings you here at this hour? Xiao Qiang'a inquired as they settled on the soft couch. Isn't the princess's full moon approaching? I wish to inquire about the preparations for the celebration. Concubine Rong's expression bore a hint of concern. Indeed, preparing for the full moon celebration is quite a task. Lady Shi is not particularly pleased about having given birth to a daughter, thus selecting a gift is quite challenging. As Xiao Qiang'a spoke, she glanced toward the direction of Jingqing Garden, shaking her head. I too am uncertain about what to prepare. Concubine Rong sighed. Though a girl has been born, the emperor has not diminished his visits to Jingqing Garden. What reason does she have to be unhappy? Sister, you may not be aware, but although the emperor does not visit daily, he always goes to see the princess. Lady Shi has never favored this little princess, and the emperor's lack of inquiry regarding her only exacerbates her displeasure, Xiao Qiang'a explained. Concubine Rong nodded in understanding. I see. But still, I have yet to decide on an appropriate gift. Sister, what if we present the princess with a pair of longevity locks? One made of gold and the other of silver. Xiao Qiang'a suddenly recalled the longevity locks she had prepared for her own child in her past life, feeling a pang of pity for her lost child. However, she believed that gifting such locks to Lu Yuan's Ruyu would be most fitting. Longevity locks? That sounds delightful. Concubine Rong smiled. It's fortunate to have a childhood friend like you to assist in selecting gifts. Xiao Qiang'a chuckled. Childhood friends? If only you knew how the original Xiao Qiang'a met her end, you might not say such things. Once the decision was made regarding the gift for the princess's full moon celebration, Concubine Rong took her leave. The gift for the princess's celebration arrived swiftly. That morning, Xiao Chang'e was jolted awake by a piercing scream emanating from Jingqing Garden, the voice unmistakably belonging to Lu Yuyan. Curious about the commotion, she called for He Yu and made her way to Jingqing Garden later that day. Upon her arrival, she found numerous concubines already present. Yet Lu Yuyan did not make an appearance to host. Instead, she instructed the wet nurse to bring Ruyu out to greet the guests while she hid behind the curtains, refusing to show herself. Witnessing Lu Yuyan's behavior, Xiao Chang'e felt a deep sympathy for Ruyu, who had done nothing wrong, yet was treated so poorly. As Xiao Chang'e took Ruyu from the wet nurse, the little princess beamed with joy. This little princess truly shares a bond with Lady Yi, remarked Suyi, known for her candidness. Indeed, look how happy she is, responded Li Daying. Both had attended Xiao Chang'e's school and remembered how Xiao Chang'e had facilitated their encounters with the emperor. Especially for Li Daying, who had risen in status after a visit to Xiao Chang'e's school. In her heart, she naturally felt a deep gratitude towards Xiao Chang'e. Had it not been for her, she might have lived a lifetime without ever encountering the emperor. After some time had passed, Lu Yuyan prepared to take the Princess Ruyu to the Xinang Palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Accompanied by Ruyu to greet her, the concubines also followed suit. Chapter 72. Personally making a swing. When Lu Yuyan emerged, Xiao Chang'e noticed that her face was heavily adorned with powder, perhaps due to postpartum issues that had caused her complexion to suffer. Was this the reason she shied away from public view? Or perhaps she applied extra powder to present herself more favorably before the Empress Dowager? This thought suddenly reminded Xiao Chang'e of the poisonous substance on the chopsticks from earlier. She realized that today she must ascertain the identity of that poison. Lu Yuyan, carrying Princess Ruyu, made her way to the Empress Dowager's Xinang Palace, followed by the concubines to pay their respects. Su Wan'er and Ying Jin had arrived early at the Xinang Palace. Your servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Imperial Concubine. May the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Imperial Concubine enjoy long life and peace. Lu Yuyan offered her greetings to the Empress Dowager, Ying Jin, and Su Wan'er in turn. The wet nurse, holding Princess Ruyu, also bowed to the Empress Dowager, Ying Jin, and Su Wan'er. After all the concubines had paid their respects, the Empress Dowager hosted a banquet to celebrate Princess Ruyu's full moon. The feast, everyone gathered joyously, raising their cups in unison. Songs and dances filled the air, creating a scene of unrestrained merriment. Shi Pin, come. Bring my little granddaughter to me, I wish to see her closely. The Empress Dowager beckoned Lu Yuyan to seat herself beside her with the princess. Yes, your majesty. The wet nurse then presented Princess Ruyu to Lu Yuyan, who took her from the nurse's arms and walked towards the Empress Dowager. However, since Lu Yuyan had little experience holding a child, she struggled to cradle Ruyu properly. This did not escape the keen eyes of the Empress Dowager, who furrowed her brows, clearly displeased with Lu Yuyan's lack of maternal skills. Yet, being the occasion of the princess's full moon banquet, the Empress Dowager refrained from expressing her dissatisfaction openly, deciding instead to address it after the festivities. The banquet commenced with the concubines presenting gifts to Princess Ruyu. Gifts varied from silver bracelets to silver pendants. Su Wan'er presented a specially crafted wooden cradle. Observing the gifts from the other concubines, Lu Yuyan felt discontented with their quality, which was reflected in her expression. Bound by the presence of the Empress Dowager and Ying Jin, she could not voice her discontent. Upon seeing Su Wan'er's gift, she grasped Su Wan'er's hand and remarked, "What a unique gift." "Thank you, dear sister, for your thoughtfulness, though it was merely a small effort," Su Wan'er replied, subtly withdrawing her hand. Following Su Wan'er was Xiao Chang'e, who gifted a pair of longevity locks. Neither large nor small, the locks bore intricate patterns and inscribed with the characters for wealth and longevity, symbolizing Xiao Chang'e's hopes for the little Ruyu. Upon noticing the longevity locks presented by Xiao Chang'e, Lu Yuyan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Ying Jin observed everything, his brows knitting together in response. At that moment, Su Wan'er discreetly instructed Zhang Yinghai to inform Huang Xing'er to relay a message to Lu Yuyan, suggesting she visit her in the Ikuan Palace after the banquet. The festivities continued with an air of liveliness, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments resounding throughout, with cups clinking and laughter echoing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, it was evident to the discerning that the attendees were all rather bored, exchanging only perfunctory pleasantries, as the familiar revelry of song and dance, though delightful, had become mundane in the palace. "Shi Pin, you must take care," Su Wan'er warned as they reached the entrance of Ikuan Palace. "The emperor is rather displeased with your attitude towards Princess Ruyu's sister. You know well that Ruyu is but a daughter. In the future, she will not be of much help to me. Besides, I have lost my former beauty. It seems I can no longer vie for favor," Lu Yuyan lamented, her voice thick with emotion. "Let us set aside the fact that she is a daughter. She is still young and surely I will have another child at Shi Pin. Take a look at Yi Pin and learn from her, Su Wan'er urged. Taking Lu Yuyan's hand with earnestness, the weight of Su Wan'er's words struck Lu Yuyan, illuminating her thoughts. After bidding farewell to Su Wan'er, Lu Yuyan departed Ikuan Palace. Henceforth, she frequently brought Princess Ruyu to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Mirroring how she had previously attended to the late Princess Consort, Lu Yuyan endeared herself to the Empress Dowager, who found great delight in her presence. Your Majesty, look at Ruyu. She smiles the moment she sees you. Surely, she must be quite fond of you, Lu Yuyan cooed, cradling Ruyu in her arms. The Empress Dowager watched with satisfaction, for after all, Ruyu was her grandchild. Lu Yuyan's daily visits with the princess brought increasing joy to the Empress Dowager, to the point where she forgot to admonish Xiao Chang'e. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang'e, relieved from the frequent summons of the Empress Dowager, found herself at ease yet somewhat bored, unsure of how to occupy her time. As autumn had now arrived, Xiao Chang'e mused, indeed. It is autumn now. Sitting at a table in the courtyard, she felt a sense of restlessness. Yes, my lady, it is indeed autumn, remarked, sensing something amiss. What troubles you? It is autumn. We should make a swing. With this exclamation, Xiao Chang'e sprang to her feet. Prepare the ink and paper. I have some things to write down. Once we have everything, we can begin crafting the swing. The thought of the completed swing filled her with delight. Once had gathered the materials, Xiao Chang'e began to jot down what was required. Took the list and dashed out to procure the items. If we lack anything, how can we make a swing? When all the items were finally organized, Xiao Chang'e eagerly set to work herself. My lady, you cannot possibly do this yourself, exclaimed, rushing to stop her. Such tasks can be entrusted to the eunuchs. Please allow me to do this myself. It will give me a sense of accomplishment, Xiao Chang'e insisted, gripping Yu's shoulders. My lady, Yu cried. Standing firmly in front of her, blocking her path. Step aside, Xiao Chang'e urged, frustrated that such a delightful endeavor was being obstructed. My lady, why must you insist on doing this yourself? We could easily delegate this task. Yu replied, realizing her resistance was futile. Consider how long it will take to summon them. Surely you wouldn't have me fetch them myself. As Yu relaxed, Xiao Chang'e skillfully lured her into her plan. Indeed, my lady, you could simply instruct me, Yu replied, unwittingly stepping into the trap Xiao Chang'e had laid. Fetching others will waste time. It would be better for us to do it ourselves, wouldn't it? Xiao Chang'e continued, weaving her persuasive argument. That does seem reasonable. Yu found herself ensnared in the logic. Then let us do it ourselves. With that, Xiao Chang'e took Yu's hand and led her to the materials for the swing. The two began their labor, and although the swing was quite a substantial undertaking, they toiled diligently until it was finally erected. Xiao Chang'e beamed with joy, laughing like a child. As she sat on the swing she had crafted, she was interrupted by an announcement that Jin had arrived. Xiao Chang'e promptly dismounted, with Yu supporting her as they approached. Long live the emperor, Xiao Chang'e greeted Jin with a bow. My beloved, there is no need for formalities, Jin replied, stepping closer to assist her. Noticing a faint flush on her cheeks and beads of sweat on her forehead, he took out his handkerchief to wipe her brow. This simple gesture sent a thrill through Xiao Chang'e's heart. After tending to her, Jin gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. With this, Shang Fuchuan and Yu discreetly withdrew. This tender action left Xiao Chang'e momentarily dazed. As she collected herself, Jin's gaze fell upon the newly erected swing in her courtyard, piquing his curiosity. Qiangu, come, take a seat. I shall push you, he urged, inviting her to sit upon the swing while he prepared to give her a gentle push. My emperor, you mustn't trouble yourself with such trivialities, Xiao Chang'e protested, hastily stepping down. Qiangu, we are husband and wife. Such playful interactions are part of our bond, Jin insisted, guiding her back onto the swing. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, and as he pushed her higher and higher, she felt no fear. Time slipped away as they enjoyed each other's company, and Xiao Chang'e couldn't help but reminisce about the peaceful afternoons they had shared in their previous lives, which had become a rare treasure. Lost in thought, Xiao Chang'e recalled the sorrowful events that had troubled her. She shook her head on the swing, wishing it could remain like this forever, time serene and free of worries. Chapter 73, Amusement. Your Majesty, might you stay in Jingfang Garden tonight? Xiao Chang'e suggested, inviting Jin to join her for dinner. Certainly. Jin was momentarily taken aback by her request. It was the first time she had asked him to stay. Previously, she had always sent him off to other concubines, but this time, her words compelled him to agree. After his acquiescence, Xiao Chang'e halted the swing, and before she could dismount, Jin had already swooped in to lift her into his arms. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Put me down. Xiao Chang'e was taken by surprise by his sudden embrace and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Qiange, you are mine. Am I not allowed to hold you? Ing Jin raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening as he watched Xiao Chang'e nestle into his chest. Upon reaching Xiao Chang'e's chamber, she instructed Ing Jin to wait while she prepared dinner in the small kitchen. Once the meal was ready, Ing Jin took a few bites and found the flavors delightful, which whetted his appetite further as they lay in bed. Ing Jin asked, when will I be able to touch you? Your Majesty, just wait until my coming-of-age ceremony is over. Xiao Chang'e pondered for a moment at that time. You must promise to give me a little prince. A gentle smile graced Ing Jin's lips. Though the darkness obscured Xiao Chang'e's view of it, there will surely be one, he assured her. With that, Xiao Chang'e turned over, facing inward. Ing Jin's hands began to wander restlessly. Weren't you the one who said? Xiao Chang'e playfully chided him, but before she could finish, she realized he was merely holding her. Do not speak. Let me hold you for a while. He tightened his embrace. Xiao Chang'e ceased her objections and surrendered to his warmth. They remained entwined throughout the night. The following morning, Ing Jin awoke early, quietly gazing at the petite woman nestled in his arms. Xiao Chang'e's rosy lips moved slightly as she murmured in her sleep. Intrigued, Ing Jin leaned in closer to catch her words, only to find his ear brushing against her soft lips. A sensation that sent him into a frenzy. He began to tenderly kiss her forehead, gradually descending to her brows, eyelids, cheeks, and finally her nose, each kiss feather-light, as if he feared that any greater pressure would shatter the moment soon. His lips found hers, yielding the same soft, sweet taste. Xiao Chang'e, initially lost in a deep slumber, was stirred by the gentle touches against her face. As Ing Jin's lips met hers, she slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of his enlarged face hovering above. Startled, she widened her eyes, witnessing Ing Jin's rapturous kisses upon her lips. With a sudden push, she sat up, her face flushed and her lips slightly swollen. Ing Jin, caught in a moment of bliss, felt a pang of regret at being interrupted. Her sweetness lingered on his lips. Qiange, did you indulge in something sweet last night? Ing Jin teased, his gaze fixed upon her, watching as her cheeks deepened in crimson. Then why is your mouth so sweet? He continued, now also sitting up. Let me enjoy this moment, he added, unable to resist the charm of her presence. Xiao Chang'e fell silent, unsure of how to respond, feeling that any words might entrap her further. Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court. Just then, Shang Fuquan's voice broke the tension, reminding Ing Jin of his duties. Relinquishing his playful banter with Xiao Chang'e, Ing Jin rose from the bed. Preparing to summon his attendants outside, however, she stopped him and began dressing him herself, just as the servants entered with his morning necessities. My beloved, let the servants handle these tasks. You should rest a bit longer, Ing Jin suggested as he watched her busily tending to his attire. Did you not say yesterday that this is the intimacy of a married couple? Xiao Chang'e raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze. Ing Jin chuckled, allowing her to continue. Xiao Chang'e soon finished, and Ing Jin departed Jingfang Garden for the Golden Luan Hall. Once he left, Xiao Chang'e leaned against the bed, reminiscing about their past mornings spent in idle conversation. Feeling a pang of melancholy, news traveled swiftly within the palace, especially across from Jingfang Garden to Jingqing Garden. It wasn't long before Lu Yuyan learned that Ing Jin had accompanied Xiao Chang'e on the swing. Xiao Chang'e! Xiao Chang'e! How did I not notice it before? You are quite the seductress of the emperor. Lu Yuyan exclaimed in frustration, slamming her palm against the table. Milady, please lower your voice. If the emperor hears, he will surely be angered, Huang Xing'er cautioned gently. Why don't we create something unique in Jingqing Garden? Lu Yuyan proposed, lowering her voice. Milady, allow me to summon all the maids to brainstorm ideas, Huang Xing'er replied before leaving. Everyone halt! Come here, follow me to Our Lady, Huang Xing'er called out to the busy crowd outside. Before long, all had gathered. Our Lady wishes to embellish Jingqing Garden with some distinctive items. Oh, any of you have good suggestions? Huang Xing'er glanced at Lu Yuyan, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to relay the message. The crowd buzzed with ideas, yet none satisfied Lu Yuyan. Every suggestion was swiftly dismissed, and as Lu Yuyan herself lacked inspiration, they found themselves at an impasse. News of Xiao Chang'e's swing soon reached concubine Rong, who, eager to see it for herself, brought her maidservants to Jingfang Garden. Seated upon the swing, concubine Rong reminisced, back at my home there was a swing in the backyard. Indeed, I had one at my home as well, Xiao Chang'e began, but recalling her past at the Xiang residence, she fell silent. After exchanging pleasantries about recent events, Xiao Chang'e nodded, her heart echoing, come what may, I have nothing to regret. After lunch, with the sun shining brightly, Xiao Chang'e reclined on the swing, lazily basking in the warmth, unaware of the passage of time. Milling Jin gently assisted the Empress Dowager into her chair. However, what was it? Upon noticing Ing Jin's momentary hesitation, the Empress Dowager promptly inquired further. The mention of the late emperor stirred a sense of sorrow within her. Nevertheless, today was not a day for lamentation. They must first address the pressing matters at hand. Your Majesty, at this moment, this grieving widow can only ponder when you might bless me with a stout grandson. The Empress Dowager felt a fleeting pang of melancholy but swiftly cast it aside, throwing a playful glance at Ing Jin. Mother, such matters are beyond my control. Haha. With the topic of children broached, Ing Jin could only chastise himself for digging his own grave. The thought of children reminded him of the promise made by Xiao Chang'e. Moreover, the sweetness of Xiao Chang'e's lips crossed his mind, causing an involuntary smile to grace his face, one that he himself did not notice. Yet, the Empress Dowager observed this subtle change, likely believing that her wish for a robust grandson was not far from fruition. Your Majesty, though Xi Pin may have faltered in her duties, Ruyu is nonetheless her own child. A mother and daughter share a profound bond. The Empress Dowager paused deliberately, seeking to gauge Ing Jin's reaction. Indeed, Mother, how do you propose we proceed with this matter? Ing Jin, well aware of the Empress Dowager's intentions, decided to align with her thoughts. In my view, Your Majesty, it would be prudent for Xi Pin to raise Ruyu herself. Firstly, it is in the child's best interest to be nurtured by her own mother. Secondly, suitable candidates for this responsibility are scarce. Among the many consorts, only Xi Pin from Jingqing Courtyard has a child to care for, making it inappropriate for anyone else to assume this role. Thirdly, the Empress Dowager paused once more, casting a glance at Ing Jin, seemingly awaiting his inquiry. However, upon hearing the mention of Ruyu, Ing Jin became lost in thought. Envisioning the chubby, cherubic face of the child, noticing that Ing Jin had drifted off, the Empress Dowager observed him with an amused expression. Mother, please do not be upset. I merely recalled your mention of Ruyu, which made me think of her. It has been quite some time since I last truly regarded her. Ing Jin sought to placate the Empress Dowager, subtly changing the topic. Your Majesty, such matters should still concern me. The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly. Furthermore, it is time you formally bestow her title as a consort. Ing Jin found the Empress Dowager's words to be quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his affirmation, the Empress Dowager departed from the Yangxin Hall. Ing Jin then settled at his writing desk, instructing Shang Fuchuan to grind ink, preparing to draft an imperial edict. Before long, the edict was complete, and he handed it to Shang Fuchuan, directing him to present it at Jingqing Courtyard the following morning. Additionally, Ing Jin compiled a list of rewards for Shang Fuchuan to retrieve from the treasury to be delivered alongside the edict. Shortly thereafter, the edict and rewards arrived at Jingqing Courtyard. Early that morning, Shang Fuchuan brought the previously drafted edict to Jingqing Courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yuyan had her nurse hold Princess Ruyu as they both knelt outside. Before long, everyone had gathered. Once Shang Fuchuan confirmed the assembly, he unfurled the edict and began to read it. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, from the house of Anping, the Lu clan, having entered the palace not long ago, has given birth to a royal heir for me, and the imperial family Xi Pin Lu, bestowed by heaven, bears the responsibilities of the inner court henceforth. May you cultivate virtue, maintain harmony within the palace, serve diligently, and ensure the continuation of our lineage. Thus decreed. Shang Fuchuan completed the reading in one breath. Xi Pin, accept the decree. This servant humbly thanks Your Majesty for your profound grace. Long live the emperor. Upon finishing, Lu Yuyan accepted the edict from Shang Fuchuan's hands. Xi Pin, please rise. His Majesty has also prepared rewards specifically for you. Here is the list of gifts, kindly review it. Xi Pin. Shang Fuchuan received the gift list from a nearby eunuch and presented it to Lu Yuyan. If there are no further matters, this humble servant shall take my leave. Within Jingqing Courtyard, joyous voices resounded. At that moment, a magpie perched upon the palace wall, chirping merrily, as if to convey congratulations to Lu Yuyan. Observing the abundance of rewards, Lu Yuyan's heart blossomed with delight. Huang Xing'er audibly read through the list, her voice carrying to Xiao Chang'e's chamber. Seemingly intentional, Lu Yuyan had encouraged Huang Xing'er to speak loudly. How else could Xiao Chang'e hear? News traveled swiftly, and within a morning, the entire harem was abuzz with the announcement of Lu Yuyan's official elevation to Xi Pin. Many came to offer their congratulations, including those who frequently visited Su Wan'er sent Zhang Yinghai to summon Lu Yuyan to Ikuan Palace. Upon arriving at Su Wan'er's residence, Lu Yuyan engaged in light conversation with her. Sister Xi Pin, you are now officially a consort, on par with Ipian. Su Wan'er remarked, glancing at Xi Pian. As long as you treat Ruyu well, you shall surely surpass Ipin in due course. Indeed, my esteemed sister, your words resonate within me, Lu Yuyan replied, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of removing the blemishes from her face, hardly attentive to Su Wanner's further remarks. She was consumed with thoughts of how essential it was to bear a royal son. Her mind was wholly absorbed in contemplating ways to eliminate her blemishes, eager to continue vying for favor, with little regard for how to care for Ruyu or sincerely listening to Su Wanner. Her thoughts had long since drifted far away, as if her soul had momentarily departed her body. Many days had passed since the swing incident, and on this day Jin arrived at Jingfang courtyard. He did not send word ahead. He merely inquired about Xiao Chang's whereabouts and made his way there himself. Upon seeing him, He was about to call out, but Jin gestured for her to remain silent. Indicating that there was no need to summon Xiao Chang'e, he then waved her away, while Xiao Chang'e remained lost in thought, gazing vacantly at the trees in Jingfang courtyard. Jin stealthily approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her, yet he did not release her. Instead, he held her. Even at this moment, Jin gazed affectionately at Xiao Chang'e, causing her to shy away from his eyes, unsure of what to say. Your Majesty has yet to attend to today's state affairs, I presume? Perhaps you should tend to them promptly, she added. A few days ago, I began embroidering a fan, but I have yet to finish it today. I must return to my work. After bowing to Jin and attempting to leave, he interrupted. Embroidery? How about this, Chang'e? Teach me the art of embroidery. He affectionately referred to her as Chang'e, a shift in his address that felt intimate. Your Majesty wishes to learn embroidery? Surely you jest, she chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery lacing her words. If you doubt me, then why not give it a try? She handed him her materials and resumed her own embroidery. Jin struggled for quite some time to thread the needle, while Xiao Chang'e stole glances at him, smiling at his efforts. She approached him, taking his hand to guide the needle through the thread. Your Majesty, perhaps you should attend to your own matters. By the time you manage to thread the needle, I shall have completed my fan. She encouraged him to occupy himself elsewhere with a smile. Jin set down the needle and thread, watching as she skillfully embroidered. The FANS evening approached. Jin chose to stay, and for several consecutive days, he resided in Xiao Chang'e's Jingfang garden. At last, she completed her embroidery, depicting the scene. The lone smoke rises straight in the vast desert, the setting sun reflected in the long river, just as she prepared to stitch a poem onto the fan. He remarked, Chang'e, your writing lacks the grandeur befitting such a piece. Did you write it again? Though beautiful, he felt her characters did not suit the artwork. After several attempts, he remained dissatisfied. Chang'e, your embroidery is exquisite. Why can you not write with the same finesse? Upon uttering this, he took her hand, expressing his gratitude. The phrase Fengwu is truly majestic. Once he finished, she began to stitch it onto the fan. Time passed swiftly, and soon Xiao Chang'e completed the fan, presenting it to Jin. Chang'e, do you not think I ought to gift you something in return? He held the fan with great fondness, its presence evoking thoughts of another. Hesitating at this thought, he refrained from delving deeper, fearing it might spoil his mood. Is there anything you desire, Chang'e? Your Majesty, what I desire is something that everyone here covets. With a signature smile, she responded, oh, then do enlighten me, Chang'e. He was curious about what Xiao Chang'e truly sought: affection, status, or perhaps some novelty. Your heart, Your Majesty, she stated plainly. The moment the words left her lips, Jin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to express such a desire. Lost in thought, he remained seated as Xiao Chang'e departed from the Yangxin palace. Leaving him alone with his musings, his mind wandered to the late Empress Feng Qinghuang, as Xiao Chang'e's words echoed those once spoken by her. Though the speaker was different, the sentiment remained the same. The Empress had uttered those words while gifting him something, and now Xiao Chang'e did too. He found himself questioning whether Xiao Chang'e was truly herself. He sensed a resemblance to Feng Qinghuang. Yet it was an impossibility. Feng Qinghuang had perished before his eyes, and the dead cannot return to life. Meanwhile, the Defei learned of Xiao Chang'e's embroidered fan for Jin and summoned her. Fei, what theme did you choose for your embroidered fan? Defei inquired. Though her demeanor was cool, the eagerness in her expression betrayed her desire for an answer. You are mistaken, dear sister. I embroidered the lone smoke rises straight in the vast desert, the setting sun reflected in the long river. Xiao Chang'e corrected her with a smile. Upon realizing her error, Defei's mood soured, and seeing Xiao Chang'e's mirth only added to her displeasure. The atmosphere became awkward as Defei fell silent. Prompting Xiao Chang'e to break the stillness, sister, I have been preoccupied with my embroidery and have yet to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Might you wish to accompany me to the Xianing Palace? No need, I just visited this morning. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Pin is there as well, and you two can enjoy some sisterly chatter. With that, Defei waved her hand, signaling for Xiao Kai to escort her out. Then I shall take my leave. Xiao Chang arose and departed Defei's palace, accompanied by He Yu towards the Ci Ning palace. Inside, Lu Yuyan and the Empress Dowager were entertaining the young princess Ru Yu. Empress Dowager Ying Fei has arrived, Jian Mei announced, gesturing toward Xiao Chang'e. The girl has come, quickly invite her over. The Empress Dowager expressed her delight at Xiao Chang'e's arrival, having noted her absence of late. Empress Dowager. May you enjoy eternal peace, Jian Mei led Xiao Chang'e forward. She and He Yu bowed before the Empress Dowager and no need for formalities. It has been some time since you visited me in the Ci Ning palace. Has it not? The Empress Dowager teased as she played with little Ru Yu, who beamed with joy at the sight of Xiao Chang'e's sister. You finally found the time to visit. Look how happy Ru Yu is to see you. Lu Yuyan hugged Ru Yu, who was smiling brightly. Xiao Chang'e observed a stark contrast between Lu Yuyan here and the one she had seen in Jingqing Garden, prompting a frown. Hadn't she just embroidered a fan for the emperor a few days prior? I have been quite busy. I just delivered it today to pay my respects to you, however. Xiao Chang'e concealed her thoughts behind a serene expression. The Empress Dowager instructed Lu Yuyan to take Ru Yu to the flower garden for a while. After they left, Xiao Chang'e tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeve, indicating that Jian Mei should accompany them to assist Lu Yuyan. As two would be better than one in caring for a child. Jian Mei, please keep an eye on things and assist Xi Pin with the little princess. The Empress Dowager, somewhat puzzled by Xiao Chang'e's reasoning, ultimately agreed to let Jian Mei accompany them. Though Lu Yuyan acquiesced, she felt reluctant in her heart, yet could not reject the Empress Dowager's good intentions. Once the three had departed, the Empress Dowager turned to Xiao Chang'e. What troubles you, Ying Fei? Upon hearing her words, the Empress Dowager was taken aback and sent for an inquiry. Discovering the truth, she expressed her discontent with Lu Yuyan's recent behavior and mentioned to the emperor the need for a change in Ru Yu's caretaker. Mother, did you not previously suggest that Xi Pin care for Ru Yu? Ying Jin chuckled lightly. That matter was left unresolved. Later, the Empress Dowager summoned Xiao Chang'e. Ying Fei, would you be willing to care for Ru Yu? If it is my duty to care for Ru Yu, then I would be more than willing, Xiao Chang'e replied without hesitation. Looking at little Ru Yu felt akin to gazing upon her own child. Ying Fei, you are indeed remarkable. I now regret allowing the emperor to elevate Lu Yuyan to Xi Pin. The Empress Dowager, upon learning the truth, felt a twinge of guilt. Your Highness, a title is merely a title. Those who are devoted to the emperor will not concern themselves with such matters, Xiao Chang'e reassured, urging the Empress Dowager to ease her mind. She then shifted the topic to discuss Ru Yu. Having never borne a child herself, Xiao Chang'e sought the Empress Dowager's wisdom on matters to consider in raising Ru Yu. As time passed, Xiao Chang'e became increasingly occupied with caring for little Ru Yu. And days flew by with the arrival of winter. Ying Jin frequently stayed in Defei's palace for several consecutive days, which filled her with pride, leading her to flaunt her position within the palace. Xiao Chang'e, however, felt a twinge of pity for Defei, understanding that Ying Jin's attentiveness was merely a strategy to secure the loyalty of her family in guarding the borders. Meanwhile, Su Xian heir's husband, the heir of the Anping prince Mu Rongjinyan, was indulging in a life of leisure outside, and word of his escapades reached the palace. Yuan heir reproached Su Xian heir for failing to hold on to Mu Rongjinyan's heart. Consequently, she resolved to visit the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, I wish to bring my sister Xian heir into the palace for a few days to help her recuperate. Given that the heir has not been treating her well during her pregnancy, it is my duty as her sister to care for her. Yuan heir articulated her intentions, her flowery words concealing a less than noble heart. Very well, I grant you permission. It is commendable that you, Su Guifei, are concerned for your sister. The Empress Dowager felt a sense of relief at Su Wan heir's apparent affection for Su Xian heir. I have heard that my brother-in-law, the heir of Anping, has been frivolous. That I can only imagine how my sister must be feeling, especially in her condition. Why bringing her to the palace, not only can I tend to her needs, but we can also share some heartfelt conversations. Su Wan heir smiled lightly, lamenting the behavior of Mu Rongjinyan. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of anger at the mention of him, recalling how he had not always been this way. Rest assured, I will arrange for your sister's entry into the palace. The Empress Dowager will advocate for you both regarding the Anping prince. I express my gratitude on behalf of my sister. Xian to the Empress Dowager. Yuan arose and knelt partially, thanking the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, the princess consort of Anping has always held herself in high regard. You are to convey the imperial edict. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager began to recite the contents of the edict. I, having observed that Su Guifei deeply misses her sister, the consort of the Anping prince, Su Xian, have therefore entrusted this message to be conveyed personally. The Omping Prince has strayed from virtue, engaging in licentiousness. To ensure the well-being of the Omping Prince's consort, I have instructed Su Guifei to bring her into Ikuan Palace for a brief respite. May the Omping Prince engage in profound self-reflection regarding his responsibilities. Thus decreed I take my leave. With that, Su Wanner exited Sinang Palace, her heart unsettled, filled with ire. Su Wanner lamented that Su Exiner had failed to capture Murong Jinyan's heart. In Ikuan Palace, the sounds of shattering echoed, one after another. After a considerable time, most of the porcelain within Ikuan Palace was rendered useless. At that moment, Zhang Yinghai entered. Your Highness, please quell your anger. Zhang Yinghai instructed a young eunuch to clean up the shards on the floor. Quell my anger? How can you expect me to do so? Su Wanner was seething with rage. Your Highness, if the Emperor and the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, what would we do? Zhang Yinghai gently assisted Su Wanner to sit upon a soft couch, tenderly massaging her shoulders. You must be weary after your fall. After Zhang Yinghai's ministrations, Su Wanner's fury subsided considerably. Gradually, she found her composure. Her breathing becoming much more even. Zhang Yinghai, go find someone to bring the Omping Prince's consort to the palace. Just say it is on the Empress Dowager's orders. Su Wanner was determined to understand Su Exener's thoughts. Upon finishing, Zhang Yinghai led 2 young eunuchs and set off for the Omping Prince's residence. Upon arrival at the Omping Prince's estate, a group of people awaited outside. Zhang Gonggong, thank you for your trouble. The Omping Prince's consort greeted. Your Highness, this truly overburdens me, Zhang Yinghai replied, receiving her courtesy with his feather duster. May I ask what brings you here, Zhang Gonggong? The Omping Prince's consort's smile held a hint of nervousness. What do you think I have come for? Did the mounted guards not inform you? Zhang Yinghai was well aware of the consort's little tricks. They spoke in such haste. How could I hear clearly? The Omping Prince's consort naturally deflected the conversation, casting the burden upon Zhang Yinghai. Although her son's affairs were well known throughout the capital, it was not for a eunuch to comment. Strangely, her son, Murong Jinyan, had always maintained his virtue. What had changed? Your Highness, might I inquire if everyone in the residence has gathered? I await the conveyance of the Empress Dowager's edict. Zhang Yinghai pressed. Do not rush. Zhang Gonggong, only the old princess consort and the princess consort remained. I hope for your understanding. The Omping Prince's consort softened her tone upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's edict. Indeed, I can wait for the old princess consort. Originally, this message should have been delivered by my lady, but due to her sudden ailment, I have come in her stead. Zhang Yinghai explained that it is of no matter. If they have yet to arrive, I shall wait, he added. Eventually, all had assembled. Just as the old princess consort and the princess consort were about to kneel, Zhang Yinghai interjected. There is no need for the old princess consort and the princess consort to kneel. I hope the princess consort pays attention to her health. Zhang Yinghai then began to read the Empress Dowager's edict. By the will of heaven, the Empress Dowager decrees. I have observed that Su Guifei deeply misses her sister, the Omping Prince's consort, Su Exiner, and have therefore entrusted this message for personal delivery. The Omping Prince has strayed from virtue, engaging in licentiousness. To ensure the well-being of the Omping Prince's consort, I have instructed Su Guifei to bring her into Ikuan Palace for a brief respite. May the Omping Prince engage in profound self-reflection regarding his responsibilities. Thus decreed, the Omping Prince's consort, taken aback by the Empress Dowager's words, felt her pride wounded but could not voice her thoughts. Upon hearing that her sister, Su Wanner, was to bring her into the palace, Su Exiner felt a surge of happiness. She had been stifled within the prince's residence and looked forward to discussing Murong Jinyan with her sister. A radiant smile graced Su Exiner's face. Observing the delight on Su Exiner's countenance, the Omping Prince's consort felt a pang of discomfort but could not object, especially with the Empress Dowager's personal edict in play. A young maid, Xiaoyue, assisted Su Exiner into the carriage, and the occupants of the Omping Prince's residence could only watch as the carriage disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust. After a while, Su Exiner arrived at Ikuan Palace and descended from the carriage. Xue supported her as they walked slowly towards Su Wanner's chamber. At that moment, Su Wanner reclined upon the Guifei couch, half closing her eyes in repose. Your Highness, Zhang Yinghai called softly. Is Exiner here? Su Wanner did not open her eyes but moved her lips slightly. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Yinghai confirmed, helping Su Wanner to sit upright. Su Wanner blinked as if awakening from slumber, her lively eyes glistening like rippling water, irresistibly enchanting upon spotting Su Exiner standing there. Su Wanner eagerly beckoned her to sit beside her, before Su Wanner could inquire. Su Exiner spoke up. Your Highness, it is not that I do not strive to win the prince's heart from the outset. He has never favored me. Marrying me was merely to appease the princess consort. Moreover, it seems he has long been enamored with another. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, the first bead followed by another, cascading like pearls from a broken string. He may not favor you now. But with your child, do you not fear that his heart will remain unattainable? Suwanner consoled Su Exiner, encouraging her to remain at ease, while contemplating how to investigate Murong Jinyan's past. Rest for today. You must be exhausted from your journey, Suwanner suggested, summoning Zhang Yinghai to lead Su Exiner. Please follow Zhang Yinghai to the western chamber I have prepared for you. Yes, Your Highness, Su Exiner replied. And with Shuyue's assistance, she took her leave. Zhang Yinghai escorted Su Exiner to the room prepared for her, opening the door and allowing her and Shuyue to enter, where Shuyue helped Su Exiner settle onto the soft couch. Princess Consort, you have arrived. Should you need anything, please inform the maid I have assigned to you. Zhang Yinghai then introduced two identical young maids. Luofeng, Luohua, he called, and the two maids stepped forward, one clad in yellow and the other in blue. After instructing the maids on their duties, Zhang Yinghai took his leave. I am Luofeng. The maid in yellow stepped forward, kneeling before Su Exiner. I am Luohua. The maid in blue followed suit, also kneeling before Su Exiner. We pay our respects to the princess consort. The two maids bowed in unison. No need for such formalities, Su Exiner exclaimed, startled by their sudden gestures of reverence. That night marked the most restful sleep Su Exiner had experienced, while Suwanner scarcely closed her eyes. The following day, news of Su Exiner's arrival spread throughout the palace, prompting many of the concubines to pay a visit, including Xiao Chang'e and Lu Yuyan. Upon reaching Ikuan Palace, they found Su Exiner, her condition evident as her pallor revealed her fatigue. How could the Omping prince be so inconsiderate? His consort is with child, yet he still engages in debauchery. One of the concubines voiced her outrage, with others quickly echoing her sentiments in sympathy for Su Exiner. Once the concubines departed, Suwanner summoned Zhang Yinghai to find Lu Yuyan and request that she meet with her privately. Upon Lu Yuyan's arrival, Suwanner wasted no time stating, you must know of course that he is enamored with Yipin Xiao Chang'e. The mere thought ignited a fire within Lu Yuyan, causing her to seethe with rage. While Suwanner observed her reaction, she remained outwardly composed. Regardless of past grievances, now that we are in the palace, one must remain devoted to the emperor, Suwanner cautioned Lu Yuyan, internally plotting her next move. Yes, my dear sister Guofei, Lu Yuyan replied, her anger directed at Xiao Chang'e, though she recognized her own position as the emperor's consort required her to remain steadfast. Half a month passed, and Su Exiner had resided in Ikuan Palace for that duration. Suwanner sent word to summon the Omping prince, Murong Jinyan, to escort her back, deliberately inviting Lu Yuyan and Xiao Chang'e to bid farewell to Su Exiner. Before long, Murong Jinyan arrived. Upon seeing him, Lu Yuyan's eyes filled with tears, rendering her speechless, while Xiao Chang'e remained indifferent. I must trouble the prince to convey my regards to the lord, the lady, and the old princess consort, Xiao Chang'e stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, she understood Suwanner's intentions all too well. Regardless of past entanglements between her and Murong Jinyan, those sentiments had dissipated with the true Xiao Chang'e's demise. The current Xiao Chang'e was no longer the same as before. After Su Exiner departed, Ingjin soon arrived at Ikuan Palace. Your Majesty, today the Omping prince came to escort my sister Exiner, Suwanner reported, noting that Yipin's demeanor shifted subtly upon seeing the Omping prince. Suwanner paused, gauging Ingjin's reaction. She observed that Ingjin's expression remained largely unchanged and continued. It seems that Yipin's demeanor altered upon encountering the Omping prince. Suwanner concluded her words, only to find Ingjin as unchangingly indifferent as ever. He merely remarked, perhaps Yipin is missing her family. This sparked a twinge of doubt within Suwanner. When did Ingjin's skepticism begin to wane? Upon learning that Lu Yuyan had caught a cold, the Empress Dowager commanded her to send the Princess Ruyu to the Xianing Palace as soon as Ruyu arrived at the palace. The other consorts flocked to see her, playfully teasing the little one. That upon discovering that Ruyu was in the Xianing Palace, Xiao Qiangu brought Hiyu along to pay a visit. Strangely enough, while Ruyu was crying inconsolably, no amount of coaxing from the consorts seemed to soothe her. Just then, Xiao Qiangu arrived, and Ruyu broke into a smile, ceasing her cries. The Empress Dowager, noticing Xiao Qianji's presence, instructed Jianmei to hand Ruyu over to her. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall take good care of Ruyu, Xiao Qiangu promised as she cradled the child. Gently rocking her, Yipin, do wait a moment before you depart. The Empress Dowager, seeing Xiao Qianji's intention to leave, called out, I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Thus Xiao Qiangu remained. Of course, your majesty. She approached the Empress Dowager, taking a seat beside her. Come here, Lu Yuyen beckoned a nearby maid. Yes, your majesty, the maid set aside her tasks. What did you say? The Empress Dowager entrusted Ru Yu to Yi-Pin? Lu Yuyen sat up in bed, disbelief clouding her expression. Indeed, my lady, the maid trembled slightly, sensing Lu Yuyen's rising anger. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, she said cautiously, fearing Lu Yuyen's wrath might be directed at her. Yet she hesitated, awaiting Lu Yuyen's response, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. You may go. Lu Yuyen resignedly accepted the truth. Just as the maid was about to exit, Lu Yuyen called out to her again. Wait! The maid froze, too frightened to move, standing motionless at the door. Is there anything else, my lady? Slowly, the maid turned around. Avoiding Lu Yuyen's gaze, send for Xinger. Lu Yuyen leaned against the bed's edge. Yes, my lady, that I shall fetch Sister Xinger at once. The maid exhaled in relief, hurrying off to find Huang Xinger. While the maid felt liberated, Lu Yuyen was consumed by anxiety. She recalled Su Wanner's earlier words. Feeling that Xiao Qiangu not only sought to compete for the emperor's favor but also aimed to take her daughter from her. The mere thought ignited a fury within Lu Yuyen. Leaving her breathless when Huang Xinger finally arrived, Lu Yuyen, having just taken her medicine, had fallen asleep, leaving Huang Xinger perplexed about the purpose of her summons and stark contrast to the tranquility of Jingqing Courtyard. Jingfang Courtyard buzzed with activity. Xiao Qiangu and He Yu entertained little Ru Yu, and as they played, Jin arrived at Jingfang Courtyard unannounced. He walked in silently just as they were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. With Xiao Qiangu currently seeking, unbeknownst to her, Jin had entered. She thought it was yet another trick by He Yu. Witnessing this childish side of Xiao Qiangu brought a smile to Jin's face. He Yu, noticing Jin's smile, contemplated how to alert her, but before she could speak, Jin gestured for them to leave. As He Yu stood up, Jin noticed Ru Yu in her arms and asked her to hand the child over to him, instructing everyone else to exit. Inside, Xiao Qiangu, still searching, felt around but couldn't find anyone. Just as she pondered the whereabouts of her companions, her hand brushed against Jin's clothing. He stood still, holding Ru Yu. And sensing that the person hadn't fled, Xiao Qiangu instinctively reached out again. Hey, which palace maid are you? This Jingfang Courtyard has no one of such stature. How can you be so tall? She remarked, stretching on her toes to touch Jin's face. Jin, feeling somewhat overshadowed, thought, a palace maid? You mistake me for one? To an outsider, it would appear as if Xiao Qiangu were teasing the emperor. As she continued to feel around, her hand finally found Ru Yu, yet, instead of encountering the expected softness, her touch landed on a firm chest. Sensing something amiss, she inhaled sharply just as she turned to leave. Jin swiftly pulled her into his embrace, causing her blindfold to fall away. The moment Xiao Qiangu laid eyes on Jin, she froze. What a coincidence, your majesty. Are you playing hide-and-seek as well? Since Jin was still holding Ru Yu, Xiao Qiangu easily wriggled free from his grasp. Just as she thought she had escaped, she suddenly felt herself spinning and found herself perched on Jin's shoulder. Indeed, what a coincidence! Jin couldn't contain his laughter. Please put me down, Xiao Qiangu urged, patting his back lightly, careful not to exert too much force. Stop squirming. If you do, Ru Yu might fall. Jin chuckled. Stabilizing his stance, hearing this, Xiao Qiangu ceased her struggles, obediently resting against his shoulder. With a few strides, Jin reached the side of the bed and gently placed Xiao Qiangu down. She took Ru Yu from him and began to soothe the little princess. After some playful interaction with Ru Yu, Jin felt as though he and Xiao Qiangu resembled an ordinary couple. Qiangu, do we not appear as a typical married couple living a simple life? He mused, his thoughts spilling forth. Soon we shall have our own child, he added, taking her hand and gazing deeply into her eyes. Jin's words prompted Xiao Qiangu to recall the sorrowful fate of her child in her previous life. Suddenly, the impending date of her coming-of-age ceremony loomed in her mind. The thought that this body ceremony coincided with her family's memorial day pierced her heart with anguish. Memories of her father being shot in the court flooded back, and with the culprit standing nearby, she found no desire to continue conversing with Jin. Your Majesty, I am weary. The little princess has also grown tired from today's play and needs rest. Shifting the topic, Xiao Qiangu announced her intention to retire. Very well. Jin observed Ru Yu, who seemed to be on the verge of sleep, her tiny mouth opening and closing as her eyes drooped. Xiao Qiangu handed Ru Yu back to Jin before preparing the bedding. Once the bed was ready, they lay down fully clothed as Jin attempted to hold Xiao Qiangu to sleep. She placed Ru Yu between them, leaving him bemused yet resigned to the situation, embracing the child just as Xiao Qiangu did. Although he could not cradle Xiao Qiangu himself, this arrangement brought him a sense of familial warmth. Reminiscent of ordinary life, as Jin was about to drift off, he noticed the longevity charm on Ruyu, inscribed with the words long life and prosperity. Fatigued, his drowsy eyes seemed to glimpse a figure. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing within the Xianchan Hall. Before him stood Feng Qing Huang, who had passed away a year prior. Huanger, Jin murmured in disbelief, softly calling her name. Yet, it appeared Feng Qing Huang could not hear him. In the next moment, he heard himself declare, "My Empress, you are my one true love. How could I bear to humiliate you? You are right. Everyone you cherish ultimately perishes by your hand." Jin was momentarily taken aback. It was a dream. Since Feng Qing Huang's demise, this was the first time he dreamt of her. Everything unfolded just as it had on that fateful day. Feng Qing Huang was about to collide with a pillar when she halted upon hearing his words. "No. Jin, that I shall live a long life and watch you die before me." They both smiled. "Jin, you have slain your kin, yet you are most haunted by your yearning for a family." Even within a dream, the sensation felt overwhelmingly real. Jin's heart momentarily stilled as he thought of Xiao Qiangu, the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Feng Qing Huang. The scenes began to whirl faster, obscuring Feng Qing Huang's face, yet he could still hear her voice. "Tell me, does he resemble me more or you more?" He called out softly to Feng Qing Huang, but this was merely a dream. The last words Jin heard were filled with regret. "What a pity, resembling you. Yet you cannot see. You cannot see. Cannot see." Jin gazed out the window, realizing dawn had yet to break. He cradled his face in his hands, sitting quietly for a moment, observing the still sleeping Xiao Qiangu and Ruyu. A newfound sense of peace settling within him, he lay on his side, watching Xiao Qiangu, and after a considerable time, he finally succumbed to slumber once more. News quickly spread through the palace. Pin was nurturing the little princess Ruyu, thereby winning Jin's favor. However, there were several versions of this tale. Su Wan'er also heard that Xiao Qiangu had taken Ruyu away, using the pretext of visiting the sick to seek out Lu Yuyan. Upon arriving at Jingqing courtyard, Su Wan'er went directly to find Lu Yuyan, but rather than posing her inquiries directly, she instructed Zhang Yinghai to bring over a young maid. "Sheeping, despite my considerable efforts to assist you, what of you?" Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er was filled with rage, rising abruptly from her seat. "Sheeping, I had hoped you would accomplish something. Instead, you have proven more adept at causing failure than success. From now on, you shall fend for yourself. I have no time to waste on your trivial matters." Zhang Yinghai stepped forward to support Su Wan'er's sister Guifei, he said. Witnessing Su Wan'er's fury, Lu Yuyan felt a surge of panic. She could not allow the sturdy tree she had relied upon for so long to simply abandon her. "Do not address me as sister, Your Highness, you, who are more skilled at failure than success," Su Wan'er retorted, exasperated, having invested so much effort only to have it nearly undone by Lu Yuyan. "Your Highness, I beseech you for one more chance," Lu Yuyan implored, descending from the bed and kneeling at Su Wan'er's feet. Grasping her leg in desperation, "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you." Lu Yuyan bowed repeatedly, as though she had been granted salvation. Yet, little did anyone suspect that her outward pleas belied a different intention within her heart. "I summoned you to assist me with a particular task," Su Wan'er stated, having Zhang Yinghai fetch the familiar Dr. Zhao. Seated upon the soft couch, Su Wan'er took a few sips from her teacup. "Your Highness, please proceed," Dr. Zhao responded, a man well past his 60th year yet still spirited. "Your actions seem unworthy of your station, Your Highness." Zhang Yinghai gently massaged Su Wan'er's shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure. Bringing her considerable comfort. "You speak wisely," he remarked, then proceeded to knead her head as Su Wan'er surrendered to the moment, reclining further. "Yes, precisely there. My head has been plagued by intermittent pain these past few days," she confessed, her voice gradually fading as if she had drifted into slumber. Zhang Yinghai fetched a blanket to cover her before quietly retreating. With the arrival of winter, the fiery red maple leaves had fallen, leaving only a few resilient leaves clinging to the branches of the phoenix trees in Ikuan Palace. Swaying alone in the wind, the palace was left with but a few solitary leaves fluttering in the breeze. The following day, Dr. Zhao arrived at Jingqing courtyard to take Lu Yuan's pulse, relaying Su Wan'er's words and prescribing some nourishing medicine before departing. In the palace, news traveled swiftly, especially when there were those intent on spreading it. Soon enough, whispers reached the ears of the Empress Dowager. Upon learning of this, she summoned Jianmei to bring Xiao Qianga, instructing her to also fetch Princess Ruyu. Jianmei quickly arrived at Jingfang courtyard. "Your Highness Yiping, the Empress Dowager requests your presence at Xinang Palace, and you are to bring Princess Ruyu along," she announced, offering a slight bow to Xiao Qianga. However, the Empress Dowager was concerned about Princess Ruyu. Xiao Qianga paused her task of sewing garments for Ruyu, setting it aside. This servant is unsure of the details. I implore you, your highness Yiping, to hasten with me to Sinang Palace, Jianmei urged from the side. Very well, I shall comply, Xiao Chang'e replied, summoning Heyu to bring Ruyu before following Jianmei to Sinang Palace. The group arrive swiftly. This humble servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. May you enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity. Xiao Chang'e entrusted Ruyu to Heyu's care and approached the Empress Dowager to offer her greetings. Yes, Empress Dowager, I shall deliver her to Shiping shortly, Xiao Chang'e agreed. Though she harbored doubts about whether Lu Yun truly suffered from a malady of the heart due to her longing for Ruyu.